Legends Championship Series. I'm your host, Evie Schock Supportere, and we are coming to you live from the Zénith de Lille, France, for Week 6 of the European LCS. Et pour les spectateurs français, bienvenue au Zénith pour la deuxième journée des League of Legends Championship Series européenne en direct de Lille. It's day 2 of this very special weekend, and if yesterday wasn't fun enough, seriously, we have 7 more LCS games and the final of the summer promotion qualifier in store for you. Both Meet Your Makers and Alternate have punched a ticket for the LCS summer promotion event, but there's still plenty on the line. Bragging rights, seeding, and $30,000 up for grabs in the final today. That is coming up first on this stage. Okay, let's get to it. Starting on the blue side, led by Aranea, this team suffered heartbreak with their results in Warsaw, but they have been incredibly impressive in their current run, taking out Mistral yesterday in an emotional 3-game series that got the crowd on its feet. Today, they play to make a statement against favored MYM. Please give it up for Team Alternate! And starting as your red team, they have crushed through this tournament so far, taking down TCM yesterday 2-0. We all know their story. They were oh so close to qualifying in Warsaw, falling just short. They are incredibly motivated to succeed this time around. Please welcome Meet Your Makers! Right, we've met the teams. We see they are ready to go. So now it's time to meet our commentators. For the French stream, nos commentateurs extraordinaires, Tweaks et Lege. And for the English stream, Christopher Panky Pankhurst and Steven Eizon. Take it away, guys.
Thank you again, Shocks. We are back for finals day. And what a final it's going to be. Alternate Meet Your Makers. These guys worked so hard to get here yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was sort of the precursor. The moment these guys knew they were in this tournament, they prepared for this game. They knew, these two have a history, they knew it's going to be a tough match for both teams. And the great thing is, this crowd is changing everything. All the plays are building up such momentum, and it's pulling them through the games. These teams, there's a lot on the line. There's $20,000, and there's really important seeding for the qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to the teams, as we mentioned last night and the night before yesterday's brackets. Alternate were very confident they were going to meet Your Makers in this final before it even started.
Yep.
But Mistral nearly upset them.
Yep.
But take a quick look at the brackets just to remind you of how yesterday's games went. And there you can see the screen. Meet Your Makers, TCM game, and Shocks did mention 2-0. TCM had a very strong early game in both of those matches, but unfortunately couldn't quite carry it through to the victory, and Meet Your Makers shone out.
TCM had champion stack problems against them. The Thresh really pulled Meet Your Makers through. Great ganks, great hooks. With the Maokai, you're combining it. TCM, they tried their hardest, but sadly, Meet Your Makers, their experience just pulled them straight through that game.
Yeah, and then Mistral Alternate there. That going 2-1 in the series. Alternate picking up that first game in very convincing fashion, very heavily one-sided scoreline. But Mistral came back with a vengeance in game 2. Alternate tried something a little bit funky, tried a very aggressive mid-game team strategy that, unfortunately for them, didn't really work out. Mistral picked their strat, they stuck to their guns, they played champions they knew, and that Fizz play allowed them to take that second game.
Great Fizz play. Alternate suffered. Once someone on their team suffers, it seems the whole team suffers. Freelandlord went 0-3 on Katarina before picking up any kills. They had some problems with face checks that really hit the confidence of the team. Eventually, though, they went back to their roots. They did Twisted Fate, they did Shen. They did a really defensive composition. They're like, we just play champions we're good at. Don't take any huge risks, and we'll get through this, and they did take it through in the third game.
Exactly, so there are, as I said, the brackets. Let's remind ourselves of who's playing for which team. With Alternate first, we'll have a look at that team sheet and see exactly who is on the fields of justice. Kerp in that top lane with the trackball that we all saw yesterday. I still can't wrap my head around it. Yep. But Aranea in the jungle in that beanie hat. Freelandlord, Metalex, and Jerry are the round off for that lineup.
I did talk to Ocelot about the trackball yesterday, and he's like, I'd rather just not play. If you give me a trackball, League of Legends, for a tournament, I'd just rather not play in the tournament.
It's an interesting way to look at it, but it's what you're used to, and Curb's pulled off some impressive feats with that thing, so he knows what he's doing.
It's not a handicap for sure.
Exactly.
But they are playing the favourites for this tournament, and that is Meet Your Makers, the Polish powerhouse.
Exactly. These guys have been together as of 1st of March last year, a year now. So they have known each other inside out. There's, of course, brothers listed on this team. You can see there, Makler and Makati. Yep. But Cubon is their top laner. Makati is in that jungle. Charu, of course, in the mid lane. And then Makler, Libic, that bottom lane powerhouse.
As this 5, they have won about $40,000 in prize money already. They've been together forever. They took out EG at the, recently. They've taken out huge teams.
Speaking of recent results, obviously you say EG at CBIT,
right.
But more importantly, last week in the solo mid EU tournament, these guys met each other in 2 best-of-3s.
They met each other twice. They met each other in the winners' final and the grand final. And overall, in both those games, MYM went 2-1. So in competitive play, MYM 5, Alternate 2.
Exactly, so it's looking very much in my favour, but as we mentioned, Alternate have promised us some interesting new strategies, but they wouldn't give me even the slightest hint. And I know the crowd here, I want to see one certain champion.
And here we go into Champion Select.
They want to see that
very quick bans coming out from these teams. Look at that. The Thresh ban, very important. In the solo mid tournament yesterday, Thresh, if you got Thresh, you won the game. Wow, Twisted Fate, they don't want to deal with both Twisted Fate and Shen, so a really nice pickup from MYM on the Shen. Alternate, Twisted Fate. MYM really love Twisted Fate Nocturne. They might go Nocturne Shen. They like the double gank that comes in with the Nocturne. Nocturne, you know, St. Vicious said Nocturne was the best jungler in Season 3 at the start of Season 3. He's the best lane ganker from all the people, but he's definitely dropped off because when you're in that 5 and you hear the Nocturne, everyone pulls back, everyone watches the AD carry, and Nocturne goes in so far. MYM love Jace. He's a big pickup for them.
Yeah, and these bans MYM have used, Diana, Vi, Orianna, all, again, very reminiscent of this TSM tournament. They used those bans multiple times. I don't want to count exactly, but every time they did, if I remember, they did manage to pull that game out of the bag. For Enlaw's Diana, we saw it in their first couple of games yesterday. Terrifying up against Mistral once he started to get that snowball rolling, once he started to get the map control, roam around and just assassinate people as Diana does so well. But these are some very quick picks from Alternate, and I love the Volibear pickup.
Now, when Alternate pick Volibear, they also like to pick Singe. They like this double flip sort of combination that comes out from them. With the Twisted Fate card Initiate, you could see, I think you could see a Singe. Now, MYM's bans have been the same as exactly every game they played. All the games they played against Alternate last week, they banned Diana, Vi, Orianna. They really are locking out Pharrellon Lord. They want him on Katarina, they want him on Lux. Stuff he's, I mean, we saw his Katarina yesterday. They lost that game.
He did pick up a quadra kill on that.
Yeah, but it just didn't quite work. The same way, you know, he's not quite as dominating because we saw just how dominating his Diana was.
Yeah, that was terrifying. We did see a couple of Varus Lulu lanes yesterday for a couple of different teams, mixing it up. Very strong, good poke, good sustain. Not sustain, but good survivability is what I'm looking for with the shields, with the wild growth from Lulu. This time, that Zyra could be support, could also still be in that mid lane.
Right, but I think MYM are saving their last pick for a Kayle. They really like Kayle. Singed coming in, and a Gragas. The crowd goes mad.
Where's Gragas going?
There's a Gragas in the game, and there's a TF in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Gragas support, Volibear support. I've seen Gragas in the jungle. That is not unheard of. Twisted Fate in the support role. I don't want to... CC. There's lots of different options in that. Singe, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to say Singe is going to go solo. He's going to go in the top lane. He needs that farm.
Yep.
Singe cannot be gimped in that situation.
They love the double flip for these
Volibear
guys.
scales very well on health alone, so he could perhaps get away with sitting him down there in the support role and just building straight health items, a lot of Kindle gems, some good cooldown reduction, and he could benefit from that.
Yeah, he just... It's got to be Gragas, like, surely. No one else would pick it for him. He'd think they were trolling him. Could be... Okay, there's Nocturne. They love the Nocturne jungle. They love it with the Shen. So Jace mid lane, Nocturne jungle, Zyra, Varus bot. They do like Zyra support. Varus, we don't see it that much from them. But MYM, they're definitely looking at the strong ganks right now. They've played a lot of Nocturne, and they're pretty much the only team that does. Like, in the competitive scene too much. How often do you see it? And J-Ree's currently holding onto the TF.
I'm just watching them twitch, but it could go
It's
either way.
got to be Ferelden Lord on TF. Oh,
It's still there. Of course,
just
we have
play
seen
it.
teams do last second switch, we'll see. But
Yeah.
I want to talk again, MYM, this Nocturne pick. Not many people have been playing him at the moment. You did mention, St. Vicious said he was the strongest jungler at the start of season 3. We've had a couple of changes, item changes, playstyle changes. He started to fall out a little bit, but MYM played him in almost every group stage game back at CBIT, back at the IEM World Championships there. They do like to stick on him. He is a confident go-to champ for them, and now they've got him in this roster with those other globals, with that other long-range, hard poke, strong initiate.
Right.
Alternate gonna have to be on their toes from that moment he sits level 6.
It's a great initiate, you know. I was saying the 5, you know, it doesn't work too well in 5-man play because once you hit the Nocturne, everyone on the team backs up and they cover the AD carry. But if Shen is ulting that Nocturne as well, all of a sudden you have 2 really tanky people straight on the enemy AD carry, and there's not that much you can do about it. They love the Nocturne. MYM really playing champions they know. Alternate are playing Gragas.
There's a fizz in the crowd. Well, it's not a fizz, it's a stitch, but it looks more like fizz.
Yeah,
with that.
it does look like
and
fizz.
yes, J-Ree has stuck with the Twisted Fate, so it's Twisted Fate support.
He does have some hard CC. I guess it kind of works with the Caitlyn. It's 2 kind of poke champions. He has mana regen from blue carding the minions, and they're probably just going to be shoving the wave. I think that's how this is going to work.
We've got Ferelden Lord with teleport. He's on blue side. Possibility, Caitlyn Twisted Fate go mid, Gragas takes blue buff, teleports down to bottom lane, 2v1s.
Yep.
And then we have Caitlyn and Twisted Fate just hard shoving that mid lane into turret over and over again, trying to shut down that and get that very early on.
Right, now MYM know this possibility. Gragas 1v2 is definitely on, you know, he needs the blue buff if he wants to do that. We saw in North American LCS recently, for sure, the other team, when they expect that sort of Gragas Karthus, they invade the blue buff. They don't want him to get that blue buff.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly how this level 1 shapes up. This is game number 1 between Alternates and Meet Your Makers for the seeding and the prize money here in the summer promotion qualifier in LCS Lille Road Trip.
And it's also just bragging rights. These guys meet so much. They're the highest quality amateur teams in Europe, so they're going to meet a lot, and they're both doing a very defensive level 1 here. You know, I was saying they want to take the blue buff away. I don't think they're expecting the 2v1.
I mean, we saw some very aggressive level 1 starts from a lot of the teams yesterday. We always had at least one team going into the other jungle, trying to take something away. I got my sides completely confused. Of course, Gragas isn't going to take blue and go bottom. He's on blue side, not purple. Right. So it went completely backwards. But we'll see as now that timer ticks through and the creeps start to spawn, which way they're going. Because they are shaking things up completely. Zyra going to head up, planting a ward, I suspect, around the corner. There we go. At Arena's feet, but he's not going to have time to kill that anyway. Just going to watch that there. So we are going to see Libic and Makler. They're definitely going towards that bottom lane, where they should be. Charu going to stick with his Jace in mid from the looks of things. Then it looks like they're going to take... See, I've seen a couple of interesting starts here. A couple of jungle tweaks, a couple of changes that people have realized. You can do golems with your jungler, then do red buff, give the red buff to one of your solo lanes, and providing the jungler still shares experience, he will still hit level 2, still get his abilities, and be able to clear the rest of his jungle. Then, of course, your solo laner, in this case, possibly Charu, could have that red buff and could be fine with it. But no, they were just sharing the golem experience, and he's going to take that red himself.
I mean, you can only do that on champions that are guaranteed to get auto attacks without putting themselves at too much risk. They do give it away to the Volibear, and Gragas is backing. He's going to TP bot for the 1v2.
Kerp has done that strategy again up in the top lane. He started with a pink ward and immediately kills Shen's ward. So he's now got that paranoia aspect involved in. He doesn't know what's coming up their river. He's got to play it very careful, watch his timing, watch his spacings very well. But Ferelden Lord's immediately taken very low in this bottom lane. The Ignite has been burned by MYM. He's now going to have to play this very safe early on, start chugging through as many of those potions as he can. He's got 6 of them, so he should be okay for a while. But he's got to try and CS from a distance. Aranea coming down straight through a ward. Should give him a little bit of safety as Makler and Libic back away.
Yeah, this is the key to the 1v2. The jungler usually has to come and give him some help. You can see Gragas, he's preferring to poke instead of farm. He doesn't want them to have free harass on him, to what extent he can. But I'm expecting to see this Zyra Varus do everything they can to punish. And wow, you can see that single target body slam on Varus doing so much damage.
Yeah, we do see from the dashes in towards Libic, misses that one. We do, of course, have that mid lane as we expected. J-Re and Metalex in there, shoving that hard onto Charu. Aranea does find Makati around the corner, does get the fling on the slows going down, but the fear's going to come out from Makati now. Remember, Aranea has his passive, so he's going to get a lot of health back from that. The QE combo misses from Jace, but then he leaps in, forces a flash away from Aranea and pops that passive. Jerry and Medlex a little bit slow to react, and in all fairness, the bottom lane from MYM was almost there too, so that could have been disastrous for Alternate. Good disengage.
It could have. It was a very vital EQ from Jace. It's such a shame it missed. Nocturne, he's kind of vulnerable to the invades because he can't run away very well. He has a spell shield, but Volibear would punish him if he had the numbers advantage. Sadly, it didn't quite work out for him, but you can tell they want to put pressure on this Nocturne. They don't want him to hit 6 quite as fast. Yeah,
and we see Freljord going in again, getting quite aggressive onto Limbic, dodges the snare, but takes a little bit more damage. Makler landing more auto attacks in turn, gets the slowdown, forces another body slam to safety. For Freljord, of course, every time he uses an ability, he gets a percent of his health back. Just going to start drinking and getting that all back up again under turret, start throwing out some more barrels and farming as they go. MYM starting to be a little bit more defensive down there too. Of course, they know Aranea was up towards the middle of the map and he could sneak down. There are patches in that river that aren't covered by their wards, and Makler choosing to base.
They did force the TP mid lane. They are just putting so much pressure on this lane. Twisted Fate, he doesn't even have any AP, and wow,
going very low down here, forced the flash. For Eleanor, nice play, getting quite aggressive with that body slam, taking some big creep damage here as well though, and actually that slowing Vine picking on him quite a bit.
It's just amazing the amount of pressure this Gragas is able to put on a 1v2 lane. His body slam is doing immense damage. When it hits one target, that damage amplifies, and it's definitely paying off. I'm honestly quite surprised.
See then, how's mid lane shaping up? We've got 36 CS on Caitlyn, 22 on Jace, 22 CS on both of the mid laners. I said that's great, fix up some more, but they're staying very even despite these lane swaps. Flash forward from Charu, gonna get the knockback on J-Re. Actually gets him out of the fear tether. He does have to flash away a little bit as well. This time the EQ lands, but Charu taking a lot of damage from Metalec. Need to try and pick a target because they're taking a lot of damage from this alternate AD carry. Then MYM do choose a back away. Makati now goes back in. He's got the fear tether on. The barrier has been used by Metalex, but there's a stun card from J-Re. They're going to keep chasing on this, but with a nice speed boost from Charu and use of Nocturne's own Q, he's got more than enough move speed to get out.
I'm not really quite sure what happened there. They had a slight miscommunication. They were going for different targets, but ultimately they're blowing summoners. Caitlyn still does have her flash though. Considering Jace flashed over Caitlyn to knock her back, I'd say that worked out in Alternate's favor.
Definitely so. Jace didn't pop his red pot either, so he's got that little bit of a heal there and that little bit of damage boost when he needs it. Good EQ combo hits both Metalex and J-Re this time. Now another Q lands from Nocturne onto Metalex, so he's getting lower by the second. He's run out of health, well, he doesn't have any health pushing. He's got a tool to attack to try and get that health back up. But Makati going to be close to 6 soon. He's got a couple of jungle creeps that he can use, and as a result, this mid lane from Alternate do decide to back away.
I was saying at the start of the game how key the 1v2 is, that the jungler comes along and helps him. But Freljord has been fine. Aranea has been counter-jungling in the Nocturne. He's been helping so much in mid, which just shows how much faith they have in Freljord in this 1v2. He's been able to put so much pressure on. The MYM are kind of scared about going all in.
Yeah, of course, diving in Gragas on tower is not the greatest idea, especially as he's now level 6. He's going to have that explosive cask to disrupt everything you so carefully plan. And he's got good sustain to stay down there. Do get wards placed all over that river though to make sure that MYM pairing is safe.
Shen is 6, so they're probably going to go all in on bot lane right now.
Shen is 6 and Freljord just went very, very low. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. His health bar is minuscule.
I'm really surprised they didn't die that, considering Shen is 6. They had the extra protection, but they didn't have sight of Volibear. TF, he's not quite 6, so he wouldn't have been able to help out. He is a support TF, so he's not that powerful, but they want to put the pressure on, and they got to make use of this Shen ult.
Yeah, Freljord comes straight back in with his teleport. That was off cooldown, so he didn't miss too much at all. Makati back into his red, of course, nice on the timer, on the respawn, 7.5 minutes. Very close to when he first killed it, and they've, of course, just seen Aranea in the bottom lane, so he knows he's more than safe to smite that very early.
Look at this great warding in mid lane. Red has that completely covered.
Leaving 2 creeps up to make sure he can go straight in early onto his mid lane. Charu gets the ult from Shen just to help out, but there is first blood. It's on to Jace, and they're going to keep chasing on a Metalex. The red buff is there. They're going to go on the tower. No, because the Shen ult was cancelled. But Aranea has shown up. Gets the fling onto Charu. He's now slowed. There's a red buff, but they're going to try and do a lot of damage to Metalex. He does pick up 1 kill with the help of Volibear. Flashes away from Makati though. Makati's got no mana now. Aranea is going to keep chasing it up. He's only level 5 though to 6 is Nocturne. Is he going to go into this turret? The ult comes out from Caitlyn, flings him back, but he's taking a lot of damage. Then he has to leave when his passive kicks in.
Jace, he died trying to help his buddy there. He tried to knock Volibear away, but Volibear said, no, I want you instead. Flipped him into the Caitlyn. Caitlyn played that really aggressive because she still has flash. Paid off for Alternate. Equal exchange, but Alternate now have a crucial lead.
Cubone was very, very low at that point. Took a lot of damage, of course, when Singe cancelled that teleport. And honestly, not sure it was the greatest timing. Charu was not taking that much damage when that shield went out. He didn't really need it. And if Cubone took that much free damage at the risk of that shield, could have saved it, but it had got into a safer position and then used it on Charu when he really needed it.
Well, they really wanted the taunt more than anything else. They wanted the added CC rather than for such a defensive situation. And MYM seem to be looking at Dragon. They have pinged it. There is no one from Alternate in the area.
Now it's completely clear. Alternate seem to have no idea. They do actually ping onto it. They realize something's going on. They saw him, of course, leave that bottom lane as Ferelon is pushing it, but the Drake is dead long before they get there. Wall placed over the wall, J-Reed just in time to see it die. I think they have to watch MYM regroup, switch it up. They did obviously grab that mid turret after the gank with Volibear and Metalex's Caitlyn. So now they are going to switch their AD and Twisted Fate. I don't even want to call him true support. The AD and Twisted Fate down towards the bottom lane, trying to take the second turret of the game. But good job by MYM. The fact that that turret is down with that Drake, they've evened the goal count up and kept this very close.
Yeah, that was a really good Dragon from MYM. They knew when the enemy team was backing and they took great advantage of that. Now the problem is they have to keep their towers if they want to do it.
Parasol goes out, catches for Renelord, he gets snared up, doesn't manage to get out of that knock-up, and in comes Charu to help clean up the kill. Misses his EQ, but goes to chase on J-Roo with the speed boost anyway. Still.
Beautiful Zyro out there, picking up the Gragas just on the edge of the radius of that ult. Jace came in, finished the job, and there wasn't anything Friendly could do about it. This is the problem. They're trying to push the towers. They took a death. Can they keep doing that? That's really going to hit their confidence.
Yeah, he had to go very deep trying to zone those two out, and they made the best use of it they could. Charu teleporting down into the river, coming to join them with that fight. Cubone up on top lane, actually got quite a bit more health now than Singe, because he's got a giant spell up on him. And as a result, Curb got to stay a little bit safe.
Yeah, I think Singe went for the chain vest because he wanted the tears. He could have gone for the giant spell, but it is, after all, pretty much an all AD team. Shen kind of does magic damage, but that doesn't really count. So I think he's fine with the chain vest. He doesn't have the health, but he's not that confident enough to go behind the enemy tower, and who would be, really? He doesn't really have the wards for either. Nocturne, he considered lane ganking top, I think, but it's just going to backing. It is a Singed, after all. They would waste a lot on that, and I think they feel his ult would be better used somewhere else. But here's the crucial thing. Shen and Nocturne's ults are up. Expect to see plays happening really soon.
Yeah, Libby goes and plants a pink ward in that top river bush, but there's another one in try anyway, so he should be okay. Now heading down towards this river, in actual fact, there's a Gragas sneaking around behind me. Used that body slam over the Baron wall to get around to this position. Aranea now coming down the lane. The snare's already been used. Curb's going to get taunted out by Cubone. Livic gets flung back in by Aranea. Curb's going very low though. Flashes away under the turret. Does drop down to Cubone. Picking one target. Livic flashes away from that barrel. Very nicely done by him. Explosive card misses completely. Livic did get the shield from Cubone. Cubone's going to get south anyway. Dodges another barrel very well. Livic does still eventually go down after tightening backwards and forwards. But Ferelon and Alternate missed a lot of abilities there. They're going to go in the bottom lane. McCutty gets the fear onto J-Ree. Macron's doing a lot of damage. Does use his ult at the last second. Picks up that kill. Could have honestly used that ult on Caitlyn instead. Perhaps pick it up to double.
No, left and right, things are going wrong for Alternate attack. Gragas, that was a crucial explosive pass. It took them so long to kill the support. Shen is
fighting Charu. How long is this fight going to go on for? Charu's taking a lot of tower damage, and then the bite from Aranea dodges another EQ. And Charu decides that's time to leave.
Aranea does so much natural damage, but the problem was he actually ran out of mana. Gragas is doing a great number on the top tower. He might actually take it, which will be a great pickup for Alternate, considering what's happened. And Singed is chasing down a Varus.
Teleporting down into the bottom lane as they are chasing onto this Varus. That barrel goes out. It's not going to land again as Macro dodges around it. Does use his Baleful Cutlass onto Kurt, but it's not enough. The fling goes out anyway. They're going to leave the kill for Metalex.
Yeah, nice convergence. They used that teleport to great effect. Varus had nowhere to run to. Gragas, he just finished hitting on that top lane. They didn't quite get it. Towers are quite even now. MYM have a solid lead, but the question is, can they do anything while Nocturne's and Shen's ults are down?
Right, top turret very low, bottom turret down to half health, and now Kerp is switching up to push that one. It's one turret apiece so far in this game, but Meet Your Makers do have that overall gold lead, and of course they picked up that first Drake. We haven't really seen too much of an influential impact yet from Twisted Fate, as far as I'm concerned. He did do a little bit of help pushing that mid lane with Kaelin, but he hasn't really used his teleport, hasn't used his RCC to really facilitate too much else otherwise.
It's more of a defensive Twisted Fate. Nice taunt from Shen, taunting Singed back to the tower. Jace is like, no, I gotta buy. Notice there's a lot of wards in the top side of the map. I think they're gonna plan on shoving this tower in. You can see Nocturne is kind of hovering around. He doesn't have an O. Alternate are actually converging on top.
They know he's in here. Twisted Fate's coming up. Frenlord's coming up. There's the teleport from Twisted Fate. They're gonna pick one. It goes on to Macklin. Nice Zyra. Oh, will he get the knock up? It does get two. J-Ree's going very low. Macklin's on the run, trying to get the kill, but he can't quite do it. Misses O completely. Nice positioning from J-Ree, gets him out. Alternate will pick up double. Frenlord with one. Aranea with the other. Limbic does get the kill onto J-Ree as he leaves. But this tower is now looking very dangerous. Makati catches that slow from Frenlord.
That was a beautiful play from Alternate. They converged on that. Great. Gragas came around. He didn't have TP anymore. He didn't need it. He's just naturally very fast. And they're going in on Nocturne.
Fear. Makati does get very aggressive. Of course, Frenlord was tanking the tower a lot longer than he needed to. He's down very low already. They're going to switch in. They're going to take the tower down very quickly, but the teleport's already coming out. Immediately have to disengage. Turret dead. Doesn't matter. The TP would have completed, but it did get cancelled. Charu is now fighting Metalix in the mid lane, taking a lot of damage for his trouble. Going to switch back up into cannon form. Misses that last shock blast.
Wow, I saw that hit. Maybe I didn't quite have the mana for the EQ combination, or maybe it was just on cooldown. But yeah, Alternate, they're definitely bringing us back.
He's charging, he flashes, double flash, Charu's out. That was flash for flash.
They're putting so much pressure on MYM, but here's the problem. MYM, they're gonna heal, and both Shen and Nocturne's ultimates are up. And the question is, how deep are Alternate gonna go, knowing this? TF's ultimate is down. He made great use of that. They got 2 great kills. But Shen and Nocturne's up, the ball's in MYM's court again.
5 seconds on the Dragon spawn. MYM and Alternate both know this timing. We did just see a round of bases from Meteor Makers, and they are all now converging down onto this Dragon pit. Alternate a little bit later, they've still got 3 members in base. J-Ree's going to get caught by that snare. The burst goes out, and he gets destroyed by the Meteor Makers combo. Nocturnal is now on cooldown, though, so that vision blocker is no longer available. Cubon going to base, but remember he still has his ultimate should he wish to come and join this, and the Dragon has been started. The pink ward's gone, so they know the vision is out of the question from Alternate. Cubon does cancel his recall, and it looks like Alternate just going to give this one up.
That was a beautiful snare from Zyra setting up that kill. The problem with support Twisted Fate is mid Twisted Fate, they build movement speed. That's their defensive stat. Twisted Fate doesn't have an escape. All he has is gold cards. You have to kite, you have to stack movement speed. You can't really do that on support Twisted Fate because you need so much defensive stats and you need the gold per 10 and such. I'm not quite sure if he's going gold per 10. He might have gone health. But otherwise, Zyra making big plays, securing the Dragon because they picked up a free TF.
Yeah, he's got that Ruby Sight Sense. There's a bit of health involved in that. He has got a Fairy Charm, could build it into a Philo Stone in a bit. That will give him a GP10. Kerp coming around, he has found Makati here, and the red buff has started to be annoying. The smite comes out early, but Makati gets it anyway. And that does prompt Kerp to back away. Catch him by surprise. Could have flipped that and perhaps got the red buff on Singed, but never mind, it does stick on him. Meteor Maker's side. Frenlord grabbed himself that blue buff with the help of Aranea's Bear. Just back to pushing this mid lane. So a little bit of a quiet period, but Shen now has his Sunfire Cape and is going to settle down into his split push bot lane all day.
Yeah, he has his ultimate up with the Sunfire Cape. He's able to shove that lane a lot nicer. I'm surprised it's not top. Singed is going to be top actually. I guess I'm surprised they're not doing some like coordinated ganks on Singed, but he hasn't spent too much time like really deep. We saw in the LCS the other day, when Kevin was on Singed, there was organized efforts just to take Singed down, and it worked really well. I'm wondering if we're going to see any of that sort of play from MYM.
We do have Shen going top now because they realize they need to counteract that split push. Nocturne's up there with him, but these two do not look strong enough to take down that Singed. Do you see Blade of the Ruined Kings finished on both AD carries? They are pushing onto this bottom turret. Macklin now trying to defend against 3 members of Alternate. Takes half his health in damage in the process, but the rest of MYM now closing in to help him out. And of course, Nocturne in mid is going to have the ultimate in about 20 seconds and should be able to come and join should anything crazy happen.
Yep. I don't think Nocturne's ult will be up too early because Volibear is coming around the side of this.
They are going to go in. Charu goes in on Metalix as the snare lands. Zyra ult goes out, forces the flash away Metalix, but he's going very, very low from the ignite. Does get a last second heal out. Just enough to save his life, but the tower's still standing. Makati's nearby, not in range to ult. Caitlyn will base to safety, but there's still 2 members of Alternate down there in the shape of J-Ree and Frenlord.
Good patience from Shen there. He didn't quite all in. He wasn't too sure if he needed to. The fight was going in their favor. They were quite unlucky, I think, not to pick up the kill. Alternate were keeping a good distance just in case anything happened. But overall, MYM are putting some great pressure on, knowing they have the Shen ult. Singed is watching Shen like a hawk, just in case he ults.
Aranea does get caught by that fear, but it runs him to safety rather than back, and he gets the smite on that big Wraith. Oh, well played. Just dragged it around the corner far enough. Frenlord's still now pushing this bottom lane. Ultimately, this tower has next to no health. It's only a matter of time before it falls, even with the two members of MYM here trying their best to defense it.
Yeah, it's the little things sometimes. You smite the big Wraith, it's like, really, dude, you're going to do that to me? But
every little helps.
Yeah, it doesn't matter too much. Not much going on in the top lane. Singed is kind of just watching Shen, and big ult in the mid.
Nocturne does come straight into Jerry, forces the flash away instantly. Very quick response. Aranea was also there nearby with that fling, so MYM are not chasing that any further. So nice try, but a good reaction from Alternate.
There's great confidence from MYM when they're going in on stuff like that. You know, they weren't. Volleyball was on the map, so they weren't too worried about that because they had the Shen ult and Singed was nothing next to
Oh, the explosive cast pushes Mackler in a horrible position. Another barrel does land, but now the Shen ult's there. Frenlord gets snared up by Libic. Twisted Fate ult's coming out. Where's he going to TP? Into a very, very safe position. Don't know if he's going to get in range of MYM because he doesn't have flash. Does get the stun cut down on Libic, but there's no other follow-up damage because the barrel's already been used by Gragas, and MYM survive it.
Great job by Kirk cancelling that Shen ult. Shen in that fight would have been a disaster.
Aranea gets the fling onto Charu, pulls him out of the turret range. Charu going very low, but they don't want to follow it any further as they do not know where the rest of MYM are. That bot tower finally fallen. Charu now trying to defend the mid-tier 2.
The great thing from Alternate here is the moment they know Nocturne and Shen ults are down, they are going crazy with aggression, and we have a pause coming out.
It looks like it's Aranea with issues. We'll find out exactly where they are, but oh, big issue.
That's the game.
Find out exactly. But let's talk about exactly how the game's sitting at the moment. There's a 2,000 gold advantage here for Alternate. It was very, very close until they just picked up that bottom and top tower, and it's now 3 turrets to 1 in general. Yep. So they have a little bit of bonus map control, and how useful is that against a team with 2 global ultimates like that?
Very useful because Shen's ult really what he wants to do, especially later on. He wants to have a lane shoving, he wants to be in that lane when they're forcing the fights, and then he wants to come in. Singed is a great pick against that, but Singed doesn't have teleport, so it's going to be on the onus to Kerp. He's been doing a great job so far of cancelling Shen ults, so I think Alternate, they know that, they're going to have that, you know, they're going to be able to deal with that, and looks like the teams are ready. We should be getting back into this soon.
Yeah, well, let's just look at the gold numbers, and hopefully they'll be ready when we come back to the game screen for you. But most of these champions are within 1/200 of their lane partners, other than Mackler to Mackler to Metalex, the AD carries. Caitlyn on 6.9k and Varus on 5.9k, so there's 1,000 difference. And as soon as we're back, the aggression is onto Frenlord. Charu chasing down there with the help of Makati. Barrel does go out, so their attack speed is slow, but Aranea is coming in. Can he get there in time? Frenlord's very low, actually flings Charu closer, so he does flash on top of him and gets the extra kill in hammer form. Aranea, not the best fling direction, and he gets out there with his life, but MYM are now trying to back away. There's no support here for Aranea, so he has to be careful how far he chases this.
Oh, nice loot landing down from Zyra.
Does get the loot in. And there's the knockup comes out, follow-up ultimate from Mackler. Big health steal coming out from that Blade of the Ring King. Does pick up the kill on the AD carry. Now Kerp's here, the Ignite goes down. Will it be enough to finish off Mackler as he retreats? Jerry survived, it is the kill. Arenea's come across from bottom lane, he gets there before MYM. Livic's got flung out, he's going to get dropped. Double kill for Singed, they have to run away from Cubon. And now Charu has got back to help them too. He's got home guard, so he's healed to full. Arenea's passive ticking in, but he's been ignited. Kerp's just trying to do the Singed thing now. Flinging, being a bit of a nuisance, basically, running around that poison. But for Eleanor, TP, home guard, very low health, great explosive pass, brings Cubon back out into the fight, but he's still alive, taking as much damage onto Jerry as he can. They do finally finish off Kerp. Charu's got a lot of damage on him. Makati and Charu now, just like we saw before, chasing Frenlord in bottom lane. There's the ult from Makati, picks up Jerry, only Frenlord left standing and out on the map. We do have Metalax back on the fountain. Frenlord is a little bit exposed, cut off. Here comes the Fear Tether. Which way is he going to run him? Runs him to safety, but he's slowed nonetheless. It does get the body slam onto Makati. Dodges away from that cube. Makati doing a lot of auto attacks. Pops the spell shield, dodges that next barrel with it. Nice flash away from the body slam. It might just have saved his life.
Where to even start? So much happened in that fight. Gragas TP, he did a beautiful ult on Shen. Shen just never died though. Shen was on such He took off so much damage, but eventually came back and taunted her. People just started arriving and arriving again. Great initiate, great engage from Alternate, but eventually they just stuck around too long. Particularly Singed, he did a great ignite on, and wow, big chase coming on Caitlyn.
Yeah, Medic's getting caught out as he tries to go around towards that dragon, taking a lot of damage, but not quite enough to lose his life. Makati now comes take that dragon tank off of Gragas, who body slammed over the wall to safety. And due to the health lost by Alternate, that does give MYM another dragon and the gold lead.
Yeah, they just inch out the gold lead again. Alternate, they played that really well, but people just started showing up again. They got some nice kills. Singed, he's showing how effective he can be, just how much he can tank, but ultimately, he stuck around too long.
Look at the change in gold numbers there. I mentioned just after that pause how even most of these laners were, especially the mid laners. But suddenly now, Gragas is 1,000 gold behind Charu's Jace. Charu 5-1, picking up a lot of kills in his last few engagements. Still about 1,000 gold difference in the AD carries. Singed and Shen still fairly close, as are the junglers. But ultimately, when you've got Charu's Jace that far ahead doing that much extra damage, it's going to start to cause some problems for Alternate.
Yeah, Charu was a big factor in that huge team fight they just had. He came charging down with home guards, landed every EQ, cleaned up and picked up a bunch of kills.
We do see Alternate trying to make something happen here now into mid. Aranea charges forward onto Macro. Explosive cast comes out, does knock him in, but the Singed doll's there. Ferenlor gets nuked down, and Aranea gets caught in the snare chain. And they're chasing him off to one side, heading towards this blue buff. Macro doing a lot of damage. The passive kicks in, but he gets executed. Curb now trying to finish off Makati, but the Fear Tether runs him straight back into MYM, and they are so strong. Curb trying to run away, trying to just stay alive as best he can, but even with Singe's ultimate running, MYM come chasing down, and Makati with a beautiful ult back across towards the mid lane, catches onto J-Ree, but a quick stun card and a flash gets him to safety as Medlex pushes this tier 2 bottom lane turret.
This Zyra play has been incredible. Just the count, they think they're going in. Alternate are like, right guys, let's go. Gragas, great ult. But Zyra ult just cancelled everything out. Gragas knocked up. He ate a massive EQ and a beautiful taunt from Shen.
J-Ree teleporting in to his death. He knew that was going to happen, but he cancelled Charu's base. That's what he was looking for. The Baron was gone. There was no way he was stealing that. He wanted to save Metalex some time here to do more damage to this bottom turret, and it worked exactly. Now, though, the rest of the TPs are coming in. The bases for MYM didn't manage to get the turret down further than half, and with the home guards, he's going to have to leave.
Look at this Jace. He is 8-1, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, cooldown boots. He is going to be doing so much damage. If these Zyra ults keep landing and they knock up the right people, the EQ, it's not a question of if it hits, it's just when it's going to hit. I mean, Black Cleaver, not Bloodthirster.
It's very armor pen heavy, but as you say, not so sustaining until there. He now picks up a Vamp Scepter and another longsword, and is looking like a Blade of the Ruined King, quite likely. What a surprise.
Yeah, well, Blade of the Ruined King did get Varus a kill earlier on. It shows how effective that item is. Just the steal of the movement speed and the health can
especially
completely
against
turn. Yeah, can completely turn a team fight.
So, MYM now sitting pretty. They're only 2,000 got up, but with that Baron buff on, they're all so strong. They've got extra 40 ability power, some more attack damage, health, and mana regen. And there's even a build order Cutlass now built up on Nocturne. He's got the Aegis the Legion first. He got a very defensive style there, but realizing he's not taking too much damage, he's not taking too much focus, he can start building a little bit more damage orientated, and with a red pot stuck into the mix, it's going to start to hurt.
Yeah, Nocturne, sometimes you see him as the initiator. In this team, I mean, in this game, he's not really had that. He's been more of a clean-up ult, sort of like how you tend to see Twisted Fates do. Really, that's because down to the Zyras. Zyra's ults have been hitting so many people and the right people that they haven't had to have a hard initiate. That does all the work for them.
You see Aranea toying with them, coming in towards this mid lane. They're trying to defend this turret with their wave clear. They've got a lot of it, but they're still taking quite a bit of damage. J-Ree, that is 2 EQ combos, 2 Shock Blast Acceleration Gate combos from Charu, and J-Ree has to leave the lane before risk of life. You do see a little bit more poke this time hitting Aranea, but MYM are keeping this pressure up. They want to take this mid turret down. There's another low health warning, this time onto Metalex, because he took a big chunk of damage to the face. And we see Makati actually toying with the idea of rotating towards top lane, where Kerp is facing off against Shen. Makati is sitting in a perfect position here to ult either mid or top lane, depending on where the engage goes first. And it is going to go mid. Aranea is going to get nuked down the second that turret dies. And MYM is going to keep this slow, steady push up the middle lane.
This Zyra Jace combo is proving absolutely devastating against Alternate. Zyra is landing every single ult on a nice taunt top lane.
Cubon does pick up Kerp. Fear Tether's going to come out. He flashes away, make sure it doesn't tick. Cubon's tanking most of the damage now through this turret. The Ignite is down to Kerp. He's running, but Charu's come across. Does dodge around the bush, make sure he can get the slow off. But he will inevitably die in a minute. There we go. Bridgewater Cutlass used by Makati just to secure it. And he doesn't pick up that final kill. That's going to be a turret as well. And they will bring the count to 4 and 3.
Great awareness from Jace. He came all the way from mid lane just to cut Singed off. There was nowhere he could run. And it just shows you how much control they have of this map right now. That Jace could single, just on his own, walk straight through that jungle to cut off a Singed. I mean, how often does that happen? Yeah,
when you have picked off that bear, when you have picked off that jungler, you know it's safe, you know it's covered. And of course, they've got the map control. They've been in this half of the jungle for so long, they know there's no wards there. There's now Makler left pushing this mid on his own with the rest of his team just hiding off the side. Makati gets the Shen, waits a couple of seconds to give it the time. Ult's in on top of J-Ree. They nuke him down just as soon as Shen lands. The taunt was a good shot. Ferenalord body slams over into his base. Meta taking a lot of damage. Makler using Blade of the Ruined King. Charu with a massive shock blast combo. Lands it on Metalex's face. They pick up the tier 2 turret and now rotate straight to top.
Beautiful play right there. Great coordination with the Shen on the Nocturne, just going straight on a squishy. There was nothing Twisted Fate could do in that situation. And this is just some great coordinated, constant aggression from MYM. And they are so confident with how they're playing with each other. It's a pleasure to see.
I must admit, I'm really not impressed by this crazy strat from Alternate, this Twisted Fate support. It was a nice idea, shove that mid lane, get very aggressive, get that turret early, got plenty of mana. Regen, of course, from those blue cards, got that wave clear with his wild cards, and then Caitlyn's built over Peacemaker, but other than that, he hasn't really made too much of an impact, and he's just 0-7.
Right, well, if the support's picking up the kills, then he's either Edward or he's doing something wrong, kind of. They had massive wave clear early on, and they were trying to shove that mid tower in, but MYM, they had Jace. They had a great actual wave clear in that, so the mid tower lasted a while. It was the first tower to go down on MYM's side, and Alternate did get a good boost from that, but after that, it's okay, he's done some great initiates, like hard CC, when there's 1v1 going on, turning their fights, but after that, he's kind of fallen off. He's so squishy.
Yeah, there is the plus side, of course, 0-7. He's not going to be worth much gold at all, so they can't initiate him every time, but provided that's the only kill they get, it's not getting them much money. But every time they're doing this, they're getting objectives, they're getting towers, they're getting dragons, and those are bringing in cash, those are bringing in advantages, and they did just pick themselves up another dragon. With Baron spawning in a minute 30 seconds, Alternate, they are going to have a rough idea. Of course, they did see J-Ree teleport in onto it, they're going to know roughly when it died. But MYM are that much stronger. They have that map control. They have an Oracle's up on Libic now, so he's going to start roaming around, clearing out the few wards that Alternate have placed. And this next fight could decide the outcome of this game.
One thing I actually absolutely love about MYM is how everyone is building a Blade of the Ruined King. 3 of them already have one. One person has a Bilgewater Cutlass. When's Zyra going to get one? That's what I want to know.
After the Aegis of the Legion, which is on its way. Which is interesting considering there's already a Bulwark up on Nocturne.
Yeah, well, stacking it still kind of makes sense. There's lots of magic damage on Alternate and little blow trade between the junglers, but nothing too much going to come out of that. Alternate, they're scared to go in their own jungle again, and this is what hurt them against TCM. Someone eventually face-checked, died, and it lost them the game.
Because the bigger thing here, Nocturne having the Bulwark, Nocturne's going to go deep within enemy lines and have the Bulwark benefit on himself and Shen. He's not going to be with Libic, he's not going to be with Charu, he's not going to be with Makler, so they're not going to get the Aegis buff. If Libic has it, they will. Cubon does get flung past his tower. Kerp didn't really seem to do much. He just taunts away again. Don't worry about the damage. Blade of the Ruined King onto Kerp, trying to run out. Makati puts the fear down. Another Blade of the Ruined King, and that seems is going nowhere. Alternate did try and loop around onto it, so it was 100% necessary, but the rest of MYM now given free reign over this mid lane and this inhibitor turret.
But that was Singed ult down. I think they're going to go really deep on something shortly. They're shoving the top lane, they're shoving the mid lane. They're going to converge on either top or mid pretty quickly.
We do see Alternate charging in. Aranea wants to be the one there, flashes over, doesn't get the fling thanks to good slow. Now the ult comes out from Makler. It's going to chain, it's going to catch onto J-Ree. Nocturne ult comes out, he goes on to Metalex, going to try and get that fear down. Knock up does come out from Zyra. Good torn away from Q when he gets knocked back quickly. Alternate trying to disengage. They're actually doing a lot of damage to MYM here. Makati will fall, curbs the next focus. He's just trying to dodge around his poison's ticking, doesn't get the last fling out. Alternate holding steady, but MYM have a lot of health, and Cubon is still in a position where he can face tank this tower.
That was, again, another amazing route from the Zyra player. The moment Alternate are like, okay, let's pull back to the tower, Zyra lands a clutch route on the Caitlyn.
Jari wants
Caitlyn
this.
stuck out in nowhere.
He's going in, he got stunned up under turret though, it's very risky, he's going very low. J-Ree can't quite finish him off, Ferenalor's looking for it, but he disengaged safely, and the inhibitor is exposed. Makler doing what he can, but Alternate's still trying to defend it. There's a good gold card, comes out, stuns him up. Alternate Ferenalor's still around, but that will inevitably fall.
Wow, so yeah, as I was saying, it was kind of even, okay, Alternate were kind of on the back, but when they tried to get back to the tower, Zyra, Snake, Caitlyn, everyone was running back. No one, I don't think they actually noticed Caitlyn got rooted, and all of a sudden she was 1v4 and she went down in an instant. And then MYM used that pressure, they could just dive straight past the turret. Jace hitting some amazing EQs, he's so big right now, 11-1.
Infinity Edge completed now on Varus, so his damage output is just skyrocketed. Alternate have used this opportunity to go straight in towards the Baron. They know Shenot is down and they saw him in the bottom lane, but he is starting to run up the map. Vision has been gained by Cherry through a couple of shock blasts, and they see that the Baron has begun, but it's going down very, very slowly. And MYM are converging towards in one side. More Pogos out, Metalex taking it. Aranea already halfway. Beautiful taunt from Cubon, hits Metalex at the far end of the fight. He has to disengage and get away, but Makati goes straight through to find him. That's the first casualty. Curb now trying to do his best to be annoying, but it's not going to matter. He's just getting killed. Beautiful explosive cast puts Makler actually out of the fight. Ferenalor flashing over the wall. MYM though very, very low. One barrel could call the end of all of them. J-Ree gets caught out with another beautiful snare from Libic. He is on fire today, and Makati has found himself a fat Esquire Gragas to body slam away from.
You have to feel sorry for that Caitlyn in that fight. Shen got a great taunt, Blade of their own king. Caitlyn's like, okay, I finally got away, and maybe I'm on half health. Nocturne goes in, another Blade of their own king. You can't cope with
Teleport
that.
coming in from home guard for Ferenalor. He's trying to get in, but the Baron dies just as he lands. Curb's still here with him, but he's trying to disengage. Barrow hits 3 people, but Makati spell shields it, and he's got the speed boost to close in. Of course, Blade of their own king is not quite off cooldown yet, but he's going to keep chasing Ferenalor. Full mana on him, though. This is risky. Catty's got Libic and Makler in, so there's the body slam back for the slow. Does try and dodge away from it, but there's a quick speed boost again. He's still going to stay in range, and the Blade of the Ring King comes up any second. There it is, he uses it. The move speed has been stolen, the health has been stolen. This spear will definitely land. Ferenalor wants a body slam away. Can he get there in time? He does. Makler fires over the wall, misses anyway. Ferenalor is on the run. And is he going to make it? Makati still chasing. His ult's going to be up in about 20 seconds. But Ferenalor is out and safe, and they're going to rotate round towards bottom lane where Metalex, J-Ree and Aranea are horribly exposed.
Nice stun card from J-Ree, just cancel that aggression. Gragas, I mean, some people might question him going in trying to steal that Baron, but MYM just wasted so much time trying to chase him. They just got a Baron buff. They want to be pressuring towers with this. Their lanes aren't really pushing yet. You know, they wasted a good chunk of time chasing that Gragas, and he bought Alternate a breather.
Yeah, the rest of his team farmed up, shopped up, didn't have to worry too much. They did lose a second Baron though, and they are now down by 8 or 10,000 gold, almost. About 9.2 if we're going to be specific. Dragon respawns, and that will make it 10,000 because Libic is on his way straight over there. Will undoubtedly engage that and start it as Makati comes to join him. Alternate not looking like they really want to contest it. It's not worth losing the game over one quick Dragon fight. They are still grouped, still trying to farm up mid, trying to get a little bit of gold on Twisted Fate, but it looks like up to 36 CS.
Yeah, while they have bought a breather, here's the problem. MYM, all their ults are back up again. They have the Shen ult, they have the Nocturne ult. They've shown they know how to use that combination to deadly effect. And Alternate, I'm really worried for them right now. How can they really bring this out?
There is a Bloodthirster now on Jace. Before he builds his Blade of the Ring King complete, but he's got a dagger to undoubtedly go in and complete that next time he bases. And there was that Drake. So there is that 10,000 gold lead for Meet Your Makers. Second Aegis to Legion complete now up on Zyra. Don't know if she's going to take it all the way to Bulwark. I don't really think she needs it. The back line of damage for Alternate is not exactly there. They cannot get to Makler particularly well. But Ferenalor is outputting quite a bit if he lands a good explosive cask.
This tower's gone. There's not much they can do about that. Singed is backing because they want to focus on this bot tower. Oh, I think Shen stopped the Singed back. So there's a good window of opportunity here for MYM. If Shen ults the Nocturne just goes in. Singed is not going to be there in time.
Yeah, Kerp is recoiling. He wants to try and help out his team. He's going to home guard once he lands. Cubon not willing to stop that TP. He's just going to face tank this tower down and get that kill. Here comes Singed. Not willing to go straight for the engage then. And we're holding on to this. They're going to lose or kill that tier 2 turret top. There we go. All the turrets outside of Alternate space are now down. And a game where they started off with the turret lead in a 3-1 situation, they're now down 7-4. Makati rotating around towards top, so now both globals are up here, and they will be able to go and join that bottom lane in a matter of seconds when they're ready for it. But Aranea taking a lot of poke and a Blade of their own King. J-Ree the same. They've already forced Metalex back to the fountain to heal. Curb's gone to try and deal with top lane, but it's no good. Turret will fall. Inhibitor is exposed, and they're going to start to work on that very shortly. Mid turret is, of course, mid inhibitor, of course, down still. Blade of their own King gets Cuban out to safety. Makla takes a bit of poke, but he does get the turret all the same.
Gragas went top then. They're trying to put pressure on the Shen Nocturne, but just there's pressure from everywhere.
Yeah, J-Ree has to go. He cannot stay there. That poke from Charu does a lot of damage to him, and Alternate are being dismantled from the inside out. MYM take down one inhibitor bottom. Now going to have to rotate around and help the guys in the top lane. Curb heal for Eleanor, taken very low, but Makati and Cuban doing so much extra damage. They managed to kill him straight up, despite being an even 2v2. And J-Ree gets nuked down in a second. That's got to be game. There's no one left up to try and defend this alternate base now, and those that were here are incredibly squishy. The Libic goes in. There's the ult comes out from Makati, going to get onto Metalex. He is destroyed, and Libic doesn't care that he's face taking the turret. Shen comes out to try and save him. Curb comes in with a home guard. Turret dies anyway. There's an ult from Makla. It does catch Curb out on the edge of the fountain. Can they kill him before he heals? Yes, they do. Charu flashes for safety. Nexus is exposed, and Meet Your Makers take game number 1 in this best-of-3 grand final for our summer promotion qualifier.
They are looking so strong in these games right now. The only ult Zyra missed was at the end when she flashed past the Nexus towers. That says everything, all you need to know about that Zyra play. The Zyra and Jace, so really surprising synergy. You know, when the root lands, Jace smacks for so much damage. And then you have the other synergy between Nocturne and Shen. I think we're going to see Alternate do some target bans on this comp, because wow, that was just so strong.
I'm waiting for Alternate's thought process here. It's not going to be, crazy stuff didn't work. Let's go back to what we know. You're going to see some more familiar faces, I suspect, in this game. Maybe we'll see the Twisted Fate again, but I suspect it'll be on Forerunner Lord this time around.
That's true. I mean, when they do pick Twisted Fate, there's the added bonus, the MYM. They don't know where it's going to go, but I don't think bot lane was what lost them that game. Just great team composition from MYM. Beautiful initiations, and Alternate, they're going to want to disrupt, but that with bans, I think. Probably Shen, maybe Nocturne, maybe even the Jace. Jace was a big factor with the Zyra. You know, with that Shen and Nocturne, that's great, but do you really have the damage to back it up?
So we've seen Charu play Jace in that mid lane quite a bit at the moment. It's a fairly common thing to see him do. So I think Forellenord's going to feel confident with that.
Right.
So next game, back to what they know, back to comfort. Don't think we'll see any crazy lane swaps unless MYM initiated. Right. And we'll see Forellenord back on the champion he's more comfortable with in that mid lane, straight up against Charu, whether or not he plays that Jace.
Right. I think we're going to see the same bans from MYM. They love banning Diana, Orianna, and Vi against Alternate. That's probably going to still by the same, which means Forellenord might have to change it up a bit. Are they going to do the 1v2 again? That's the big question with the Gragas. He did a great job. Forellenord played that lane perfectly. He was able to put pressure on the 2v1 lane after, you know, they used Ignite level 1. As soon as he got to the lane, they tried to pressure Gragas, they tried to scare him away from the lane. He said no, he started body slamming into them, taking their health really down. He played that really well. But these Nocturne Shen initiates once they were ahead with these Blade of their own Kings. Caitlyn could not be a factor in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. We will find out exactly what they do pick after this very short commercial break. When we do come back, we'll be straight into game number 2 between Meet Your Makers and Alternate. are about to start our second game in this Amateur Challenge Grand Final between Meteor Makers and Alternate. Meteor Makers took that game in quite convincing fashion towards the end of the game. Of course, it was very even to start with, but they got into a rhythm of things. They started to pick up team fights, and from that point onwards, Alternate were just picked apart.
They were playing the champions they love, and they played them great. They really like that Zyra pick. Their trademark used to be MF Zyra. They've switched that MF out for this tournament. It used to be a factor, you know, if they got MF, they won the game. If they didn't get MF, they lost the game. But this time, you know, but whenever they got MF, like 80% of the time, they also picked Zyra. So they've switched it up. They've gone for something like Virus now. They really, the Shen Nocturne coordination was brilliant. The Zyra Jace was brilliant. I think we're going to see some target bans from Alternate, but MYM, I'm expecting the same bans. The question is someone going to get a Thresh? Because that has proved a big factor between these teams, especially last week in the EU Solo Mid Invitational, where MYM went 4-2 against Alternate.
I was going to say, Alternate banned it last time while on blue side.
Right.
Now, MYM are over on that side. They've got first pick. We'll see if their bans do not include Thresh at the moment, Vi, Oriana, and Diana. So we'll see if they pick up that Thresh on their first pick as things get underway. But it's all about to change a little bit. I do not expect to see a Twisted Fate support again from Alternate. That didn't really make the impact I think they wanted it to. And Champion Select has begun, so we'll get that up in just a moment. But the first few bans are coming out very quickly, and MYM have stuck to their guns.
Thresh is open. I'd be really surprised if MYM don't pick Thresh here.
Libic has played, as you said before, a very strong Zyra, and you said the win percentages with MF, Zyra, this, that, and the other, but after seeing that last game, honestly, I don't feel MF had too much to do with it. That seemed to all be Zyra. Libic Zyra is incredible.
Right, but the MF Zyra ult synergized really nicely. First pick, Twisted Fate, very interesting. First pick, Elise from Alternate. MYM really like the Elise. Alternate picking up Thresh and Elise. I'd say that's a big win for Alternate.
I'm very surprised Alternate managed to get that in that first round of picks. MYM really valuing that Twisted Fate over it. I mean, Charu can play very, very well. Lord is known to play very, very well. It is a highly contested pick between these two mid laners, but more important than Thresh?
Well, I guess they're fine with the Zyra. They're like, Zyra landed some great routes. He's in form. We can beat Thresh. The crowd, they want Teemo. J-Ree, he said they're doing special stuff. I'm not quite sure we're going to see the Yordle, but
I'm expecting Autumn to go back to what we saw them do in the previous games. Yes, in what they did in the semi-final against Mistral. They had a bit of a shaky third game. I said they lost the middle one. They went 1-1. They had to go back to what they knew in the third game, and even that was no easy feat. So now that they're one behind, they got to go back to what they know. Play safe, play steady. Maybe we'll get some more crazy stuff in the third and final game should they get there, but they have to get there first.
Right, Lord on Katarina, it's probably his third favorite champion after the two that MYM have already banned. We saw it yesterday. I said it was okay. He started cleaning up. He obviously knows how to play a great Katarina, but there was just such a hard. They didn't have a front line for it to go in. This time they probably will. You know, they'll have a different thing. Arinea plays a great Elise. We have a Taric coming out from MYM.
Really like that Thresh Graves combo. It's very aggressive, powerful burst lane should that hook land. There's Teemo Holiday from J-Ree playing for the crowd. Do you want to talk about Maokai? It's been a long time since we've seen a Maokai team win. We've had a couple of players comment on that after yesterday's games, but MYM made it work then.
They made it work, but then they had the Thresh, you know. It's a great initiation. Maokai, he has to go so deep. He has a lot of CC, and they're looking at the karma.
They're doing it. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about that last pick until it's locked. But there's still a pretty strong initiation here with Maokai and Twisted Fate. You've got to be a pretty aggressive teleport if you're going to do it. Maybe Messiah style, wait for that Zhonya's before he even goes near it. But you can still get Maokai following up that gold cup.
Right. I mean, that's the thing here. They still have a lot of hard CC. Either Taric flash stuns, TF flash stuns, Shen flash taunts. Everything can lock one person in a spot for an awful long time. Yeah,
and credit to Alternate, none of those people are particularly squishy. They're not going to be that person that gets locked down and destroyed. But Lord is on Katarina. The key to stopping Katarina, as everyone knows, is crowd control. If she can be allowed to do what she wants, just shrimp around the fight, land Sinister Steals, land that Death Lotus in the perfect place, she will clean up and she will get resets and quadras and pentas. But with that much single target CC on MYM, that's a very, very confident pick from Lord.
Right, but at the same time, the key stat from last week in the EU Invitational is every time Alternate got Thresh, they won.
Thresh is a very powerful champion. We did, again, see that yesterday during the previous games, and that's why we're so surprised to see it here. The fact that he got through bans, he is a very, very influential champion. It's not a question of how well JV can pull it off.
What surprises me, actually, is the complete lack of Kayle in these games. No one's banning them. NYM love Kayle. They love to play Kayle, especially when they're very reliant on their AD carry. This pick shows they're stoked, they're fired up, they want to go aggressive. They want to start making some serious plays early.
First thing I saw Shusei doing this morning was having breakfast, so...
By the way, I just want to say these crowd they came back today with great signs. You know,
the crowd were here before I was here this morning. We got here and there was a good 300-400 people already queuing up outside, and there's now a good couple of thousand in here again, and we haven't even hit LCS games yet. So this is incredible. Thank you, French people. You are awesome.
Yeah, after the games yesterday, I spent some time in the crowd. They just love to be here. They don't actually. You know, they're screaming for every team, no matter who, especially the underdogs yesterday. Sadly, TCM didn't make it through, but this crowd have been excited. And here we are, the game has started.
Yeah, John Makers versus Alternate. There it is on your screens. This is the second game in this best-of-3 final. Both teams now playing for that first place $20,000 prize and, of course, seeding in the summer promotion qualifier. That's not going to be for a couple of weeks yet. We still got to get another qualifier in, and we got to finish the first half of this LCS before we know who these guys will even be playing. But the earlier you can qualify, the better seeding you can get to start with, the better practice you can now put in for these next few weeks.
Right, I hear there'll be more qualifiers probably next month. Stay tuned to Riot for more details on that. But whatever happens, it's going to be an absolutely stacked tournament. So the seeding here, very important. 2 very nice defensive wards for both teams, level 1.
Yeah, we do see a little bit more group this time as to what we saw in the first game. They were very spread out, just guarding all the entrances before. Now, all in more or less one spot. NYM down here by their red buff, sitting in this bush, waiting, watching that ramp. Alternate on the other side, watching that blue buff. Normally, we'd start seeing the bottom lane here, basing perhaps heading towards their lane, getting ready for it. Staying, however, might suggest they're going to go towards top if this happens. They are keeping all 5 players here. Freeland, of course, got that TP. He could stay up in and then teleport down to the bottom lane later on. But there is a ward at this blue buff, so whatever they are going to do when they go in there, they're going to get spotted.
Right, but I mean, just the chance of that first blood, you want your team to be as a group. You don't want to be walking through any sort of jungle when you haven't seen anyone on any wards. And Alternate are about to show up on a ward. They pinked it, very nice job, so they're going to look to take this blue probably.
Cubon's making his way up there. They do kill that ward just to mess with their heads. Metalix and J-Re start recalling. Now they've spotted Cubon. He can see Kerp, he can see Ferelnord, that's it. Do go around there with just that. And doesn't quite land. But they dip on their ward as well, so nicely done. Flash taunt comes out from Cubon. He catches 3 people. Immediate flash away from Ferelnord, but Makati's following him using that twisted advance. Massive engage in the river. Kerp's going down very low. Kerp first blood, picked up by a Shen. Now the stun's out onto J-Re. Gold card was there. He flashes away as soon as he can, but the ignite's already ticking. Alternate going very low. Another twisted advance and taunt. Cleanse doesn't matter. Metalex is dropped. NYM had an incredible start. Libic's going to get dragged in towards the tower, but it just puts him in stun range. He gets onto J-Re, tanks 2 turret shots, and there's 3 kills for NYM in 2.5 minutes.
I tell you what, that Shen flash took some real confidence to go in. NYM played that beautifully. They have so much hard CC level 1. They knew going in, we can win this. They've got to start backing off at some point, and that's when we're going to pick up the kills.
Aranea has no help on his red buff, and he's struggling. He's going very, very low with that one. And of course, forced to use his smite a little bit earlier than planned. But here's the nice teleport from Ferelnord. Of course, that ward was in there. Going to get onto Makati, but Charu's close by. Red card instead of gold, but Ferelnord's already taking a lot of damage, and he's only level 1. Cubon's coming here, and he's level 2. More cards going up. Makati following on to Ferelnord. He wants to be in on this kill. He needs a bit of experience for it, but the health potion is ticking. Charu comes around to try and cut him off. Twisted advance does land. Cubon comes out. Taunt's not going to land, but it doesn't matter. Makati picks up the kill, and Ferelnord just made it 4 kills in NYM's favor.
What a cool twist of fate right there for Katarina. You know, Maokai, he's not supposed to start W level 1. He's supposed to start Sapling or Q. And just because they had that massive fight, he caught Katarina.
Aranea, this is risky. Spider on Spider. He does get to leap over the wall onto Makati, does get the execute, the stun goes down, but Makati's got himself the blue buff, the twisted advance goes out, he's level 2 this time, he's trying to help do as much damage as he can while Charu comes in. He knew he was going to die to that, gives the double buff up, Cubon coming down from top lane with Kerp in tow. Charo's decided he's not going to chase down from mid lane. Cubon is in a horrible position right now. He's got 2 on him. Doesn't get the taunt onto Aranea. Trying to do what damage he can. Aranea going very, very low. Charo's chasing in. Of course, has no TP. He's nowhere near 6 yet, but they forced the flash out of that spider.
Just all this aggression from Alternate is because they pink warded that bush, and wow, huge aggression bot lane.
So low, lots of damage coming down. Libic unfortunately doesn't have the auto attacks he needed. With a quick slow, J-Real will survive it. Well, that's the power of hitting level 2 early on in their bottom, and that's why you push it so aggressively now. And look at the zone coming out from MYM. J-Real will fire that hook out, can't quite land it. Libic just coolly walking towards him, plants a pink ward. Needs to kill that if he can. They need control of this bush if they want to continue zoning. Stun goes down onto J-Real. Makler comes forward. Peacemaker goes out. Shatter's already been used. Libic gets dragged in towards the tower. Metalex is auto attacking the entire time though. Makler takes quite a bit of damage. They back off. Very even trade.
Right, MYM, they've played a lot of the Thresh. They know how he works. The moment J-Real is missing a hook, MYM are going straight in. And I think someone's going to make some mistakes in the spot lane and we're going to see a kill.
Anyway, Casse level 2 finally starting his rip up. Aranea is also only just hit level 3 after doing that wolf camp. So these junglers are so far behind. You normally level 3 at 3 minutes and you're ganking top or mid lane. That's how far behind these junglers are. It is 5 minutes. They haven't properly been able to gank any lanes yet, and they've only just hit level 3.
Right, another key thing is Maokai never cleared his blue buff, and it's 5 minutes into the game. So that's going to be respawning very late, which has a big effect on Twisted Fate, because Twisted Fate, if he has that blue buff before his TP, that's such a big difference. You know, you're shaving like so many seconds off that, and it really helps snowball the game.
Charu himself is only level 2.
Right.
To have a mid laner that's been soloing this time, only level 2, and he hasn't even died so much. He hasn't left his lane quite like Ferenolo has. The Thresh Lantern goes out. Jerry does pull him in, Aranea in. They're waiting for the stun. Can't land the hook or the stun though. Quick flashes from Libic and a 90 caliber net from Makler do ensure their safety, but nice attempt.
The pressure seems to be on to Aranea. Yesterday, he was hitting every single Elise stun. Today, we've just seen him miss 2 in kind of succession. Okay, the first one was blind, but it was a nice attempt from J-Ree. Sadly, it didn't quite pay off for them.
Yeah, we do see the zone now being set up by Alternate. They can push MYM back a little bit in this bottom lane. Mikati was trying something towards mid, but the call came from Charu. It's not going to happen. He does start the recall in that banana bush instead. How is Ferenolo doing despite having dying earlier on? He's actually 10 CS up and comfortably farming that lane. There's 4 assists on Charu though, so that's going to mount up to about 200, 300 gold in total.
Right, he spent a lot of that level 1. I mean, after he got back to lane, he went straight back to the blue buff because Katarina was pressuring the Maokai. And then Elise was pressuring the Maokai. TF went to help him. Shen went to help him. So they spent a lot of time, so they're probably behind on levels. But, I mean, it's just a significant gold lead MYM have right here. They're just playing it safe until level 6.
Ferenolo making his way down the river. He's going to walk straight past that vision ward and they're going to see it coming, but they're going to bait it out a little bit because they've got Maokai coming down the lane. There's the lantern. Makati goes in. There's a good grab onto Makler. J-Ree, though, immediately twisted, advanced is low. There's the kill. It goes onto Makati, but Ferenlo's looking for the reset. Libic is low, but he's not quite there. The Ignite ticks. Double kill for Maokai. Metalex is now on his own. MYM looking to pick up another 3 kills. This one goes to Kaylin, but it's now 7-1.
I'm questioning, okay, Graves still has Flash up, Thresh still has Ignite up. I'm questioning why they didn't use them. That just didn't go well for Alternate. They weren't expecting that Maokai at all. It completely threw them off their game, and Alternate, they're looking shaky.
Kerp going very low in the top lane, but the TP's coming out from Ferenolo, trying to clean up. Counter TP coming down from Charu. Ferenolo immediately has to back away, and there's the Shenno down onto Libic. Does save them. Ferenolo immediately backs out, so TP for TP, and this bottom tower should fall in favor of MYM.
I think that was a smart cancel by TF. The lane was being pushed in mid. They said, we don't quite need you, bot. Katarina's backed off, so she's poking them a little bit.
There's Cubon's recalling on a ward, though. They can see him. They can't cancel it. Ferenolo Lord missed his Sinister Steel. Cast that way too early.
He just had to try. I think he thought he had half a second to get it anyway. Kind of surprised MY didn't go for Dragon. I wouldn't be surprised if Alternate did, considering the amount of people they know from MYM are backing. And Shenol is down. TF just hit 6, so we might see some sort of play coming out of him.
They haven't got their jungler. He's still up at the red buff, so I'd be surprised if they go for it without him. It doesn't look like he's coming out to finish red anytime soon, and with that much health, there's no way they can Drake him.
Right, the timing's gone, but it was just more the 3 people going back bot lane, and that's kind of when you see people posturing for Dragon.
Ferenolo back to shoving that mid up. Cubon going to go and try and defend it. This time Cubon, who is so close to that Sunfire Cape again with a Giant's Belt, and chain vest complete already. Hasn't even got boots yet, but he's that far ahead. He doesn't necessarily need it at the moment. Curb doing a good job farming on that Irelia. 51 CS, 52 CS. Starting to build a Vamp setter. Probably going to see another playthrough and king out of him, as we saw from Irelia on our first game of the day. TCM Gaming versus MWM.
Yeah. Really key purchase for Caitlyn right there. She has level 2 boots and she has the Build Ward Cutlass. So when she wants to chase, she is going to be able to, she's going to be so much faster than Graves, and especially faster than Thresh, who, I mean, support generally don't buy boots, but Caitlyn's just so fast, and with that slow, sorry, it's a movement speed steal, I think we're going to see more plays on bot lane, especially with this Twisted Fate, who hasn't quite used his ultimate yet.
Yeah, he has just about hit 6. We do see Ko coming down from top. Frednor puts a bit of pressure onto Charu, just clears the wave, comes up. Aranea is now here as well, but they've both walked straight across a ward, so MYM should be cool and safe. Charu comfortably just farming wave by wave. Alternate coming in towards this blue buff because they're looking for his respawn, but it was not cleared for a long time, so I'm not sure if that ward will actually catch it or not.
I think we still have, it's definitely going to come up in the time of that ward. I think it was about 6.5 minutes by the time it died. Nice pink ward in this bush, so Aranea knows that Shen doesn't know that he's there.
Kobe gets a little bit of damage down, trying to bait Cube on forward. Has used his true damage though, so this kill won't be so effective unless they let that come back up. But he's going to pop his ult out, gets a stun down onto Cubon. Now the ignite ticking, Aranea comes out, misses the stun. Beautiful play by Cubon, saves his life. Stun, in fact, not missed by Libic. He goes down to J-Ree. Twisted Advance comes around from behind the tower. Makati went so deep thanks to Pink Wards. And it's another kill for Maokai. He's 4-1.
The reason they didn't go too deep on that top lane is they know Twisted Fate has his ult. He did start to wander top because it looked like they might dive. That's the reason they didn't go too deep, and they couldn't pick up the kill. They can't dive when Twisted Fate has ult. And a dragon attempt from MYM.
I don't even want to call it a dragon attempt, it's a dragon kill. They got this in the bag. Aranea still on the top side of the mid lane. He's been pinged, they know which way he's coming. They're going to get this down very, very quickly. Makati is tanking this. He's actually going to come in close, but he does dance around. And it will go to MYM. So they get themselves another 1,000 gold from that. And at 11 minutes, they have a 5,000 gold lead. Just a Fate TP. Where's he going to go? Is he going to go? He is. He's going to go for Renelor. Can he get the gold card? No. Good jump over the last second. And a nice cocoon coming out from Aranea. It's weird saying Aranea when he's on the spider, because it means spider.
Right. Honestly, I think there was a missed opportunity from Alternate then. They knew MYM was doing dragon, and Katarina chose to push mid lane. What they could have done is taken the blue. They have it warded. They knew 3 guys were at bot and Twisted Fate had just backed. So I'm surprised they didn't go for that blue buff. It just shows how defensive they're feeling right now, that they don't think they can take these plays home.
They're going for it now. As they saw Aranea come around that ward, they immediately place a ping and realize, it is in here. Let it reset, back away a little bit. Charu gonna go and recall. Pink ward on top of pink ward. Immediately gonna get killed again. There we go. Aranea still looking for something towards this blue. Can't quite pull it out of the bag though, and will ultimately have to give it up, realizing you cannot take that away. But Metalex and J-Ree have come up towards this mid lane to support Ferrello and Aranea in what seems to be a big push for this mid turret, and it might just work.
Yeah, lots of
Libic gets the Shenno. He's going to go in very aggressive. Stun down onto Metalex, gets the dash out the last second before the taunt comes through, but the turret has been saved.
Yeah, so that could have gone so wrong for Alternate. I mean, MYM was just converging on that position with rapid speed. Caitlyn was happy pushing bot, but Alternate a little bit lucky that Centaur missed. They're paying attention. They reaction times were good. They got out in time, and it really is going on to Shen in the top lane.
Cubon had just planted another ward. He's now baiting Kurt around a little bit because Libic's coming around behind. The ignite's out from both of them. Cubon going down pretty low. Gets the taunt out just as Libic rounds the corner, but Kurt's on the run. Doesn't have that Blade of the Ring King yet. Flash, stun, flash over the wall with a follow-up flash from Charu. Will secure the kill.
Very risky play by there from Kurt. He didn't have any ward coverage when he was going that deep, and his team were nowhere to be found. You have to question it when you go that deep on a Sunfire Cape Shen. It takes you long enough that people are going to start arriving, and that's exactly what happened. He did force a few flashes, so kind of works out for him, but this is a 9-1 kill lead, and that cannot be ignored.
This time Charu's doing his blue without any pesky spiders getting in his way. And we'll grab that nice and safe. Aranea in that top lane, trying to hold off this Shen split push. J-Ree, Metalex on their own now in the bottom lane, should start to push that up quite comfortably as Makler grabs himself a red buff. Ooh, long range sword from Cubon doesn't quite land, but Libic's round here again. He's got the stun, but so does this TP Charu. He's got a gold card. Flash away as soon as Aranea lands. Should see him safe. It was a nice attempt from MYM. They're getting very aggressive.
The mobility on home guard TF that has teleport is frankly scary as hell. He TP'd in. They were so close. They considered it, but then they're like, we don't actually see other people on the map, so maybe we shouldn't go for this. Good call from them. They know they're ahead. They are so far ahead in this game. Twisted Fate has ult. I'm expecting to see just plays from this composition, and that's why they picked this TF Shen. You know, Kayle, better lane bully, but you can tell they're so confident with this TF, just making plays left and right.
Yeah, Makler back to farm in the bottom lane, 76 yes to 105, and of course there's those 2 kills and 5 assists on Caitlyn. Makler very rich there, you see, 5,200 gold to 3,300, and most of that gold for Graves is unspent right now. 1,600 gold just sitting in his inventory, doing nothing, so basically worthless. There's no point just holding the gold. You need it in item form before it's going to make an impact.
Right, but there's no major objectives up. Okay, MYM is shoving the tower in, but Graves, he wants, you know, at least 3 waves bot. He needs to get his farm up in order to still be a factor in this game. So he's sitting on that gold for a while, but if Dragon isn't up, I don't see it too much of a problem that he was banking it a little bit.
There we go, bought that Bloodthirster? No, he's building a Bloodthirster. He's bought a BF sword first.
Right.
Because, of course, on Graves, he's more of an AD caster than he's an auto attacker.
Right.
Arguably, Bloodthirster much more valuable than a Blade of the Ruined King in most situations. That high AD, the biggest AD in the game on a single item, once it's fully stacked, will improve his burst, his buckshot, his collateral damage. That combo will hurt a whole lot more than if he's wearing that Blade of the Ruined King.
Right, there was a time when you could probably get away with Blade of the Ruined King on Graves, and TF ult is going out.
It is, he's going towards bottom lane. Metalex gets stunned up, immediately cleanses, but he gets another stun in from Libic. Teleport comes down from Ferenlord, he's looking for something. Libic's so low, does get the reset. Ferenlord with 1 kill, goes in onto Makler this time, but the Shenol's there to stop this reset, and Ferenlord has to leave. They would get that Caitlyn ult out, but wow, beautiful nano cannon, but net. Aranea caught as soon as he lands, dodges the cocoon again. Can he dodge the spider? He's on the run, no, but it doesn't do enough damage anyway. Makler, skin of his teeth, beautifully played.
Beautiful play from Caitlyn, also beautiful play from Twisted Fate. If he had attacked, moved that gold card, it probably would have hit a spider from Elise and wouldn't have stunned Elise. But that was crucial. He was patient, he waited. Maokai was top lane. Honestly, they shouldn't have won that fight. You know, Shen, he ulted, but he never actually followed through with the ult. And it was a good turnaround from ATN. They were kind of lucky to get the kill on Taric. Taric went way too deep on that. Ferenlord getting the reset starts to be really, really scary. But MYM played that so well. Caitlyn, what a boss.
Yeah, very nicely done. Beautifully timed. Nice try on that repel from Aranea, but he's not quite making the same impact he was in his semi-final games with this spider. No fault of his own, however. The whole team is behind. Ooh, not quite landing that cocoon. There is a pink ward in that bush in the side of MYM, and they do want to use it to kill that alternate ward. Drake is about to spawn in 2 seconds, and alternate know it this time around. They're there. They pink warded it. 2 second ward go down from Libic, but all members of every team are close by it. Here we see MYM conversion in there in a much more group position. The alternate are split. Drake falls down, however. McCarthy with the smite steal. Jerry drops the box down, but McCarthy is tanking 4 members of alternate here now. Ferenlord's off the backside trying to 1v1. Some of McCarthy going so low. He will drop down, but not before Ferenlord does. Oh, and Jerry, next one to fall. He's the second casualty of the game. Kerp trying to pick up a return kill. 2 for 2 so far. Kerp stands on a trap on his way out. He will fall to Shen. Double kill for Shen. Makler looking to try and clean up, but Metalex and Aranea are out and safe. They may, however, lose this mid turret.
Beautiful smite steal from Maokai, big props to him, but also Taric did a great job at the start of that fight. He got in between Katarina and the rest of the team. Katarina had to walk back from mid lane, walk around that hill and try and get back to Dragon, and he was eventually 3v1. You can't get resets in that position. He really has to be with his team, and that was all just Taric zoning before the fight started. But again, great steal from Maokai, and just the psychological effect that has to be taking on Aranea is really hurting right now.
Yeah, I think the psychological effect of being this far behind is part of the reason that it went off in the first place. We do have Makati, of course, level 9, Aranea the same, so it's nothing different in their smite damage. It is purely the fact that Makati outplayed Aranea in that situation, so well done to him.
Well, at the same time, there was luck. There was a lot of people hitting that Dragon. He's just got to take a chance, and Maokai knew that if he went in, the team followed up, so even if he missed the flight, it wasn't, I mean, even if he missed the smite, it wasn't end of the day. I mean, you can't fault too much for that when so much damage is going on the Baron, on the Dragon. At some point, it just becomes luck. But still, it was a great smite from Maokai. Just a fatal going out.
He is. Where's he going? Mackler has been initiated on by Alternate. There he is, going toward the mid lane. Stun from Tarek, stun from Gold Card. Pharrell Lord nuked. Bye-bye.
This is what I was talking about in Champions Select. Okay, the Lantern was there, and some teams have the strategy, okay, you stand on the Lantern, but there's just so many stuns, traps, Maokai knocks, Twisted Fate stun, and the Tarek stun, that he just didn't have time to hit that Lantern, and MYM, they're going to use this to pressure the mid lane.
And they do come around to defend it quite nicely. MYM have to back away because of it, but they are picking up a blue buff on their AP mid, Twisted Fate. Cubon, of course, split pushing that top lane, as Shen does so well. We do see Repel come up from around here. Go straight back down on the creeps, though. 4-0-3 Shen, Bilgewater Cutlass on the way. We see him with the Blade of the Ruin King last game.
Tarek is. He's in the jungle, like, just walking around happily.
He knows he's safe because he's got that Oracles, and that ward's actually missed the bush.
It's going to die.
But it's on the right side. The Alternate still gets some good vision of it anyway. They are going to try and take away this rip buff. McCarthy dodging that, catching that stun to stop vision, but Cubon gets dragged in. Box goes out. Cubon's going down very low, but Alternate R2. Mackler doing a lot of damage straight up. Auto attacks. Cubon's going to survive. J-Ree won't. Alternate on the run. Metalix forced to cleanse that Tarek stun. Gold card on Charu. Needs to get him ready to use it on someone. Can't pick a target. Waiting for one person. Metalix on the side of the wall. Flash card. There's the kill. Metalix is dropped. And it's 15-4. MYM still have a lot of players out on the map. Shen is alive based, and he still has ultimate, so he can come and rejoin them if there's a re-engage from Alternate, but I don't expect to see one.
So many kills from MYM have been on the chase. The moment Alternate think, okay guys, we've done enough, this situation doesn't look good, we need to back out. But there's just so much hard CC on MYM's team that they thrive in those situations. Shen went a bit too deep without his team. Maybe if Alternate were a bit further ahead, they probably could have killed Shen and come up ahead in that fight. And a nice top mid lane with a TFO.
Yeah, he's going to come in onto Kurt, waiting. There's the gold card, 9 CP. There's a wild card. They do so much damage. Just trying to auto attack. Charu is going very low. He needs to try and dodge the damage. Kills him before that last auto attack comes through. But for Renelot here, he's looking for something. Flashes forward. There's one dagger. Is not enough. He thought it was. He backed away. He can't pick up the kill now. He's too far out. Deathload is down onto Cubon, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Bilgewater Cutlass has been used by Shen, so it's on cooldown. Doesn't need it anyway.
Just nothing is going their way right now. Katarina, he thought, he knew. Twisted Fate so low, there's no way this could happen.
Mackler's toying with RNA. That's like the 7th different cocoon he's dodged just by walking sideways. McCarthy did take that Shen out just in case they engage one through. Hook comes out from J-Ree, doesn't land. Nicely dodged again by MYM. Yeah, so effortlessly standing aside all these skill shot stuns and disables that Alternate have.
It was a great disengage from J-Ree though. The Shen ult was ultimately wasted, although he is in this part of the map. They're just going to... Shen's going to back actually, so they're not going to make too many plays of this. Thresh is kind of walking in dangerous ground here.
Take the blue buff, grab the soul using that lantern over the wall. Do see Charu shoving up that bottom lane with his new shiny blue buff as Kurt comes to find him. Has to back away, knows that Kurt can 1v1 him, doesn't want to risk that. Blade of the Ruin King is complete on Kurt, but as that's his only item, very, very weak right now. Shen almost has the same item, plus a Sunfire Cape. And of course he's got those Ninja Tabe up. Aegis Allegiant almost complete on Maokai as if he wasn't tanky enough already. Still 0 deaths onto Mackler on that Caitlyn. And she's got a Blade of the Ruin King and an Infinity Edge. Her damage output is through the roof.
Still 0 deaths on Aranea actually, which shows just how mobile that champion is, that they're so far behind with all this hard CC and they still haven't been able to lock her down. And Twisted Fate going in mid lane.
Yes, he does. Forces the flash over the wall from Metalex. He puts that down. Lord's going in onto Cubon, not doing too much damage. Forced the Taunt away nonetheless because he had Aranea in support.
Yeah, DFG coming out from TF, and that's why they're going to start picking up some really good kills. He's got a nice burst composition. He's got a blue pot as well. Nice choice. Maokai got a red pot earlier. They really like these big potions on MYM.
Double buff. Mackler's coming down for Kerp. Kerp's trying to get this turret. He will dash past that trap. Mackler forced to pop his barrier, but he wasted it because Kerp wasn't even attacking him when he did it. Blade of the Ruin King goes out from Kerp. Blade of the Ruin King comes out from Mackler. The red buff slows there. Will try and cast his ult, but he's in the bush, so no vision. Dashes back, tries to get the stun. Doesn't matter. Cubon, however, gets grabbed in by J-Ree. First hook to land. Medlic's doing a lot of damage. Renelot doing a lot of damage. Ult comes out from Graves, and Cubon's still running. He's still alive. Gold card on Charu, gets it on for Renelot. Cubon survives.
They just can't get a kill. They tried so hard to get that Shen kill. shield came up at the right time, nothing they could do. They're maybe looking towards the dragon now, but psychologically, Alternate have to be hurting right now. Nothing's working for them.
They are 10,000 gold down. They're looking to try and close that gap a little bit by grabbing their first dragon of the game. Tried for one before, but it was stolen away. McCarthy's actually on his way across. He's got Moby 5 boots. He might get there in time. Libic's coming down. No, Aranea does pick it up this time, but it is going to be a 3v3 engage. There's an Oracle's here on J-Reed, and there's a Oracle's on the floor now. Big crit comes out to drop him. Aranea might have his first death waiting for him right here. Peacemaker misses. Trap goes in the book. Teleport from Renlord, grabs one. McCarthy, Renlord and Metalex now looking on McCarthy, but he is so tanky. Aranea does survive, doesn't have that death yet. They've switched up to try and go onto Makla. The Shumpo comes from Renlord after he gets caught in that trap. Red buff though, it's going to try and slow them down. Curbs come to join them. They do have Cuban coming around the top side. No mana on Metalex. Cuban, what are you going to do with it? Nothing. Just wait, push the lane. Don't want to dive it. Too risky.
Twisted Fail just came up a couple of seconds too late. And oh, wow.
Oh, they do flash in. Death by Grass, stun card. McCarthy picks up the kill with the help of Makla. Kurt, Blazering King goes out to stop his movement speed. Brelin Lord is already dead. There's the gold card on TF as he goes well too deep into that turret. And he is dropped.
I think maybe he thought he bought Zonya's at that point.
Yeah, kind of regretted it. He didn't expect Aranea to come back out quite soon, I don't think. Thought it was only going to be 2. But he did have his ult up, so he should have seen him. Never mind. 21-6, and we're a long way ahead. Not going to be too worried about that. They do get a tier 2 turret after all of it anyway.
Just playing so safe on the Caitlyn. Look at this, 7-0. Really, he's never been under that much threat. And Twisted Fate, okay, he went a bit in. It's a common Twisted Fate mistake. You see someone, you see an icon there, you're like, right, I'll go in. Then you've clicked on the map and you see, oh, there's 3 people there. Maybe I shouldn't have gone that far. Nice hook from J-Wee. They pick up the shutdown on Twisted, sorry, just a kill on Twisted Fate. But he's such a driving force in this composition. MYM, they're in their comfort zone right now and they're on top of the world.
Looking like a second Bloodthirster coming out of Metalex. Smart build, he needs that survival, he needs that extra lifesteal. They still need a lot of damage, and that's going to give him both. It's not a particularly single target amount of damage here. He's got a lot of physical damage from Makla, a lot of magic damage coming from Charu, so you cannot itemize for one of those without getting killed by the other one way too quickly in their current setup, so just get more lifesteal.
Right, but I mean, his setup here, he just wants his QR to do as much damage as possible. He's not too worried about attack speed. He does have the steroid that admittedly has been nerfed since we saw Graves a lot in competitive play, but still he's focusing on
Charu TP'd onto a ward, finds Metalex, but curbs it too, immediately regrets it, backs away. Gets destroyed by the pair of them. Hook goes out. Oh, it does land on the McCarthy. He's going to get grabbed back in. Ferenlord Lord gets his ult cancelled though. Nice knockback from McCarthy. He's so far surviving. He's got his ult down to block the damage. Stun goes down onto Aranea. McCarthy's still alive. Aranea is trying for it, but he gets his first death into trouble. There goes Ferenlord Lord. Dropped down by Makla's auto attack. Here comes Metalex back in, but he hasn't got his ult. Cubon gets a good taunt onto Kurt. Is it going to be clean up? McCarthy comes back in for a quadra kill. Metalex, are you going to be a good guy? Are you going to keep running? Makla's going for it. He's got a long time, but he's nowhere near fast enough, and it's only going to be a quadra.
Graves says not today, and Alternate, they picked up a kill top. They hooked Maokai mid. I think for a second they just forgot how far behind they are, and Caitlyn's damage was insane. Once she started critting, Alternate were like, hang on, we can't do this, and Caitlyn was doing insane amount of damage. Just look, it's 11-0 on this Caitlyn.
The damage he's doing to this Baron now. 285 crit per shot. That doesn't sound like much, but considering Baron's stats, it is. 500 there if she gets a headshot crit. But once she starts getting that last whisper, it's going to do so much more. Baron has a lot more resist than any members of Alternate. Flash over the wall for the stun onto J-Ree. Follow up for the kill. Makla gets it despite being inside the Baron pit. And the Alternate immediately have to back away again.
MYM definitely in a strong situation with this Baron buff. They're going to start pushing side lanes. They're going to send Shen or TF to that side lane, and then they're going to put massive pressure on these inhib turrets. Nice stun coming out from Aranea. Aurelia not quite close enough to pick on it.
He'll give it a go. Blade of the Ring King comes out, but he's not going to go any further because he knows who's in that mid lane. Charu's squishy now, though.
Yeah. Shen does have ult, though, so they're pretty safe right now. And Elise and Aurelia are split off. They're going to converge.
MYM bearing down on this Alternate front door. They know they are inches away from getting that first place. They do get the stun onto Kerp, and he's nuked. Charu takes that Shen ult before trouble. Actually taunts into the hook. J-Ree drags him further through. Charu very low. Will he get dropped? Not before he can get the kill onto J-Ree, but now Ferenlord gets the kill. immediately loses his life for his trouble though. Cubon picks that one up. Arena's around the backside trying to land another stun. Metalex in there trying to defend as best he can, but he's ultimately just running back to the fountain to heal. The inhibitor is ruined. It's not getting out of that. Down it goes.
Once the TF stun card goes on that Aurelia, she's dead. I mean, she's got a Blade of the Ruin King, a Phage, and Berserker Greaves. She cannot take any sort of free damage from this massive Caitlyn we are seeing right here. ATN, they got to be struggling right now. MYM on top of the world.
Yeah, 36,000 gold to 50,000. This margin is huge and it's growing by the minute. MYM take away their blue buff again. They're going to base. They've got that Baron buff for a little bit longer and Dragon in 40 seconds. There is their gold. 13,000 gold on Caitlyn. No one on MYM is even over 9. Not even close to the extra 5 digits. Alternate. Oh, going to lose Metalex. There's the teleport comes in from Charu. Deathfire Grass goes out, but follow-up teleport from Renanlord. Metalex does drop down to Makate. Renanlord doesn't manage to grab the kill onto Charu, but Alternate are closing in. Grab will land from Jerry into Makate
nice
again. Aranea is here this time. Stun goes out towards Makler, not onto Makate, but he's getting a lot of health back in. Pops the 80 to the Legion. 3v1s them, forces them to back away when Makler shows up. That Maokai is incredibly strong.
He's so tanky, he's so tanky. I mean, no one's doing any damage to him, really. Great teleport from Renanlord. He picked up a nice, you know,
he was a bulwark
right
and a giant spell as soon as he based, as if he wasn't strong enough in that engage.
Right, but at the moment Caitlyn came along, she just started critting for insane amounts of damage, and they all had to back up. Good play though from Alternate. They had a nice hook. It's just the same. Maokai is so incredibly tanky.
1100 damage coming out from Makler. 700 every shot. No one on Alternate has that kind of armor that the Dragon has right now. They're all weaker than him, and that's the damage she was outputting on that thing.
Just quite.
She can 3 or 4 shot any player on that Alternate lineup right now.
Right, just showing the gold difference just to really bring it out. Graves is on 9,000 gold. Caitlyn is about to hit 14,000 gold. That is huge. This Caitlyn is going to start doing amazing chunks of damage. It's a matter of time before they shove it in.
Everyone bar support now on MYM over 10k.
Right.
That is all you need to see. That is enough. The items make no difference.
But Alternate, they're not giving up. They had a nice pick mid lane. Jerry's landing some great hooks. And Katarina's getting some kills. But, I mean, is it too little too late? They can still catch someone.
Renanlord coming forward, trying to stop the split push from Cubon. Does manage to clear the wave, but Cubon doesn't seem too bothered. He's just going to sit here and keep killing the next one. As he does get the taunt to Frelund. Actually, Frelund going very low here. The Sunfire burn, and the Vorpal Blade finishes him off. Hung around for way too long. They've really underestimated Shen's damage, and that's opened up top turret to that split push, and now the rest of Alternate have to defend bottom. Curve, however, going to get snared up with a twisted advance from Maokai. He's going down very quickly. Charu picks up that kill. Medlix comes across, ults for the best damage he can, but it doesn't kill creeps, doesn't kill players, and there's another twisted advance. Cleanse goes out from Metalex. There's a Deathfire Grasp and the nuke from Charu. Shen ult comes down. Cubon doesn't get the taunt to Aranea thanks to a repel, but he comes straight back down and flashes onto the fountain. Meet your makers, focusing on the Nexus charge. They don't want creeps, they don't care. Watching Alternate just sitting there watching their base get dismantled. Meet Your Makers are about to go 2-0. They are our summer qualification tournament champions. They have taken the top seed. They have taken the $20,000. They have destroyed Alternate in that second game.
I can guarantee you,
shown us
LCS teams are watching this game. They know MYM are definitely a team to watch. They've been showing such great team cohesion. These guys have been together for a year, and man, do they show it. Just their coordination together has been insane, and they have dominated Alternate here today. They must be feeling great in front of the crowd. Crowd got behind them, crowd loved them. They didn't pick the picks the crowd wanted. Maybe if they start learning Teemo, they'd find about 3,000 new fans behind us. But look at this team. So happy, so in form, and I can't wait to see them against the LCS team.
13-0-14 Caitlyn, 7-0-13 Shen. Just unstoppable, and even Aranea ended up with the death there, 1-1-3. That score, okay, yeah, it's low on the deaths considering his team he had no death for a long time, but the kills and assists kind of show why. He wasn't involved in anything, he just wasn't anywhere. And every time he showed up, of course, he was trying to jungle, trying to catch up. Every time he showed up to a fight, it was over. Everyone was already dead because that 3 kills at level 1 really set the pace for MYM, really gave him that massive advantage from the start, and Alternate never really got themselves back into it.
Right, I mean, it's a question of really what can you do? They probably worried about the level 1, but they went in, they were pretty confident. But MYM, they knew that they were gonna destroy that 1v1. They chased them away, they had the hard CC, they just kept picking people up. And after that level 1, Arene is so far on the back foot, because every lane's behind. He's got to cover everything. He's got to try and counter gank. But there's not that much he can really do. I mean, Elise, she's not that tanky. She's not building that tanky. If it goes wrong, if Maokai's also there, they can be even further behind. And that level 1 set the pace for the whole game. But wow, big smiles from MYM right now.
Yeah, rightly so. They are enjoying themselves. So, I mean, you got to feel good about that. They've been trying so hard for this. They won Singapore. They had a very strong performance at Cologne. They did very well in CeBIT as well.
Right.
They have been looking for this LCS placement for so long, and they got so close back in Warsaw. Alternate, yes, they've lost this game. They didn't get that extra money. They had lost to MYM a lot in the last week, so they're going to have to rethink that. But they still have a place in the qualifier that's coming up towards the end of next month, start of May. We'll see exactly who they're facing when the LCS teams have finished their first half of the tournament, when the other half of this qualifier is going through. Could be you guys. Play your rank 5s, get up to that challenger tier. There's still a chance for you guys to be in the next qualifier, to be on a stage much like this, and earning your spot in the qualifier.
Yeah, so no one's safe in the LCS, apart from the top 2, which is Fnatic and Gambit. So we could
they're
see...
still changing. I don't even want to say that's going to be the top 2 in the next 3-4 weeks' time. That could still go any way. Anyone
can go on a bad streak and be playing against this really informed MYM. And speaking of that, I think MVP for this has to go to Libic. That Zyra play was incredible. He hit so many clutch routes. Alternate were in good shape in the first game. It was really close up to a point, but Zyra, great ultimates, great cohesion, and that Shen Nocturne really gave the AD carry a hard time. I would hate to have been, you know, that AD carry, Metalex. They beat on him so hard, especially with 4 Blade of the Ruin Kings.
And especially even in that last game there, which seemed like a complete stomp, and he didn't need to do much as a support because everyone was already fed. He was involved in 22 of their 33 kills, involved in a third of all their kills, even though they were so far ahead from the start, and there was TPs from Twisted Fate going all over the map and Shen going all over the map. He was involved in that many of them. He's so incredibly strong, and he even built a BF sword right at the end.
So let's take a final look at our brackets and see...
Yeah, see exactly how they all go. There you go. Meet Your Makers taking down TCM Gaming. That was our first game yesterday morning. 2-0 victory for Meet Your Makers. TCM showed a lot of promise, though. Had some strong early games, good starts. They just couldn't, unfortunately, hold on to it. Didn't know what to do with the lead once they had it. That's something that comes with experience, something that comes with teamwork, something that comes with practice. So they will go home. They will have that experience. They will take that practice. They will take this stage setting, and they will work on it. And they will come back and they will try their best next time around. Then we had Mistral versus Alternate as our second game. Alternate took that first game very convincingly. It was a very one-sided scoreline, much like that second final there. But Mistral, game number 2, they didn't rest around it. They did what they needed to do. They went, all right, so we're 1 game down, but forget about that. This is 0-0. This is a clean slate. Start again and play our own game. They picked a more familiar champion set. They came up against Alternate's slightly gimmicky mid-game champ. They dug through it. They won throughout that mid-game. They stuck close. Late game, they won team fight after team fight after team fight, leveled up the series. Alternate come back to the third game, looking a bit shaky. The smiles are gone on their faces. They were in concentration zone at this point. They tried a lot harder, and they needed to. Mistral did not give up easily. That fight and that third game was still very, very close, very even up until about the 30-minute mark. Alternate got 1 or 2 team fights, managed to pick up 2 towers, a couple of dragons off it. The Baron fight snowballed through that, and unfortunately for Mistral, managed to take that victory. That put them into the final, and Meet Your Makers completely outclassed MYM in Alternate in almost both of those games. Yeah, the most impressive thing for me was how good they were against that Thresh. We saw how dominant Thresh was against TCM. It really was the nail in the coffin. Some brilliant hooks, really forced their hand, and just kept picking up the kills on the result of that. But Meet Your Makers, they said, all right, we'll let you have Thresh. Last week, Thresh won alternate games against MYM, but they went back, they thought about it, they've changed a lot. They don't pick MF every time anymore, and they knew that they could expect a Thresh. They prepared well from it, and it definitely paid off. I think, you know, just dealing with the Thresh is so impressive. The thing with the Thresh in this game was that every time he hooked someone, they were so far behind, they just died anyway. Like, they couldn't hook a target and kill them. They hooked a target, pulled them in, either died to that target in a couple of situations, or that target stayed alive for so long, he had team support show up, and they killed them all instead. So Thresh still had an impact. He still tried to make those plays, but from those first, 3 kills level 1, and then the 4th kill from Friendlord's crazy teleport in to try and steal that blue, really stopped Ultimate's chances.
That's kind of just the hooks coming a bit too late in the game for them to really make some plays off it. You know, you need the damage behind the hooks or some sort of hard CC. Katarina doesn't have hard CC and she doesn't have high burst damage. I mean, she does later if she's fat, but it really was their burst damage, never really with the Thresh to capitalize on the hooks. Yes, we got hooks later on Shen's and Maokai's, and by that time, as you said, they were too tanky for them really to do anything about it. But you know, overall, Alternate, they definitely stuck to their guns. They never gave up. They did some great turnarounds. Twisted Fate went a bit too far sometimes, but I mean, they have to be happy. They're in this qualifier. Let's not take that away from them. But I think they're gonna think about their champion pool. Maybe not support TF. It was interesting, but maybe mid laners. I mean, if you can ban out Freljord like this? I think other teams are going to start doing that against Alternate as well, because it seems to prove effective.
That seems to be a strategy a lot of teams have been using just in general against Friendlord now. It's like they know what his champions are, everyone knows what he can play, the style he can play. Take those away, and the rest of the team can't quite follow up. That's what they build themselves around. That's how they try and do it. Trying to mix in this Katarina is a little bit different, but when you've got that much CC from MYM, and when you don't get low enough for him to gale these resets, it's really not effective. And even yesterday against Mistral, he picked up that quadra kill in that middle game. And they still shut him down, and he couldn't really make any kind of impact from that point on. He was 1-4 when it started, 5-4 after the quadra kill, and didn't pick up many more kills afterwards.
Right, so we're seeing Katarina, we're seeing good Katarina play, but we're not seeing the right compositions to back it up. When we had Katarina yesterday, there was no front line. The tankiest person on the team was the support. Gangplank top, he went Trinity Force and Static Shiv. And everyone was sat at the back. You know, they had a Vi who went Spirit of the Elder Lizard first item. So when Vi eventually went in, she got bursted. Pro teams can focus squishy people. That's what they do. It's why certain champions just don't work. And so Katarina compositions, this wasn't really one of them again. She's great cleanup, but she needs protection. And you have to bear in mind, she has no CC and she can get CC'd. The amount of CC on MYM, Maokai, TF, Shen, and Taric can stop the Katarina ult. You know, Freljord, he's a great player, but there's just so much you can do with the champion and the toolkit you're given that they really shut him down today.
I mean, a couple of occasions we saw JV grab Makati in, saw him grab that Maokai in. Freljord leaps in, Shrimpo throws out a dagger, Sinister Steel, starts his ultimate. Makati's like, all right, there it is. Punch on the floor, stop. Damage, gone. And suddenly Freljord got nothing, and Makati just stood there and kept auto-attacking him and kept punching him in the face, and it did more damage than Freljord was doing to the tree. And in the end, they had to turn around and run away when Makler showed up.
Right, you're hearing the crowd behind us. They've been great throughout the whole series.
There was a Teemo sign. I don't know if you spotted it.
I didn't spot the Teemo sign. Sadly, Alternate Special Strats did not delve into the Teemo region. Maybe this crowd will get their Teemo in the LCS matches. Don't forget to stick around for that. They will be great later. There's 7 of them coming up.
Yeah, we have 7 LCS matches with Joe Miller, Jat, and Jason was here. He's vanished, but they're just hiding off camera, ready for getting their games this afternoon started. We are almost done here, but thank you guys for tuning in with myself and Stephen here all weekend. That is it from us once this interview with Shog's done. But
also, big thanks to the crowd. These guys have been great. I spent some time with them yesterday. They didn't really... There's lots of Ocelot fans. We've seen some Ocelot signs, you know, but they will cheer anyone. Anyone that makes a big play, it doesn't matter how big stream numbers you get, how many fans you have at home. These guys, they got behind them, and that's really great to see in this crowd. Big showing from the French fans here.
Let's talk a little bit about the LCS match later on today, because we're going to sit in the crowd now, in this very loud crowd. We're going to sit backstage. We're going to watch them. Let's go through the actual matchup. We've got EG versus Giants will be the first game to start off. Against Authority, Copenhagen Wolves is in there. Dragon Balls will play Fnatic. You got any favourite matchups in that list?
Personally, I can't wait to see Fnatic in action again, but today, congrats to MYM. Great play by them. And again, MVP to their support.
Exactly. Thank you again, guys, for tuning in to us this weekend. That's it from us. Enjoy the LCS later on. 7 games. We're going to go over to the stage now where Shox has both of our teams in this qualifier.
Thank you. Merci. What an impressive play here by Meet Your Makers, winning the grand final and picking up $20,000 and a nice chunk of change as well for Team Alternate. But of course, the big story here is that both of these teams are now one step closer to the LCS themselves and the promotion relegation matches. So let me start off by asking you, Aranea, heartbreaking in Warsaw when the team just didn't come together. So how did you go from there and getting here and now you're so close?
Well, I think like the best thing of this team is the mood of the team. Like even losing like this, like we lost, we are every time smiling, we are every time laughing, and that's something really nice for a team. And we are trying to train like every day, trying to play against those strong teams and trying to become better and better, but never losing a smile.
Okay. An applause for Team Alternate is in place. And of course, Mokate, impressive play here, but in front of your home crowd in Warsaw, it was just heartbreaking. You were so close to grasping that spot. So what's going through your mind now if you're on the same stage as the LCS teams?
Yeah, we've been there before, and it was a hard lesson in Warsaw. Like I said yesterday, it was very tough, and we had just to get through that. After Warsaw, many people were asking, like, if you're falling apart, guys, if you stick together, they were doubting in us. But none of us, I think, even could think about that we can split up or something. We just had to prepare next time better, learn from our lessons, and now we are here, standing here in front of such a great crowd, and we're happy that thank you, and that it's getting better and better, so yeah.
Absolutely. These teams are so close now. They are closer than ever than getting into the LCS themselves. It's just palpable here. So give it up for Team Alternate and Meet Your Makers. All right. Amazing stuff here. What a great grand final of our amateur tournament. I feel a little bit back on the amateurs for what impressive play from both teams, let's be honest. But that was just the start of the day. Coming up next are 7 European LCS matches. We're going to be kicking off with Evil Geniuses taking on the Giants. We have tons of top matchups like Dragonborns versus Fnatic, SK against All Authority, did it again. And we're closing out the weekend with Dragonborns taking on Gambit. Of course, for the schedule, background of all the competing teams, stats, and replays, you can log on to lolesports.com. It's time for a breather. We're going to let these guys pack up their stuff and have the other teams come on stage. And then we're going to dive into the LCS and start off with EG taking on Giants.
Supposed to be here about an hour and 15 minutes ago was their call time, so that when the amateur tournament ended, you could get in right away. The reason we had that 25 minute delay, Giants didn't get here then. They actually got here about 10 or 15 minutes ago, so their penalty for that is they're going to lose 2 bans, which against Evil Geniuses is a really, really big deal. But it's also why you're listening to us instead of Shocks right now.
Yeah, we started the show off a little bit differently today just because we have this time to kill, basically. But let's talk a little bit about that situation. Number one, it should never happen that you're late for your call time. And as such, you know, 2 bans, which against any team is a big deal, but I think maybe even more so against a team like EG, who, you know, Anivia, Lux, Zed, they're all big bans that need to be banned, and they're not going to have 2 of them.
It was kind of this ticking time. It's like, well, they're not here. We know they're going to lose at least 1 ban. And when they told that to Evil Geniuses, they were like, all right, we're going to get either Anivia, Lux, or Zed, is what they're thinking in their heads. And now that it's 2 bans, it becomes almost an even bigger mind game for Giants and EG. Like, what are they actually going to ban in that situation? Would you just ban Zed and then let Froggen pick between Anivia and Lux, right? Because initially they could kind of ban out both Wicked and Froggen, but that's not the case right now.
Yeah, and, you know, 3 bans is, you know, it's already tough with just 3 bans to really target your bans against most of these teams. But with just 1 ban, Giants have certainly got their work cut out. But let's have a little bit of a recap of yesterday and what we saw. Of course, 5 games to kick us off yesterday. We'll have 7 games today, and that's without touching up until now on the amateur stuff, which has been absolutely thrilling today. I mean, Meet Your Makers looked so strong against Alternate.
And Meet Your Makers picked up the $20,000, and also both of the teams got essentially qualified for the relegation tournament that's going to be at the end of the year. So MYM really stepped up against Alternate. I think we're going to have Aranea on, who is a member of Alternate who lost today, later on in the show during the analyst desk feature, but that's going to be good stuff. And yesterday, all right, Giants versus SK. That was definitely SK that won that one.
It was definitely SK. Actually, the fans voted 85% in favor of SK game. By the way, you can do that. We didn't really touch on it, the whole voting thing. You can do that over at lolesports.com, as well as find all the stats and the details for the games. But yeah, SK taking down Ozone Giants. That was a big start for SK. They, you know, in 3rd position currently. That was an important win for them. One of those games which they, you know, will have calculated as a must win if they want to push up towards the top 2.
I gotta say, yesterday, SK Gaming did look pretty good in that game, right? Like, they came back from their inconsistency, right? Like, them, a lot like Evil Geniuses, have to find that consistent flow. And yesterday, Ocelot made some pretty big steps towards that.
Yeah, he did, and we've kind of not picked on Ocelot a little bit, but it's common knowledge that Ocelot has had a few problems in terms of expanding his champion pool and really spending time practicing with the team. He's everyone knows he's a very dedicated streamer. You know, that's
part of his style, I guess, a part of his brand, we can call it. But he's been focusing a lot more on practice and practicing with the team, and it seems to be shining through for SK.
And we saw yesterday even how much the team has kill percentage amongst all the kills. Like Nif was top of the league at 81% involvement in all the kills, but SK in that particular category had 3 members in the top 6, I think, of that. So, you know, SK does have really, really good team play despite being one of the most inconsistent teams we have. And Giants, they have a big move to make that they fell behind in yesterday, because like Dragonborns is struggling a little bit and they need to move past them today, really.
Yeah, this was their opportunity, you know, not only to pick up another upset, because Giants have already upset the likes of Gambit, let's not forget, but they've kind of just thrown it away somewhat with this whole coming late. I'm not sure what the reasoning was, where usually someone's alarm didn't go off and they didn't get here on time or what have you. But to be honest, it's not 8 a.m. So you'd expect that they'd be ready for this one. They're going to suffer the consequences. But moving on in our recap from yesterday, and speaking of Evil Geniuses, we saw them take down Against All Authority. Another 85% vote from the community. They were all right.
And this game was actually a lot more one-sided than the SK versus Ozone Giants game.
Yes.
So Evil Geniuses will look to build on the momentum from yesterday, just like Giants is going to try to turn it around. But in that game yesterday between Evil Geniuses and Against All Authority, it was almost like we've been talking so much about EG like reinventing themselves. They had different champions, but that was a super controlled game where they never really trailed. Cho'Gath for Snoopy is a really good jungler for his style. The laning phase that they had was super, super solid. I almost feel like Renekton for Wicked, if he can get it, is like his Season 3 version of Aurelia. It's like the champion he can pick against everything and just kind of do well in the lane and in teamfights. So I almost feel like they're moving back towards that, and we saw that yesterday in the game.
Yeah, that was the funny thing we talked so much about, and EG have said it themselves. We're trying to reinvent our play style to fit Season 3, the champions that we have in Season 3, the items in Season 3, and what works and what doesn't. But yesterday they fell back on what was so successful for them in that previous year, and it worked out, honestly, perfect for them.
And I gotta say, like, it was mainly what we saw from the old EG. Like, Froggen was farming again. His Cassiopeia was hitting that 300 CS mark at like 25 or 26 minutes, which is brilliant as far as Season 3 goes. Bottom lane, they actually got a little bit ahead early with that Misfortune lane, but then they actually didn't do anything. They just kind of held their edge the whole time, waited for Against All Authority to try to make a play on them, and then just countered it. It was really good to see from Evil Geniuses.
So our third game of the day then was definitely one of the highlights. Maybe, well, in terms of how the game went, it was the highlight of yesterday, there's no doubt about that. Was, of course, Fnatic versus Gambit. Now the voting was a little bit more even on that, around about 60-40 in favor of Gambit, but Fnatic, again, came out on top.
And this was the one that really blew a lot of people away. The way Fnatic moved around the map and the way they're just getting so good at that crazy split pushing communication, they actually outran Gambit around the map. Gambit could not keep up with them. There was a couple fights where they were chasing Xpeke from turret to turret to turret. So they just engaged in these awkward fights with Volibear where they didn't have vision, they were in brush, they got denied, they had poor engages. You know, Darian was flying in too much on Kha'Zix in some situations. You could tell they were very angry after that loss, but it's because Fnatic ran them around so well.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people are giving Xpeke flack for trying to almost recreate that whole backdooring situation that we had in Katowice. But to be honest, that was pretty much flawless Twisted Fate play that we saw from him. Like I said, he'd go down, push the bottom. We saw it 4, 5, 6 times. He was pushing bottom, bottom, bottom. Gambit had sent 3 men down to try and deal with him. He TPs into the middle lane, inner turret was already low, take that down, then go somewhere else up to top. And it was just such a great split push play from Fnatic.
Yeah, I was talking with Snoopy about it that entire game, which was, by the way, awesome job by both Arne and Snoopy on the desk yesterday. It's amazing to get their insight on this stuff. But like, he was talking about how frustrating it is to play against Fnatic. Every time Gambit would go in on a team fight, he's just like, Xpeke's bottom again. This is bad for them. And it's just like, how do you deal with this? It's like, it's really, really hard, because normally it's like, okay, they're trying to split pushes. We just have to find these really good engage comps. But Fnatic, especially with like N-Rated and Yellow Star, they are so passive. Like, you want to get at them the entire time, and you can never find them. So because they pick their team fights so well, Fnatic doesn't have to pick like their regular tank line that other people have. They don't really care about the super tank initiators, because the other team, out of frustration and out of panic, because they're getting split pushed around so much, forces in on them, which allows Peke and Soaz to combo around the back and get 80 carries. Like, it is actually a very unique play style that even Gambit has trouble with.
So on to our fourth game. It's a bottom of the table clash with Copenhagen Wolves, who are bottom of the table still, even after this victory against the Dragonborns, with their two new, I guess we can call them substitutes officially. They're not part of the main roster just yet. That's of course Dexter and Yamato Karan that came in to replace both Maluno and Spontex, who's been hanging around here all day. I should have definitely.
He got on camera more yesterday being at the venue than he probably did while he was playing on Dragonborn. So he's still a happy-go-lucky guy now, even though he's on the bench of Dragonborns. But yeah, Joe, like that game was actually a pretty bad sign for Dragonborns, right? Like they were voted to win that game. That was essentially a 7 versus 8 matchup in the LCS, and Copenhagen Wolves, especially Bjergsen, seemed to kind of dominate that game, right? So unless Dragonborns comes together in that, they're not gonna have much future here.
And then on to our final game, another top of the table clash. That was Gambit versus SK Gaming. This was actually really heavily biased in terms of the fan vote. 75% of you voted for Gambit, and 75% of you were in fact correct on that one. You know, they looked like a different monster compared to the Fnatic game earlier in the day.
That was Gambit just coming back almost immediately. SK Gaming didn't really hold much of a chance. Gambit picked their picks up on a honestly, we sat Kazakh's back on Alex each, and then Elise from Darien, which was a big surprise since all the bans in that game were targeted at him, but Gambit came out on top.
Well, that's our recap here for day one. We're going to look at a video recap, show you exactly what went down, and then kick off our first game of the day live here in Lille, France.
It's very amazing what is built up during the time that ESL had to come here. The venue is just insane.
We're here in France now. Outside in the crowd there's like 4,000 crazy French people just cheering everything you're doing. When you're playing, it's amazing.
I always love to play on such a big crowd. There's so much people. When you do something good, it's really great to look there and see everyone cheering or going crazy.
Basically, we want to say thanks to all the people out there in the crowd cheering us on. We played yesterday. It was an amazing crowd. It was so much good vibes we got from them. We sat down. Initially, everybody was cheering for Evil Geniuses. And just thank you a lot. Et à tous les francophones, merci bien.
On est français ici, on est à Lille. Je veux un maximum de bruit pour tous les joueurs qui sont là, qui jouent pour vous. Allez les gars.
So that was yesterday here. Let's talk about today. Let's take a look through the games that we're going to be seeing. It's 7 games, Jack. As you said yesterday, it's almost a super week. 12 games in 2 days is pretty damn close.
Yeah, so the first game we got here is Evil Geniuses versus Giants. That's the game where Giants is down 2 bans against them, though. After that, we got Against All Authority against Copenhagen Wolves. Dragonborns will take down Fnatic. Let's see if they can come back against Fnatic, who seems like the best team in the league, and Dragonborns, who didn't work well. And then our 4th game of the 7 is Against All Authority versus SK Gaming.
Yeah, definitely some great ones there in the first 4 of the day. And then we'll be moving on to Copenhagen Wolves versus Evil Geniuses. EG, you know, if they can take down Giants here, they're going to be looking to go 3-0 for this weekend, which would happily boost their standings in the league right now. Then Fnatic versus Giants. Giants will have their bans back at least for that game. Not sure if it'll mean a happier time though against a very much informed Fnatic. And then finally to end the day, Dragonborns versus Gambit. What's going to happen in that one is anyone's guess.
That last game of the day, I wonder if we can break a record for votes on winners and losers on the website with that one.
We could,
like 98-2. And then it'll be Dragonborns who wins, because honestly, every time I've counted the team out in the LCS, they came back and completely surprised me. But today, huge day.
Yeah, huge day. Lots of amazing games coming your way. And Jack, we talk about highlights all the time. What's your highlight today?
Today, the highlight game? I gotta say, it's the first one. Evil Geniuses versus Giants.
It's been made so much more exciting.
It's been made so much more exciting because finally we have no bans for Evil Geniuses. So it's like you're gonna probably see a Frog and a Nivea or Lux, and you're gonna see Wicked on Zed. So it's exciting.
It is definitely exciting. We are ready to kick off our first game of the day. Jack's highlight for the game, for the day, is probably my highlight as well. I'm really interested to see how this one goes down. Of course, it will be EG taking on Giants. Let's get over to the stage where Shox is waiting to bring in the players.
Merci. Welcome back to the European LCS here from France. It's our 2nd day here in the majestic Zenith Arena, and the room is packed with excited fans ready to watch the cream of the European crop battle each other. Now, before we go any further, est-ce que vous allez bien? Just can't repeat it enough. What an amazing atmosphere here in Lille. We're going to have a bunch of spectacular matches coming up here today. But before we dive into that, I'd like to tell you our Twitter question for today. And it's going to be, if you could select an MVP at this moment, both for NA and EU LCS, who would it be? You can tweet that at LOL eSports, #LCS. And of course, add a reason for that. So log on to Twitter and tweet at LOL eSports, #LCS. If you could select an MVP right now, who would it be? Of course, we'll be starting off the day here with EG versus Giants, followed by AAA taking on the Wolves, and tons more. For the details on today's matches, you can log on to lolesports.com. The same for any VODs, the replays, the stats, everything you may need. But now, it's high time to introduce our teams. First off, in the blue corner, they have Snoopy in the jungle. Give it up for Evil Geniuses! If that isn't the game face, I don't know what is. And in the red corner, dubbed the Spanish Armada by Demon, looking for a win here, it's the Giants! All right, high time to go over to our casters. Tweaks Elege for the French stream, and of course, Joe and Jad for the English stream. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Shock. So, EG versus Giants. I was almost expecting in the red corner, they've only got one ban. It's the Giants. And of course, if you just joined us, the story about that is that Giants were late here to the Zenith Arena today. They missed their call time by, I think,
close
an hour.
Hour and a half.
Yeah, an hour and a half's time. They've lost 2 bans for that, so they will only have 1 ban against a team who, honestly, you could do with 6 bans.
Yeah, and yesterday was a good day for EG to start with, so they're going to be even more confident coming into this one. They had dominating lane performances against AAA, and really, they're going to continue to perform as they kind of like reinvent their play style.
And what about Giants? I mean, it's not just about these 2 bans. Yesterday was not the best day from their side.
Yeah, and they really, really have to step it up here because they have a golden opportunity with Dragonborn struggling with their roster issues to move ahead of them and get into that 6th place in the standings to avoid relegation. They're also trying new things as well, so we'll see if they can pull that off.
Well, excited to get this one underway. I don't think we're quite as excited as the crowd, though. And the guy with the horn is back, and he has filled his air canisters, and he's actually brought a few friends, it seems, today. We've got a different array of horns here as well. And I just want to give a quick shout out, by the way. I met a couple of guys earlier who heard what we said yesterday about tickets being available. You know, if you're in the general area, you should probably come down. They woke up at 4 a.m. this morning from London and drove themselves down here for the games here in Lille today. So that's a great thing to see, great things from the fans here, especially. So let's have a look at the 2 lineups then that we have. First of all, for EG, on the blue side, we have Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
And of course, for Giants, we have Samix, Morden, Exter, Jim Bones, and Babetta on support there.
So let's have a look through the key members of each team, then starting with Evil Geniuses and their support player, Crepo.
Yeah, he often gets overlooked for his contributions. He had a really good Thresh game yesterday. I mean, he is becoming a bit of a fan favorite. I love him on the analyst desk. He's a really smart player, and he's just as key to Evil Genius' strategies as anyone else.
And their opponents, of course, for this one are Giants. And we picked out their man in the middle, Extermin.
And he's really going to have to work extra hard today. Normally you get to ban out Lux and Anivia on who he's playing against with Froggen. Today, he's not able to do that. He played Ryze yesterday. That's one of his big champions. He likes Ryze and Kassadin. We'll see what Froggen has just in store for him. But if he can't take control of Froggen, they're not going to win the game.
So the teams are in fact now ready, finally, and we are about to get the game underway. But before we do that, we had a chance to sit down and talk to the teams about the game.
We definitely want to take revenge against Giants because the last game we played against them was actually quite shameful. We really were disappointed after that one, and I think the fans were really disappointed in us as well.
¿Qué decirles? Que todo el mundo sabe que son un equipo muy bueno. Principalmente, yo creo que dependen bastante de Froggen, aunque últimamente Wicked está jugando a un nivel muy bueno y.
One thing that always stands out to me is Jim Bones. Like when he played the AD Cannon and then people were forced to ban that against him for a couple of weeks. So I think that's one thing we'll watch out against Giants.
Yo creo que el juego de su equipo y los resultados se basan en esos dos jugadores, en Froggen y en Wicked, en lo que puedan hacer en partida.
Now we really hope we're ready for them this time, and we really want to show the fans that we can really beat them.
So we hear there that Froggen and Wicked make the difference for EG. You can't do a half ban, sadly.
I mean, I know we keep coming back to it, but like of all the teams to lose your bans against, especially for these guys as we get into Champion Select, you don't want to lose your bans against Evil Geniuses. Anivia, Lux, and Zed, usually the bans for everyone. Giants just doesn't have the option.
Yeah, I feel like we're harping on about it. I'm sure you guys at home are like, shut up about these two bans. But honestly, it is a big, big deal here coming into this one. We'll see how it affects the game overall, though, as we are now into Champion Select. And the bans coming down. Elise Cassidin for EG, the single ban that Giants have, they've thrown at Lux.
And this one really surprises me because, like, you're only banning out part of Froggen's roster at this point. They obviously fear Lux more than Anivia. Maybe they're trying to bait him into Anivia, but I was talking with Froggen earlier, and when teams were giving him Anivia and he was struggling on it earlier on in this season of the LCS, it's because he hadn't been practicing it, because he wasn't expecting people to give him Anivia. So he's been practicing it now, and he's really excited to get a chance to play it. I feel like it's going to happen this game.
Well, it really wouldn't surprise me. I mean, Anivia's open. Froggen is like having the day of his life right now. Third and final ban for Evil Geniuses was, in fact, Jarvan fourth. So that's going to be the 3 bans coming out for EG. Obviously, Giants, they don't get any more here, so they're just going to run the timer down. But in terms of picks here, I mean, how do Giants go for this now, knowing that so many options are still left available to EG?
Right. The good news for Giants, actually, is the fact that EG has first pick, so they've left Zed and Anivia open. Now, they obviously picked Zed first, is what just happened for Evil Geniuses, because Wicked is almost a less flexible one, and more people play Zed than play Anivia. So I don't think that Extra plays Anivia in mid lane. At this point, they just have to think of what they can pick to shut that down. I mean, we did see a few teams shut it down, like Fnatic, I believe, played like Blitzcrank Leona and just kind of dove through the line to get to Anivia, but I don't think Giants has that type of versatility. They're very much the Kennen, Ryze, Ashe type team. They played Tristana yesterday. It didn't really work out for them. For Giants, they kind of had their hands tied together right now, I feel.
Speaking of Kennen, by the way, he's not been banned out this time around. So even though we heard in the video Snooper saying the standout man, the man to watch in this lineup for Giants is going to be Jim Bones, who, with his AD Kennen, is very dangerous. Yeah. And EG, not sure whether that's a fact of, you know, we know that they can have that AD Kennen and we're comfortable and ready for it.
And you think back, we're just having a quick issue with the champions left. You think back to the first time AD Kennen even made it onto the competitive scene. It was Moscow 5, who's now Gambit Gaming. Genja was playing AD Kennen, and he was doing that against Evil Geniuses in a lot of these games, so they're used to that style. They know what AD Kennen brings from a year ago, and they're really deciding to go for it.
So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a remake going on here. Not 100% sure what's going on, to be honest with you, but, you know, we're just going to roll with it. We did see those bans coming out earlier. Lux, as we mentioned, was the single ban coming out from Giants. On the other side, Jarvan, Cassidin, and Elise.
Yeah, so the bans have been done. It's just a matter of Champ Select having to be remade. We know exactly what they are. Lux, Jarvan, you had them, Elise, and Cassidin as well. First pick, obviously going for Evil Geniuses. They have the blue side. They get all their bans. We're going to harp on it again, just in case you're just tuning in. Giants only has 1 ban this time. They were penalized for showing up to the venue late, and we should be getting into it momentarily.
Yeah, we're going to be all excited again as we re-get into Champion Select, which you guys didn't see, but this time around, you will have it up on your screen to guide us through this one. This is just our first game of the day. Of course, we have 7 games coming your way today, which is, you know, Demon said on Twitter, I think Joe's going man mode this week. You know, 5 games yesterday, 7 today. When they're good games, Jack, it's all, I can go for 12, no problem.
It's the LCS, and we're in Lille, France. The fans have been absolutely amazing. I know everyone who's been watching on stream gets to see not only the packed house behind us, but there's some amazing crowd shots that I think got posted up on Twitter and Facebook, like way from the back of the venue. Like, it looks absolutely incredible. I think this is the biggest screen I've seen League of Legends on. Maybe the theater in Warsaw had a bigger screen, but the sound here is absolutely incredible. The overhangs for the players, like, it is one of the coolest venues I've ever been to.
Yeah, and the fans, just talk about them a little bit. We've got some great signs out there. We've got the whole band of horns out there. different tones as well, so they could probably chime in together and get a bit of a song going. We've actually got a group of fans who take the Crazy Fan Award for today. They are wearing like beach outfits and they've got a pig's head, like a boar head. I have no idea.
Boar head.
I think it's a Sejuani reference, but you know, just bringing the head of a boar to LCS, why not? So here we go then, champion select once again. The bans once again are for EG, Elise, Kassadin. I think they're gonna go for Jarvan 4 here next, to be honest, chat. I mean, that'd be a safe choice,
prediction right now. Of course, we're redoing the bans, so Joe's cheating with this one because we know that there's going to be no extra bans for Giants. Of course, they're going to have to let that timer go all the way out. Last bans, Jarvan and Evil Geniuses will be first picking Zed at some point. So, I mean, the interesting thing about this is Froggen has played Zed. Like, I've seen him play it. They can swap it back and forth, but Wicked's probably most comfortable champion in the game right now, aside from Renekton, is Zed. But if they wanted to go with an all AD comp, they could do Renekton Zed. They could do a mind game and just not get Anivia. But with how much Froggen has been practicing Anivia of late, how much he's been playing it in solo queue, how much he loves the champion. He has like an Anivia dance that he does sometimes when he goes out to bars. It's amazing, to be fair. Maybe we'll see a viral video of it at some point in the future, but it's what I think he's going to go for.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a gift to EG there. You can have Anivia if you want it. I'd expect it to come in as a last pick maybe, but at the same time, Giants have last pick, so they can always wait on that one as well. It looks like they're going to be taking Kha'Zix and Lulu here as their first choices.
So those picks are very standard for Giants as far as I can tell, right? They're not really taking many risks. Kha'Zix can go top or mid, but like all the Kha'Zix that have been successful, at least yesterday, were the mid lane Kha'Zix. Darian played top lane Kha'Zix, didn't really have a good showing. You can 2v1 Kha'Zix fairly well, you shut him down, but when he's mid against those squishy casters, he's incredibly effective for this. So now Evil Geniuses is up with the question, right? Do they pick Anivia now, or do they wait? Because I don't think the Giants is going to pick Anivia. So it's a matter of, does Froggen care to wait to see if it's a counter lane, or is he just going to pick it now?
Yeah, I mean, they've banned that Kassadin out, which we know Exterminate's very, very good on. We know he can play a very mean Twisted Fate as well. His Rise obviously stands out there as well. But interested to see how they go about that whole scenario here with the mid laners. It looks like we are going to be seeing Misfortune along with Nasus. Damn you, Froggen.
He's gonna go back to it. I feel like he's definitely going back to it. They want to lock down.
Or is he baiting it?
They want to lock down Misfortune. He's gonna go Teemo later. The guys are gonna go crazy. It's not gonna happen. But I like this. I mean, I think Snoopy's two junglers now in Season 3 are probably going to be Nasus and Cho'Gath for the most part, because they fit his style of tanky guys with lots of utility who can make things happen and have a lot of persistent threat in teamfights, right? Very tactical plays for Snoopy. He doesn't care about super crazy landing all your skill shot mechanics. It's like, I'm gonna just run at you, whether you go in at the right time, and that's how I'm gonna be effective. And that's how Snoopy and almost all of Evil Geniuses actually plays.
And he was strong yesterday as well. I mean, Snoopy gets his fair share of flack actually for, you know, what he can play in the jungle, is, you know, the size of his champion pool and how effective he can be. But yesterday we saw it was great. There's a Mundo pick. That's one of Morden's favorites, and there is an Ashe as well.
So Jim's not going for Kennen, does go for Ashe, so he's sticking with his standard things. And even though that's comfortable for Giants, like, it is such the comp that Evil Geniuses wants right now. Like, I expect this Thresh to go in for Crepo. He wants to be the Thresh Prince. He's gonna have to do a lot more to take that away from Edward on Gambit Gaming, but everyone's chanting right now. They want to see Anivia, and Anivia would make so much sense here, right? It's just, that doesn't make sense. I think Yellow Pete is waiting on this one. They're playing with the crowd enough here. I'm going to call Anivia, Joe.
Honestly, it's got to be Anivia, hasn't it? I mean, we're talking about Froggen, who is basically Anivia. I think his middle name is, in fact, Anivia. And yeah, there it is. There's the Anivia. It had to happen. It was open for him. It's classic. Why not?
It's Evil Geniuses. He's waiting. He's trying to build up the potential. No, it's there. It's there. Yes. Okay. We knew it was going to happen the whole time, but it's still kind of exciting to see.
Still exciting to see, even though it comes in with that last round there. So What would you go with in this situation? I mean, knowing that actually that Twisted Fate looks like it's going to be, we talked about Extermin there being a good Twisted Fate player.
Extermin still has Ryze available, even though he has Castan, but picking Ryze against Anivia, I feel like he'd get picked out in a lot of situations. He needs to keep his distance from Anivia, and he needs to be able to go elsewhere against her. I mean, Froggen will know how to play this matchup against Twisted Fate. It's a very bold pick for Giants, but that's got to be what it is. There it is.
Yeah, and I think they need to take some risks, right, in this scenario that they've got going on here. It's not a game that I think without something risky that they could win. To put it bold, just the way that EG's played yesterday, the way that we saw Giants play yesterday, I think that some risks are going to have to be taken. It's going to have to be pretty much all or nothing for Giants in this game.
And speaking of the all or nothing, like, they got to go bottom lane for the majority of their ganks, I think. They need to get Jims going on Ashe, combo the Ashe arrows with the Twisted Fate ults, and then go from there. Samix, I feel like, is going to be kind of on his own. Maybe Morten will be able to help, but Giants just has to win this game early. It's going to be so difficult for them, though, because you look at Evil Geniuses, and this is their new, in my opinion, like, composition. Like, if they could get this every game, they would pick this every game. This is their new thing. Misfortune for Pete, great positioning, Froggen on his thing, Wicked on Zed. They're going to win the lanes, and they're really strong in team fights, too. This is an Evil Geniuses composition.
Yeah, and I had an interesting talk last night with Wicked. Alex Sitch was there, and it's interesting to see the difference of opinions, let's call it, between the pros. As Wicked said, you know, we much prefer to play our lineup and practice what we need to practice rather than looking to other teams and watching what they do. And he said to Alex, you know, when you watch other teams, you only watch level 1, right? And Alex just grinned at him, as in, no, we don't just watch level 1. But it's cute that you only do that. And Alex is, well, we like to prepare for every single opportunity, but with only one ban here against EG, they can play a comfortable lineup, and that's exactly what they've got here. This is, you know, if you look through the 5, they're probably all like, well, that's exactly what we wanted. Every single one of them.
The biggest thing about this Evil Geniuses composition is it fits their playstyle in the sense that if they want to disengage, they can disengage, right? That's the whole reason Snoopy doesn't like playing Vi or Volibear, really, because you go in and you are in. That is the fight. You don't get to change your mind partway through. But here, with the Thresh Lantern to help them get out, Snoopy's going to keep his distance with Wither, you know, being able to kite back and forth. Wicked can even throw out the Shadow Clones and just use his E for the slow. It's a very, very good thing for EG as they run out of their base. So
here we go then. EG versus Giants, our first game of Sunday here on the European LCS live from Lille, France, in the Zenith Arena. Level 1, we've heard from Crepo when he was on the analysis desk. They like to study this level 1 scenario and what could possibly happen here. Yeah, and look at this. They have 4 in the brush that didn't get spotted by any wards. This could be very, very dangerous. They're going right into that brush. Oh, here comes the hook. They've managed to pull Twisted Fate out into that one there. The stun card is pulled up for him, but he goes very low. Yellow Pete is going to get the first kill. Morten goes down as well. It's 2 kills for Evil Geniuses. Can they get in onto Babette? He forced the flash away. He's so low. The flash has been burnt left, right, and center. But what a start for EG! Oh, that was super close. Babette just getting away. Not only did they start the game without getting 2 bans, but they got 2 kills at the start of it as well. That's the level 1 scouting that they do. This is why they play for the level 1. They prepped before here. They were watching the Giants games. They knew exactly where Giants was going to go, and that Thresh hook blind into the brush. They knew what was happening. They hit it. They made it count. Brilliant, brilliant start for Evil Geniuses. And for Giants, they're going to be so downtrodden at this stage of the game. They've already lost those bans earlier on. The start has been just horrible for them, really, at this point of things. So we'll have to see how they can really react to this one. The kills, of course, 1 for Misfortune, 1 for Anivia. Couldn't have really gone any better there, no, unless they'd have got even more kills than that right from the very get-go. Snoopy are going to be starting off at that blue buff. And one of the big things about these level 1s is you got to keep track of like who used their summer spells and what's still available. And we know how good Froggen is on Anivia. He has very particular matchups for everything he goes against. Against Twisted Fate, he runs AD runes on Anivia, so he's going for first blood here in this mid lane. He's got 60 AD. Anivia has 600 auto attack range last I checked, so he's harassing Extra like crazy. Anivia still has Flash Ignite. Extra has no flash, so like
not only is it the 2-0 First Blood, but the strongest laner on Evil Geniuses has a flash up on his opponent.
And speaking of lanes, early on we were talking about how Kha'Zix's strong point is definitely not in that 2 versus 1. Giants have gone for the lane switch and put Kha'Zix against the Misfortune Thresh lane. What do you think about that one, Jack?
I think this is another thing that points in the favor of Evil Geniuses. Like, Wicked talks about how much he likes Zed in a 1v2 lane because he can sit at his turret like this, farm the wave because he has pretty good wave clear, and when he hits 6, he can just single out one guy and just go and try to kill him. So Wicked's very comfortable in this, whereas the 1v2 for Krepo and Yellow Pete, as soon as he lands one death sentence, that's a kill. They don't have the same potential on the other side of the lane.
Yeah, and Samak's already having a hard time there. I say up at 0 CS right now, which obviously is far from being up from anything. But on the other side, Wicked, he's got 2 assists, which will have really helped get things going for him at the start, and he's doing a great job under this turret. Jimbones and Mabetta going to be trying to put down as much damage as they can onto the turret, but Zed is always a threat. The burst that comes out of him, especially as you said at that level 6, they have to be so careful about it.
And it's already paying off right now for Evil Geniuses here. You just look at the difference between Zed and Kha'Zix, 10-2, right? It's not even really getting there. Samek's already had to go back to base once and shop, and now Snoopy's around the back, but I think that's getting repelled, yeah.
Yeah, that was timing from both junglers coming in, but Snoopy actually still hanging around here. The briefcase is coming out. There's a lantern to pull Snoopy to safety, but they've done a lot of damage onto this turret already. It's down below half health, and that is a start and a half for EG.
They have came to play. I mean, they know what's at stake. They're in that 4th spot in the standings right now. They don't want to face the same fate that they're actually kind of formal brother team over in NA did, COG NA, and fall to like an 8-9 record. They know this is go time for the season for them. We're at the mid-season mark, and they do seem to be kind of finding something. Obviously, they had that great start, and everything is going their way early on here, Joe.
And we saw there already the damage that Wiki can put down. Krepo gonna get a pink ward here inside of the brush there on the bottom side of the river. Of course, Dragon not being taken yet. We're only 4.5 minutes in. We see it sometimes, but not just yet in this one. Modern actually was looking maybe to invade there in towards the EG jungle. Snoopy was already ready and waiting now. Let's have a look at the CS in this middle lane, because we know that Froggen is a monster farmer. He's at 31-25 as Wicked is trying to bully Babetta and Jimbones away from this turret. That could go down in the next wave or 2.
Yeah, and this top lane we have to watch very, very closely here. Wicked is nearing level 6. He's got just hit level 5. He needs to get a whole nother wave. I wonder if he can hold this turret long enough before it goes down, but now with Twisted Fate coming in from behind, Wicked's going to lose this turret, and I don't think he's getting level 6.
Well, he's trying to put as much damage as he could there on towards Ashe and Lulu to try and force them to back away, but they've got the turret. Twisted Fate actually backed away from that scenario, and that is first turret of the game being picked up by Giants. Let's go to bottom lane here and see if Yellow Pete and Krepo can do the same here with this wave coming in. The turret is still, I'm not going to say healthy, but it's below half HP. It's not quite as low as we saw there in the top from that last wave.
Yeah, and they're going to continue pounding on this turret, though. They have a very huge wave, and Kha'Zix doesn't have the best way of clearing it yet. He hasn't evolved his Void Spikes yet, so they should be able to get this turret here, and that completely evens things out. Now it's just a matter of where do they go next. The only difference here, though, Giants has the Twisted Fate pressure, so the roaming around of Yellow Pete and Krepo is much more dangerous than the roaming around of Giants' AD and support combo.
Let's see what Extermin can do here. Needs, to be honest, to make an impact in this game. There's no way that he can, you know, hit level 6 and continue out the game without getting other lanes rolling here, because after going that 2-0 behind, he's behind in farm. The AD carry is pretty level, but compared Zed to Kha'Zix, 29-17, those 2 assists on Wicked, and he's not even been back. He lost his turret earlier on, and he said, you know what, I just don't care. I'm just going to keep pushing and pushing.
And Wicked gets a lot of flack sometimes for not having the biggest champion pool, but nobody gives him flack when he's on his champions. Like when Wicked's on Aurelia, when Wicked's on Zed or on Renekton, he is a powerhouse. And even though he was stuck in a 1v2, like he was against Jim's Ashe. He's only 10 minion kills down, so Lulu being in that lane against him didn't really slow him down at all. He knows exactly what he's doing. Twisted Fate trying to make anything happen is going to be so hard, because Froggen on Anivia will consistently keep that lane pressured out. And I want to see how Giants tries to make plays, because Evil Geniuses does seem to be back on point.
EG saw that ward being put down there in the blue buff. Anivia and Zed was actually coming up there as well, just to make sure that that wasn't going to get stolen away. And they've managed to keep that one locked in there.
That was a nice try by Giants to try to get that through. If Morden could have denied Anivia the blue buff, that would have allowed Exter the ability to shove the lane out of Froggen and then go and roam for ganks. But now that Anivia has the blue, the lane's always going to be at Giants mid lane tower, and Exter might not be able to help out the other lanes, which is exactly what EG wants.
Pushing that one up indeed. As going flying past Babetta. Don't want to get involved with that. Ash still not level 6, so
look at
the
this.
arrow not going to be able to come out just yet. Extermin getting caught here. Actually, the stun will land. Snoopy coming around. Where is the Wither? There is the Ghost Pock. Good briefcase coming out. Wither goes down on towards Morden. There's a Spirit Fire. Have they got the damage here to finish off? Not quite.
If Morden did not burn that flash at that precise moment, he would have been dead. Froggen threw out his E and Q at exactly the same time. It would have comboed, but because of this is one of those, let's gank because we know we want the dragon. Froggen actually went around to harass the blue buff because he knew that's where Exter was heading for it. Knowing Exter was going to be walking back to the lane, that's how Froggen got the jump on it. And this was all premeditated for Evil Geniuses. So yes, they were only talking about the level 1, but this is the game sense that they have. And they knew this play was coming from a mile away. Easy dragon for them, well played.
And this is exactly what the point you made yesterday in the EG game, that the ganks were timed perfectly with a dragon push straight afterwards. We'll see next time when the dragon's spawning whether they go for something like that again. That'll indicate that it's a big part, as Zed may be in trouble here in the top lane. Extermin has come in. Wicked will flash away, but the stun card lands. There come the wild cards. Wicked down to below half HP as Samax is going to flash in there as well. Wild card will miss, and Wicked is able to escape.
That was an awesome escape. He used his ultimate to dash away from Twisted Fate, then his flash, and that saved his Living Shadow long enough to go back over the wall. So they just couldn't keep up with him no matter how many blinks he has. And like yesterday, there was that matchup between Twisted Fate and Zed. I don't remember exactly the teams, but Zed is one of the hardest people in the game for Twisted Fate to gank, because no matter what you do, all he has to do is save his Living Shadow, and he is out of there as soon as you decide where to go.
Right now, Froggen is pushing in. They're going to get the hook on towards Morden. He's not getting away from this. Crepo gets the kill. Kill secured there for Evil Geniuses. That puts them 3-0 up. Will they be able to put down more pressure onto this middle turret? Twisted Fate and Lulu, the two here to try and defend this one, but with Snoopy coming in there as well, they've got enough damage, enough tank ability to get out of turret.
That was smart. A lot of other less experienced teams would have backed up and waited for the wave, but that is just not what EG wants to wait for. That's more aggressive than you've seen EG be in the past. That wasn't something they took slow, but that was a very calculated move anyway, even though it was on the aggressive side. They're now up 2 turrets to 0. That's about 2,500 gold, and they've stopped all the plays Giants has tried to make.
Really strong start here for EG. Jimbo's just making sure there with the hawk shot that no one's coming around the side to gank him up. Let's have a look through the items here, Jack. We can compare them with Anivia, still that 20 CS lead there or thereabouts that Froggen has. Rod of Ages is finished.
And he's actually 1,000 gold up on Exter. That 1 kill and 2 assists really coming in big. The fact that they've gotten the 1 turret advantage and the dragon, as you were saying, but getting the Rod of Ages this early compared to just a couple Thorns rings from Twisted Fate completely swings that lane to the other side. He's also got 2 levels on him. You look at the AD carries as well, and it's like a BF sword plus Fam Scepter for Yellow Pete, soon to be a Bloodthirster, and the slow building Blade of the Ruined King for Jims. Again, it's one of those 600 gold leads that they have on the AD carries over there, and it's just a huge, huge difference at this juncture in the game. As long as Evil Geniuses continues to keep the lane pressure up, they're in such good shape, they don't really have to make any super aggressive plays.
And here is Froggen just bullying Morden around. I thought they might try and collapse in on towards Kha'Zix in that top lane. Thresh is already waiting here inside of the brush. Here comes Twisted Fate. That's going to surely be a disengage from both sides, yet they do go back in the end. And, well, it was nicely played from both in the end.
And now we see Giants trying to make their play. They got triple people in the middle lane. Jims, Babetta, and Morden were all there pushing up, but how are you going to push through on Anivia? They don't even get a extra turret shot, and they try to harass Froggen with the volley, but grouping 3 mid against Froggen, who's still on full mantle, really just going to get him in trouble. Now Snoopy almost went in for a fight.
And they've got a lot of slow potential there as Wicked has taken down Samax for that one. That's 4-0 up now as Jimbo's here. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Cleanses the arrow off. Can he keep going for the kill? Flashes in. Bullet time is off to the side. And Jimbo's just casually saunters around the side of it. Yellow Pete so close to wrapping up another kill.
They're going to just keep pushing this one down. I mean, Giants group 3 in the middle lane. It distracted them. Evil Geniuses got the gank onto Samax, which we unfortunately missed. They basically just bursted him down from 100 to 0, though. And Giants is looking a little bit lost right now.
Yeah, we see this turret in the top lane is going to be falling down. Middle turret probably won't last too much longer either. I think it's got one auto attack pretty much left on it there. And that already, you know, we've got a 4,500 gold lead for EG. 3-0 in turrets, 4-0 in kills. If we look down the individual gold there, 1,200 for Froggen in the middle lane, 1,000 between the AD carries, 1,400 almost in the top lane. That it's just a big difference over the entire map right now.
And we actually see Wicked going for that BF sword as well with his big gold advantage. A lot of Zeds you'll see will rush the Bilgewater Cutlass and get Blade of the Ruined King because you can spike the active damage with your ultimate to just amp it even more. But he just wants a Bloodthirster right now. He's keeping the pressure up, trying to keep the lane shoved. With the Bloodthirster, he can clear the back wave much easier than if he were to go for Blade of the Ruined King. And considering he was able to just burst out Samix in that top lane for a kill, he's quite fine without the extra burst of Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh, Snoopy is very far up here, but the rest of the team actually going to come around the back. There is the wall coming down. Will they be able to follow up? No, they won't. But what they have done here is won themselves positioning for that blue buff.
They had that blue timed precisely. The Dragon should be up in about 45 seconds, but the interesting thing here is Wicked's got to react because he doesn't want Samix to get any free farm in the top lane. Either way, they look in great position. They're denying the blue buff from Exeter. They've completely removed the Twisted Fate pressure from the game, and they are controlling the pace really strongly here.
Yeah, Twisted Fate not really been too involved with things, has it? Up until now, as we say that, there goes the ultimate, and he's going to come in towards this middle lane, but there's no target available.
Who was he really going to go for? There were 3 people in middle. It's almost like he just wanted to get there faster, but I don't know. He probably thought there was a play there that wasn't, and that is a very warded blue buff.
Oh, Samix, there comes the stun. Oh, he jumped away from it. That was brilliant from Samix. Saw it coming, leaps himself away. Blue buff is still there, ready for the taking. Snoopy going to back straight onto it, close.
So the cool thing about this for Evil Geniuses is Froggen already has the enemy blue buff, so they can give this blue to Snoopy, which will give him tons and tons of withers. One thing that Snoopy's kind of done this game is he's actually pretty far behind. Look at this, he's level 7 at 14 minutes. But it doesn't matter because the lanes have been in such control. Snoopy's really just been kind of meandering around, doing what needs to be done so the rest of the team can work, and it's working for them.
Right now we see the EG well into the bottom side of the Giants jungle, and that times perfectly again with the respawning of that Dragon. Snoopy just pushing the middle wave out. Wicked up at the top lane right now. They're feeling obviously they might not even need to be involved in this one, but Dragon is available for the taking.
Giants wants no part of this. When Evil Geniuses went in and got control of the blue buff, they basically made Giants scared to even enter their own jungle. So going as far as the river to get the Dragon is something they're not even willing to do. And check out Wicked while the Dragon's getting taken. He wants to get Jims. He's gonna get him.
Oh, he's just, yeah, exploded. What can we say about that one? There is Zed and Anivia chiming in together.
The Shadow Ninja just came out of the fog of war and blew somebody up. So Jims, not the safest champion to pick against Ashe. When Zed first started getting flavor in the competitive scene, there was a player called Insec over in Korea. He would routinely jump over Ashe arrows with Zed's ultimate just to get to him. So Jims, if Wicked can pull off plays like that, no chance of staying alive now that Wicked's getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it's now 2-0-2, got a good lead in the creep score as well. Let's have a look a little bit more down the items. We've seen a Brutalizer being picked up for Zed, along with that earlier tier. The Sheen finally coming out for Extermin's Twisted Fate. That just shows you how far behind he is right now.
He wants to get a Lich Bane. I mean, we've seen guys rush that, but they are just so scared. Look at that wall from Froggen. This is the Anivia practice that they've been talking about.
And Babetta is going to find himself falling short once again. It's Yellow P that picks it up. Ash Arrow came in from the side, but honestly, that was not going to stop Babetta falling down from that one. And EG now going to pressure in towards this inner turret in the bottom lane. And again, going by the book.
Yeah, and look at this. Morton and Exeter are on the other side of the map. Again, the catch.
There is the catch coming in. Bullet time won't quite finish off Samix, but they've done what they came here to do, and that's force them away from the turret and then take the turret itself down.
So we'll see how Evil Geniuses puts the foot on the gas pedal here, because they do seem to be slightly evolved, right? Like, I know we always harp on Evil Geniuses, at least in the last couple weeks, about reinventing themselves and how their strategy hasn't been working this season, but stuff like this, even though they had the great start, is kind of a future for them, because I want to compare Evil Geniuses to Gambit Gaming, who are like their long-time rivals. And you compare the way Gambit Gaming wins games. Everyone has their small champion roster, in all honesty, that they work off of, and then they execute their strategy, right? Alex plays farming assassins. Genja has his couple supports, always loves Thresh, right? Or sorry, that's Edward. But EG is actually very similar in the types of champions they're playing, and if they pick up their aggression, they could very well turn into a Gambit Gaming-like team as well.
All right, now EG just chasing up that middle lane there. Lulu and Mundo were there. Do we have the Oracle on? I think we do, right? Yeah, on Thresh, on Crepo. Thought they'd just taken that ward down there in the middle lane that was put down by the Giants. So they're going to start to clear things out again. Very methodical, approaching the 20-minute mark. Oracle on, clear out around Baron, and start to set up, choking them in their own jungle.
They are just fully in control right here. You just think of completed item thresholds. Like, not only is it the 7,000 gold, it's the huge amounts of experience, it's the team comp advantage on top of that. They've completely removed the global presence of Exter. Like, Exter's trying to make something happen right now in the bottom lane by split pushing, but there's 5 strong on Evil Geniuses. We'll see how aggressive they want to be by how strongly they keep this push going.
Well, that's the thing. It's a 5 versus 4 in this top lane now, and Extermin, the position he's in, he can't get there with his ultimate.
And you can see the game of chicken has already been lost by Giants because Exter, okay, he was faking his back on Twisted Fate. He might be trying to split push. Evil Geniuses has to make up their mind whether they want to go or fall back pretty shortly.
Well, they're on the, he's on the outer turret here, Extermin. Doesn't have that Lich Bane finished off just yet. EG trying to get in there. The Void Spikes doing a good job along with the volley. Those briefcases coming out there to really annoy them as a stun is going to land here on towards Babetta, but they don't follow up. There is the Ash Arrow coming out, but it hits Crepo instead of the intended target, Yellow Pete.
Yeah, and it looks like Giants is just trying to stop them from getting back. Evil Geniuses took a lot of poke, but they got to be careful here. Jims is on no mana, and they don't have wards with their chase, so Evil Geniuses might look to turn this one.
Here comes Morden, ward down, will avoid the stun coming out of Anivia. He's going to keep throwing those briefcases in there, trying to slow them down. Crepo gets slowed by the volley as well. Giants still chasing down. Twisted Fate going in, there is the hook, the box come down, there is bullet time as well, and Giants being ripped to pieces, but Samak's in the back, he will finally fall. Morden is in there as well, Crepo being pushed down by him, but Crepo is staying alive, not long enough though. Jimbones will fall, and now it's Morden trying his best to run away. Here is Wicked, he's going to get the kill onto Lulu. They pick off Mundo as well.
So 4 for 2, they do lose the turret in the other lane. Exter might keep pushing for the next one. That is not as bad as you'd expect for Giants. It still probably won't turn the tide for them, but they did kill Pete, they did kill Crepo, they got the turnarounds on those bounties. They got some important just information of their jungle too. They know what they have in a fight. Still probably not going to be enough here, and if Exter can't get this turret, that's definitely not worth it for them.
And Froggen is actually flying his way in there towards Extermin, and in the end, he just sticks the ultimate down, gets rid of the creeps, and will go back home once again. He portaled back, but just came straight into that lane, no mess around. Let's have a look at the items that have been completed here on the last attempt as Wicked. His position is going to be spotted out here, but can they lock him down? Extermin has put the Ignite in there. Where's the stun card? Actually could have pulled it first time. Will land it the second time around, and we've got Kha'Zix chasing him from the backside as well. There's the Lantern, pulled to safety.
There's the disengage that Evil Geniuses really loves. Crepo managed to get back to Wicked. Wicked, you know, didn't really have many options to get away there. He used his Living Shadow to get over the Baron Pit. It was a very good attempt by Exter. That was really the first we've seen of a bit of global presence coming in. But now that they've burned that ultimate, Samak's actually used his Kha'Zix ultimate in the chase as well because he was trying to catch up. Just makes Giants a little bit weaker. And now there could be a Kha'Zix in trouble because Evil Geniuses is stalking.
They are closing in. There is the wither down on Samax, which means instantly he's going to have a few problems to get away. Crepo in there with him as well will knock him back. The hook actually missing there, and here comes the Ash Arrow. Giants are going to look to turn this one around with Jimbones coming in from the side. Crepo going low. The shield will keep him alive for now. There is Samax jumping away as Lulu joins in the fight. Snoopy is constantly slowed down here, but he's got that ultimate running, and here comes Froggen from the side. The stun is going to miss. He focuses around on towards Samax. The auto attack's not enough to finish off the kill. Is Snoopy going to die here? He's got hardly anything left. They're going on towards Jimbo. They get themselves 2 kills. Here comes Wicked from the side with Yellow Pete as well, and they clean up 3 kills.
What an awkward fight that was. It was a support and a jungler who's also, Snoopy's one of the more supporty style junglers, especially with his build and style this game. Slowest possible fight. Long, slow bird made it up to finish that one off. They did get a 3 for 2. Exter wasn't involved in that one at all. He was pushing bottom on Twisted Fate, and then actually just kind of stalled out the game for Evil Geniuses. I can't say that was a full win for either team.
And actually a surrender vote failing there for Giants. So
1-4.
Decided not to go for that one. So it's obviously just one man in the team who's like, guys, this is over. Let's get out of here. But the rest of the team not wanting to go for that one. Dragon is up and available. EG going to go down to that, and they're going to be taking this one without any problems whatsoever. So Jack, take us a little bit through the items. What do we have here that's key to, how this next fight will be ending?
All right, so one strange thing Pete's done on Misfortune there, he's went with the Bloodthirster straight to a Phantom Dancer. A lot of the MFs usually go like Bloodthirster to Black Cleaver to make the bullet time bigger, especially when they're comboing with something like Zed, who also does physical damage. But that build to me tells me Yellow Pete doesn't care as much about his ultimate and more just wants to auto-attack duel. Like when Morden runs in at him, he wants to be able to deal with him well. Samix jumps on him, he wants to be able to burst him down as well. They have enough teamfight control in their opinion because they have Froggen. Anivia just by himself will control the team fights. I like that choice. I mean, they have the Locket of the Iron Solari. Snoopy thinks that's much better than Aegis, which is what Morden's went for. And now, Snoopy actually, Exter just ditching out, but they burned the Twisted Fate ultimate.
Yeah, Twisted Fate ulti is gone, and EG pushing up middle here. I mean, they know he can only take a certain amount of options, really, from the position that he was in from there, but it's not about chasing right now. They know that Destiny's down. They're pushing straight up this middle lane here. Wicked just going to branch off to the side as they see the briefcase come through. Actually, they've got Ward there on that corner bush, so they know where they were coming from. The hook not quite landing onto Extermin. Good few auto attacks coming off on towards the turret, but the volley slowing them down. EG move off.
And EG really has to find a way to crack this turtle because the volley spam plus the void spike spam from Kha'Zix did repel them when they were trying to do that 5v4 push earlier, and it just repelled them there. So they have to find a pick, and they might get something like this if Froggen gets a good one.
They're setting up the trap here. Actually, the focus is going down on towards Morden, onto the tank there. Yellow Pete's going to rip him to pieces. Wild Growth comes in. There's the bullet time. Zed diving in as well. Samix goes low. The Ignite will finish him off there. Crepo gets the kill as the box goes down. There's a hook on Jimbone. He cleanses that away. They turn the damage around onto Crepo, who will survive. There is a killing spree from Froggen. A flash away from Babetta. He won't get stunned up, but EG with 3 low members.
And they're still very, very low as you're saying. Can they get this push up? Jimbones and Babetta all trying to go back to base, but they don't have their home guard boots yet, so they probably can't make it back to save this inhibitor.
The ward was put down, and EG surely going to back off from this one. Morden was coming back in there. Froggen just going to go back around the corner of the wall there. He's not too worried about that one as the briefcase comes in and stops it.
This is really interesting because I was talking with Snoopy yesterday about how teams mid and late game have to recall together. Froggen should have recalled together. He almost got himself in trouble there if Morden would have been able to land that infected cleaver from Dr. Mundo. And EG has to be a little bit careful of a desperation Baron here from Giants. They were low with the delayed recall. Giants might try to make some of a counter push because they still haven't all went back to base to heal.
And we see there a Giant's belt being picked up with a pickaxe of Misfortune, so getting a bit tankier. Some fire cape finished for Snoopy as well, but Giants are pushing this outer turret here in that middle lane, and it will be taken down. So that was the 3rd turret of the game. All outer turrets now down for Giants, but it's a massive, a mountain even, like bigger than Everest right now, I think, against a team like EG.
It's pretty big Everest against EG, and EG
Everest
doesn't usually throw leads. They're the ones that if they're down, they're more likely to come back because of the way they play and how they usually pick late game team comps. But once you're into a team fighting phase against EG, it is an Everest style comeback. Kilimanjaro as well. I don't know which is harder to climb. I feel like K2 is a harder mountain to climb than
Everest's the biggest, so.
It is the biggest mountain. There we go, Joe. And it's just, they got the inhibitor in the last fight, so when they were looking for something, they were able to get it. It took them a little while to crack that code, but now they do seem to once again be in full control. I mean, Crepo still has about a minute left on his oracles. They might look to do something with Baron, but since they have an inhibitor downed already, they might just look for their second inhibitor, and they're on the hunt for probably Exter once again, who is just trying to recall out. I wonder if Froggen's going to catch him.
Yeah, Froggen is chasing down there, and actually Extermin cancelled that one off after he saw him coming in there, and now he's going to be running away. Where's the portal going to come? The stun not quite landed. Extermin up inside the jungle, and EG pinging that one. They know that he's going to be around there somewhere. Yellow Pete going to go from his spidey sense in this one, but I don't think he's even going to be in range to get that E down, or will he? Yeah, oh, close stuff. He got it down, but Twisted Fate already in the process of leaving.
They saw where Twisted Fate ported to because of the ward they had at red, and then they predicted he would be in the Wraith brush. That's why he ran through that. The only other brush he could have been in was the one that Yellow Pete put his Make It Rain down on him, but it was like a millionth of a second too slow, and it was great prediction work by Yellow Pete. It just didn't pay off.
Didn't pay off, but what have EG got from that? No Destiny now available. That's not means, you know, he's not going to be able to move, but maybe even more importantly, to reveal the positions of EG, because with those wards not really with not a lot of ward coverage is what I'm trying to get out there from Giants. They probably have to rely on that coming out of Twisted Fate.
Because you're absolutely right. Giants has been so pushed back to their base, they haven't been allowed to ward up their own Baron area. Oracles did expire on Crepo, which gives Giants the ability to put Ruby Sightstone wards over and over again. And it's actually funny, Giants is sitting on 2 Oracles right now because they're trying to split push, but this Baron gonna be going down pretty fast. Giants not even in position to contest. They gotta throw some kind of like Hawk Shot in or TF ult, but all those things are down. They're literally just trying to get those bottom turrets and giving up a Baron, but EG will easily get back in time.
EG gonna get back in time for this one. They will lose that inner turret, maybe even the inhib turret here. I mean, there are 3 men there for Giants. It depends how much they are willing to really commit to this one. Samex will be tanking it up until the minions come in, but here comes the home guard boots on Froggen. Where's the wall gonna come down? This could be very dangerous still. Is Froggen gonna commit to this one? He has flash up available in a split second here. Will he go for it? Actually gets slowed in the end there, and it looks like they should be able to walk away from that.
Wicked has been flanking around the back though, and he's going for Jims right here.
Oh, Jimbo's in a lot of trouble. Snoopy is in there as well, and together they will destroy him. Actually, Yellow Pete managed to sneak in there to pick up the kill right in the end. But look at this, double super minions coming up that middle lane right now. EG going to be following in there as well. This is actually a dangerous time where if Giants play it wrong, I think they could lose the game right here.
They're in huge, huge trouble. The main ways they were repelling the pushes before is volley spam along with Kha'Zix's Void Spikes. One part of that equation is completely missing, and this time Evil Geniuses has Baron as well, so this is an incredibly difficult turret to hold.
That turret is going to be ripped to shreds there, leaving the inhibitor completely open. The hook just missing there. Extermin coming in to get the stun down. Didn't really do much damage as Extermin also taking a big hit from Zed. Where are they going to go now, EG? They're going to be focusing in on towards the Nexus turrets. They want to end this game right here, right now. Half health taken down. There's the hook coming in towards Jim Bones. The bullet time almost taking him out as well. Yellow Pete in the meantime is still hammering away. There's the Ash Arrow. It hits Nasus. That's not the target that it needs to land on. And EG will manage to wall them off. Will they go in for the kills? Yes, they will. Morden going low. Samex is right in there, but he jumps away. EG not super healthy from this one, but what the Giants have to follow up? Nothing.
Yeah, Giants is consistently going back to their base to heal up. EG living there 5v5. The Baron regen is enough. Amazing that nobody died there. They got most of the work done. There's still 1 Nexus turret available for Giants, but Evil Geniuses pretty much has complete control of this. They still have, I think their Baron just ran out at, no, I was looking at the wrong one. Their Baron's got plenty of time left. They got a minute and a half left on the Baron. I think they're going for an Inhib 3.
Yep, our last and final one standing here. Actually, Wicked had gone a bit further back there, but it will be still a 5-man push from EG working up.
Yeah, and Kha'Zix is trying to come in from behind. This would be the last-ditch effort for Giants if they can get something, but EG knows they're there. Giants has to hold on their 3rd inhibitor. If they give this up, they are giving away the game. There's like a 2 or 3% chance Giants can come back in this one, but this would be what they'd have to do that is fight here.
Kha'Zix there was on top of that ward pretty much the entire time. Got stunned up. Froggen didn't follow in there. We see another ward put down just outside the base, which is quickly repelled and taken down. Snoopy tanking up the turret here. Good few auto attacks coming in. Samex again from the side will avoid the stun, but they get the hook in towards Extermin. Here we go. They go right in there. The box is down. Giants going to be slowed right down to a standstill, and they're being ripped to pieces here. Morden will get his ulti running, but Samex won't be able to escape. They pick up 2 kills. They're going to go through to that 3rd and final inhibitor here. In fact, EG may just choose to finish the game straight off. I mean, they're not super healthy here, or at least Wicked and Snoopy below half HP. Morden and Babetta coming back from the base, but can they, between them, hold this one off? Jimbone's going to be instrumental if they can do anything with it. The turret being hammered away out. There's a wither down on towards Jimbone's. The volley comes in. The wall will land. There is bullet time. Wicked dominating right now. They turn back around. They're going to go onto the Nexus, and EG take down Giants here in our first game of the day.
Gotta feel good for Evil Geniuses. They didn't get their champions banned. I mean, we don't like to harp on it too early, but this was so much about Giants getting that penalty at the start. They lost 2 of their bans. Evil Geniuses, complete control, really, really solid play, comfortable victory for them, Joe.
Comfortable victory and a great start to their 2 games here in our second day here in Lille. We're going to go over to our analysis for this one with Jason Kaplan and Aranea.
Thank you for that, Joe. And Aranea, what an interesting game number 1. It started off a little bit of a crazy start. We had Giants come a little bit late. They lost their first 2 bans, but in the end, EG picked up the champions they wanted, and Giants just didn't look like they were really with it in that first game.
Well, it was pretty much a snowball from the level 1. That level 1 reminds me our game against Meteor Maker. It was like a snowball, level 1, 2 kills for EG, and pretty much it was every lane winning from that, from EG. And they tried to do a swap lanes. Giants didn't quite work out, because even though they get the first tower, Ash and Lulu, they get first tower top 1, but Cathix wasn't farming that good as Wicked was doing with Zed. So they were quite better, EG, with that 2 first kills and that swap lane, so it quite better for EG at the end.
Well, let's just go into the first replay of the game, because it was the very first part of the action of the game. It was about 50 seconds in, and can you kind of set up this before we actually get into it, because it's a very key point in the game.
Yeah, actually, they had really strong level 1 EG. They have Nasus with his AoE. They have, well, Wicked is not really good, the set is not really good, but Anivia is really good, and Thresh is a beast in level 1. And from the other point, Giants has only really good one on TF and Ash with the quick quit and the volley, but the rest are not really good. And at this point, even that they didn't get a spot, they were in the brush waiting for EG. They got destroyed when Thresh landed a grab on TF, and they just focused TF down. And then Wicked was going to die, but he flashed away and was completely safe.
Okay, let's get the replay on your screen, and we can go ahead and walk you through it, and you can tell us exactly what is happening right here, because like you were saying before, this is pretty much, I don't want to say the deciding point of the game, but it pretty much set the tone with how the entire game progressed.
Yep, Giants were just waiting for them, but then Exter, I don't know why, he ran to the left and he saw to the enemy team that they were there, and Thresh, impressively good grab on Exter. They just destroy him, kill him, get the first blood, and now Wicked is going to die by the full team of Giants. He flashed away, and then they kill Mundo as well with that auto attack of Anivia, and then they have to run away and they have to waste all their flashes. We're gonna see how Babetta flash, Samu's gonna flash as well, and they waste everything there. Only Jimby has flash as well on Ash. But they waste everything, and 2 kills for ED was so good level 1 for him.
Something I want to point out here is that right here, I mean, actually, let me go back just a little bit farther. It's going to look a little bit iffy, but it is really a huge point in the fight, is that the AoE in level 1 fights are insane, like how much they actually benefit you. But we see Snoopy's Spirit Fire, it just hits it hits all 5 members of Giants, and they just sit in it the entire fight right there, which just gave them that huge advantage, gave that little bit of early armor pen as well. And, well, as you saw right there, gave them that nice level 1 fight.
It was really impressive by EG. But that wasn't only the only point of EG strong. They had like some team fights. They were invading Blue Buff every time Blue Buff was up. They invaded, tried to kill Mundo and TF, and if they don't kill him, doesn't matter, because they will go for Drake or they will go for a turret. They were doing that all the time. Even when bottom lane get the tower, they move out, Thresh and MF go to mid lane, they grab a Mundo and they kill Mundo. And after killing Mundo, they just tank the mid tower because no one could defend it. So every time they were moving out the lanes, trying to grab someone, and after they kill someone, or at least they make him back to the Nexus, then they go for an objective, like a turret, like a Drake, or like a Blue Buff. They were really impressive EG this game.
During the picks and bans, you actually called out the Twisted Fate pick for Giants. Do you think that was a good pick when you already had Anivia on the board? Because we saw just how well Froggen controlled that lane. He kept it pushed up into that middle turret.
Well, actually, like, you shouldn't let Froggen play Anivia. Also, you shouldn't let EG playing Thresh, or you shouldn't let like them playing or Zed or Nasus. They were like pretty much playing their best champion. Probably Yellowbeard play also really good Varus. It's the only point they could change. But the rest of the team is probably like their main champions. And that point of being late and letting like only 1 ban to them and having to ban Lux, because we already saw like Froggen Lux is impressive. It's probably like he never misses a skill shot. He always lands everything and just like kill everyone with the laser, with the E, with the Q, with everything. But yeah, I mean, Anivia is strong against TF, but it's fine. Like TF, you can just roam all the time. It's not like a bad matchup for him.
Okay, well, we did have one big team fight that we wanted to point out, and it was pretty much all about Crepo in this fight, as you were talking about it. It was 6-0 for EG, 19 minutes in, 31,000, 24,000 gold. Walk us through this fight and show us exactly where EG pretty much won that fight.
Well, they were running back. Giant was trying to stop them because TF was pushing bottom alone. He was split pushing, and at this moment they were trying to stop them. We'll see how Modern and Jimbo were hitting on Creepo to slow him and try to kill him. He missed the Q, or Froggen missed the Q. Now they're going to slow Creepo and try to kill him slowly, or at least don't let him back. But at this point, Creepo lands a perfect hook and Ash. They went all for him, and we see the bullet time of Yellow Pete just destroying Ash with Nasus and Creepo killing him as well. In the back, we see Samus jumping over the wall of Anivia, killing MF, and now Samus gonna die from Wicked and Froggen, and now Ash gonna die from Nasus and Creepo, and now Wicked is gonna flash to kill Babetta. He will flash, ignite him, and land him a last Q to kill after the exhaust of Babetta.
And we actually saw this happen with Gambit yesterday versus Fnatic, where Darien is playing Kha'Zix, and he jumped into the backside of the team, but he got destroyed instantly. I mean, do you think that was a good move on his part right here, or do you think that was... ideally it was a good move, but it just didn't work out?
By Giants was a good move. I mean, he jumps and he killed MF and he almost survived. The problem was Anivia only used the wall on the enemy team. He didn't use a stun. He was waiting for Kathy. You know, like, Kathy's gonna jump on us, gonna jump on an MF or on me, and I will stun him, and I will destroy him. And that's exactly what happened. If Anivia used the stun to kill Ash or Mundo at that time, he could survive. He could just destroy MF and run away, but he could not because he had the stun and he has the ultimate of Zed as well. So he just get like destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, you get locked down, then you have the burst out of Anivia. And if you're looking at Giants' lineup, do you think it was something they could have changed there, or do you think it was just their whole playstyle, losing blue buff over and over, getting caught level 1, getting caught in their own jungle?
The level 1 was pretty much snowball. It's like, you lose 2 guys, then they're standing with better items, level 1 to laning. They did, I think for me, the laning swap wasn't that good. I mean, even that Ash could farm all the time top lane, you have a Zed who is going to farm a tower pretty well with double Q and E, and Kathy is not going to farm that well. So at this point, it's better the laning phase for EG.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I remember Jat saying specifically that Zed was only 10 CS behind. Out of that, once that first turret went down, he's only about 10 CS behind at that point in the game. But for MVP, because we have to crown someone, who did you decide to give that to?
For me, the level 1 and the team fight we saw on the stream was both won by one guy. It was Creepo landing all the time the grab. First time on Extra TF, second time on Ash, Jimbo. He used Destroy both with that grab. I think Thresh actually, he could be named the Thresh Prince right now.
Well, would he be the Thresh Prince or King after that game? That's the real question.
Thresh King is Edward.
It's always Edward. But we thank you for help on this analysis. That's actually some great insight into the game. We're going to head over to Shocks with an interview with Snoopy.
Yes, thank you. I'm here with Snoopy, jungler for Evil Geniuses. Now, Snoopy, it kind of went perfect. You got the team comp you wanted, I suppose, and also 2 kills in that early game, a level 1 invasion.
I would say it was a little bit unfortunate that Giants were actually late and they ended up losing 2 bans, because we got some really strong picks like Zed and Anivia, which they probably wouldn't have let us have. So it was a bit unfortunate, but we had a really solid level 1, picked up 2 kills, and it snowballed from there.
You played Nasus. He's become more and more popular, so how does he fit your playstyle exactly?
Well, the good thing about Nasus is they have that wither and and the armor reduction from his E. It doesn't matter how far behind you are or whatever, it's always great utility. And I've always liked playing junglers that have great utility no matter how far ahead or behind they are.
All right, now, Snoopy, I've seen you on Twitter trying to get in a little French, so what have you learned?
Was it, vous êtes formidable? Is that right?
I think you got that right. Is there anything else you'd like to say to this awesome crowd?
I would like to say you guys are awesome. The support you've showed up for us, our team, and how many of you have shown up over the past 2 days is fantastic. Like, I love the French crowd, and you're so enthusiastic. So
I think it's safe to say they love you too. Thank you very much, Snoopy. Now, before we go into a short break, I'd like to remind you of our Twitter question. If you could select an MVP for the LCS, both NA and EU right now, who would it be? If it's Snoopy, you can tweet that at LOL eSports, #LCS, and give us a reason why, of course, and we'll respond to your tweets later in the show. Now, the next game coming up is going to be Against All Authority versus the Copenhagen Wolves, a tense matchup with the Wolves back in full force since having Bjergsen back, and AAA coming up with aggressive play game after game. We'll be right back with Arane at the analysis desk, so don't go anywhere.
It's the middle of the season. I'm not really happy with the place we are in right now. I think we can do a lot better.
So for the moment it's a safe thing, but we never know what's gonna happen.
But we lost against a few teams I was expecting to win. So I hope we just moved into the gaming house. I hope we can do a lot better in the next half of the season.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the, wow, oh, I thought I was going into the arena there for a second, but welcome back to Lille, France. This is LCS week number 6, and we have a little bit of time to sit down and talk with RNA from Team Alternate.
Hi. Nice, let's go always.
Man of many words.
Many words.
We have a lot of stuff we can talk about here. First of all, let's talk about today, what happened. Just really quickly, you guys won your spot into the actual relegation matches, and then you played against Meet Your Makers. Were you really, concentrate on that match, or you kind of just, oh well, we're already in, not a big deal if we win or lose this one?
We were concentrated, but I think like MYM experience in LAN events is higher than us. Like probably we had like 2 players who made really missed position on both games, and pretty much like pull us to a really bad position for every team fight. And also like first game we had it dominated. We were like doing a really good split push every time with like TS support, really nice thing to play. And we were dominating the game at the start, but then like there was some kind of miscommunication that we tried to initiate on a team fight. We get caught, and then they get a burn, and after that burn we got like completely destroyed. And second game we tried to do something level 1. We expect them to do something they didn't do, and then they had like perfect level 1 against us, and we didn't expect them to be all of them there at like 1.50. And they destroy us level 1, like 3 kills for them, and nothing much we could do after that.
Okay, and I want to ask you this question because you've already qualified once for Season 3 back with SK at the Season 2 regional qualifiers at Gamescom. Do you feel like there's any extra pressure on you to qualify again or to get in LCS this season?
No. I mean, my real pressure is my exams right now. I'm focused more on the exams for the university for my career. After that, I have a second pressure is my gaming career, but it's not like close enough to my student career. It's all what I'm focused right now.
If I'm not mistaken, you actually almost have like a master's, is it, or something?
No, I'm a student in industrial engineering, the superior 5 years degree. I will end it like probably next year. And after that, I will be an engineer.
Oh gosh, engineer RNA. Let's talk about Alternate a little bit, because I know once you left SK, you had a lot of time to join a new team, and you kind of looked around to see who you wanted to join. What was it about Alternate that made you want to actually go with that team?
I said like when I left SK, left Get Kick, whatever people want to talk about it. I was bench actually, and then like I didn't want to be a bench player, so I left it. After that, I think to some guys like you, I said like the only teams that attract me to play on right now will be like Fnatic and Alternate, because I have really close friends on both teams. I really like both teams, but it's like Fnatic, Lowry right now, Sanity is really strong, so no point on changing that. But Alternate, they thought like changing and doing some change and motivation will be better, and that's why I joined in, and I really like the team. It's like even that we lost here, we still like everyone is smiling, getting fun of the game, and we'll keep playing. Like tomorrow we'll join back our homes and we will again train together and we'll again like having fun together, because at the end it is a video game and you have to have fun on it. And that's what we're having.
And to me, one thing that about Alternate that they were kind of lacking before you joined was they were all, well not all, but mostly solo queue players. You had Kerp and Frownlord both 2900 or 3000, and they didn't seem to have that mindset or understand of how to play as a team in like a 5-on-5 sense. Do you think you brought that to the team and finally, gave them that info and were able to kind of work with that?
Well, after watching the first game, I could say, yeah, I brought that to the team. After watching the second game, I said, no. Like they still playing like solo queue. They made like so many stuff like teleporting back to a ward and trying to get something, or going like 1v1 alone and dying there. That's completely solo queue stuff. It should not happen on a professional league. And to us happened because our mindset is like really crazy and trying to get a lot of kills, and that's most likely solo queue, not pre-made mindset.
Okay, and in terms of LCS teams, do you think you guys should be? Well, it's hard to phrase this question, but do you think you guys deserve a spot over one of the teams that's already in there?
I will say yes. Not gonna talk talk about individual teams, but I think like coming back to the qualifier, we lost against Giant, we lost against Fnatic.
Yeah, you guys had the Hell group or something like that.
We have the Hell group. People were talking about Group B. From Group B, no one qualified. After Dragonborns, the second qualified. They were talking like that was the group of death, and that wasn't. I mean, our group was Giants and Fnatic, both won against us, and both 2-0 the next enemies on the quarterfinals, and they both qualified really solid at that time. Right now, Giants is lacking on training and they are lacking on level probably, but at this time, at the LCS qualified, they were really, really scary and really strong, and they destroyed Fnatic and they destroyed us, and Fnatic destroyed us as well. So it was like pretty much the hell group, the worst group. And the thing was like before that, we were screaming against a lot of teams like Cobra and Wolves. We played against AAA. We played against a lot of teams, and we beat them all. We're like so confident at the qualify, but then like Giant surprises and Fnatic, we expected that we were going to lose against Fnatic because we kind of lack on this like team play against these teleports, like we saw against Media Makers. We're really bad against that. It's like team play, and we don't have that much team play yet.
And speaking of playing against these teams, do you think this gives you an advantage when it comes time to do the relegation matches, that you have the LCS teams looking for teams outside of that to play against so they can practice new strategies? I know you've been playing against teams like EG, Fnatic. Does this give you some sort of advantage?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the advantage we have about their picks and about their bans, we know how they're going to play, but we also lack on so many training because they are like they are all living in a gaming house, waking up like at 12 or 11 and training from 12 till 12 in the night, like pretty much 12 hours. And I can't do that. I mean, I come back home like 6, 7 from the university, and after that we start training. So we train like only 4 or 5 hours per day, and then train like 10 hours per day. So maybe our advantage we have about knowing the enemies, because they are playing like every week, we lose it on lack of practice.
And do you actually solo queue much? I mean, because you seem like your time is very constrained right now. It seems like you don't have any free time at all. No. It's just strictly team practicing and then homework and school?
Only like Kerp and Jerry, they are like solo queuing every time because they have time at the morning and at the afternoon, but I don't have time for solo queue. I only play like solo queue on my Smurf. I have 2 Smurf and I'm playing there like all the time at night. But it's like at 12 in the night till like 2 in the night because I have to go to sleep and then wake up to go to university. So it's like no many times to solo queue actually.
Yeah, you won't duo queue with me. What a scumbag.
I did.
Yeah, that was back in season 2. But and specifically Kerp, because I know you've been wanting to talk about this since yesterday. He plays with a trackball mouse.
Yeah, I didn't bring it. I will bring it later because it's amazing. Like if you see a trackball, I tried yesterday on the backstage. We were on the play launch, and I was trying the trackball, and I was just like playing with a smile. Because it was so strange to play with only like one finger to move the full mouse. It was really strange to play with the trackball. I was so related on the stream that it's crazy how they play.
I know we were all talking about it. I wonder how big like the muscle in his thumb is to really control it the entire time. And not to mention, I think you even said he played FPSs with it, like Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he played Counter-Strike with it as well. He's good with it. I don't know, it's crazy.
I could never do that. It's just so...
No one can do that.
But Kerp can and get 2,900 yellow from that. But before we get into our next game, I want to talk a little bit about the differences between the LCS pros and the amateur teams trying to achieve, the pro level. Let's take a look at what the players had to say on the importance of achieving this status in the LCS and how it affects their lives.
Pretty much I've been playing video games since I was really young. I don't know, like my brother had a computer when I was a baby already, so it was like I was playing video games most of the time or watching my brother.
One time I was just a plain student that was playing computer games for fun, and then suddenly from day to day I realized, oh, actually I can say it's my work.
I moved out of my parents' house at the age of 18 and I kind of started living independently. So I was always doing what I wanted to do, what I had the passion to. So video games were always my passion, so I just followed my heart.
Going from having your hobby to be your job is kind of insane. You don't really realize it in the start that you're actually playing and earning money from it now. You just kind of keep playing.
When I realized that the way I played could bring me happiness and money to live as well, well, I decided to just go all in with it.
I was thinking about dropping studies for like over a year. For a year I was doing both studies and playing, and during that time I was like thinking if I should or if I shouldn't. It took me a lot of time.
I went to Korea for 2 months, and that's basically where I dropped out of school. I gave up on pretty much my life at home and just left it behind.
Having a conversation at home, telling your parents, yeah, Mom, I'm not doing my exams. I'll be going to Korea. How long? I don't know. What are we gonna do there? Play video games? With who? Oh, 5 guys from the internet? That's not a fun conversation to have, but I'm really lucky that my mom's really caring, and I just wanna give the chance to like thank her here. Thanks, Mom. Love you.
Pro gamer itself is just it just gives the meaning that you compete on a high level and you get paid for it. And as soon as you can do that, I think you should call yourself pro gamer and be proud of that.
You need to dedicate yourself a lot and actually focus on the team and team synergy pretty much all your free time, because you actually need to practice to get good.
I want to win everything. I want to appear in like giant posters in malls in some time, and I think it's doable and I'm gonna do it.
I've seen potential in esports for a long time now, but when I saw what Riot is doing with League of Legends, I knew it's gonna be big. So I saw the potential in League of Legends and I decided to go all out in this game, just try my best to become a pro gamer, and I succeeded for now.
See, I really love that video because you hear things about the players that you never really see too much, about the hardships at home, their parents, school. And specifically, Shushay mentioned it, he was under the decision of, should I drop out of school, should I continue it? You go for playing professional League of Legends or not? And we talked about before, you're still in school and you're still trying to play and get into LCS. How has this affected you? How has that decision in particular really affected you?
Well, it's pretty much like my fathers and my brother just like telling me that the studies are more important than the video games. I mean, I think like some players can probably live off video games like his whole life, but not everyone. And that's something you have to take in mind. Like, okay, I'm gonna drop some years, but are you gonna keep studying like in 4 years? Are you gonna keep on like a master, like at university or something? Like when you are 26 years old, 25 years old? I don't really think so. I don't think like someone can do that after a long break like many people is taking. So if you take like this life as a full gaming career, you have to focus so much on like streaming, on like fan base, and trying to have something in the future. Because if not, like what you gonna have? What you gonna have like in 2 years? I don't know how many years we're gonna have League of Legends. I hope we're gonna have a lot of years. I would love to see that, but still after that, what you gonna have? You have to think about that. You can't think only about the present and don't think about the future. Then you can be like not really a nice future. I don't know. And I'm pretty much thinking about the future, like having a studies, having like an university. And after that, when I end my studies, like my mom and my father told me, like when you end your career, do whatever you want. Take like 2, 3, 4 years and do whatever you want. Go party to the end of the world if you want to. Go to Australia and have fun. Yeah, they told me. I mean, go party and go whatever you want. I don't mind. But first of all, finish something and have something in your life. After that, decide.
And you mentioned your brother and your father right there. You know, saying, you know, you should work with your studies. That's really important. How did your family take the whole thing of, you know, hey, mom, dad, brother, I play a game professionally, you know, because you did with SK, and you're still doing it now. Like, how do they take that? What was the response? Were they very supportive?
It was actually pretty funny. The story I could tell you, it was really funny, because I had my mom on Skype, and she didn't know anything. She didn't know anything about the League of Legends. My dad knew it, but not my mom. And my mom one day realized that my name of Skype was Arnie, and she was like, what is Arnie? And she checked Arnie on Google, and then she realized that, what? What are those videos? What are those interviews to this guy? This is my son. What is this? And then like the next morning, she called me like, Alvar, I have to talk with you now. And I was like, what's wrong, ma'am? And she was like, who is Arnie? And I was like, oh, snap. And I had to tell the full story that I went to Korea, I went to Germany, I went to a lot of countries, and she didn't know it before that. Yeah. And after that, right now it's much better, because I can tell her everything. Probably she's watching me now, and she's like probably hating me a bit. She didn't understand English, so it's perfect. But still, like, it's something really difficult, because also my brother were playing video games a lot, pretty much more than me. And he wasn't earning anything. He wasn't earning money. He was like in World of Warcraft. So that's something different. And after that, he realized that I'm taking his same path, and he's trying to pull me to don't leave the studies. I mean, some months ago, he took me into his room and he was like, Alvar, you can't stop the study right now. You need to end it, and after that, you do whatever you want, but you need to end it. Don't take another way. That's like every time, like my dad and my brother just tell me the same.
That's still though. I mean, that's still some great family support. At least they're not saying, you know, don't do gaming. There's no future in that. At least they want you to stick with studies. I know my parents did the same thing and really support me in this. But you know, thank you for taking the time with us. It's always nice to talk to you. We're gonna have you back after this next game. But speaking of the next game, we're gonna go ahead and go over to Shocks to introduce the next one.
Merci beaucoup. It's time to bring out our second match of the day, our second LCS match, that is, and we're going to introduce the teams. First up, in the blue corner, a team, I think you know, they're a French organization, didn't quite make their mark yesterday, but looking for a win now. Put your hands together for Against All Authority! And in the red corner, Bjergsen got a quadra kill yesterday. Genny give us a penta today. It's the Copenhagen Wolves. I think our home crowd here has a little, they like AAA, but that's to be understood, of course. But give it up for our two teams, you guys, come on. All right, let's dive into this game with our casters. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and I think she was a little bit lost for words there on stage.
That's
when
really the first like super home crowd cheer that's really came out booing the opposition almost.
Yeah, I mean, Against All Authority, I said it yesterday, they are a French organization. Obviously, the team is not entirely French, but they've got a big French smile in the form of no-no, at least. But Copenhagen Wolves, full Danish team. What's your thoughts on this game, Jap?
Yeah, Against All Authority really had the tough loss to Evil Geniuses yesterday, and they have to step up a bit. I mean, no-no in particular has been stepping up a lot for them, so they have to keep that going.
And what about Wolves? They're bottom of the table, but they got that win yesterday.
Yeah, so Wolves took that big win over Dragonborns. They're still at the bottom of the standings. The thing people forget, though, Wolves started 0-9. Since then, they're 4-2. So they are really hot right now. Bjergsen creating a lot of pressure in the mid lane. Their AD carries the test, doing well as well. Their whole team is actually gelling amazingly.
So let's have a look at the two lineups then that we're going to be seeing here today from both of these teams. On the blue side, Against All Authority with Freddy122, Virtual, Slayer, No-No, and Coralius.
And for the Copenhagen Wolves, we have Godbro in the top lane, Sven Skaren in the jungle, Bjergsen that mid lane carry, the Tess on AD, and Deficio on support.
So let's have a look then at the key players. First up, Against All Authority, their mid laner, Slayer.
Yeah, Slayer has been mid and top lane a lot, but especially we always say this kind of going against Bjergsen. He's got to stop him from getting ahead early. He has to control him in lane, and then he has to go make plays against All Authority. Objective-based play style. They need to win their lanes. That is always their strategy, and no lane will be harder for them to win than mid lane with Schleyer.
And talking about that mid lane for Wolves, their key man, we saw him coming halfway through this first half of the season, so I guess quarter of the way through. That is, of course, Bjergsen.
I think Bjergsen has 4 quadra kills already this season, and he only came in the mid-season since he turned 17, became eligible, and really as soon as the Copenhagen Wolves got them, they started to dominate. So he is like the prodigy of the league right now. He is so strong, and he's going to have to carry again.
And of course, picked up the first pentakill as well here in the European LCS.
That was
see if we
actually
get more of
against...
that.
This was actually against All Authority with his Syndra.
This is, you know, the team that no one wanted to lose to Copenhagen Wolves at that point. They were in this whole bad run of form, but, you know, things have since changed for that. As you said, since going 0-9, things have been on the up for the Copenhagen Wolves, but they are still bottom of the table. We'll see if that thing is going to change here today. Let's get into Champion Select then. The picks and the bans are underway, and the first ban coming out of Against All Authority already is Lux, aimed straight at Bjergsen.
Yeah, it is aimed at Bjergsen, but I don't necessarily remember Bjergsen destroying people with Lux necessarily. He's the Syndra and the Kassadin games and the Kha'Zix games have been the best ones for him. The ban that makes a lot of sense to me is the Singed ban already, because they're just getting that away from Godbro. That's one of the big things that he plays well. Obviously the Sona and Elise bans, it's about time people don't let Corrales play Sona.
Definitely is. I mean, he's played a lot of Sona in the LCS so far. He said that if Sona's available, he's his most comfortable champion. He thinks the impact that Sona brings to the game is what you need there, and he's quite happy to hit one guy with a crescendo because that's always the key man, or so he says.
It's the excuse if you want to miss your Sona ult, to be like, that was the important target, and we got him. Hit the Sona ult just right, tail end of it on one guy. Karthus ban as well, though. That's got to be at Schleyer or Freddy, because Freddy has played like
as well.
Bot lane Karthus, mid lane Karthus. Schleyer had a lot of Karthus games in solo queue as well. So, you know, this first pick for Against All Authority is actually a tricky one. I'm not sure what they're going to go for yet. I know they want to pick really strong lanes, maybe a Renekton for Freddy, but that's a total guess.
Yeah, I mean, Freddy has, there's a Thresh obviously left open in this one. And we've been seeing more picks than bans of Thresh, which kind of surprises me in a way, because, you know, he is still very much a game-changing champion.
And he's almost supplanted Blitz in a lot of ways. Like the one game we saw Thresh banned, we saw N-Rated play Blitzcrank instead because he wanted to land those hooks. I don't necessarily know why teams have stopped banning him, because they're still all picking him early, right?
Yeah.
So they still see a lot of value in the Thresh, as far as I can tell. I love seeing him play. Like even in the last game, the Thresh plays by Krepo really create a lot. Going in with slivers of health. He had like a quarter health and he went in, put down the box, and really just created the team fight for everyone. And especially going up against, if Copenhagen Wolves wants to pick a Jarvan, that's a tough pick in, because Thresh can actually, his little E flay spell, if you see the flag go down from Jarvan, you just use it, you're going to stop him from knocking you up on Thresh every time.
Yeah, and that's you know, a great counter there in a way to him as well. So it looks like Varus will be the choice here for the test. We've seen him actually playing a lot of amazing Ezreals.
Yeah.
But he's kind of stopped that whole Ezreal play.
It almost feels like across the board, Ezreal is seeing less and less play. A lot of it's being supplanted by Varus. Varus is super popular, and this is actually almost an example as Against All Authority picks Teemo.
Whatever.
Not real. It's not happening. Talking about Varus, the incredible crowd control he brings in Season 3, as well as the percent health, since everyone started health stacking, got people practicing Varus, and now even though people are kind of away from health stacking, they're still wanting to do it more and more.
Well, it's not going to be a Teemo, we can say that for sure, as the boos come out when he changes back in towards Volibear, who is locked in for Against All Authority. Again, let's say week 3, maybe it was week 2 that we first saw it coming out there for Diamond Procs. Before that, we just didn't see Volibear. Like, he just wasn't even...
Didn't exist.
No one thought about Volibear at all, but then again, no one thought of Shyvana before Intel Extreme Masters Kiev.
Or even Jungle Masses, right? Like, they
True as well.
It's the Moscow 5 Innovators, and it's Volibear time now. Everyone plays it. We were talking earlier, it doesn't really fit some teams' play styles, because Volibear is very all-in. You go and you are fighting.
Yeah.
So, also against Jarvan, it's kind of hard since Volibear really has to run straight at the target. especially since Virtual does have the Ghost. He won't be able to get through any of the Jarvan ults, so there is a potential of both these teams kind of picking pseudo counters into each other, mainly because they have their preset composition that they want to go into, and they're just going with it.
Well, let's have a look then what Copenhagen Wolves are going to add in there to the Varus and the Jarvan that they have in there right now. And it looks like a Lulu, which, you know, Deficio, we've seen him play Thresh to a great level. Obviously, this time around that can't happen. There's no Sona in there available. And I think with those two down, Lulu is the next most popular.
And this would be really smart if they go with Renekton as well, because then they deny it from
Fiora.
They would deny it from Freddy. Actually, I see the Rumble already picked. I imagine that's going to be Freddy on the other side. Yeah, they're trolling the crowd. They didn't get the reaction of Fiora that they'd want to get out of Teemo.
Yeah.
The Lulu is also particularly good for them. Deficio wants to redeem himself a bit on this. Last week, when they played against Fnatic, he said Deficio almost blamed himself for the loss. He was getting caught in team fights, but the biggest thing he said is he wasn't getting off his Lulu ultimates. So in this game, look for him actually to be really quick with his Lulu ultimates and make sure that he always gets them off in team fights.
And there is a Kha'Zix hovered over, which again surprised me, because when we've seen Kha'Zix being played well, he has been a complete game changer.
Yeah.
He's been so good. I mean, Alex Sinch's performance yesterday obviously is the one that really springs to mind for you. But again, he's come down towards these last picks. Yeah, I mean, mid lane, you've got that Rumble in there, which you'd naturally expect to be with Freddy.
And this could be very good for Against All Authority. The only issue with this is if they go with Kha'Zix, that lets Bjergsen have his pick as they do lock it in with whatever he wants to go against it. Vayne for No as well. Very interesting. Last week when he played Vayne against SK Gaming, he destroyed. That was also against a Jarvan, but it was a mid lane Jarvan. I would love to see Bjergsen play Zed here because he would be able to hop on Vayne. Vayne can't necessarily avoid all the spike damage amazingly well from Zed. And I haven't seen Bjergsen play Zed, but with his Kha'Zix play yesterday, with his Syndra play, Bjergsen's shown that he can play almost anything. It would make an all physical damage team for Copenhagen Wolves, but I'd still like it a lot.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to go for here. They said, again, it's surprising almost. With some games, he's, bam, first pick. No even thought process involved with that one. Yeah, in this one, we see him picked as the bang last choice for Wolves.
Yeah, in high elo solo queue over in Korea, he's the most banned champion. So he's like, he was what the Shen has been for the past year in almost the entire world. It's becoming Zed in high elo Korea. A lot of players love him in competitive. He's getting more and more steam here. It's like the one shot that he gets, and they've obviously went for it.
Yeah, going straight in for that one. So we've got the two teams here locked in there. Hard one to call this one. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves, as he said, they're in decent form here, despite being bottom of the table. Against All Authority have been a little bit up and down. They've been very yo-yo-ish in the league so far.
I just look at Against All Authority's team comp, and they've swapped around Freddy and Schleia. I don't know who's going where. Are we going to see a mid lane Rumble, or just see Schleia play Rumble top? This is what Against All Authority has. They confuse you in that way. They have a strong synergy in Vayne and Thresh, but not necessarily the strongest lane. You look at Copenhagen Wolves, their laning is incredibly strong. The only trouble they might run into is the fact that they are all physical damage. They do have a lot of crowd control, and they do have a lot of armor shred, but that's going to be their weakness.
So here we go, an important game for both teams. You know, Against All Authority are in that position, that mid-table where you still, with wins, can be really pushing up to the top spots, or, you know, a couple of unlucky weeks, and you're fighting against those bottom two spots. Copenhagen Wolves, on the other hand, they're rooted to the bottom of the table. This is their time to shine, to pick up wins. They have to be winning these kind of games if they want to get out of that bottom spot.
4-11, but that's after an 0-9 start, so they could really be on a tear. Like, if you look at the last 6 games, I'd say they have a better record than Evil Geniuses or SK Gaming, right? Like, if you're just looking at the last few weeks of the season, they are not an 8th place team, which puts them in a tough situation, and I love that side.
Yeah, that side's been doing the rounds here. They've been trying to sneak it in behind the French casters to get on the screen. Security guards have been shooing them away every single time. But this time we obliged with the cameraman, so they got themselves up on the stage. But we are about to get into game then. Against All Authority here on the blue side, up against Copenhagen Wolves here on the red side. As we've said, real important games. I mean, we seem to make that point all the time now, and that's because of the stage we're at in this season. We are pushing up towards the point where we hit the halfway mark and relegation starts to set in.
We're like just over the halfway mark of the first half of the season, right? So it's really the players starting to focus more and more. Once again, 8 and 7 are immediately dropped into the relegation playoffs. If you're 3 through 6, You then have kind of a playoff to see if you lose that, then you go into relegation. And obviously 1 and 2 don't get involved in the relegation whatsoever. Both of these teams, you know, at least Copenhagen Wolves still in 8th place, wanting to get out of there, and Against All Authority has to make sure they don't drop down.
There's a dancing bear in the middle and a dancing ninja. So Bjergsen and Virtual just having a bit of a dance-off here to start off the game. But at level 1, Jack, we saw earlier on how good EG are at that, how they really plan out that level 1. This time around, do you think we can see anything?
Well, I wonder how much planning they've went through if they both run into the mid lane and start dancing with each other.
Maybe that's part of the plan.
It's part of the plan. It's like, well, if he dances long enough, we can sneak in behind him and get him. And there's actually been regular level 1 wards placed down. Copenhagen Wolves have went for 3. There have not been any vision wards placed yet. They don't have any deep wards in the jungle, so like none of these teams are really that curious what the other team's doing. I'd have to say Against All Authority would be more vulnerable to the jungle invade. They put the ward down at their blue, but this is a very much, we're just gonna do regular jungle. Looks like, is this gonna be a lane swap or not? No, I don't think so. Yes, it is, it's a lane swap, it's 2v1.
Yeah, we've got the Freddy, Kazakh's down at that bottom lane. If I can get his name out there, that would always help. Svenskeren just been helped off here by Godbro on that Renekton. If anyone knows how to play against that Renekton, it's going to be Freddy, his most played champion so far. But of course, 1 versus 2. Who do you think has the upper and bottom hand, let's call it, in these 1v2 lanes?
Yeah, I gotta say the Renekton, which is on Copenhagen Wolves, has the short end of the stick, or the good end of the stick. He's the one who wants to do this. It's the Kazakhs who's gonna be in trouble. The strange thing about this, though, is this is reverse of the regular 2v1s you see. Usually you see the AD carry and support from red side go up top because they have access to the double golems. But I think these teams mind-gamed each other, and they were probably both looking for a 2v2 and just ended up walking to the wrong lanes. Freddy, down here with Kazakhs, struggles in 1v2s. Every time you see a Kazakh that's not in mid lane, he pretty much always gets 1v2s because until he gets his void spikes, he has a really hard time surviving.
And Svenskeren on the blue buff right now for Copenhagen Wolves. Virtual, the opposite side doing his blue buff, as well. So we'll see how they actually get involved in these lanes in the coming moments. We have wards down actually on both sides of the map. Freddy's not got one in that tri-bush there, so that's a possible opportunity for a 3-man gank down at bottom.
The only thing that's warding against that is the fact that Svenskeren's going up to protect Renekton from getting 3-man dope, so they'd have to bring Zed down and he'd end up walking through a ward. We may not see too much here because Nono and Keralis have the pink in the tri-brush, so no matter what really Svenskeren does, he's going to get spotted. He's just going to go back and farm his jungle like normal.
Yeah, straight back in there. Let's have a look at the early CS here. We can see that Varus, as you predicted in that 2v1 lane, having a better time of things. He's 22 to the 16 of Vayne right now. Freddy is sat on 11 CS, and Godbro only got 1 creep to his name right now. So we'll see how that actually works out for him. He's trying to get in there, but you can see the damage that comes down from Keralis and Nono, even at this early stage, is significant.
Yeah, I may have called this wrong right at the start. I figured he started with the red elixir, whereas Freddy started with the cloth armor down bottom. But it does seem like Freddy is getting the better of this, whether that's Copenhagen Wolves doing a really good job with the Tess and Deficio, or doing not a good job denying Freddy, or whether it's just the fact that up top, Godbro isn't very good at the 1v2 on Renekton.
Well, we'll see how that all pans out. Virtual going to be helping Freddy here just to ward that bottom lane off a little bit. But honestly, I'm not sure what he's going to be able to hold on to. One thing that the Tess and Deficio have done well is damage on the turret. That is already fairly low. As we see Schley going in a little bit on towards Bjergsen, but I think he's going to struggle in this lane, at least until he gets home there and gets himself more items on the way.
Yeah, we don't see much mid lane rumble. There's a few players in solo queue that one of his name's like mid rumble GG, and he plays it every game. He's like Diamond 1, and he always just goes and ganks side lanes with it. But now we see the mid lane gank approaching from Virtual.
Yeah, Virtual going to start running in there, but we can see Bjergsen just waiting inside of the brush, and they decide not to follow through with that one. So a fairly pensive start to the game, a lot of protection coming in from the junglers rather than ganks. You know, they've just been there to make sure that they can hold onto the turrets that are there right now. Let's just skip up and have a look at the health on that turret. at this point, and it's still pretty healthy. If you compare that to the bottom, it's definitely advantage Copenhagen Wolves on that front.
I think I've figured out the reason there's the minion kill differential between Renekton and Kha'Zix, and likewise between Varus and Vayne. So what's happening in the top lane here is Against All Authority is focusing on denying Godbro minions, not on tower damage and not on harassment damage. But you look at the bottom side, and all the Tess is caring about and Deficio is getting minions and hitting the turret. That's why Freddy's been better at minion killing at the turret, but that's also why his turret is lower and why the Tess is getting more farmed.
There's the Q coming through, plants nicely straight through onto the Tess. Virtual looked like he was coming out. Glitter Lance will just slow him right down there, and he can't push any further. And the Tess doing a lot of damage here. That next Q could actually be pretty deadly, and in the end, Freddy jumps away and will back off. There is Svenskeren getting involved in the top, of course. Was spotted there, I think, by Corellius just about as he headed down. He won't be able to make an appearance.
Yeah, and in that bottom lane, Virtual looks like he would be in dive potential. The turret is very, very low down there, and he might end up losing it right here. Like, he does have his passive and there's no ignite, but if Copenhagen Wolves wants to kill this turret, they can, and that's a very early 6-minute, 30-second turret.
6.5 minutes in, that's actually almost 1,000 gold lead. That's given the Copenhagen Wolves now as well. We can see there, 2.1 to 1,800 gold between the two. 80 carries 60 to 45 CS. So doing a good job. Zed also got a nice advantage in the CS in the jungle. It's advantage for Jarvan over Volibear as well. It's just this Kha'Zix Renekton that's still a little bit of a struggle for Copenhagen Wolves. You can see No, he is quite happy, even with Jarvan there right up in front of him, to keep putting the damage down.
He's a very, very confident AD carry player. Sometimes it gets him in trouble with positioning, but sometimes he just makes huge plays. And with Vayne, I really want to see how Nono plays again in these team fights, because you're almost like a potential to assassinate with Vayne in team fights. You can stealth through a front line sometimes and just get to those priority targets. And with the balls on Nonu almost, he's so aggressive he can just make those plays.
Yeah, but as you said, can get caught out with him as well, and that's not what they want to happen as the AD carry support headed in towards this top side now. They surely know that Svenskeren is in there as well, as Bjergsen actually going to go in here on towards Slayer. The ignite is down. Bjergsen decides not to follow up. They're quite happy just to push him through. Here comes the gank. The hook will land on towards Godbro, but that will just be enough to send him back. 4 men in top lane. That's a lot of commitment.
They really want to counteract or get the second turret here. They've already left the bottom lane, and this is the big thing. Freddy's freezing down bottom, so there's no pressure on Copenhagen Wolves for sending these far off. They're going to probably stay in here as long as they can. They have almost no turret damage. What?
Wow, Corellius going in there. That was a risky play coming out. Gets polymorphed up by Deficio. But in the end, he will be safe as well. And now Godbro and Svenskeren both going to go back, and bit chaotic here at the start of this game, which usually means we're going to see a real interesting one.
Yeah, I don't know what the benefit was of him going in, but now the flash or the ghost coming in from Virtual, and he burns a double flash from the Tess.
The flash is burnt there as the Q comes out as well. Virtual, on the other hand, did use his ghost in that gank as well. So he was trying to get himself in there. Corellius' flash was obviously used as well. Slayer having no flash available in the middle, especially with that Jarvan around, could be dangerous times for him.
He's got to make sure now that they can't push up as much. They've already killed the one turret, and they're pressuring really hard here, and this is dangerous. I mean, Volibear's coming in again. Let's see what happens.
There's the ultimate coming in, but they've managed to get the hook. There's the fling back. The Tess going to get exhausted as well. Can he get away from this one? I don't think he's going to be able to survive. He walks back off towards the turret to make sure Lulu is safe. First blood coming in for Against All Authority.
That was just over-aggressiveness by Copenhagen Wolves. They knew their flashes was down, and the Thresh Volibear gank is becoming the classic combination. You have to be aware of that every time you're pushed up in your lane. It almost means like if you're pushed up and you don't have flash, you're not allowed to be pushed up because you're in danger of dying in those situations. That really pulls Against All Authority close to even without them even taking a turret down yet. So if they can somehow get some damage onto any of these turrets, actually, I'm looking at the turrets now, and they're not even close to it. But here, maybe a dive on Slayer.
Oh, this could be very interesting. Slayer puts a ward down, and talk about a lifesaver there from Slayer. My God, sticks it right on top of Bjergsen, Svenskeren's head there as he's waiting inside of that brush. He's done that from feeling, and that was, well, just perfectly done. He saved him, because I think he would have gone down there in the end.
Yeah, that's just awesome communication. He knew that Jarvan was in their jungle because they had their entrances warded, but he didn't know how long Jarvan was going to be in there. So he was like, if I want to feel safe, and specifically, if I want to help my team get the blue buff as well, I need to find vision of Jarvan immediately. So he warded that as a guess. He's either with the blue or he's going to come dive me. He got the ward out. It was in exactly the right place, and it really saved them a lot of pressure.
So let's have a look through some early items here that have started to come up. Zed, no real surprises, heading straight towards that Blade of the Ruin King. I think we only saw one real deviation from that one in yesterday's games. On the other hand, Zane going to be coming in for Vayne here, with Varus going BF sword direction.
Vayne has got to be one of the best items. Just wait. Blade of the Ruin King.
Vayne is a brilliant item.
Vayne is a brilliant item for the Blade of the Ruin King champion, but I like the build actually from both Zed and Vayne. Vayne is already a Night Hunter, so the Blade of the Ruin King will just help her chase down even more so when he gets that going. And then the spike damage from Bjergsen is going to be so key. Look for Bjergsen to go and make a play pretty shortly here with that ultimate and the Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, and let's not forget, we've just seen that outer turret go down in the middle. That was the second of the game for Copenhagen Wolves. So in terms of towers, they're doing really well. Jarvan is actually headed down towards Freddy here in the bottom. Godbro going to put the ultimate on there as they jump away from Freddy. But how far is he really going to get? Svenskeren waiting off from this one. There he goes, sliding in. Cataclysm comes down. Now it becomes a lot harder for Freddy to escape this one. Godbro couldn't put any damage down onto him though in that meantime. But Freddy is slowly but surely going down. There was the stun. Godbro gets the kill.
The slow play gank there from Svenskeren came all the way around the back and then pulled that one off, so they paid off. That was the lane. They'd already killed the turret, so Freddy was really in no man's land in those situations. Didn't have the wards. They didn't even have the river wards to approach, and all that freezing that Freddy did, the instant the lane pushed back to the other side, he got punished with a gank.
Virtual now headed into this top lane as well, and maybe try and collapse with 3, but the ward in the Tribush will give that one away, but it gives the opportunity here for AAA to pick themselves up an outer turret. That will be their first one of the game, unless it can be stopped. The Varus ultimate not quite connecting. The hook will pull a minion in there. So both teams not really landing what they wanted to, but here comes Zed. The chase is on for Copenhagen Wolves. There is Ghost from Virtual. He wants no part of this one, but they may go in for No-No. He's going to stealth up there, but Bjergsen goes in. Gets the kill. Wild goes down as well. This could be a double for Bjergsen. Actually will pull away. Corralia's taken a lot of damage. Oh, not quite finished off there by Lulu in the end. That could have been 3 kills there for the Wolves.
And it's crazy what keeps happening in these games. Every time a team is trying to do the fast push strategy, which kind of both of them are, they're getting tremendously punished for it. That was Bjergsen running all the way up through a ward. If the test would have landed as Verisalt at the start of that, it would have easily been 3 kills. But even though it was just the one, they're probably getting yet another turret out of it. And if they get this, that'll be 3 turrets to 0.
Yeah, that's the perfect start for the Wolves as well. But, and again, I'm going to say that but out there because even though someone wrote on my Facebook page and said, Joe, stop saying but like that because it really annoys you. But it is going to come out once more, at least today. Copenhagen Wolves have had trouble finishing games before. We've seen them in these great situations after lanes, you know, turrets down, everything in their favor. But after that, they've had a bit of a problem to really push it that step further. They need to gain a real advantage and from that a win.
And the advantages they have right now are also hugely in initiation. You look at Virtual, who's on Volibear right now. He's only level 7. He's not big enough to be able to run in. Godbro, despite being denied so much, has rushed that Sunfire Cape. So, like, if Copenhagen Wolves makes the fights come to them, they're in amazingly strong territory right now. And that's why they're forcing on the Dragon. They know that No-No is up top trying to push out the top, and they're just going to take even more objectives. They're probably losing the turret up top, but they don't actually care about this as long as they can hold mid.
Dragon gone. 3,800 gold is the lead that Copenhagen Wolves have right now. You can see how that translates on the different lanes, and actually it's pretty strong across the board. Look at Zed, 5,000, let's call it, to the 3,300 of Rumble. He's got a big CS lead. Vayne is behind here by around about 300 gold. It's done a good job of farming whilst they got together as Deficio here, having to flash away, but Virtual is still chasing in there. Can he fling him backwards? Equalizer thrown down as well from Rumble. That was an interesting time.
That was almost kind of a sign that Against All Authority is going to have real trouble initiating, because that was the flash burn from their main initiator on a solo target, and all Deficio had to do was burn flash. He didn't have to do much else, didn't even have to pop his ultimate. They're trying to make a play here Against All Authority, pushing in. They pull Svenskeren, the turret's getting low.
Yeah, but is that the right target that they really want here? Virtual already down towards half as Slayer comes in there. Can they get this one turned on them?
Copenhagen Wolves coming in from behind. Bjergsen with Zed looking to make a play. There's the flash.
Here we go. Varus ultimate will landing onto Corralius. There is the box, but here comes Zed to rip them to pieces. No, he's going to die. Corralius goes down. They've got 1 kill back, but it's a double for Zed. He could be more as Freddy tries to run away. He's finished up by Renekton, and that will be a 3-for-1 for the Wolves.
Warning signs had to be going off and against all authority once they were pushed up in that situation. They'd failed an earlier initiate. They used the Volibear fling. They'd already tried to get Schleya's equalizer out. They didn't have the things up in that fight that they needed. It allowed Copenhagen Wolves to flank around from the back. Bjergsen again, amazing positioning, making plays happen for his team, and that is great for Copenhagen Wolves.
Bjergsen now pushing onto this inner turret in the bottom lane. Volibear's presence will force him to back off, albeit with a 4-level advantage that he has there over Virtual. Could probably turn on him, but underneath the tower, not so confident at this stage. The items that we're seeing coming out, Locket of the Iron Solari finish for both junglers in the top lane, or certainly the single lanes here. We have Sunfire Cape with a 2-0-1 Negod Pro.
And I have to make a quick correction. Virtual is, of course, a Ghost Volibear. For some reason, I thought he'd used his flash, but that's the Ghost initiation he's trying to get through. It was the flash that was burned to escape from Deficio. So it was just the Rumble Alt they didn't have going down into that fight. But like you're saying, these items are getting bigger and bigger. Bjergsen, now that he's hit the level 11 as well, Zed gets huge power spikes at 11 and 16 with that ultimate spiking up, and the fact that he's gotten the Blade of the Ruined King, soon to be Black Cleaver, is going to help their entire team. Like, they know they have full physical damage, so the faster that Bjergsen gets to Black Cleaver, the bigger their team fight presence is going to be. You can get away with full AD comps nowadays as long as you get to that Black Cleaver, and as long as the other guys on your team are building Last Whisper, which is, I think, what Copenhagen Wolves is going for across the board.
So what comes next here? Wolves are in the jungle and actually flanking around the back there. There was a pink ward down by Against All Authority here in the brush, which will actually spot the push out now from Copenhagen Wolves. Godpro actually getting quite close in on towards Schleya, and this could go really wrong. The Varus ulti comes in. Schleya is popped out of nowhere. They saw that one coming. They should have been well away from that.
It's one of these problems. They've lost so many of their outer turrets, but they're still trying to farm like they haven't. They're still trying to create a laning phase. But guess what? The laning phase is over. Now it's go time because Copenhagen Wolves has 4 mid, and Freddy is still split pushing. Can Against All Authority hold against 4?
No, can't do anything about the Zed in the bottom. He knows he'll get destroyed. That is the hook, but again, it's on Jarvan, the person that you don't want in the middle of your team.
And all that would happen if they pull themselves in as fence screen is they'd get counter-initiated on, and this might continue. It looks like they're going to push up with 4. It will be a 4v4 soon because Bjergsen is gone. So Against All Authority would want to initiate it this time, but Copenhagen Wolves sensed it and they're going back.
Wolves dropping back off there. There's a ping in the river by the Baron as Bjergsen closes in on towards Freddy. He's going to dump everything he can onto him here. Will he be able to get the kill? Freddy is going down. He's not going to survive this one. If he does escape this, then he's going to be chased down by someone else as he gets the void spikes. There's the Q from the test. I mean, as I said, if he'd have survived that 1v1, the rest of the Wolves were hunting him down.
It's an awesome snipe shot from the test. I love seeing the full charge piercing arrow just cut through. You don't actually get to see it that often because normally he's trying to stack up triple blight and then just quickly shoot it off to proc it. So a rare snipe that we get to see the test showing off his geometry skills as they were trying to run away there. And that's just another bad thing that happened for Against All Authority. They got 3 turrets down, luckily, but they're down 5 turrets of their own. They're also down 5,000 gold. Their items just haven't caught up to the point yet. Schleya, yes, he has the magic penetration on Rumble, but his ultimates haven't been able to be thrown in the right place. Like, they can get the Rumble ultimate down, but unless they're going in with Corrales' Thresh or something and catching it inside the box, they're not keeping people on the equalizer for long enough for it actually to burn them down. Copenhagen Wolves is choosing when and where to fight. They have more initiation, they seem to have more control, and also Copenhagen Wolves just seems to have a better sense for the way this game is going. Against All Authority keeps pushing up in lanes where they shouldn't be. And let's see if that happens again as Copenhagen Wolves is probably moving towards this dragon in about 45 seconds.
Yep, going to be coming up here as soon as they're going on towards Freddy. They're going to go starting in with this one. The Lantern comes down, but Virtual gets caught. He throws Jarvan outside of Cataclysm, but it's not going to mean a thing because the Tessa's ultimate has caught them all in this one. Corralius will die. Freddy jumps away, but that's another 2 for nothing for the Wolves.
It's another one of these situations. AAA only has 4 people in the mid lane. They have no turrets to fall back into. Why are you in the river? Svenskeren jumps on you every single time. No is trying to split push, but they're in danger of losing their inhibitor. No, get back to the base.
No is pushing the outer turret in that bottom lane and actually not even fast enough to come straight back. He's getting the minions while he's there as well. And this is an inhibitor. Gonna go down. Yes, they've managed to pick up that turret. Are they gonna try and chase back to Bjergsen, who was fairly low after that encounter? Actually, Freddy is coming out there. No may try and head them off, but I'm not sure that he really wants to get involved. And another question for you, chat. I mean, No is obviously going to get stronger as things go along, but how do they protect him against a Zed that's going to dive in there, a Jarvan that's right on top of him, and a Renekton that slices and dices his way in?
You're already seeing Nono preparing for that because, like, he knows the team can't protect him that well. He's already built the Ninja Tabi, he's got a Blade of the Rune King, his own defensive item, and he's built a Giants belt. So it's like they don't have protection for him. He's got to fend for himself, which, you know, I was telling him to get back to base, but I think he probably made the right call there. They were already 5v3, even if he was back. They probably couldn't have held the inhibitor, and Nono did pick up a turret for his team, and he got much needed farm on his own. I've seen him make trade-offs like this last week when he was playing SK. Like, they actually gave up a dragon, this is against All Authority, just so Nono could farm a couple waves of creeps over in the top lane. So they want him to power up very much so, but this is becoming a very bad situation for them. Nono, you know, maybe he can get involved with the team fight. I don't think he's there yet. Against All Authority has to be a lot more passive than they're being, because it has been proven that Copenhagen Wolves can start fights on them, and Copenhagen Wolves is stronger. So we'll see if that trend continues.
Yeah, there's a Black Cleaver as well now finished for Zed. That item that we were talking about earlier on. We've got the Cutlass finished off by Varus, along with that Bloodthirst from a little bit earlier on. If you look at Renekton, he's got a Sunfire cape in there. He's moving up towards that Last Whisper as well. So, you know, you talked about that combo that they need to reach. They're really close to it now.
Yeah, at least they got the Black Cleaver, and that's like almost over half the battle, because that's armor pen for everyone. The Last Whisper is just icing on the cake for anyone who gets that there. And you can see the test is off, split pushing the top. I'm looking at against All Authority here. They really want to fight them, but they just can't get the initiations. It's just Virtual's Volibear who really has to start it. All he has is that Rolling Thunder, and he's just getting kited around.
Yeah, no Ghost for him up at this stage, which he definitely is going to need to do something with here. Of course, Super Minions are coming down the middle lane, making it harder for Against All Authority to push that one up and force Copenhagen Wolves to respond to it. As we see them back away once again. They don't have any ward coverage really at all here against All Authority in their top side of the jungle around that Baron. And to be honest, they probably can't afford it right now. I mean, we've got the Ruby Sightstone in with Thresh, but that's only a limited amount, and they're gonna need more at this point.
And you look, the Oracles is on to Fischio. Everyone up against All Authority is off farming. Like, this is another situation. Nono's trying to get that big wave, but he's so far away from this fight that if Against All Authority goes to get this, they're gonna get peeled off and killed. This is really, really bad for Against All Authority. I don't know how they're gonna deal with this Baron, but they pretty much have to just run headlong into Copenhagen Wolves and fight.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight this one out. Deficio trying to keep them all zoned off as Freddy going to take a lot of double damage. The Equalizer comes down. The boxers in position as Bjergsen is now on a rampage. They're splitting off, chasing everywhere they can. Corellius is going to try and knock them off their target, but it's not going to work for them. Virtual is going to go down here, and that is going to be 3 men picked off. Nono and Slayer have come in from that back side, but look at the Wolves. They've lost... okay, round about 2/3 of the health on some players, but the rest are very, very healthy still here for those 3 kills.
And it's the fact that these aren't real team fights. Against All Authority is going in one at a time. Copenhagen Wolves is together. This is why they're 4-2 in their last 6 games, because they forced the Baron at that time. The bottom lane is just pushing itself. Nono's got to get back to stop this stuff from happening. This is so good for Copenhagen Wolves.
It's everything coming together for them here. And the irony as well, in that bottom lane, Nono was farming that when that Baron started off. But they still pushed through, and they've taken down that inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. So only the top lane has an inhibitor. Actually, there's an outer turret still there in the top. Wolves don't seem too concerned about the whole top side of the map at this stage, but they have the Baron buff on them now. And this is where it gets really scary for Against All Authority. And actually, they are going to surrender it. They're going to give the game up. Copenhagen Wolves will take down Against All Authority, and they are 2-0 this weekend. Good play from the Wolves.
And that was their most impressive victory yet. That's 12 for 2, right? Like, that's not what the 8th ranked or 8th best team in the LCS does to people. They're clearly, I mean, you always say you are what your record shows, but they're clearly playing better than what their record shows right now. They came in, they were not the home crowd here. They were the away team. They got booed during the introductions, but they really crushed that game.
Can be very happy with how they performed from that one. We're going to go over to our analysis desk once again with Jason and Aranea to break down all the action.
Thank you for that, Joe and Aranea joining me once again. And I have to say, to start this off, shouldn't be the Copenhagen Wolves anymore. It should be the Bjergsen Wolves.
Yeah, actually, yes. It's like every time we see Copenhagen Wolves winning, it's because Jersen just carry or just like do the plays to that team. He's doing pretty well with every champion. We saw him playing Syndra, we saw him playing Kasani, we saw him now playing Zed. And
Kha'Zix yesterday.
He's Kha'Zix yesterday, and he's absolutely one of the best players on the LCS European, and he's carrying really well these games.
Yeah, it's bad to say I'm quite surprised, but it's just insane at how much he's helped the team level rise, their confidence, their play style, with just him joining the team again back in, I believe it was week 3.
Yeah, exactly. They were like 0-6, 0-7 before he joined. Then he joined, and the first week they lost the 2 matches or 3 matches. Then they went like 0-9. But after that, they come back and they're winning almost every game. Probably not against the top teams like Gambit or Fnatic, they're still losing, but against those like equal teams, like their level, they're winning them. And they are actually, I think they are out of the 8th place of that LCS championship, right?
I believe they are actually, I'm not 100% sure, but I know if the Giants lose one more game, they will easily be out of 8th place and they'll start to move up, and potentially they could get out of that bottom 2 standings to actually not go straight into relegation and have a chance to keep their LCS spot.
The relegation against us.
Well, you guys are gonna lose anyways, so it doesn't matter. I mean, if Bjergsen's playing, you guys are screwed. But anyways, I'm just.
I hope Jersen get out of that 2 places, and then we get 1st place, and then we dodge Copenhagen Wolves.
Yep, that would be a good thing.
I hope so.
Wow, I feel so bad for doing that. But anyways, let's go back to the game, because this was a very one-sided match. Why was it so one-sided? Besides, the actual game, was it picks and bans that caused it?
Well, I think they had better comp, even though they went full 80s. That's something risky, because if they stack like armor, you get like a bit down. But still, they were like pushing bottom with that Varus and Lulu. Meanwhile, in top, Vayne and Thresh could not push anything. They didn't took the tower in from top the first minutes. Meanwhile, like in bottom, they took the tower, they moved top, and they almost get another tower in top. So in this metagame, actually, it's about pushing. It's about early pushing, getting early levels, and trying to pull that early advantage into the game. And they did it perfectly. Copenhagen Wolves did it perfectly. And the moment they get bottom, they move top, and even Jersen get top to a gang. And it was like immensely really nice play by them, because they got like 1 kill, almost 2nd kill, and then the turret. It was just like really good moves by Copenhagen Wolves, every time just pushing like every single lane.
And what do you think about the whole Jarvan Zed combo? Because when you see Jarvan just lock up No, Zed would come in and just pop him.
Yeah, actually, I had to say something I don't really like is like running Bolivia with Ghost is fine, but I saw so many people running Ghost against Jarvan, and I couldn't understand that. It's like Jarvan is going to get you on his ultimate. You have to flash away if you want to survive. If you go Ghost, I mean, in this game we saw like Jarvan ultimating Bolivia, completely out of the team, and Bolivia runs Ghost at that time. And he's like, what is he gonna do? Like, he's going to run around the Jarvan ultimate or what? Yeah, he was doing that.
He's gonna run circles around Jarvan.
I don't know what they're thinking. Like, if you're against Jarvan, against Anivia, against something like that, you need to run flash. Even against Ashe or something like that, you need to run flash. You need to dodge that. It's something like, yeah, M5 or Gambit Gaming, sorry, is running that Ghost on every champion, but don't you think you're Gambit Gaming and don't put on that? I don't know. I don't think it's a really good idea to run every time Ghost.
No, it's a really good point, because Snoopy was on the desk yesterday talking about when I think it was the Gambit Fnatic game, and how Gambit didn't have the ability to get a strong initiate. I mean, Volibear was their initiate, but he had Ghost. He didn't have the flash to grab or to flash flip someone. And it looks like against Authority had that same problem, where with the Lulu Glitter Lance, no one could get in there quick enough to really start off the fight.
Yep. The only initiation was Thresh going in, throw the lantern to Bolivia grab it and Ghost, or Thresh getting a grab. But if that doesn't happen, like this game, they have nothing to do. And in the other point, Jarvan is going to EQ and then ultimate someone. And they have to defend him, because he's already in the ultimate. They have to stop it. That initiation from Copenhagen Wolves.
And you saw him every time going straight for No. We're going to see that in the replay. We're going to show you in just a few seconds, as it was still relatively early in the game. It was about 15 minutes in. There wasn't a huge lead for either team at this point, but one little mistake made by Against Authority kind of made it so Wolves could snowball the game. So let's go and get this on your screen, and Arna, just walk us through exactly what happens there.
In this point, AA were pushing mid lane. They get mid tower. Slayer was harassing Jarvan, and Jarvan flashed away. I didn't understand why Jarvan flashed away, because he was completely fine since only Rumble was on him. But still, he flashed away. He decided to flash, and then Copenhagen Wolves decide to go on them. We saw Varus coming from the left. We saw Zed coming from the right bottom.
Let's point him out real quick, because it was really important. If I can,
Riva.
I was gonna say if I can find him, but he's right there. Yeah, it's really important, because that was
Wally Jersen.
Oh.
And then Varus flash ultimate, Slaya flash it, but then he hits Carolius, and the ultimate of Varus is gonna hit on Volibear and on Nono. And now Zed and Jarvan gonna ultimate Nono, destroy Nono, and at the same time Slaya is killing his best can. But Thresh flash away from Renekton and get died by Zed. Zed get a double kill there, almost a triple kill from Freddy, but now Scumbag Nick Gubro get the third kill, and they get 3-for-1 for Copenhagen Wolves and another turret, and that was pretty much what happened. Like every time AA was trying to do something, they didn't have enough initiation to do it, and Copenhagen Wolves just group and destroy them with that Jarvan ultimate. It was really well played by them.
And, I mean, we saw Against Authority run a Vayne. Do you think that was the right champion to run? I mean, you look at it now and say no, not with the Jarvan, but do you think they had the protection they needed to keep him alive?
They have protection, but they didn't. I don't think they expect Zed to be last pick. I mean, Zed just destroy Vayne. Nothing you can do from Vayne against Zed. It's like against Renekton, against Jarvan is fine. You can I think tumble the Jarvan ultimate, so it's fine, and you can like push out Renekton. So it's fine, but against Zed, nothing you can do. And more when Zed is a bit fed and he got like the blade of the Ruin King, he just one-shot you. Nothing you can do against
that. A bit fed might be an understatement right there. But speaking of Zed, well, it's a little bit of an understatement because, I mean, it was ridiculous how strong he got as the game progressed. But speaking of him, who was the MVP?
For me, it was Yersen. He completely outplayed all the AA, just moving all around the map, like going top, going mid lane, going everywhere and getting kills everyone. So for me, like the MVP of this game was Yersen.
Yeah, he played phenomenal. He's been doing that every week for them so far. He's really been a strong backbone for him. And I've talked about it before. He's really helped the tests grow as well as a player because it used to be all the weight was on his shoulders. But, you know, now even it out a little bit. Team's looking very solid. You mentioned before, this is, or even Jat mentioned it, that this is not an 8th place team we're seeing play. Like, they don't win games like this when you're in 8th place. This is like easily a top 5, top 6 team right there. And hopefully over the next couple of weeks, we'll see that happen.
Yep, I hope so as well. I think Copenhagen Wolves deserve to be in that high spot of the LCS.
Yep. And, well, thank you once again for joining us. I believe we're going to the stage with Shux, who is a member from the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yes, I'm here with the Tess, of course, AD carry for the Copenhagen Wolves, the Tess. Now, first off, it wouldn't be AA if they didn't throw out a surprise. They had Rumble in the mid lane, and you guys were up against Kha'Zix. How did that go for you?
I feel like we predicted their picks pretty well. We predicted the Kha'Zix. We just thought he'd go mid. That's what the set was for initially, but it went pretty well anyway, and it just worked out. Like, the picks worked out. We predicted everything pretty well except for the Vayne, I think, and it doesn't really make that much of a difference till late game, so.
So you guys are doing very well, you know, after being 0-9, you're just climbing to the top, and I was wondering, watching teams like Team Alternate and Meet Your Makers doing very well, is there some voice in the back of your head that's like, oh my god, we might be up against them later in the season and we might have a hard time?
I mean, we're in the LCS and we're playing against the top teams, so there's no one we really fear anymore because we've gotten used to it. But I mean, especially Meet Your Makers look really strong, so we know we should fear them, and we're going to have to prepare really well if we go up against them.
Finally, of course, AA was a favorite here because we're in France, but how do you deal with that, you know, you're not the favorite at all by any means, and do you have any words for the French fans?
It's okay. I mean, the audience here is amazing. They're so loud and so passionate. Yeah, there you go. We didn't expect to be the favorites against AAA. I mean, they should be the favorites, and they're really cool guys, one of my favorite teams. So I get it.
Thank you very much, Tess. Now, as always, before into a short break, we want to hear what you fans think. We always ask you a Twitter question, but now we also have a web page dedicated to collecting your thoughts on all things LCS. If you have any ideas for features or someone you'd like to see at the analysis desk, go over to bit.ly/LCS survey and help shape our show. Now, after the break, the Dragonborns are taking the stage. They're playing with 2 new members here this weekend, so let's find out what they can do against the Season 1 champions, Fnatic.
here by RNA from Team Alternate, and we're gonna have a little bit of a chat here right now. We talked a little bit earlier about also how they performed over this weekend, qualifying for the relegation matches coming up after week 10. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about season 3, because we never talk with players about how everything was changed back, was it like 4 months ago, 5 months ago-ish? Yeah. So you're the jungle for Alternate. Let's go ahead and just talk about that mostly. How has season 3 in general affected the jungle? Season 3 in general affected the jungle, I can say that.
Well, actually, the biggest point, it's about like the warding. I mean, even like, it could be another question. I think like the warding, it's like destroying all the kind of ganks. Before we saw like one of the strongest champion in jungle, and most for me, like it was my favorite champion was Alistar, but you can't run at Alistar anymore because there are like so many wards. Your ganks are not going to be that strong. It's more about counter ganks this season. So you can't gank that much as before. Before I remember I was doing like, for example, with Maokai, you could do like red buff or blue buff with Q, and then a skill W, and your level 2 is going to be really strong gank. And almost it was like level 1, maybe 1 or 2 wards in total, no more. Right now, level 1, we always see like 4 or 5 wards. Level 1 is like everything warded. It's sometimes like one of your buffs warded, then all the entrances like in river, 2 wards in top, 2 wards in bottom, and you get a spot everywhere. So you can really do that crazy ganks level 2, level 3. It's more about like FK, farming jungle and getting stronger and trying to do the counter gank, and trying to move to a 3v1 or a 2v1 disadvantage, not like trying a 2v2 or something like that, or trying like an early gank.
Has the amount of wards really affected where you start in the jungle, and has it affected like your jungle pass stuff? We've talked to a couple of junglers mentioning specifically, like if they see one put down by the Wraith camp, they kind of walk around it so they're not spotted to go towards the red buff, and then they sneak in a gank somewhere. Yeah. How does it really affect you?
Well, that's a good point, because many people ward in the right. So when you start like blue buff, you do blue buff, you start doing wolves always, then blue buff, and then instead of going for the right, you go from the back of the red buff, doing red buff, and then you're sneaky because they don't know where are you. So many people expect you to be like right, but they don't see you. So you can like pull that to gank anywhere, and they won't know exactly where are you. So that's a really good point. But the path of jungle is like, you have to check where they have warding, and that's really something. Is not your job. It's not the jungler job. It's like, hey guys, hey mid lane, where is the mid lane wards? And they have to know it. It's not anymore like before. Before we rarely see like wards on mid lane. Every mid lane just put like one ward and enemy right. Sometimes they steal it anymore. Not anymore. I mean, they don't put like defensive wards, but right now it's like everywhere warded. It's a bit boring for the jungler.
I actually wanted to ask that. Is it really frustrating?
Yeah,
because
it is.
You can't really provide much support or much action going into the lanes. I know Riot tried to make things a little bit quicker with how Season 3 was focused around, but it seems like if you're going to gank, it's going to come from the lane.
Yeah, it is. Well, not only from the lane, there are always some champions that can do like a sneaky gank, like there are Jarvan, like Vi. They can jump over a wall, like Drake Wall, Nashor Pit, and they can just go behind, because they have that ability to jump a wall. That's something really good. Even Zed can do the same, like Zed, Vi, Jarvan. There are so many junglers that they can jump a wall and try to do a sneaky gank. But that's only like 3-4 junglers, not more. Like the rest of the jungle need to do like laning gank, or wait for the enemy ward to run out, or even like buy tons of ping wards to destroy the warding and try to do a gank over there.
And what about itemization of junglers? Because now with Season 3 you have the Spirit Stone as an item to go for, or the Madrid's Razor. How does that really affect you?
Well, many people doesn't know that even for junglers that need Madrids, Spirit Stone is good. The thing of a Spirit Stone is that you can evolve it to the Golem Elder.
Ancient of
the Golems?
Yes.
I think it's Ancient of the Golems, or Golem Ancient or something.
Spirit of the Ancient Golem.
Okay.
There we go.
That item is really good because it gives you tenacity. And there are only 3 items right now that gives tenacity. It's that item, the Mercury, and the Zephyr. Only 3 items. And for a jungle, you can only run to Mercury or this item, this Spirit Stone Evolve. Maybe it's Zephyr if you are Kale or something like that, but not anymore. Like, there are 2 items to give you tenacity, and many junglers need mobility boots to early ganks or to counter gank. So for that, heroes like Bolivia, that the Madras on Bolivia are really good. Still, going for a Spirit Stone and then evolving to the tenacity item is also good if they have a lot of CC. So that's something you have to think about. And going like Madrids, it's really, you can counter jungle a lot. Like for example, Vi is a clear example that you can go or Spirit Stone or Madrids. And if you go Madrids, your counter jungle is really strong. You can jump over a wall like Golem. I did it so many times, like Golem minute 7-10. You just jump with Madreds, and with the speed and with the E, that the E procs with the Madreds, you can like get the Golem in 3 seconds, 4 seconds. And you can just like counter jungle so many people with that Madreds. It's really strong, but you have to decide where you're going. Like, there are so many champions that only can learn Madreds. Like, for example, all these kind of no mana champions is pretty much better than Madreds, because the Spirit Stone gives you some mana regen. But still, I think Spirit Stone is quite a good item.
And how do you know when to actually evolve the item or when to take Spirit Stone? Because sometimes the situation might call for mobility boots or something like that before you evolve.
Well, the point is that if they have a lot of CC, you need a Mercury or this both. You need like Tenacity. It's a really good item. It's a really good stat, that Tenacity. So if they have a lot of CC, and you run already mobility to do like counter ganks to help your team on mobility for all the map, you need that Tenacity item to stop the CC.
Right. And what's your take on how the jungles evolved in terms of champions? For instance, carry junglers versus tank junglers versus support junglers. Like, how's it really affect you? Because I think you were one of the first people to really try to push Ezreal jungle, and you've had actually good success with it, at least in solo queue.
Yeah, Ezreal jungle is really fun to play. It's like, for me at least in solo queue, early season 3 was always won by the AD. Almost like every time if the AD is fed, you're gonna win. So at that point I said, okay, I don't trust on my AD, so I will go AD jungle. And the best jungle AD to work out is Ezreal. Ezreal jungle is really good, but it's not the only one. Like, you can run carries jungler as well. Like Set jungle, we saw Insect playing it, and it's really strong. I'm trying it as well, and it's really strong. Also Elise, I'm working it on a full AP carry champion, not a single tank item, only like Rylai's as tanky item, but I go like full damage with Elise. And there are other few champions that can go like really carrying on jungle.
Yeah, I noticed that during your games versus Major Makers, you built straight damage on Elise, and then I believe you had a tanky top lane to kind of counter that out a little bit. I want to ask you one more quick question, and it's about with everything, with all the innovation that's coming into Season 3 right now, is it more important for you to develop a new jungler that isn't used yet, or is it more important for you to develop like new paths, new routes, new timings?
I think right now, the only 2 guys I saw on the LCS, or probably all over the world, that did something innovating was Diamond Prox, pulling that Nasus, pulling that Bolivir, pulling that Xin Zhao early, end of Season 2, early Season 3, and some of the champions, he's the one pulling all these new champions, Diamond, and I also saw Insect pulling that amazing set on the jungle. For the rest, I don't think you can pull anything else. I guess I'm the only one like playing Elise jungle, or one of the few guys still playing like Elise jungle and consider Elise jungle one of the strongest junglers. But I don't think you can pull anything new right now in the metagame.
Okay, well thank you again, or once again, for the insight. Always love having you on the desk to talk to you, even though I sometimes am a little bit of a jerk to you, but we always love you in the end. But now we're gonna go ahead and go over to Shox to introduce you to game number 3 of the day.
We are ready to go. Time to introduce the teams. First up, in the blue corner, led by Sushi, it's the Dragonborns! A lot of love here for Sushi, but in the other corner, the Season 1 champions, avec vos chouchous, Soaz et Yellow Star. Give it up for Fnatic! I can just feel it. This is going to be an amazing game. Let's go over to our casters and get into the action.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. Joining me here this time around is Jason Kaplan. Jason, how are you doing today? First time on the caster desk for you.
It is. I'm a little deaf right now because the crowd was so...
Sorry, what?
Exactly. I was so damn loud. I mean, you could hear them through the headset, you take them off, and the decimal meter was just ridiculous in here. The crowd is so excited. I'm excited. I'm ready to get into this game.
Yeah, we're going to be bringing you Fnatic versus Dragonborns. An important game for Dragonborns, I have to say. We've been having a bit of a look at the table in between games, and to be honest, Dragonborns could find themselves in 8th position if they lose both of their games today. And when I talk about their 2 games today, they are playing Fnatic and Gambit. Probably the worst 2 teams that they could go up against. Talk us first of all through Dragonborns, the changes. How has it affected them so far?
I have to say, we saw him play yesterday, and I was a little bit disappointed at how it kind of turned out. We had Dexter 1 and Yamato Cannon not really do anything special. They really didn't seem to meld in the entire composition of the team. Copenhagen Wolves just seemed to walk over them a little bit as the game kind of progressed on. But, you know, they're always one of those teams that's really aggressive early on. They can be really surprising. And I think if they took some time yesterday and talked about it, they might be able to pull off something special here.
Well, they're definitely a team that Fnatic needs to be careful of, that's for sure. And then moving on to Fnatic, they beat Gambit yesterday, the first time that they've managed to beat them in 3 encounters. They're looking strong today.
They really are. I mean, that split pushing they did against Gambit, they just weren't touched at all. Expect a perfect play out of him on Twisted Fate, always heading down towards that bot lane to push it up. And the thing is, every team that plays against Fnatic always says it's really hard to deal with their split push, and we're probably going to see that yet again, which might counter the kind of crazy, chaotic playstyle of the Dragonborns.
So let's have a look at the 2 lineups then. Of course, Dragonborns with a slightly different one this week around. Starting on the blue side here, we have Yamato Cannon, Dexter 1, Shushe Hosan, and Mover.
And over for Fnatic, Soaz, Cyanide, Expecka, Yellowstar, and Enrated. And I know as the camera kept passing by them, they kept playing up the crowd a little bit. Even Enrated got in on it, even though he's German.
Even though he's German, he's still got a special French heart because of Yellowstar, kind of adopted French, I think. So let's have a look at the key players then, starting off here with Dragonborns. We've pointed out their AD carry, Hosan.
Yeah, he's always an aggressive AD carry. He's really hard to lock down. Last time these 2 teams played, he did Draven versus Expect in the middle on Nidalee and actually did exceptionally well. He did a couple of 1v2s and really helped carry his team. However, because he showed his Draven is so strong, he keeps getting that ban out against him. His Caitlyn is even being taken away every once in a while. It's being forced into these new champions. His Varus, I wouldn't say it's as good as his other 2 AD carries, but it's still really up there.
And Fnatic, of course. This time around, we're going to pinpoint Soaz. He's on home soil here in France, loved by the communities. You can hear there in the background.
Yeah, he can play any champion in the top lane. Even Stanley from TPA said after Season 2 that he is easily one of the top 3 top laners in the world, and he's shown it time and time again. I'm always impressed with how he plays. And he showed us his Jace yesterday, which we haven't seen too much since the Season 2 regional qualifiers, but it worked out pretty damn well.
Despite the level 1 face check into the bush and then giving away first blood, they managed to win the game. And so before we get into our match then between Dragonborns and Fnatic, we had a chance to sit down with the teams to figure out what they were thinking coming into this matchup.
Yeah, Dragonborns is this team that either plays something weird, they play really good and they can beat anyone, like we have seen sometimes, or they have these bad games where everything works bad for them and they start throwing everywhere.
Like last time, we just gave it a try to go Draven mid. It went well, but we just didn't play as a team and they did, so they won.
You don't know what to expect from them. Either they're gonna destroy you or they're just gonna throw the game against you.
They played as a team and then we lost objectives and it snowballed in their favor. If we can repeat our early game from last week, I think we should have the game.
So here we go, and we hear the thoughts there. As XPK said, they could either do really well, be very chaotic and pull something special out, or they can just collapse in a heap on top of each other and end up winning nothing.
Yeah, and I like something Hosan pointed out is that they didn't play as a team or play well as a team against Fnatic. They had a really good, strong early game, but that's been the story of Dragonborns throughout the weeks, is that they're not seeming to meld too well. They've had a lot of discrepancies in the team of calls to be made, and there is no, still in my opinion, real voice of the team to say, hey, we're doing this, listen to me, because we need to make a play together as a team, not separated.
And that surely can't have got any better this week
That's
around.
Luno
and Spontex out of the team, Dexter in the jungle, Yamato Cannon in that top lane. There's no way that that could have improved, surely.
And the thing is, there's a balance, because Spontex was just, he wasn't unstoppable force in that top lane, or at least always in his lane. He always played exceptionally well. Even if he was in a 1v2, he would still come out on top in terms of CS, but they're pretty much sacrificing that to sacrifice, I guess, people that will listen a little bit more and they'll work together as a team. But you need a lot of time, a lot of training to really get that synergy down in the team fights. We look at EG, which I believe is considered the best team in Europe in terms of team fighting, but they've been together for so long, for I believe over a year now, and they've worked on that so many times, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah, definitely, and well over a year, I think, by now as well. Obviously, back as CLGEU, back in the days, which seems like ages away already since they, of course, moved here over to Evil Geniuses. We're about ready to kick off the Champions League. Jason, first of all, what are we expecting from both teams in terms of bans?
I think Fnatic will definitely take out Draven away from Hosan. I'm not sure if they're going to focus too many champions on him, maybe a Caitlyn as well, depending on what Yellowstar wants to play. But he's been doing a lot of Varus, so that's going to be a highly contested AD carry pick. Leona, as we do see banned out, which, I mean, you expect that when you're playing against Fnatic to always be taken away. And then the Cassidon taken away from Xpeke and the Lux targeted at Shushe. And the Elise, wow, these bans are going pretty much fast just in general. They know what they want to take away from each other. And with that Jarvan, with that Elise gone, they are going to pick up, looks like Xin as their first champion.
Yeah, Xin locked in there. And a Teemo, Jason, can you believe it?
I've never thought this would actually happen in competitive play. Actually, I talked to Jad earlier and I was like, have we ever seen a Teemo in competitive play minus the Rain Man? And I think he said in one of the qualifiers for Tales of Lane, there might have been a Teemo mid that beat Gambit Gaming, but that was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
We don't see him very often, that's for sure. Obviously not going to be a pick here for Fnatic. The crowd would go mental if it actually would get locked in. Nasus, though, will be a real choice here for Fnatic.
It's so distracting by everyone.
Teemo, and they've got the sign in there behind them, in front of Fnatic.
You're breaking their hearts, man. Every time someone does that, they get so excited just to be let down. As you said, the Nasus does get locked in for Cyanide, running that Ghost, which has been really contested Summer Spell lately. I'm curious to see how well it's actually going to work out for them here. And you see Dragonborn's side, Ezreal being sat on, which I'm not too sure Hosan plays too much. I mean, he must play every AD carry, but in terms of his like top three, okay, well, easily top three there. But the Janna, we never really see that in Europe. It's mostly in North America, if anything.
Yeah, we've not been seeing a lot of Janna here in Europe, that's for sure. And there's Teemo again. He's not going to be locked in now, once again, sadly. I'm just hoping at some point today, maybe someone will just pick up a Teemo just to gain fans here with the audience. But Fnatic, they've got Nunu and Blitzcrank in there, which I'm assuming one of them will end up being switched out. Mordekaiser, not going to happen.
We did see this combo with Varus Nunu before in this bottom lane, but Nunu could always be around the jungle. Sana is one of the few people that still run him there. Obviously, we do have a Nasus, so it won't really matter in the end. Also, he's also unstoppable force in the top lane. You can't push him out of lane, same as middle, but they do go ahead and lock in a Zed, which to me, it will be going on Soaz. We saw that nice combo with Fnatic against, I believe it was SK, where they ran a Zed and a Cassidon combo, and they would just roam around together, blowing people up. Fnatic has really excelled at that over the past couple weeks of just teaming up two players and just blowing people up one by one, picking them off when they're overextended. So that could be a potential thing that they're going to go for, depending on how their last pick goes.
See what Dragonborns will throw in here for their final two. Xin Zhao obviously already picked up in there. You can see Spirits seem pretty high. Hosan having a good laugh at Gragas. I mean, that was Shushe's Season 1 champion. We saw his belly coming out with that cosplay as well, which was certainly interesting. And also a Renekton possibly here for Yamato Kan in that top lane.
That is really interesting, Joe, because look what we have on Dragonborn's side developing now. We have 3 dispersions. You have Zin's ultimate, you have Janna's ultimate, you have Gragas' ultimate. So if you ever try to dive on someone, they're going to get knocked away completely, which is kind of one of those things that's making me wonder why they went with Ezreal instead, because you have so much protection with that. But still, that is going to be so hard for Fnatic, for any one of them to get in there. And they have that range with Varus. They have Zed, who they can control and lock down, especially with an exhaust. It's going to be really interesting to see what Fnatic's going to pick up here to kind of counter that.
Well, they may just be thinking, well, this is our team, this is what we practice, this is what we want to run, let's go all out and go for that one. I'm seeing,
well, Twisted Fate, sorry.
Twisted Fate, Xpeke, we've seen, I mean, the dispersion's not going to help against Twisted Fate, is it? Because he's going to be over the other side of the map, just pushing down your towers, as we saw from Xpeke yesterday in their game against Gambit. Whether that'll actually come out here again, though, remains to be seen. But already got the Zed in there, and there is a Shen going to be picked up in there. So it will be a Zed mid lane for Xpeke.
And I know a lot of AP players in the mid lane have been practicing these new AD champions, Jarvan, Zed especially, who everyone seems to be playing. We saw Bjergsen did a phenomenal job on him last game, and that's kind of what you have to do. They're starting to adapt, and the Zed, I mean, it's Xpeke playing him, so you should expect ridiculous amount of ganks out of him. Really strong play overall.
Yeah, and you saw there in the background the guys with the Teemo sign. It's like, picks are over. Let's go and sit back down with the Teemo sign. We'll come back next time around and stand in front of one of the teams, trying to get him in there to pick that Teemo up. But Jason, we've got the 10 champions locked in here. Who do you fancy, and who do you think's got the strongest combo here? I mean, two very different lineups, that's for sure.
I'm looking at it right now, and Dragonborns I'll have to give it to, in my opinion, because you have Nasus, he has Ghost. How is he going to get in there against anything when they have all those knockbacks, all those pushbacks as well on top of that? So if he does go for anyone, it's going to be the Ezreal, but then again, Ezreal's not really attack speed reliant unless you build him a certain way, but mostly he'll build just that burst damage, that kind of caster Ezreal build. And then over on Fnatic's side, they're so tanky. They have that Nunu who can really eat a lot of damage. You have the Shen, you have the Nasus, but there's just no way for them to get in there. That's the problem. If they can control Expeke, Dragonborns can win this game.
Well, it's an important one for them here. They've got two stand-ins in the form of Yamato Cannon and Dexter. There's Shushay doing his usual hand warm-up of kind of just flopping him around all over the place. One day he is actually going to smack himself in the face with that and lose an eye, I think. But in terms of getting your hands warm, certainly gets the blood flowing, that's for sure. And everyone has a different way to approach that one. I mean, most players just have a warm pack to put on between their hands before the game. Shushay, he's going old school, getting that blood flowing.
I was drinking something, Joe, and I almost spit it out as he said, one of these days he's going to slap himself in the face. I almost did all over the screens, but luckily held it in, and we are finally into game. And we see some interesting pickups, actually, in terms of items when we do get in there.
So here we are then, Dragonborns versus Fnatic. Dragonborns on the blue side. Jason, you mentioned the items, you can take us through them.
Well, we do see a lot of red pots picked up, and we've seen Expeke pick one up for himself in the mid lane, which is a very kind of common thing to do. He gives you a lot of extra damage, a lot of extra survivability as well. You see Shen pick one up in the top lane, you see Renekton pick one up as well. And then the cloth armor 5 pots out of Shushay. We saw, I believe it was AAA pick up 2 people with cloth armor 5 pots, and it didn't seem to work out for them in that laning phase. They weren't able to hold on long enough in the game. But now it's going to be really interesting to see if Sun is going to camp a lane at all to really open up an opportunity with that cloth armor 5 pots in the middle and then Renekton in that top lane.
So early on here, not too much going on in terms of invasions. There are quite a few wards down there. Double ward from Fnatic on the bottom side of the river. Similar situation for Dragonborns. They've got one in their tri-bush and one in the bush there just to that bottom side. Fnatic, however, are headed to the top side of the map with 4 men. This could indicate a delayed invade.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Fnatic really loves to do, is especially when they have that Blitzcrank in their hands, to really go for that late invade on the blue buff. They are heading for it right now, but it looks like Yamato Cannon will be able to spot him, just use himself as a human ward, and in fact, he will see it and just walk away.
Oh, actually went back in there for a second, but he will back away. No problems for him. Soaz is actually going to be portaling back home, so looks like we will see Nasus get back onto the top side there. Going to have that Wraith start. We can see that Dragonborn's going to be kicking things off down on the Golems for the start of this.
And look what's happening right now. We have we have really good ward coverage on Fnatic's side, so they show themselves at the enemy blue buff, but they also warded for any kind of counter invade that's going to happen out of Dragonborn's side. So if they do end up going for that, they will be able to pretty much counter them themselves, because we see no one on Dragonborn sides actually checked their own blue buff after that. They're not even sure if it's still up or if it was taken.
And we'll see then what Sin decides to do, whether he'll just go about his normal path, check that blue side and hope that it's not gone away from them. Red buff is going to be picked up here by Cyanide on that top side of the map. Talk us through a little bit in this middle lane here. Actually, Shushay has hit level 2 a little bit faster than Expeke. Well, talk us through Gragas versus Zed.
Well, Gragas is one of those AP champions that's melee, as you're seeing right there, which really gives him a lot of hassle early on. But because of the champion he is, the passive off of his his passive, sorry, he was able to sustain enough in the lane to really kind of harass quite a bit. But I really give it to Cyanide, as we do see, and Rady getting caught here by Dexter.
Yeah, Cyanide actually coming in. He's going to get the wither down right on top of Dexter. They don't have the damage to pick up a kill there, and need to be a bit wary of Yamato Cannon. He started to move his way down from out of the lane, but look at Fnatic. They are pretty dedicated to getting themselves this blue buff, and the thing is, Dragonborns have not got a ward to put down on top of that. The Spirit Fire goes in there as well, and Fnatic are gonna be able to take this one away. It's smited down by Cyanide. Really nice start for them. Now, if he gets himself home and back to the bottom side, that could be an early blue buff for someone else.
Yeah, that was very ballsy of Fnatic to do that, because we had Enradi, who was only level 1 at that point, who was already low as it was. If we did see a collapse out of Dragonborns, I think they could have won that fight and secured their own blue, but we do see that invade finally coming out of Dragonborns, and they want to take this blue buff away. They are spotted going into it, but will Fnatic react?
Yeah, that's the question. Can Fnatic do anything here to stop this blue buff being taken away? And there's a ward down on the corner of that brush, and Dexter will smite it away. So blue buff's been traded, each team picking up their red buff. as Dexter finished off that camp there. Let's have a look down the CS here early on as well. 15 to 10. That's Shen here in the 1v2. Who do you think has a better time of it here? I mean, the Shen versus Janna Ezreal and the Renekton versus Varus Nunu.
I'd have to give that over to Renekton. As long as he lets them push his lane against him, he can farm really well under turret. Over towards the bottom side, you see Shen. He has the sustain in terms of just health, but in terms of lasting under the turret, I don't think he's going to do too well. And then again, I mean, it is SOAS, especially with that red pot. If he does pop that, he can easily bait them in, and also with that extra AD, get a lot more last hits.
And until now, not really had to use anything to keep himself healthy. Obviously, Ezreal was out of the lane a little bit, but Fnatic had the same thing on that top side to be picking up the blue buff of Dragonborns as well. So quite pensive start here, and Fnatic know that despite Dragonborns having this new lineup, despite them not being so great in terms of the league table at this point, they're a dangerous team that they still have to watch out for.
Yeah, Fnatic's definitely giving them the respect that they deserve off this. We do have Sana, as you're seeing right there on your screen, sticking around that middle lane, but it's a Gragas. Once he has that body slam up, you really can't catch him too easily, just like a Zed. Really has a high mobility in the middle lane. Just seen, so let's take a little bit of harass right there, but it's not that much in the end.
Yeah, not too much damage coming out. Obviously, both AD carries starting with that Doran's Blade this time around. Is Dexter going to come in? Can they lock down Xpeke here? And I think Shushe calling the standstill to that one. I realised that they couldn't get in there and finish things off. So as again, it's going to take some damage, but he will just Shadow Dash back towards the tower, no problem.
And you're seeing like how comfortable he is in the bottom lane, because he still has the red pot and he still has 5 health pots on top of that. So he's being harassed, but he's not really worried about it in the end. They're not really doing enough damage to him. And you're seeing right there him going in, being a little aggressive. They're not doing enough damage yet to push him out when he has that much, or that many health pots to keep his health up.
Yeah, staying nice and healthy there. Yamato Cannon here coming up into the bush. There's a ward down, and Raider throws a snowball in his direction. And he should know now that that ward is in fact there. Xin Zhao is hanging around middle lane. They've already tried to get in on towards Xpeke before in this middle lane. But can they do it again? Gragas and Zed are both at level 5, so they're not going to be too far away from hitting that all-crucial level 6. Which, as I say that, Shushe actually will hit level 6, which could set things up for them there if they can pull him back towards them with that explosive cast coming out. We'll have to see. But up until now, Jason, pretty quiet game.
Yeah, pretty quiet game in overall. It looks like Fnatic just wants to farm up, get a couple of levels here just to finally start roaming around a little bit as they're going to need to. Xpeke, I mean, he did hit level 6. Shushe picking up that Seeker's Arm Guard as his first item, sitting on 49, or sorry, not 49 armor, 80 armor at this point. And with that passive, he's not going to be pushed out of lane too easy. If we see him ever get pushed out, it's going to be Xpeke committing everything he has against him to try to burst him down. But Sana giving some attention down towards this bottom lane, just making sure SOAS can pick up a couple more CS and also some more experience.
Yeah, Hosan went relatively low there, and relatively compared to what we've seen of him so far, but we are seeing Yamato Cannon going out a little bit there from the turret, forcing Fnatic to back off, but again, no kills.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of miscommunication, because Yamato Cannon, he didn't have his Ruthless Predator up, he didn't have that stun up just yet, so that's kind of the thing we're talking about, how well these guys can play together when they're so new to the team, and that was Dexter 1 and Yamato Cannon right there having a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. And that's the problem I think that Dragonborns are going to face in this game when it comes to really those crucial points of the game where communication is absolutely everything. If they're just, you know, a few seconds or even less off of calling the right strategy out, the right call, then they can end up just losing that completely, and that's the real danger here for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a problem that's gonna last with them for a couple of weeks as well. I mean, we did mention before that Yamato and Dexter aren't permanent replacements for the team. They're just subbing in for this week. They could obviously earn a spot if they play well, you know, today, but it's going to be a thing that's going to be trouble them for quite a while as it progresses, and we're almost into the relegation matches, which you can't afford to be in this position right now. They're so close to being, or actually, sorry, they are in the bottom 2 now, if I'm not mistaken. You mentioned that.
They will be if they lose both games today.
If they lose both games today, yeah, and you don't want to be in those bottom 2, because then you're 1 loss away from just being out of the LCS.
So still no first blood here, 8 minutes into this game. Gold is 500 in favor of Fnatic. There you can see where it lies overall. Really not that much of a difference on all fronts of this one. Just those slight 100 gold here, there for Fnatic. So that's not too much to talk about here. And in terms of items, we've seen a couple of pickups here, boots and the Ruby Crystal coming out for Shen. And Renekton going straight in towards that Giant's Belt. We've got a BF sword on Ezreal with the boots, and the Cutlass picked up for Yellow Star, as we are seeing Cyanide now coming in. It looks like Fnatic have finally called, okay, it's time for some action here. Let's take the first turret of the match.
Yeah, they turned that switch on right now. They should be able to get this turret very easily. The items that they're working towards right now, we're going to see that Blade of the Rune King done on Yellow Star fairly shortly. And with a Nunu to support him, he's going to be attacking so fast with that he's going to be just destroying people because of that percent damage you're going to do. And with that first turret being taken down, it's on about 1,000 gold, so he should have that fairly shortly. And they're also still pushing right now. They can get the second turret potentially because Dragonborns is respawning with the dragon.
Yeah, there's definitely the potential for that one there. Dragonborns with 3 men down towards the dragon. Already down to half HP, and Fnatic not going to be able to do anything about this, but as you said, they may get themselves a turret for it. It's Yamato Cannon going to put his ultimate up, and your Fnatic turn around, put all the damage in towards him. Will they finish this one off? No, not quite. Now Shushay comes in. This is where Fnatic need to be a little bit worried. There's the barrel coming out. It will knock Enrated in towards the jungle, but almost perfectly through that narrow gap as Xpeke pushes the middle as well.
In the meantime, we see 3 members of Dragonborns pushing down this bottom lane. They should be able to get this turret off that as well. So they got a dragon and a turret, but if they lose this middle turret, Fnatic's going to come out ahead in this entire trade, as they already got that top turret down about half health as well. But that was a great play to Yamato Cannon, just to pop that ultimate, just to delay them as much as possible, because he really stopped a lot of damage from going down on that turret. It potentially could have actually been taken down if he didn't do that.
Yeah, that is a 1-for-1 in terms of turrets, and that brings the goal to a bang even state after that dragon also obviously picked up 4 Dragonborns in there, so actually coming out nicely from that.
And you look at Fnatic's top lane right now, they have ward coverage down, and Rated is keeping that side open because they want to keep pushing it as much as possible. As long as he keeps warding that up, they're going to have that ability to, because they're going to force Gragas to leave middle to help him. They're going to force Dexter to come help as well, and that'll allow Xpeke to push that mid lane as see, he's farming up. I mean, he's still behind to his counterpart at this point, and I had him as winning his lane in terms of that switch.
What else do we have? Brutalizer down for Zed. That Seeker's Arm Guard obviously was done a little bit earlier on for Shushay. Not much since the last one. There is a pink ward put down as the crowd goes wild.
I want to mention, they're really quiet.
Yeah, I was going to say, it shows you that the game's been off to a bit of a slower start. No first blood, 11 minutes in there. And when we get a ward kill, they come back to life here, the French crowd here in the Zenith Arena. But that middle outer turret is dangerously low, to be honest. Dragonborns need to be careful what they do about that one. As Soaz actually going in onto Yamato Cannon here. He's going to slice and dice his way straight back onto that turret. He doesn't want to get involved at all.
Yeah, they really shouldn't be able to kill each other at this point, because Yamato Cannon has some nice sustain just off of his Q. That coil of the mix, Soaz has as well off of his. But they're just going to butt heads as much as possible, and I think this is going to be a key point in the game. If we have Fnatic 4-man group in the mid lane, you're going to force Yamato Cannon to have to come and defend that turret, or they're going to lose it. And that allows Soaz to keep split pushing, apply pressure in other lanes, and it really forces Dragonborns to react to the split push pressure that Fnatic can put out.
It looks like they may try and catch Renekton out in this bottom lane here. 3 men coming through the tribush. They know that Renekton is down there. Where is the Spirit Fight here from Cyanide? And actually, Yamato Cannon has completely cancelled it. There is the ultimate coming down from both Nunu and Varus. They've locked him in there, but his ulti is running as well. Here comes Ezreal. Yellow Star going very low. Will use the barrier, but maybe Soaz gets caught out. No, it's Hosan who gets the kill. Cleanses away. Janna uses the Monsoon to heal them both up. And Dragonborns turn it right on its head and take first blood.
And that is why Hosan is so damn good on AD carries. His aggression right there, Arcane shifting into the team just to pick up that kill on the Yellow Star. Great play by Dragonborns overall right there, and even the ultimate out of Janna to push them away from Hosan, so just so he can escape. That is the strength of their combo. They can easily get someone and just protect their AD carry, protect Shushay very easily.
Yep, and that's the start that Dragonborns needed here to get things moving. His mover is going to get caught out by Soaz. Actually, Renekton was just in there behind him, so Soaz not going to extend himself out and try and pick up anything from that. So, this slow game, we know that Dragonborns, at least they have with their old lineup, thrive from chaotic situations. And if they can cause that, I mean, that first blood at the bottom was a very chaotic situation, as Dex here going to take a lot of damage. And there we see again the knockback coming in.
Yeah, every time Xpeke is going to go in, they're going to knock him away so he can't follow up with the damage he needs to kill that person. And if they can keep doing that, Xpeke won't be strong enough, or he could potentially be strong enough, but he won't be able to get in there and burst someone down, which he's going to need to do as the game does progress on. They might resort to a little bit more split pushing in that sense, but if we do see Xpeke roaming around a little bit with Yellow Star, which we have seen before, then they easily could pick up some kills, and there's not much you can do against that combo if you're one person.
Yamato kind of going to get himself home. He's 67 to 71 CS behind currently, so not really too far behind at all. If you look at the gold, he's actually 200 ahead with that assist that Soaz doesn't have to his name. There's a barrel coming in. Cyanide gets knocked up. In fact, it was the Howling Gale which picked up the kill there from Movert, but that just shows the danger. You know, that Gragas barrel again coming in. I mean, he's got that Nancy large rod now as well, which causes it to hurt a lot more. And Dragonborns have completely zoned Fnatic off this turret, and that will put them 2 turrets to 1 in the lead. And I tell you what, they might keep going here.
Yeah, they probably could as well. There's no one really to defend against him. We do have Expeke around the corner, but he's too low on health right now. He's going to have to back and heal. But that was, it looks like Fnatic is not even ready for the CC that Dragonborns has, and we might be seeing a new identity developing out of Dragonborns. Maybe that chaotic playstyle might be, you know, on the back burner, and they're going to try to focus more around pushing as a team and not really trying to win off of, I don't want to call it luck, but controlled chaos.
Oh, here's Soaz actually going to go in on towards Shushe, who is being chased by that blue buff as well, looking to do some damage for the attack that came in there, as Hosang going to arcane shift away from the ultimate out of Nunu as they keep pushing in. Hosang going to get slowed, doubly slowed. He's got no mana to get away with that arcane shift. The ultimate out of Movert couldn't quite save him. Gragas will put his Q across, but Movert will be able to walk out. That'll be Fnatic's first kill of the game, and it goes quite crucially, I'd say, onto Varus as well.
I think that might have been a little bit of a misplay to Mover. I think he potentially could have saved him with the John of Monsoon, but he didn't want to get himself caught in the end. I mean, it was pretty much going for, you could potentially save him or give them 2 kills, and he went for the better side of that coin toss. We do see Arms of Open a little bit more. The locker of the Iron Star picked up on Dexter now. It's going to help with a little bit of damage. I mean, all they're really building around is just to keep one person alive. Whoever Expeke goes on, they're going to pop everything they can, keep him alive, and once that's over, Expeke is not going to do too much damage as the fight progresses.
Yep, Dragon has now spawned here as well. Of course, it was Dragonborns who got it. There's a nice little steal onto the big Wraith from Expeke. Every little helps. Going forward, he's actually got amount of CS ahead of Shushe at this point. Shushe, of course, does have that assist from earlier on. So will Dragonborns here get ready for the Dragon?
They probably could at this point. I mean, we have Ezra going for a certain build. I see here people are starting to get a little excited over the ward, but he's going for the Bloodthirster, so he's definitely going for a caster Ezra kind of build. He knows he's going to get that attack speed slowed off of Nasus and out of Nunu, so this way he's going to go around that, pretty much mitigate that completely. And with all the ultimates up right now for Dragonborns, they probably could contest and take this Dragon.
Well, they are in position. Fnatic starting to come around here as well. Expeke ninja pose ready around the corner. And there are wards down there from Dragonborn, so they know where Fnatic are. There's 2 pink wards in there as well, so got to be a costly Dragon from them. If they end up getting it, then it's certainly going to be worth that invest.
Oh, look what Fnatic's doing.
That's not even a word that I was trying to get out there. But as you said, Fnatic, they've used that positioning there. They know that Dragonborns are off around the corner. There comes a True Shot Barrage to try and get rid of the minions. But the fact is they've been zoned completely from this one. As Shen going to get in there on towards Mover. He's going to be exploded as Hosang came in to try and save his support, but just too little too late. And that was exactly what you need to do in that situation. It stopped them getting Dragon. They've pushed in there, done damage on the turret, picked up a kill, and now they can go back and get a Dragon themselves.
That's just showing the experience of Fnatic right now, taking advantage of the position of Dragonborns. They really weren't in a position to get back to their second turret safely. As you saw Mover, you went the one direction he shouldn't have, and ended up getting picked off. They should be able to lock down this Dragon, but we do have Dragonborns still trying to contest it. I mean, this seems like it's not going to be worth it to get caught here.
Oh, he's going to get this one away. Actually, Dragonborns will get it, but can they get any more from it? Dexter in trouble inside of the Dragon Pit. There's absolute zeros. Yamato Cannon is going to be killed off by Expeke as Shushe will flash in there, but his body slammed in the wrong direction. Here comes Shen. Peke actually walked straight through the barrel on the other side, and now Shushe is in all kinds of danger. He's on the wrong side of the map. They've got eyes on him there, and Soaz flashes in. The turret will finish off the kill, and Fnatic go 4-2, but Dragonborns did pick up Dragon, but at what cost?
Yeah, they lost 2 members, and we could potentially see Fnatic push up that middle lane as well. You still have Shusha down for 20 seconds, Sumato down for about 5, but instead it looks like they are going to go back and farm up either way. And that was a very ballsy play by Dragonborns. I didn't really expect the steal, as you did see Soaz. He just kind of sat back and just waited, tried to taunt him as he came in, but in the end, Dragonborns pick up the Dragon, not really worth it. And Fnatic going to take that little bit of advantage they got and buy up a couple more items. You see the Blade of the Rune King finally done for Yellow Star, and we're going to see Expeke's done very shortly on top of that.
We have around about 1,000 gold lead here still for Fnatic. And with that middle turret down, I mean, the inner turret in the middle after that last exchange took a good chunk of damage in there as well. Let's take a quick look at that and see exactly where that inner middle turret is going to be now in terms of health. Or not. Let's just look at Jason's PC and see that it's actually below half HP. So, good. 4-2. 25,700 gold to 24,600 gold, 1,100 lead. Currently, if we look down the CS here, 163 to 120. It's a good lead for Yellow Star here on Varus over Hosan's Ezreal.
Yeah, that really is a huge lead, especially since we saw Hosan pick up that first blood on a Yellow Star, but Yellow Star able to, you know, get a nice CS advantage over him. He has a little bit of a item advantage on top of that as well, sitting on about 800 gold advantage or two, but I mean, we see the Warmog's done for Soaz, so he's becoming this really tanky force. There's no one that does the damage they're going to need to against him here, as we do see a gank coming on to Yellow Star here.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Actually, the Wither is down here. Yamato kind of was hit by the tower there. They've managed to dodge that True Shot barrage, but Fnatic needs to get out of it. Gragas, Ezreal, and Janna are all coming from the side here. This could be real dangerous stuff as the slow comes in, gets knocked up. The Gragas barrel not doing the damage. Yellow Star flashes away from the body stand, gets the slow in there. There's the barrier, and Fnatic escape it. My word, that was brilliant.
And Cyanide, great job at him just to face block all those Ezreal Qs. We see XPK on the bot lane, still pushing away. That turret's already down to half health. He should be able to take down top of it. Even though Dragonborn's gonna get that top turret, I think the rest of Fnatic's gonna be able to heal up and get back to defend their own second tier turret here. Great play by Fnatic to really escape that gank.
And there is Peke doing what Peke has been doing best over the last weeks as he goes in. Actually, I'm not sure that Yamato can really fight him, to be honest, with that ultimate available. So as Enrated and Cyanide trying to push in here. They're going to get the taunt down on towards Dexter, but do they have the damage? Spirit Fire and Wither are going to come in. There's a Howling Gale. Yellow Star is going to be catching up from the backside, but they need one more taunt here from Soaz if they're to lock this one down. Doesn't quite get it there. The barrel from Gragas should keep them safe.
I think they still, okay, let's say they might have been trapped if Fnatic went around to try to cut them off. We did see a lot of ultimates committed on side. We see XPK in the bot lane trying to go head-to-head against Yamato, as Yamato's scared right here.
And he should be as well, because Peke, he can do a lot of damage to him. That Sunfire Cape obviously is going to be a major help for him. And in the end, Peke not going to follow that one through, but he's keeping it going. Fnatic also, as a team, are pushing down this middle lane. And there is that tower we were talking about earlier on, less than half HP when they get started here, and that is going to be turret number 5 for Fnatic.
Because Fnatic chased them away at that top side, they knew they didn't have very many ultimates up since he committed a lot to pick up that kill onto Yellow Star. They're able to delay them long enough back and that they could just go for a 4-man push on that middle turret. So they picked up 2 off that entire exchange and only lost 1 turret on the other end of it. So Fnatic coming out ahead easily, and they have a little bit of a goal lead here as the items still, they're completing up. We have a lot of gold on XPK right now, sitting on about 1,700. We see 1,000 on Navarez, even 1,100 on the Nunu at this point. And they're only getting stronger as this game does progress on. But if Dragonborns can pull off the perfect execution in the team fights to protect the members they need to, they still easily can go head-to-head.
Yeah, it's still very close at this point. Jason runs a little bit through the items here. Warmog's finished for Shen. Sunfire Cape for Renekton, as I said earlier on. On the other side, in the middle lane, Gragas got the workings of that Rabadon's now in there as well. On the other side, Zed with a Hex Drinker, Brutalizer, Cutlass.
Well, looking at how the two quote-unquote tanks are really going to interact in this fight, well, Soaz and Yamato Cannon. The taunt out of Soaz, every one of them except that last one we saw has been so spot on. He's caught enough members to really make it worth it. He's going to be the big playmaker for the team. If he can lock a couple of them down, he can delay their dispersion ultimate. He can really set up a chance for XPK to get someone bursted down. Yamato Cannon, he has a Sunfire Cape, he has a Warden's Mail now, but he's not really tanky enough to go head-to-head or to get into the backline of Fnatic when you have Yellow Star having the Blade of the Rune King and also having that % damage off of his Blight. So that's really going to be a big problem for them. When we see the Death Cap done for Shushay, the damage spike is going to be intense, that he might be able to catch Yellow Star, might be able to burst him down from 100% to 0. But then if Yellow Star builds any bit of health or any bit of magic, this could be a problem.
Oh, Fnatic could get caught out here. The Howling Gale will actually end up missing along with the True Shot Barrage, which came straight through them. And Fnatic will survive that one. That's a scary situation when a Xin just comes jumping out from nowhere and looking to get you knocked up there, but didn't quite work. And in the end of the day, Peke is split pushing here. We have Soa split pushing over on the top lane, and this is something that Dragonborns are going to have to be so communicative about and, you know, execute perfectly to stop Fnatic getting an advantage from it.
And the problem is that I think Xpeke is strong enough that if they send anyone against him, he's going to win that trade. They're going to have to send more than one member to deal with him, and if they do that, that means Fnatic can 4-man push another lane and get a turret on top of that. So Dragonborns, it's a very tough position for them to be in, but if they need to, or if they want to have hopes that shutting this split push down, they're going to have to go for a strong engage on a Fnatic onto that 4-man push and get those kills.
Well, there is Xpeke again. He was forced away by Renekton, and guess what? He comes straight back in towards the turret, and Renekton can't get involved there at all in the team fight. However, Peke will have the same thing as he actually goes in, does a lot of damage to Yamato Cannon already. And that's a danger that you've always got to be a little bit careful of. If Xpeke decides that it's the right time to dive in onto him underneath the tower even, that could be a bit of a problem. It's Dragonborns come out into their own jungle. Cyanide and Soa starting to get in position there. There's an Oracle on Mover to get rid of that ward, but they want to get this blue buff away. Dexter is there as well. He does have Smite available as the blue buff actually will reset itself and goes back into camp.
But still, they're doing a great job of just stalling it now. Keeping that blue buff away from Shushe is going to stop that in cooldown reduction that he's going to need for all those Gragas barrels to come down. Just like a Lux, you want to use at least 2 throughout the entire fight, as we did see Cyanide take that away with the Smite right there. And still, Xpeke, he's just pushing down that bottom lane. Yamato Cannon went back, picked up a Giant's Belt. He didn't get Home Guard boots just yet, which I think would be more of the perfect item. If he does get low, just back out, get back to that turret to kind of prevent Xpeke from pushing down. But with level 16 on Xpeke, if he gets Yamato Cannon any sort of low, I'd say about 3/4 life, I think he could go in for that kill.
Yeah, and look at the CS difference between Xpeke and Shushe here. 60 CS, 2,000 gold almost that equates to overall. That is a humongous lead actually coming out for Xpeke Z. We've got the Dragon coming up here again. Actually, Dragonborn starting to come around to it as well. Obviously, Soaz with Stan United can get involved from the base should he need to, but Fnatic have already got it down to half HP. They're very wary though of Dragonborns trying to come in there for that steal. They want the entire team to be there.
And the thing is, Cyanide was currently not there right now. He's farming up towards his, essentially trying to take his red there for a second, but he's the one with the Smite. He's the one that has to be there to help them secure it, and we did have all 5 members right now pushing towards the Dragon. Dragonborn should be able to take this, but it seems like a little bit too late. We have Xpeke to be back in very shortly. There's 2,000 gold to spend, finishing up, I believe his Blade of the Rune King, and that's just going to allow him to split push even further.
Yeah, but that's what they need to do here, Dragonborns, to stay in this game. I mean, it's 4-2 in kills. Yeah, their turrets are falling away from them, but if they can have a couple of good team fights here, they're right back in this matchup. So let's see how it goes down. We can see their items coming out. We've got Phantom Dancer plus the Blade of the Ruin King coming out for Varus. Soaz gets cleared right over the other side of the map there by the True Shot Barrage. Zed did finish up that Blade of the Ruin King as you predicted there. Still obviously has the Hex Drinker and the Brutalizer in there with him as well. In the meantime, Shen heading to that Warmogs with a Sunfire Cape.
We see Unrated put down a pink ward at Baron, and this leads me to believe that they might try to bait in Dragonborns towards that Baron side, but they have such a good team that they can disengage easily if they need to. You have that nice Ice Bowl out of Unrated, you have the Wither out of Cyanide, even the Taunt off of Soaz, and that'll allow Xpeke to yet again keep split pushing that bottom lane, and it gets a little bit repetitive, but it's working for him, so why change it?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Yep. And that's exactly what they're going to be going for. Again, Renekton is forced to peel off down. And those minions, yeah, it might take him 10, 15 minutes to do that over and over and over again, but eventually he's going to take that turret down, and that's the danger that Dragonborns really have at this point in the game.
Yeah, and he's really keeping Yamato Cannon there. I mean, it's allowing Yamato Cannon to get the farm he needs. He's finally surpassed Soaz, as you do see Baron started right now. Wow. Dragonborn's not in position to actually stop this, and we do see Mover backing away. It might be a free Baron over to Fnatic.
Yeah, they've got no wards whatsoever to spot this from happening, and well, with Mover away, with Ezreal in the bottom lane, with Renekton in the bottom lane, we will finally see Dexter come through and say, oh my gosh, they have started Baron off. We didn't know that was happening. And Shushe now finally trying to get around as they turn away on towards Dexter. Can they get the kill? There is a knockback onto everyone, but Enrated will be in position here for the absolute zero. There's a Q coming through, but it is going to be a finish here for Cyanide. They get the kill, but they've stopped them doing Baron as Xpeke was going in here on towards Yamato Cannon, and it looks like he's going to keep going on to him as well here. Yamato Cannon pops the ultimate. Xpeke dives away, and now Hosan getting involved. There was a stun. Can they get the finisher? San United coming in, and well, not quite enough in time. Cyanide is going to be picked off here as well as they die right in the middle of the fight, just like Cyanide and Peke.
And in the end, a 1-for-2 trade for Dragonborns. They stop the Baron being dead on Fnatic as well, so it works out even greater than that. And now they're going for a push on this middle turret. They should be able to lock this one down, having 20 plus seconds on the 2 members of Fnatic. And they're just going to go ahead and face tank this turret. Dragonborns are getting back into the game. Such a great job by Dexter right there to really disperse the entire enemy team. We see Soaz trying to go for a taunt right there, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. A good team fight. Yamato Cannon going very, very low there. Oh, is the Monsoon. But Mover now may get caught out of position as well. Yellow Star going to flash in. There's the Gragas Barrel to do good damage, but they may even turn this one around. Flash there from Mover. They managed to taunt Hosan up as well. Fnatic keep going as they do turn around and going on to Soaz. Hosan picks up the kill. Yellow Star now going to be a prime target. Gianna Shield on towards Dexter, but they decide not to pursue. Pink one comes down there in the middle, and that will be 5-5, and look at the gold. It's come back to almost nothing.
That entire last trade we saw happen gave Dragonborn such a huge advantage right now. We saw Yamato Cannon back with about 2,600 gold. He finished up his Randuin's Omen. He finished a full Brutalizer. That's going to allow him to do so much more damage in these fights, not to mention he is level 16. And Dragonborns, they're not going out with a fight right here. If they can keep timing their dispersions well, they should be able to tear Fnatic apart one by one.
Black Cleaver now added in there. Obviously, Brutalizer was in there for Zed early on. He's almost at 300 CS now. Is XPK approaching that 30-minute mark, which is not half bad.
And guess where he is?
He's in the bottom lane, split pushing. What a surprise. And, well, he's going to keep on doing that because up until those last team fights, it was working out nicely for Fnatic, but they have got to have had a conversation after what just happened to them and say, that cannot happen to us again.
Yeah, and we do have 2 members actually of Dragonborns going down to stop him here.
Oh.
He's taking a lot of damage. Actually, might be able to go down, but the nice speed increase from that Black Cleaver does help him escape. Not the Black Cleaver, sorry, the Blade of the Rune King. It's going to get it eventually.
The Sword of the Black Blade King. But then we saw the Randuin's being used as well by Yamato Cannon. Actually wasn't in range there, I think, of Peke to get that slow off. So now that didn't quite work out as planned. But they forced Peke away. You just have to wonder for how long as the crowd again cheering Mover on in his ward clearing skills. But Jason, talk us through, where we are in this game right now. 30 minutes in, we're tied in kills. It's 2,000 gold lead, which, after 30 minutes is not that big of a deal. What does each team have to do to finish off this game, to win this game?
See, looking at our Fnatic side, they're still trying to go with that split push strategy, but all it's really done at this point, since they haven't gotten that bottom inhibitor turret, is allow Yamato Cannon to get farmed up to become beefy enough to really get into the backline of Fnatic's team. And this actually might work out, or might work against Fnatic's side. They might need to actually just say, hey, stop split pushing, let's go for a 5-on-5 engage, try to kill Hosan, because he has no defensive item yet. And as we know, Hosan, his defensive item is just a second Bloodthirster, so they have the potential to blow him up still. And I think Fnatic needs to start going for a five-man fight.
Wow, that was a great Howling Gale. We saw a flying Soaz earlier. There is the slow, but the rest of Fnatic coming in. There is Yamato Cannon coming from the side. Hosan is there as well. They're going to force Fnatic to back away from this one, but the kill they were hunting for didn't work out. And guess what? Peke is still pushing the bottom lane out, and Dragonborns know that they need to react to this one. It's Yamato Cannon, who again will be tasked with going there to stop XPK.
And he's just increasing his lead right now, as he should be able to get this turret down very low. I think he might be able to take it down as well, but Dragonborn's now going for a Baron here, and in a 4-on-4 fight, I believe Dragonborn's actually has this fight won. We do see Fnatic actually coming out from the side, Sonic coming in just to stop them, just to delay them as N-Rated comes in as well, and they do go in. We have the Shed ultimate coming in.
Stan United will come down. How is this one going to go in there? Move it will use the Monsoon as Hosan is at the back, hammering away them. Shushe uses the Zhonya's. Dexter will back away as well as they spot Yellow Star coming in, but Shushe is the one in trouble. He's used his explosive cast to knock them away, but he gets a kill before he dies. Hosan will fall though. That's XPK coming in. Who's the next target? Yamato Cannon separated from the team. He actually slices his way through the back there, but it won't be enough to escape. And that is 3 kills for 1 for Fnatic, and they turn around, and again, Baron's going to take some punishment.
Great job by Fnatic right there to go for that entire engage. You do have Dexter coming in from the side, but overall, that was just such a strong engage out of Fnatic right there. They were able to tank up the damage that Dragonborns could put out. Even Shushe, that cast, explosive cast wasn't enough to do anything to him. They were able to lifesteal just enough to stay alive. They should be able to get the spread as Xpeke. He really wants his kill on Dexter.
Yeah, he's going to force him away. It's not quite the tanky target as Mover comes in there as well. They get the slowdown onto him. Can they finish him off though? Howling Gale comes in, and I tell you what, Mover may end up falling down here. There's a flash from Xpeke. Shield comes around, and Peke realizing with that turret he can't quite finish things off. But in the meantime, Fnatic took out the Baron.
And all 5 members picking it up right there. They have quite a bit of gold to spend. Xpeke sit on another 2,500 at this point. I wonder if he's going to go a little bit more damage or maybe go some sort of tanky item. And depending on what he picks up here will determine if they're going to continue split pushing or go for more of these 5-on-5 fights.
So let's take a bit of a breather here to look down the items, because we have had some changes coming in there. The AD carries in particular starting to build up strong. Bloodthirst, the Last Whisper, almost a Phantom Dancer finish for Ezreal. On the other side, Blade of the Ruin King, Phantom Dancer already done. What looks to be Infinity Edge coming up next for Varus.
And that's just such a deadly combo. I mean, he's allowed to go that kind of all offensive build because of the fact that Xpeke is so strong that if he goes into the backline, Dragonborns has to use everything to stop him. Just him. Not really do anything about Yellow Stars, just sit in the backline with the Blood Boil, with those 3 completed items coming up very shortly. They have an answer for Xpeke, but they don't have an answer for Yellow Star right now.
And we saw Enrater just getting in towards the Dragonborn's jungle there to get those wards down. Peke is doing something which we've not seen from him just yet. This is the first for him. Which is pushing that bottom lane out. Of course, I'm trolling with that one, but he may actually end up being in trouble himself.
He has ulti up.
Mover is there. He is going to go in on towards Mover, and look at the damage straight in there. Peke explodes Janna, but is he going to escape? Actually jukes around to the other side. He's down below half HP. Yamato Cannon can't quite get in for this stun. He will flash in for it there, and there is Stan United. There's a Fnatic turn this one around. Cyanide is in there. Soaz will get a good ton off. Here comes Varus from the side. We do see Xpeke go down, but Yamato Cannon will surely be the next one to go down as well. Zonya's used by Shushe. He is one of the only men left here for Dragonborns. Fnatic go left, right. Which is the target? They finally decide on Dexter, who will charge away to the minions, but he's running to no man's land here. And as soon as Soaz gets in range for another taunt, Dexter surely will end up getting picked off. I mean, you can't expect that he's going to escape this one, but he is buying time at least for Dragonborns here as he runs up north through that Fnatic jungle, and Rated chasing in there as well. There is a snowball, and they finally get in towards Dexter, and Rated worried that he'll turn around onto him. There's an Ignite used to finish off the deal by Soaz.
I almost fell asleep with how long that fight took right there, just chasing him down. But in the meantime, you did see Cyanide. He just said, you know what, you guys chase him. I'm going to push the spot lane as much as possible. He will get that turret down, and his Q is stacked up to plus 219, so he doesn't do an insane amount of damage to turrets, but the turret is definitely going to feel it every time you use that siphoning strike. And Fnatic, in the end, getting that 4-for-2 trade, I believe that was, and coming out ahead.
It was a very chaotic one again, but Fnatic again, they reacted to what was happening in that bottom lane. Xpeke did a great job to stay alive long enough for the rest of the team to actually get in there. Another Varus ultimate from Yellow Star landing on its target, spreading around the team, giving them time to lock them up as the red buff is being stolen away here by Fnatic. Hosan is going to come around. He's actually stood on top of a ward here as he puts the Mystic Shot in and realizes that there are men waiting for him.
He's not going to face check pushes with that Ezreal, but still, look at his item build. He's going even more damage. He can't afford to do this. He has to get a little bit tanky because he is the focus of the entire Fnatic team. I mean, he has good protection, but if you don't have the health you need to survive, just the ultimate from Xpeke, you can't afford, or you won't really live at all.
And there is the back from Fnatic. Let's have a look how much gold they're all sat on here. We've got a Runic Bulwark finished up there for Nunu, who's got himself 1,400. There's 2,000 on Varus, 1,200 there on Nasus as well. And in the last time, Soaz actually picking himself up a Spirit Visage in that last one. So nice magic resist going to improve those healing effects on himself as well. Locket of the Ancillary picked up for Enrated. I mean, between that and the Runic Bulwark is actually quite a lot for a support already. I mean, he's got 10 assists, so not really a big surprise.
And you typically don't see supports build that anymore, but that Spirit Visage that you pointed out that Soaz built, that cooldown reduction, that 20% reduction is going to be insane for Soaz in these fights, because if he's landing multiple person taunts, Dragonborn is just going to get picked off, as we've seen happen in these previous fights. But you have to give Dragonborn's credit, though, because they're still holding on in these fights. They're still going head-to-head. They're still almost coming out even. It's just because of their behind items right now, because they're behind 8,000 gold, that they can't win the fight.
And Xpeke here is trying to be a little bit clever and wait in that bottom bush for Renekton to come around. And Renekton will come in there. Sin has just actually backed away around the corner from him as well. And here we go. Yamato kind of going to be focused onto here by Peke. He will pop the ultimate, but look how quick he's going down. That is not even a contest. Peke's patience plays off again.
And he just took out their tankiest member in the top lane. So has overextended a little bit onto that turret. Should be able to escape, but with Xpeke taking down their tankiest person and the person that's been stopping it from split push this entire time, this should be a free inhibitor, or it's going to be a free turret either way, because Fnatic will be able to capitalize on this no matter what.
Yeah, and that's the problem that they have now. Without Yamato Cannon to stop that split push happening, they're going to have to deal with this split push in some different way, which is either leaving a 3-on-1, 3 versus 4 in the top and sending someone else there, or just giving things up. And it looks like they will, in the end up giving a little bit up here, as Xpeke a little bit cautious on about Dexter, although he's got 4 levels on him, and to be honest, he could probably take him out.
And his ultimate is almost up right now. We could see Dexter actually get 1v1. I'm pretty sure Xpeke is strong enough to take him down, but he's just trying to secure this. They're just playing a little bit slow here. They want to play their advantage the best they can. We do see a nice shot on the Hosan, but he does cleanse that away.
Yeah, Gragas trying to get the barrels off. Let's have a look down in the bottom lane, because we are going to see him go in. There's the ulti used by Dexter. Well, in comes Peke. The Randuin's was used by Dexter to force him away, and that will keep him alive. But his inhibitor's not going to have the same fate here, surely. Oh, flash away from the explosive cast coming out of Shushe, who's going to body slam in here. Try and finish things off. Here comes Stand United, though, and they keep forgetting about Soaz here, who won't quite land the taunt there, and they may be in a little bit more trouble than they thought. Of course, Shushe has Zhonya's if he needs to come in with that one. Yamato Cannon will be chasing through. Stun comes in, flash over the side. In the top lane, they're going for it as well, as Cyanide will take down Move It. Dexter the next target, and Hosan at the back. He may be in trouble. He's withered up. There comes a snowball as well. The Q will land in the bottom lane. Peke died. Will Hosan get away from this one? No, he won't, and Rayton picks up the kill.
That was such great teamwork on that bottom lane. If you looked at Xpeke and Soaz, Xpeke threw out that clone and the E, just to slow him down enough that we could see Soaz flash over the wall and escape. And then you saw Fnatic go for that hard engage on that top side, knowing that the Gragas ultimate was down, end up getting a turret and an inhibitor off of that. And the thing is, Fnatic's been doing such a good job of controlling the enemy blue buff that they've not allowed Shushe to have it pretty much this entire game. And because of that, he doesn't have the cooldown reduction he needs to have these barrels over and over and over to really keep Fnatic chipped and to keep them pushed away.
Baron is available though. Fnatic already starting this one off with 3 men. It could be dangerous though with Gragas and Renekton headed up there, and Fnatic seeing them come through the ward actually will peel away from the Baron, but how are they going to go in for this one? Explosive cast not really doing what they wanted, but look how low Cyanide falls. Shushe going to use the Zhonya's, but will he escape after that one? Yamato Cannon running in the same direction. There's the Q from Shushe to get the kill. Yamato Cannon in trouble as well. They need to pop that Blight as Mover comes across the side, and they turn around and going on towards Soaz. Here is a true shot barrage. We're in the middle of nowhere, to be honest, by the end, as the taunt lands onto Shushe. He goes down to Yellow Star. In comes the Monsoon from Movement as they focus down Yellow Star, and Rayton going low. Good taunt from Soaz, but it's not going to save anything. Peke is coming into the lane, but he's not going to be close enough to make a difference. Crazy stuff here.
And Shushe, I mean, getting a little cocky right there, but it worked out for them in the end, picking up those 3 kills. I mean, I think Fnatic didn't realize how late in the game it was, because we're 41.5 minutes in, and Xpeke had about a 50-second respawn timer. I was looking on the map like, where the hell is he? And then I realized, holy crap, he's not even up yet, and they can't really afford to go for that fight without him there. Yellow Star, he didn't really have the protection he needed. He got caught by Yamato Cannon and by Dexter jumping on top of him and just got taken out of the game.
Yeah, this one, honestly, can still go either way. We've seen that Dragonborns have the ability to catch Fnatic out. And as you mentioned, and rightly so, Jason, 42 minutes into this game, the spawn times are very, very long. And with that, you're always taking a risk when you team fight. If you come out behind that, I mean, an ace at this stage wins the game. That's pretty much it.
And we do have an Oracle Elixir picked up for N-rated. So now we're going to have them, looks like, stalling out Baron because they have that top inhibitor down. So Superminions will be coming in, and they can just stall as long as possible. Xpeke down at that bot lane yet again, going for the split push. They still have that open inhibitor, but if Dragonborns can catch him, they could turn this into a Baron and into a push.
So Jason, more items coming in. Iceborne Gauntlet for Nasus in there just to improve the way that he can push in. Double Last Whisper on the Fnatic side with Zed and Varus, who also has a Banshee's Veil in there, which, you know, with all this dispersion and what have you, could actually really protect him from quite a lot of damage coming out there. On the other side, that Zhonya's we saw already in action from Xuxe with the Death Cap and the Void Staff as well. Both teams got Runic Bulwark. Both teams got at least one Randuin's, 2 Randuin's even over on the side of Dragonborns, as the Baron was started off, but again they come off it because Xpeke is again pushing this bottom lane. It's Ezreal that's gone down there, and with that they might fancy their chances without the AD carry being around.
Yeah, it looks like Dragonborns will give this away, as we do see Hosan get engaged upon against Xpeke.
Yeah, he's actually used the cleanse there, but there's not even a contest as Xuxe comes in. Xpeke manages to avoid the Q. Here comes Stan United again, they turn it around. Zhonya's is used, Yamato cannon comes in, Xpeke dies, Xuxe manages to survive. In the meantime though, they've managed to kill off Sin, they've started off the Baron here. He's down to, well, nothing now, they take that one away. And Fnatic, they lose one man, they get 2 kills plus the Baron, and they're going to try and push it home.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that any day. They should be able to get the last 2 inhibitors here. And you mentioned Items a little bit, but the Frozen Gauntlet off of Nasus is so perfect because it allows him to protect Yellowstar even more. They have so many slows, they have the taunt to really keep him alive so he can 1v4 the enemy team, as you do see them just going head-to-head into the turret.
Oh, Soaz has got the taunting on towards Xuxe. He's the obvious target here. That Zhonya's is off his cooldown. Can they get the finisher though? Soaz going to get exhausted. Xuxe turns around. That's a lot of damage coming in, but Renekton's dead. There's the taunt on towards Janna. She will surely die. The snowball going to keep her slowed up here as well. The Iceborne Gauntlet not going to allow her to escape. That is a kill for Nasus, for Cyanide, and there is 4 men left up here for Fnatic. They're still pushing, but Gragas is really the only one that's keeping him away. Ezreal has respawned, but Fnatic go down onto the bottom lane inhibitor. That's all 3 inhibitors now down by Fnatic. Are they going to keep going here for more? They're not super healthy, but they've got that Baron regen on them, but they don't trust it here. Dragonborns are going to keep chasing off. Dexter dashes off to the minion, but Fnatic will escape.
They're not healthy, but Joe, they are very wealthy at this point. You see 2,000 gold on Yellowstar, and you still see 1,000 plus on 2 more members. And in that last fight, you saw Yamato Cannon go straight for Yellowstar. Great play by him, but he didn't expect Cyanide and N-Rated to be there just to stick to him, to protect him. With the Snowball, with the Iceborne Gauntlets, with the Wither, he could not stick to Yellowstar, and he just took him out. And that is exactly what they keep doing. Soaz is so tanky that he goes in 1v3, has the other team attack him the entire time, absorbs all this damage, and by the time that he gets even relatively low, anyone that dove on the backline of Fnatic is already dead, and they're pushing in to help him.
Xpeke right now has earned more gold than most small countries in a year. Yeah, 18,300 he's earned throughout the course of this game, and pretty much everyone up in double figures, certainly on that Fnatic team at the moment. They're about to hit 75,000 overall gold, 9 towers down, only the Nexus turrets remaining. The inhibitor on that top lane, I think I said it was down when actually wasn't, or did it respawn? Either way, it's been a crazy game, that's for sure, and yeah, it is there. So here we go then, Fnatic gonna keep pushing through, super minions working, wards for that extra vision put down by N-Rated, and Fnatic even going through different entrances just to keep up with that split push style that we've seen work out for them so well over the course of these last 2 days. But Dragonborns are eager to fight here. They know that they're gonna have to fight at some point in this very near future. Fnatic are looking for that perfect taunt now onto one of the squishier targets as they put a bit of damage onto Yamato Cannon. Top inhibitor will go down, and here we go. Dexter will dive into the middle of them. There's a Gragas barrel, which didn't do too much for them. Varus ulti is spreading amongst the team as Nunu right in the middle will get absolute 0 off. Dragonborn's pretty tanky, but they're not going to be enough to survive the damage that's coming out here by Fnatic. Xuxe comes off the end there of the fountain. Hosan is still alive, but they've taken down both Nexus turrets in there. San United comes in onto Yellowstar. Xuxe uses a Zhonya's. He will be popped though in the end. Only Hosan left alive. The Nexus has been battered away, and Fnatic going to take down Dragonborns in a chaotic but crazy match.
So well played by Fnatic right there. I really wanted to hear the communication that was going on in their headsets, because every time Dragonborns went into their team, they had so much protection. We even saw that Gragas Sparrow come out of Xuxe. It knocked Xpeke away. It took the threat of him out of the fight, but it didn't matter. They didn't have the damage they needed to take anyone else out of Fnatic.
So really, really good win there for Fnatic. A bit of a shaky one as well. They probably would have expected a bit more of a smoother ride against Dragonborns, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it takes 46 minutes or 146 minutes. The job is done. We're going to go over to the analysis desk to break everything down with Jack and our special guest for this one, Crepo.
Thank you very much, guys. You can see the players heading across to give the handshakes. That was quite a fight from Dragonborns. I mean, not Stompy. You were saying, Crepo, that any game that gets to about 20 minutes by being even, definitely not a stomp.
Yeah, a lot of people call it a stomp too early. If you go even the first 20 minutes, then it's more of a snowball than a stomp. And definitely props to Dragonborns. I did not expect them to hold their ground so well.
Yeah, so let's take a quick gander at the lineups here, because every time Fnatic has a lineup, you're saying they go at least one global at any point. And Dragonborns, on the other hand, had a lot of displacement. But how much did that displacement matter for them?
I mean, Fnatic will always play with either teleport, global like reposition like Shen ulti or TF ulti. And right now, like, yeah, they have a lot of displacement in the comps for Dragonborns. But if you look at it, Varus can stick at the back, and he's really good at hitting the front line, so he doesn't have to go in. He has potential HP damage, Blade of the Ruined King, and then his W. Like, he will constantly hit the tanks really hard. Pekka, however, he can just jump into the AD carry, nullify him if he wants to. Pekka is very mobile, so Shen taunts as well. Like, even though they have a hard time getting to Varus, and the other way around, they can just like Fnatic has the better team comp in my opinion.
Yeah, so Fnatic on an absolute roll, and every time we have a Fnatic game, we're talking about the Fnatic play style.
Yeah, definitely.
How do they do things? Like what kind of risks are they taking? Where are they going? And this replay, you know, we didn't have too many clashing giant team fights in that game, so let's just get into this replay right away, and we can just talk through it, because the way Fnatic plays is a lot different than other teams.
Very methodical.
Yeah. So let's hop into this replay real quick, and we'll see. This was a Baron at about 26 minutes, and I'm just going to start letting this play real quick, because you can see the vision denial.
Yeah.
There's not much vision on them, so we'll pause it here, and you just wanted to talk about the ward situation.
Okay, basically what happened before the situation is that Fnatic just, initially in laning phase, they outfarmed their opponent, so that's really good skill. But then they started pushing, and they push every lane together. And even though they can get caught, they still do it. Like, Pekka, always on bottom, doesn't have many wards around him, but he just reads the game so well, and he just keeps putting that pressure on. Result, Dragonborns can't ward far out of their base. Right. And at one point, Fnatic will collapse into the dark area and just wait. And then Dragonborns is stuck with a decision to make. Do I face check and possibly die, or do we give them Nashor? And obviously he has to face check, because even if he gives them Nashor, they still lose the game. So at one point Dexter will face check, and luckily for him, Fnatic's Baron was rather slow, and they haven't finished it yet, but they could have.
Yeah, because you're paying attention to this here, and at any moment, Fnatic could be starting on Baron, or they could be just baiting. And
or
it's
they
just
could be baiting.
They don't know, because they have no vision on here. They're trying to reward.
Little
Clearly
unfortunate.
they're baiting for a while.
There's this ward at the side that sometimes gets a glimpse of them, so they have a rough idea what they might be doing. But yeah, at one point Dexter face checks, and he either he can die, or he can't stop Nashor, and it's really hard because Fnatic pushed their wave so much so early. There's complete vision denial, and they're completely in the dark, literally.
Right, but as you see, now he has to face check it. Luckily, as you were saying, for them, Fnatic was slow on the Baron, so they had to peel. Like, Dexter managed to get them off of it.
Yep, he forced them off it.
Yeah. So it was a matter of Dexter having to face check, and
beautiful Xin ulti, beautiful Xin, because he cancels the Shen taunt, gets away, drags them away long enough. Now Xpeke will jump on Renekton. They turn around. Eventually, I think they kill Xpeke, so they stall the Nashor, and then they even go push mid.
And this was a Dragonborn's win.
A win, but it could have been a major loss. And the way Fnatic plays is, even though they take these risks, but what if they backfire? Nothing, because they're so aggressive in pushing that it doesn't even matter if they get caught a few times, because the lanes are so far forward that they can afford to just respawn and take control again of the game. And they play medium risk, high reward, and it's way better than it's a lot different than our old playstyle, which was low risk, low reward.
Yeah, and that was exactly what happened in that situation. The risk of going for Baron or not checking for Baron is the game.
Yeah.
But Fnatic had that backfire to them. They lost a few people.
And even they still
but
get
it didn't matter because all their lanes were pushed.
When you see Pekka pushing as well, he dies, but the wave is pushed. Dragonborns don't have the time window to push it back and then win the game. They can't trade anything. If you see Fnatic early as well, you want to take Dragon, do it. We'll push your towers.
Yeah.
Even if we don't take them, we'll make them low. So next time we push them, we will take them. If you see how the game Fnatic Gambit, it was 6-0 for towers, which means Fnatic doesn't even have to ward their own side of the map. And if you look at Enraider's items sometimes, he was
almost equal on gold, but a full item up on their support. That's why Fnatic plays way better with less wards than all the other teams.
Right, so this game against Dragonborns, many expect, I think it was the most one-sided voting game between Fnatic and Dragonborns, mainly because Fnatic did such a great job against Gambit, but this one was actually a closer overall game against Gambit Gaming, and it's not necessarily because Dragonborns is better than Gambit, but it's about how Fnatic plays.
But the playstyle, basically they play PvE. They don't necessarily like push the minions better than you because you have spells to push them as well, but they push them at better timings, and they just slowly force you into your base, and then they draw, and then they force you to walk into the dark. And it's interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, so our MVP for this match, this seems to happen every time, but it's because of the way Fnatic plays. It's xPeke.
Definitely.
And it's mainly because the way they play, he ends up being the playmaker.
He's the pivotal point, because even without wards, he's still doing that split pushing. He's so mobile, he reads ganks, and when he gets ganked, he draws at least 2 people to him, and he allows the rest of Fnatic to do something else on the map. Get another tower, like bait them into an objective, and he just plays so good.
And it's a matter of knowing where the wards are in the game, because he was pushing in a lot of those back doors early in the game, and they just couldn't close in on him, and that was really the story of the game.
Yeah, definitely. xPeke like split pushes really well. It's really annoying to play against, so Peke, please stop that.
So Crepo doesn't want that quite yet, but congratulations to Fnatic again, and Shox is standing on stage with an interview with Yellow Star.
Merci, thank you. I'm here with Yellow Star. Give it up for Yellow Star. Starting off with a question in English, Bora. The game didn't get off to the best start, did it?
Yeah, so basically the laning phase was really good, but the thing is we did really lots of mistakes. So it led us to a long game, but overall we kind of play good, and they did pretty well as well. So I think it was a good game.
Donc tu as joué Varus. Comment était la confrontation avec Renekton?
De base, dans la méta actuelle, Varus, c'est un très bon personnage parce qu'il a beaucoup de CC, donc c'est difficile pour eux de me foncer sur nous. Donc on peut vraiment bien se battre lentement et tout ça, donc c'est très fort.
He says that he really prefers Varus now, a very strong character with a lot of CC. Now, j'ai entendu que votre famille est ici aujourd'hui. Donc, est-ce que tu as quelques mots pour ta famille?
J'aimerais particulièrement les remercier, ma famille, mon père, ma mère, mon frère et mes cousins. Je les aime très fort. Et surtout, vous tous, merci à tous de votre soutien, parce que vous êtes magnifiques, vous êtes formidables. Et je pense que vous le méritez, et des événements comme ça, on en veut plus en France.
So I asked Yellow Star that his family is here today, and he thanked them for coming, and thanked all the fans for their support, because you guys are truly amazing. I concur, Yellow Star. All right, merci beaucoup. We're gonna go into a short break before our next match. It's gonna be SK Gaming taking the stage. You know, Ocelot told me before in the cafeteria, we're gonna win here today. We'll see if he can make that come through against All Authority. AAA versus SK Gaming coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody. And before we get our next game underway, I get to talk to Crepo a little bit about playing supports. So the first question everyone wants to know is like, what's a support do, man?
Basically, you have to work around with no means at all and be as annoying as you can. So you have no creep score.
Right.
You're designated water. Like you don't even get to buy items, but you still have to annoy people and get in their face and basically make everybody's life easier. So if I not doing anything, standing in a brush, I can watch top lane and I can just say like, Wicked, you're about to get ganked. And sometimes I call it before he sees it and then it's good. I just try to help everybody as good as I can.
So you think it's also the support player's job a little bit more to maybe watch the minimap a bit more? Are you like the second jungler in communication for the team?
Basically jungler's playing against AI and I'm in my brush on my lane if I'm not zoning people. So we both have more time to look at options because AD carry, like top and mid, are obviously occupied with CSing and dodging ganks, and we have way more time to set up plays. We can open our chat, look at our timers and say, okay, that's spawning in 1 minute, that's in 2 minutes, then Drake, and we can basically map up a route, and then we can ask our players like, Frog, are you ready? Do you need a base? When do you need a base? Can you base now? Wicked, do you want to push that up, disappear, and go for Drake? And of course, it's not always me doing that, but I should be doing more, and if they want to do it themselves, that's welcome, but it's not necessary.
Okay, so especially with supports in solo queue, if they like ever take a kill in lane, they usually get raged at.
Yeah.
There are pros and cons that you were talking about of supports either getting farm or getting kills. What are those?
Well, basically, it started off with Zyra. You could get a lot of CS on Zyra. You used to take like 30 or 40 CS in lane, and then I would go AP, and then you have a secondary AP player. And also, a kill on a support is better than no kill at all.
Yeah.
So I don't really care. Also, additionally, if you want to ignite on support, if you're looking for exhaust and ignite on lane,
right?
Why would you put the ignite on the AD carry? Why not give him an exhaust so he can defend against himself if a bruiser jumps on him in a team fight? I can be that ignite guy. I can ignite him. Sure, I might take the kill, but if they're dead, they're not getting creeps, and we're still winning out.
Yeah, so that's often why you probably see like Gambit Gaming would be the prime example. Edward is the guy who steals more kills than almost everyone else. So what would you say that like separates your support style from like someone else who plays support?
There's different like support styles. There's aggressive, and then there's like passive. Then there's people that always go into 2v1s as well. Like you have some players that really love going into 2v1s lanes. I prefer like laning 2v2 actually more than 2v1 because I need to work a little on my 2v1. Because in 2v1 it's just not only being there and pushing up and pushing back. It's really about zoning. It's all about stepping forward when the guy wants XP, not only the CS. Because you can deny CS, but if you give him all the experience, he's still like gonna outlevel you. And when he hits 6, he's gonna kill you because you're a support with no items, level 4. And he'll be level 6. So you need to contest everything you can, keep him on the same level as you are, and it's a different dynamic. I prefer playing 2v2.
Yeah, so this is actually something I want to dive into a bit more, is that 2v1 lane setup, because it's something that's taken over in the competitive scene. And I honestly, every time something takes over in competitive, it slowly filters its way into high-elo solo queue and then all the way down the ladder. So do you have any like tips for 2v1 lanes? Like the things you've learned at the very start of the 2v1 laning phase, what you see people do wrong frequently, how you destroy people in 2v1 lanes, stuff like that?
It basically started with World Elite. When we were in Korea, they started it. They put 2 people on top lane to dodge a bad matchup in 2v2 bottom because bottom got the golems. So you don't want to fight a golems bot lane. So you switch it up, you get it. Then you take, if you know you're going to switch it up, you take a top farmer that's good with low CS, like a Malphite. If you get a Malphite with 40 creeps, doesn't matter, he still has ulti, and he can still nullify an AD carry.
Okay.
And then you go 2v1 top with like a double range support AD carry that just pushes the tower really well. Doesn't matter. Like and then if you compare like, say you want to dodge playing against a Misfortune, and you're playing Kog'Maw, and you're on equal farm, obviously the Kog'Maw is going to gain out. And you can dodge bad matchups, force people in bad matchups themselves, like keep artificially low farm on their top laner, and then just push towers. You can call for your jungle to come on lane, push it in, go around, dive, or like them counterplay, predict it that they're doing that. There's so many mind games going on.
So how do you, with all the mind games, how do you know which one to do? Like what lanes, if say you have a Thresh and Misfortune lane, does it depend who you're 1v2ing against, or do you always play that 2v1 lane in the same way?
It all depends on how they're playing. If he goes close, some people go close for the first 2 creeps, and if you can put a hook in their face, it's done. Yeah, you go in, you zone him. Even if I take a tower shot, he has to base. And it all depends. Sometimes your lane randomly pushes, and you can freeze him. But if you freeze him too long, then your tower at the other side of the map might go down. It's all just reacting on what to do. And 2v1 is a lot more reactive than the stale 2v2 lanes. That's why there's so much room for growth in there.
Right, so what do you, well, thank you very much for the 2v2 lane setup. And I got one more question for you. Like, what would you say your favorite support is to play nowadays?
Fresh for sure. and I didn't get to play much in the beginning. So Edward took like the Fresh Prince / King meme. So and also Elise, I've been loving it. I played it with Yellow Pete. Solo queue, first time I ever played Elise, and I was like, there's so many buttons I can press. Like, I can do so many things, even if I don't have items, because of the multiple forms. So definitely fresh in Elise.
Yeah, so I could probably want to talk to you about support all day, and I might continue to talk to you after, but we have games to play. We got the LCS still going on. Shox is ready on stage. Let's send it over to her.
Merci, thank you. First up, in the blue corner, they're the home crowd favorites, but they haven't been able to grasp a win yet. Ils ont besoin de votre soutien. Here is Against All Authority. And secondly, you all love us a lot, but they've also got your shoo-shoo, Hercubot. Give it up for SK Gaming! I just can't get enough of this crowd. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts? All right. We're going to get into this match, so let's get over to our commentators once again. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shox. Joined once again here by Jason Kaplan. My name, of course, is Joe Miller, if you didn't already know. Against All Authority versus SK Gaming, our next one of our game 4, actually, of 7 here. We're almost at the halfway point. We can say that at some point during this game. So far, some great games, Jason. We'll talk us first through Against All Authority in this one.
Sorry, what? Sorry, the crowd is... I actually barely heard you there, but... So Against All Authority. We heard SK talk about them last week. They were saying between Against All Authority and Dragonborns, they were more scared of Against All Authority because you never know what they're going to throw at you.
Yeah.
And it proved well last time they met. Last week, Against All Authority actually destroyed them. Actually, let me take that back. What was it, Against All Authority that destroyed them? It was No on his vein that really just destroyed them. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a ban actually target at him. But, you know, Against All Authority, you would expect a Sona for Corralius, but you never know exactly what they're going to do.
What about SK? We've seen them this weekend. They're 1-for-1, obviously losing out to Gambit last night, beating Giants, so to kick us off yesterday.
Well, I talked about him yesterday with you, saying, you know, Candy Panda and Nif, they didn't really seem to do anything too amazing in lane, but it seems like over the past couple of weeks, as I looked at the stats again, they've been starting to improve quite a bit, starting to be a little bit more aggressive. You're happy about that one. A little more aggressive, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Ocelot playing maybe more of an AD mid, because he's starting to transition into that a little bit. And Kevin as well, we saw him playing Zed yesterday. That was really interesting. He did quite well on him.
Yeah, Zed was definitely strong in there. But let's have a look then at the two lineups, as though they don't really need any introduction, to be honest. We've been seeing them for weeks now. Against Authority on the blue side, Freddy122, Virtual, Slayer, Nono, and Corralius.
I'm really curious if Nono ever doesn't smile. I don't know. But over on the red side, we have Kevin, Hercubot, Ocelot, Candy Panda, and Nif.
So let's delve a little bit more into detail. You were talking about Nono's smile, and he is our key player here for Against All Authority.
Yeah, he really has been their strong AD carry that they really needed on their team. His Vayne, last time they played against each other, did phenomenal. His Ezreal as well is very strong champion for him, but he's always been one of those AD carries that seems to get caught. I mean, we see them against the Wolves. Whenever there's a thresh enemy team, you can pretty much guarantee at least once or twice he'll get caught by that thresh hook on accident. But he's a very strong backbone for their team.
So let's have a look at SK Gaming. Then we've gone for not quite the AD carry, but that duo laner. It's this time around Nif, involved in 81% of all kills coming into yesterday's action.
Yeah, that smiles for how well he's been doing this entire LCS season. His Sona he started off with was just fantastic, always laying those nice crescendos. And his Lulu lately, which he played both games yesterday, have been pretty spot on. There's been a couple of missed ultimates, but it's always been a person that SK can look at and depend on when they need him.
So we're about to get ready and start this game off and get into Champion Slate. But before we do that, as per usual, we sat down with the teams to find out what they're thinking before today's game.
They won the first game, we beat them the second game. This is where things get interesting.
AAA, I think they will eventually catch up, and the mid laner is Laya. Apart from being an awesome guy, he's a really good player. Nono, the AD carry, is pretty good as well.
Most dangerous player from SK is Nif. His hooks on Thresh was very troublesome for us. He made a lot of very good initiates on us, so we have to take care of him.
They have to improve their champion pools to be not that predictable and
get countered every game.
We'll want to win very hard, so we'll see if we can do it again.
So Nif, as I said yesterday, Jason, you didn't. You were giving no love to Nif and Candy Panda. He is a very incredible support player. We saw the crescendos coming out of him with Sona, the thresh hooks, as we heard there from Corrales. He's very, very dangerous in this game, and that's why we kind of highlighted him as our highlight for SK's team. But certainly, the pick ban phase is going to be interesting. What are you expecting from the bans for both of these teams?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Vayne ban, to not let Nono play that again, or at least SK to be prepared for it this time. Thresh might be a possible one as well, because it always seems to give Against All Authority some trouble.
Yeah.
And then, of course, SK, they're going to take away Sona from Corrales, because he always plays that. He had 100%. Actually, if it's available, he always plays Sona, as we'll say.
So first ban's coming out here, Jarvan, which of course SK have been doing well with in the previous weeks. And Sona, Corrales is #1. There's the Nasus ban as well, which Hercubot has done well with, which, to be honest, everyone's been doing well with in the jungle as well.
Yeah, so far 2 bans have been targeted at Hercubot, but that Jarvan also is a target at Ocelot, who played him last week. So they're really trying to limit what Hercubot is allowed to play this game. I wouldn't be too surprised to see their last ban be that, or maybe that Thresh. And SK with their next ban, they don't really. The thing is, it's really hard to target any bans versus Against All Authority, because yeah, you take the Sona away, but the next two, you have Frey to choose from, you have Schleyer to choose from, and you have Nona to choose from. It looks like they're actually going to take away Elise, who is also just like Jarvan, one of those champions that could be in any lane.
Yeah, it could be put anywhere around there. Kha'Zix's going to be the third and final ban here by Against All Authority, which may mean that Thresh comes through, but we know that Corrales can play Thresh. We know that Nif can play Thresh, so maybe SK will want to take that away.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're actually going to let that slide or not. It always could be, but if Against All Authority is going to invest in that support as their first ban, then it leaves SK open to, get first 2 really good picks, because Volibear still currently is open. Virtual also plays Jungle Taric, he has done last week, so there's a lot of champions that could be picked up here, and they do take with the Thresh. So we have Volibear, we have Taric available. I wouldn't be surprised if you see the jungler as the first pick.
Well, let's have a look. Or Zed, which has managed to scrape through the bans here. I've been seeing a lot of devastating play from the Zed so far, and that will be Against All Authority's first choice.
And SK, I mean, they love Zed. Actually, every team is really prioritizing Zed lately, because he's just such a strong assassination champion. We saw in that last game versus Dragonborns, just how much damage Expect could do. You can't cleanse off that ultimate, and when he went in there, Hosan would just get exploded every single time. But it looks like they will pick up their Volibear here. And I wouldn't be surprised for them to maybe go for Sona, maybe just trying to lock that in. Or sorry, Sona's banned. Wow, almost went through with that. But maybe pick up a support here, or give Kevin his Shen.
Yeah, the Shen in there for Kevin. That's definitely a strong option for them. And of course, also Volibear in there for Hercubot in the jungle.
And you are seeing right now he's taking Flash. After we heard Stupid talk about on the analysis desk, they want. If you're going to go for a really hard engage, he's going to have to take that. You need that sort of just quick engagement instead of that ghost to really get that speed increase. And it looks like they will have a relatively strong front line, because Volibear is trying to be very tanky. But Against Authority with their next picks, they have an assassin for an AD carry. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up a little bit somewhat of like a tanky, well, obviously tanky jungler, but also maybe a tanky mid. I'm going to say mid, because you don't know if Schley is going to be there or Freddy anymore.
Well, let's see. Lulu is the current choice for Against All Authority. Obviously, that will go over towards Corrales in the support role. And will they take an AD carry here away to have first choice over SK? And it looks like they will. There's the Ezreal for Nono.
Yeah, and we know him as an amazing Ezreal. He always loves playing that. It's either that or Vayne now. That Vayne or Varus nowadays. Actually, it seems to be the 3 champions that are always played. Lately. Oh, he switches over to Caitlyn last second. So looks like they're going to be going for that. Actually, a little bit. It's like a passive lane. They could actually be going middle. It's a nice push lane as well when you have the Glitter Lance mixed in with the Piltover Peacemaker. And you also have that nice ability to get away from Volibear. So they have a really safe AD carry, a really safe support at this point. And they have that really strong assassin as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see actually potentially that jungle Taric coming out, or maybe a Xin, because the Taric will give you that nice armor buff. You see the SK can't go for double AP anymore, so that would help. Well, that's the one thing that really counters that Taric at all, and that'd be a nice addition to the team.
Well, SK here with 25 seconds still to decide what they're going to add in to the Shen and Volibear. Of course, we have seen Ocelot with Twisted Fate. We know, with the Shen in there as well, can be a real problem, especially in the lane phase for the ganks, but also a little bit later on as well when it comes to split pushing. It's a devastating combo.
I have to say though, Oh, as I actually head over towards Tech, I haven't really been surprised with Ocelot's Twisted Fate. We saw it versus Gambit yesterday. He just seemed to, well, because Alex did get double buffs obviously on his Kazakhs, he was able to really push Ocelot out, but he didn't seem to be able to get in the groove he needed to get back in that game. But with this nice, strong Tarek Graves combo, that's going to be a deadly bot lane, or wherever they decide to go in the end, obviously. But Tarek, actually, sorry, Twisted Fate would fit in quite well with this because you have that nice presence. You have an easy lane top to gank, you have an easy lane bottom to gank, and you can really open up some opportunities for Candy Pen to get fed on his Graves, who, honestly, he's very strong on him.
Well, let's see what Against All Authority going to go with here. Currently sat with Kennen.
I think they were hoping for a crowd reaction for that.
No, they weren't.
Oh,
They're
wow.
lock Kennen in there. And that will get a bit of a crowd reaction once they actually lock it in. The crowd like, yeah, sure, you're not going to go for that one. There is the Udyr coming out as well.
We have not seen Virtual play him at all. The only time we have seen him play was on Diamond Prox, who played him, I believe it was week 1 versus EG, and then also against KT Rolster B in this last weekend in MLG. That is going to be a very interesting lineup. You have that nice, if he keeps that ghost, you have that nice speed increase from that, the speed increase from your Bear Sands, also Lulu. So you have that ability to get there very quickly. You don't need that flash to really get that strong initiate, and then you basically become a stun bot as the team fights break out. You just sit there in Bear Sands hitting every single member, just trying to lock them down and really interrupt them. But the Kennen, that is a really interesting one. We have not seen him, well, besides AD carry on Jimbones, that much.
Yeah, I think we've seen him once AP in the top lane,
yeah.
If my memory serves me right. Obviously, we've had a lot of games so far here in the European LCS, but what are SK going to finish off with here in that middle lane then for Ocelot? And a Kale, which completely snuck through.
I was like, just don't say anything, JC. He's going to pick it really quickly. But yeah, Kale, we've seen Ocelot use him before. It's a nice champion to prevent a lot of bursts. So Kale's going to be a good counter to Zed as the team fights progress, so we'll be able to stop the ultimate damage. But in the laning phase, he should be able to really pressure Zed out as well. So also should have a nice, easy advantage with him if we do see Zed go middle. However, running this Caitlyn, running this Lulu, it makes me think that they might go middle against Ocelot and really try to keep him down in this game, really keep him underfarmed.
Well, it could also be that Kennen in the middle lane with the Zed up in the top lane. We'll have to see what Against All Authority go with here on the switches. Looks like Corellis and Schleyer will be the two to swap that Lulu and Zed combo here. So, Jason, we got the two lineups in there. Who you fancying for this one?
I really love seeing Udyr. I really do. He's such a fun champion, but I'll have to give it to SK. They're just so tanky, and they have that kill ultimate just completely shut down Zed. I think they just pretty much completely outpicked Against All Authority here.
Well, you can see the crowd on your screens getting themselves ready for this next matchup. They are pretty hyped still. They just don't realize the camera's on them right now. That's the thing. There we go. Now they realize. It comes onto the big screen here.
Get balls,
get Teemo. That is in there as well. They are still trying to get that Teemo out there, which is only been a troll so far. We've not actually seen, of course, any Teemos coming in here in week 6 of the European LCS. So before we get into game, Jason, talk us through the possibilities at level 1.
Well, level 1, SK has such a strong team right now by having that Tarek stun. Also, the Armor of the 5th H Tarek stun, they've got the pink furry boots. That mixed in with the flip, mixed in with the potential taunt, and then the damage that Kale and Graves can put out can be very devastating against anyone on Against All Authority. But AA, they have a good team to kind of defend with. The Caitlyn traps can help out quite a bit. The Glitterlands for disengaging. I think if anyone's going to make a move, it would most... Actually, you know what? If anyone's going to make a move, I think it's going to be Against All Authority, just because they're very ballsy. But the team that should make the move is SK.
So here we go then. We're getting game with Against All Authority versus SK Gaming here in our week 6 of the European LCS. And again, both teams looking to climb the ladder of that league table with a victory in this one. SK going to be pinging quite furiously onto the top side of the river very early on, so we may see them make some ground up with that one. They obviously want to get vision there as well as early as they can to see if Against All Authority decide to put down any kind of warding.
And we do see red pots coming out yet again. It looks like SK is trying to really set up for this, really reading Against All Authority. If they do try to go for that mid, Freddy is the one that it might be in trouble here if we do see Nif go for him.
Well, Freddy actually will start to back away. Corellis puts in, wow, Flash has burnt there. Nif flashed in to get the stun on towards Freddy. He flashed away straight after that, so no real early action, but there's a pink ward put down by Nif, and that will take away the vision that Against All Authority have put in there.
Okay, this is really key right here because we have Hercubot who has Flash available. If Freddy does go top lane, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. If Hercubot gets that red buff, then goes for an early gank towards the top side, before Freddy does put that ward down, it should be an easy first blood, but they are poising to actually go for a blue still here, but they will be running into a ward at that blue buff.
Well, Freddy's actually on the blue buff itself. As you said, he's got no Flash. up right now, so certainly can't afford to be getting caught out. SK going to be stood on top of a ward like you said there, but they do have their own vision around that blue buff side. Looks like they might try and take away the walls first.
See, we've seen Fnatic do this before, even last game, where they try to go for this invade onto the blue buff, but they typically ward their own blue, so if the other team does go for invade on their blue, they can potentially stop it. SK is not doing it this time, but it looks like Udyr might, and actually will get spotted right there, crossing over, but now it's up to SK to make a play here. We do see Shen heading down towards that bottom side, and Freddy trying to stick around, maybe just prevent this blue, or just clear the two minions if they do leave them up.
Well, Hercubot going to be taking that blue buff without the use of Smite, so that's the initial bonus there for SK Gaming, as we are going to see them actually coming in here on towards Virtual. Lulu is there with him. Well, Virtual having a few problems. Kale going to come around the side as well. Virtual just trying to get it low enough to smite away, and there he will manage it. So that is the start that they were looking for. Didn't actually finish off his blue buff in the process of that as well.
And they actually did quite a bit of damage to him, but luckily with those health pots, he should be able to sustain quite a bit. We see in the top lane, we did see Freddy actually put the ward down already, so he's going to stop that gank from happening, but it won't spot if Hercubot goes in for a three-man dive on that top side around minute 3.5 in, because you do have that Taric stun, which will lock him down, and that would be first blood if they do go for it. You do see him finally taking that red now, and in the mid lane, you did see Schley get pushed out a little bit, and that's going to be the threat. Also, it's going to be harassing him quite a bit and really keeping him at range.
So this middle lane, Zed versus Kale. Obviously, once Kale is level 6, where Zed also gets a lot more powerful, makes it a lot easier for him to avoid that damage. As Hercubot going to get in there, flashes in for the fling, Ignite is down. There's a flash in from Ocelot, but he may just survive this one here, Schleyer. Just about keeping himself alive. That was close stuff.
That was, I saw a spike of a heal for Schleyer right there, and I was really curious to see what that was. I'm not sure exactly.
It was his pot.
Oh, it was his red pot, thank you. It was his red pot, yeah, so gave him that little bit of extra health just to survive that Ignite. We have Virtual going to stick around in that middle lane just to make sure they don't dive on top of him. But Hercubot, instead of going top lane to go for that kill, I know I keep stressing it, but it seems like a pretty much guaranteed kill. He went mid lane, tried to give Ocelot even more of an advantage.
Hercubot there just stood right on top of a ward, which is... he's going to walk away from at some point here soon in the future. We can see that Candy Panda and Nip already pressuring, but look at that damage. That push lane of Lulu Caitlyn is already winning out here nicely. 4 against all authority. Lulu actually tanking the turret there, but no, one more hit will take it down. First turret after 4 minutes.
Okay, we've seen this happen before with against all authority. If they're going to take a turret that early, they have to make sure that it works out for them as the game progresses. They need to potentially push that bot lane out even more, keep being aggressive on the second tier turret, or switch towards the top side. But if you do that, Kevin could potentially get the farm and become this immovable object that he seems to always do on a Shen.
So, No and Corralius are still pushing up here in this bottom lane. They're going to keep things going from that side. Question is, what are SK going to do to stop this one? Because right now, Kevin is not really able to do anything on his own to stop that from happening. He's taking some harassment, and finally the bear is going to come across here to stop that from happening. There was a trap down there, which will give Hercubot's position away here in a second once he comes through. But up until now, No and Corralius doing a great job. They are 6-7 CS ahead here. The AD carries, there's a second trap down by No. As the bear actually coming around the side, there's a flash engaging, and Corralius in trouble. He will flash himself over the top of the wall, and with the Ignite burning though, will survive.
Great job against Authority right there. Because they took that bottom turret so quick, they still had a couple of wards left to take with them towards the second turret, so they were able to apply some pressure there. And also knowing where Hercubot was in that middle lane really gave them the opportunity. But in the meantime, we do see against Authority going for this Drake right now. Virtual doesn't have a Madrid's Razor on him, but we do have Caitlyn Lulu coming up from the side. This should be a very early first dragon for against Authority.
Yeah, we've seen Diamond Prox at, I think, 3 minutes into the game with Udyr trying for a dragon or taking the dragon on his own solo. This time he's got obviously a lot more health a little bit later on into the game, and that will be the dragon for against all authority. And look at that gold lead already, 2,300 gold. 2,000 gold, if I could count. Sorry.
That's all good. I mean, in the top lane, this turret could go down, so the gold lead won't be as big, but if you see Caitlyn Lulu head up there and save that turret, it's going to give against all authority such a huge advantage. Freddy122 was able to keep up and farm with Kevin, and it's all going to depend on how useful Kennen will be as the game progresses. That ultimate is so devastating. It really can lock you down, get the stuns in, but if he doesn't build a Zhonya's for it, he can get just destroyed.
And we'll see what he decides to build up here. He is recalling currently, and he's going to go Doran's Blade in there and an Amp Tome as well. So obviously relying on that AD damage here early on in the game.
Oh wow, no. Going back, picking up that BF sword. I wouldn't be surprised, because we've seen Wings of Death in North America, and I know Jack can probably back me up on this. He used to build, if he went Kennen top lane, he'd always go with like a Doran's Blade or two, just so he can last it a little bit easier, and also harass, and then he would go straight into AP right after that, and really become a strong force. But we haven't seen Kennen at all in Season 3, besides AD, and I think there's a reason for that, and we're going to see it as this game progresses.
Well, we'll have to find out. Against Authority here with 3 men inside of the middle lane. They may try and take their second turret of the game here. And to be honest, SK need to react to this one quickly. Finally, Ocelot's going to come around the side there. Gets slowed up by the Glitter Lance. Was lucky not to get stunned up by the trap as well. But either way, almost half of the health gone from that.
Yeah, and I love what they're doing right now, because they're just starting to roam around as 3. They're keeping the jungler near them, keeping them up on levels, trying to keep them ahead of Hercubot. And they're applying so much pressure with this Caitlyn Lulu combo that's just so devastating. And you see, Kennen in the bottom lane, able to pick up some farm, then SK picking up that top turret just to get a little bit of extra gold and close this lead out a little bit. And it seems like Schleya is just... He's behind. I mean, I was going to say, kind of behind, but he really is at this point. He's already down 23 CS. He doesn't have a Brutalizer done just yet, as we see double
all the wards
in there.
All the wards in the bush. Well, they've got vision at least, that's one thing for sure. As SK here are going to be coming across. Starting off this blue buff once again, of course, they had it on its first spawn. Can they do the same here again? Yes, they can. It's taken by Hercubot with the smite.
And against Authority reacting to this, they're pushing that middle lane, trying to get this turret down. They already have it down to below half health now at this point. Not sure if they'll be able to secure it away, but they are going to go for invade on the enemy blue here. And with Virtual coming around from the side, they should be able to secure it, having 4 members there. However, all 5 members of SK actually looks like they're heading over towards the side just to stop it.
Yeah, Ocelot moving in here with Hercubot. Of course, Hercubot doesn't have the stun up as the 90 caliber net.
Nice.
Misses Ocelot there. He's going to be coming around the side, and they've managed to force them off.
And taking away that blue buff.
They're taking away the blue buff. I mean,
that's key.
But they've left a bit of the camp now. SK needs to fix that.
And they also will not have a timer on it either, since they don't have a ward there to spot it. They even invested a pink ward into that bush, but you're seeing SK right now over 3-man push on the middle lane, turning the aggression against Authority as they are going in for an engage.
Here we go, Freddy with the ultimate running, gets flipped back, but Hercubot stunned up. Shane going to try and get in there with Stan United, will actually pull it off, and Virtual gets turned on. First blood picked up here for Candy Panda. Is he over up until now? No. There is the kill coming in towards Taric. Kevin just blocking the ace in the hole there to prevent Candy Panda taking damage. That leaves us at 1-for-1.
And I still think it's over at this point. They're going to push this turret. They want to take it down, and they should be able to do it on this wave. Candy Panda has that blue buff, has Buckshot, can clear waves very quickly, but against Authority has the damage they need to take this down if they want.
Yeah, pushing in there. Kevin gets polymorphed up and takes a couple of auto attacks for his pleasure there. They're close to having this tower away. I think this next wave, unless SK have got someone immediately incoming, you see there the collateral damage used by Candy Panda. Poland's out of the Buckshot as well, trying to put as much damage in to stop them going in there, but in the end they can't manage it. Ocelot forced to use intervention on himself there, and there's the danger of the Zed already.
Yeah, that's gonna be his... Oh wow,
he's going to flash in for this one. He's burning here from the ignite. Can he get the finisher? Slayer's going to take another hit from the turret. He dies in the end. Ocelot did a good job to bring the kill with him, but still, there we see how dangerous this Zed can be. He's actually caught up 10 CS here as well. It was a lot more than that just 2 or 3 minutes ago.
And he's behind in items too, doesn't have that Brutalizer down. I think if he had that, he could have killed Ocelot a little bit earlier and survived that. But you just saw how crucial the kill ultimate's going to be when these fights progress. If he can keep using that ultimate onto the target that gets hit with the Zed ulti, then he's going to prevent so much damage and allow them to keep fighting. Not to mention the heal, the double heal they have with that Taric, with that kill, never can go underestimated.
Here is Nif just headed around, and okay, so Blue Wolf's not going to be respawning for a little while here. Nif does take that camp out, and you know, AAA did have a pink ward there, so they'll have seen Nif coming around the side. They'll have not seen him actually kill the rest of that camp, but they can have a very good timing on that one. A pretty precise timing, at least, is what I wanted to get out.
I just realized I said SK put that pink ward down, but against Authority did, just to keep that vision and to take away that blue. But I think you're right. I think they cannot see that camp is taken away just yet.
No, but with Nif going in there, it's like, okay, you can add 5 seconds on and it should be done.
Yeah.
So, against all Authority, then got 2 of the 3 outer turrets down. Can they get themselves a third? Slayer is heading towards that top lane where Kevin is currently farming things up. Let's have a look at the CS here, because honestly, it's not that big of a difference. There's a 5 difference between the AD carries. Middle lane has come back really close to just 3 CS now, with Zed just behind. In the jungle, it's really close. The Kennen versus Shen is also within 5, so things very much close at this point.
And it looks like against Authority, that's a great job by them. But to push out that middle lane, just to shove that lane in, and because Dragon is coming up in about 5 seconds, it looks like they might be able to go for it. But the problem is, Kevin will have ulti up in about 20 seconds. If SK can stall long enough, they'll be able to turn this around, maybe pick up the Dragon, also maybe pick up a couple of kills.
Well, already kicked off here. Virtual does have Smite available. Hercubot doesn't have Smite if he even comes over here to get involved in that one. He is at the back of the team here as Ocelot coming in as well. Freddy will use that lightning rush to get away, but Dragon is going to be continued to be pressured here. SK taking it down quite low. Can they get in there? Freddy's going to ulti in. There's the wild growth coming in, and Freddy may just end up dying from this one. Dragon picked up by SK Gaming. Corralius the focus. He will die, and they're going to have to flash all over the place here. There is a flash for Kevin, who can use that Stan United to get involved here if he so wishes. Nono taking auto attacks here from Grave. The exhaust comes down. There is a kill. Can they get onto Freddy? No, they decide not to. Well, that was 3 kills for nothing, plus the Dragon for SK.
Great turnaround by them. Gives them the gold lead in the end, too. And in the top lane, we saw Kevin actually, he didn't ulti in because he didn't need to, but he also almost 1v1 Schley all by himself, took it down to about a 3rd health. And that's just how dangerous Shen is at this point when Schley doesn't really have the items that he's going to need. Doesn't have a Brutalizer just yet, went for the Bilgewater instead. But SK, those 3 kills, that Dragon really gets him back in the game and gets him a nice chunk of gold. Not to mention, Candy Panda is now 3-0-1.
Yeah, 3-0 on dangerous Graves. We know previously in the LCS that he has had good times of it on Graves. See if that continues here as Ocelot just went back, picked up that Nash's Tooth. What else do we have? Seeker's Arm Guard and the Sorcerer's Shoes for Kennen. Over on the other side for Shen, got the Chain Vest plus that Giant's Belt in there as well. So working his way up, surprise, surprise, towards the Sunfire Capers. Freddy comes into that top lane there. I think he's quite happy to let Shen go back. Actually will hit him there with the Shuriken. But it's just about wasting time really there for Freddy and making Kevin have to change positions before recalling.
I kind of like what Freddy's building into, because we talked about items a little bit, and he's going for a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he wants to go for his Zonius, which you kind of expect on a Kennen.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're almost depending on him to stun Ocelot to stop him from using that ultimate at the right point.
Oh, actually going head-to-head with him there. He does have that level advantage, and with that red elixir running as well, he may fancy his chances as Candy Panda may get caught out. There is Ace in the hole going through and take about a quarter of Candy Panda's HP away with Nif and Hercubot around the side there. He was never going to be able to finish up for a kill.
Yeah, I mean, Candy Panda, Graves is just such a strong champion because of the armor. We do see also trying to go head-to-head against Freddy, but I mean, with that stun, with that lightning rush, he's able to escape anything right there. And against Althora, they want to go for a kill mid lane. They really want to keep shoving the mid lane as much as possible and get that turret, but SK's doing a good job of defending it so far.
Yeah, I think they ended up going through a ward there in the end, which is why Nif wasn't having any of it. He figured out that they were coming through, but Kevin could be in trouble. Does have Stan United available here if he wants to get away, and he is going to use Stan United. Gets himself off, and where did he go in the end? He went to Volibear in the top side of the river.
Still, that was a big ultimate to commit away from SK, because now they know he can't really split push that effectively since he won't be able to get into these team fights. But as we saw from the last fight that happened at Dragon, against Authority, it doesn't seem like they're really in a position at this point to go head-to-head 4-on-4 or even 5-on-4.
Yeah, and against Authority going straight in onto this inner turret, there was collateral damage used, but to be honest, they were full HP, and I'm not sure if that was even worth it. They weren't going to budge with the Udyr in there, and obviously that Zed, the ones that really took the damage. Freddy as well is pushing out this top turret, so AAA really undoing SK on all fronts of the map.
I believe we have 3 unanswered turrets at this point as well, or no, just 2 unanswered turrets at this point when we see this one fall down. Actually, no, that is 3. Which is really huge for against Authority because it gives them that momentum. It really makes it so they're the ones to make the plays. They're the ones to make SK play defensive and react to them. And that's what you need to do against a split pushing Shen, or at least a Shen who tries to split push.
Yeah, we saw Caitlyn coming up to this top lane as well. Shen spotting him through that ward. Kennen just trying to get that stun off before they came through there to pull him off guard. Slayer here thinking about going in on towards Candy Panda. Actually put himself inside of the brush, and as those minions go past, Slayer is going to come out, decides not to go aggressive there. Will be quite happy with the farm for now.
And he does have a nice chunk of money on top of it, so this extra farm is going to help him pick up I believe, towards his Black Cleaver if he wants to go for that, but also get that not Black Cleaver, sorry, Blade of the Rune King, but also the Brutalizer, which he's really going to need, especially against a team that has a Taric, because that armor buff that he gives his team, not to mention with the double healing they have, he's going to need all the penetration he possibly can get. And Nif actually investing in an early Oracle.
Yep, 16 minutes into the game. It's the first one we've seen up until now. That could indicate that SK ready to start making some plays here. But it's hard to see where they're coming from. I mean, SK have definitely not, up until now, had a bad performance, but against all authority, the positioning that they've put into play here has been really nice for them. They've been taking turrets left, right, and center. They've got all 3 outer turrets down. That bottom inner turret has fallen as well. See that Freddy constantly pushing in this top lane as well, as we are going to see him going on towards Virtual. He's a tanky member as Wild Growth goes down, but it's not going to matter. That 4-man push is going to get them the kill, and to be honest, against Authority, can't even think about turning that one around. Nice one, nice pickup for SK. Freddy's still pushing though. And
that Baron Bear action, clearly the Russian Bear beats a Grizzly Bear. I mean, it's kind of a shame because he's just a stun bot once he does get into a fight, and with that Oracle, SK's been able to clear up their own jungle with wards and really prevent them from getting strangled in terms of losing out on all this gold. But now getting that kill into him, getting just getting their team together and start team fighting is really allowing them to push these turrets down. That is the first one in quite a while for them. And Kevin's still at that top side, has his ultimate coming up very shortly. And SK, looks like the momentum just shifted in SK's favor.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup for them, denying the vision of that middle lane, as Freddy again will lightning rush himself up towards that top side. Dragon is available here in just 15 seconds time. As I just heard an ace in the hole there. Was that on towards Graves? Yeah, on towards Candy Panda, who, to be honest, he's got a Bloodthirster. It doesn't even matter. He just regens it all back up, and Slayer dives in there. Gonna get stunned up. Can they get the damage down onto him, though? They're hitting Virtual as well. Shen gonna join in. Where's the taunt gonna come onto? Virtual. Candy Panda picks up another one. He is now 4-0-2. And doing really well to get himself fed here as Graves. SK back simply away for the Dragon.
Fantastic job by Ocelot right there, really using that ultimate to its full effectiveness, able to keep Candy Panda alive completely. We did see Shlaya finally get some farm, finally actually surpass Ocelot, but it doesn't matter. It's getting shut down completely, picking up that Dragon in a lot of gold. Kevin gets back up to that top lane to defend that turret as well, and SK looking so strong right now.
Look at against all authority here. They're not messing around. They think that they can have this top turret away. They've seen Graves down on the bottom. An inner for an outer turret. A good trade any day of the week. Minion wave coming in there as well to help them out. Turret below half. Kevin needs to be careful that they don't actually just dive onto him here. That could be a dangerous scenario. So they get the taunt now on towards Freddy, and here they go. They're going to turn it in. But with Ocelot coming in, they decide to turn around. Freddy going very, very low. They turn it on towards Ocelot though. Stun comes on towards Slayer, who will fall. Nice play from SK. Totally baited there by Kevin.
Also, yet again with that perfect ultimate, able to save Kevin's life. They defended that turret, and they even got that bottom turn on top of that. So SK is just still, they're keeping the aggression. The momentum shift that we were talking about earlier has gone full swing in SK's favor, and now they're looking to be aggressive on this top lane. And actually, I think the blue buff they're going to be heading for very shortly because it is up, and there is no tier 1 currently in the top lane.
Yeah, that blue buff started off here by No-No. Nif gonna stick a ward in there. Actually, he's gonna stun him up with Lulu coming in from the side, but it was all about Hercubot, who could have maybe charged in there for that one. There is blue buff, gonna be smited away by Hercubot. Again, against all authority, haven't really had blue buffs. SK have completely starved them of that.
Well, at least luckily for them,
they've got 2 energy champions.
Exactly,
so,
but
yeah.
still, that's a lot of experience they're missing out on, and Udyr can always benefit from that, you know, switch stances quicker, be able to not worry about mana, especially on the earlier levels, but SK is doing a great job controlling them. They did that to them a lot, actually, in the Week 3 match when they played, Week 4 match, where they just completely shut them down when they're running a poke composition, and we've seen SK do it in the Season 2 regional qualifiers versus EG, we've seen EG do it back at them, and they seem to have mastered this and really started to focus on this ability to just starve them of buffs.
And that Graves, he's going to be dangerous, Candy Panda. 4-0-2. He's got the workings of that last Whisper in there. He's got the workings of the Phantom Dancer in there. That Bloodthirster is already done and on its way to being stacked, if it's not already by now, to be honest. As Ocelot here just taking away the jungle. This is going to be an interesting time now to see what the next move is from both sides.
And I want to go back to when we're talking about the picks and bans. You asked me towards the end, you know, who do you really favor in this composition? And I had to say SK because the comp that they picked, I think they really outpicked against all authority. And with that Zed being locked in, they completely did, because you're seeing The only person that can really, or that really can focus is either Ocelot or Candy Panda. If you focus Candy Panda down, he's gonna get ulted by Kale. If you focus Ocelot down, he's gonna get ulted by himself. And so allow Candy Panda to just get free reign over you. They really have no answer for the tanky lineup that SK is shoving in their face.
And SK talking about shoving in their face and pushing down this middle lane now with 4 men. Shen on the top, Stan United available for Kevin if he decides to get involved here. And he may just about save this turret. No, not quite, with a siege minion in there. Go on and keep a hold on it. And that will be turret number 5 for Against All Authority, but they are still behind in gold and in kills.
And we do see items, they haven't really developed too much. They're getting behind not just in terms of gold, but now their items are just falling further and further behind. We see the Bloodthirster done on Nona, but Candy Panda's had that done for a while, so has, well, obviously so has Caitlyn, but looking over towards Kennen, that's the big thing. Freddy122, 141 CS, has 1 assist, but has no real item completed at this point. And we do see Schley, oh, okay. Not really getting caught right there since he does have that W, but Freddy122 doesn't have the items he needs. He needs that Zonias to be able to get in there, but even at that point, he's just gonna get focused down right after he gets out of that.
Yeah, definitely will. Very, very squishy, of course. As we see SK continuing to push out this middle lane. Kevin trying to work his way through in that top lane as well. Be interested to see him go head-to-head here, Freddy and Kevin, to be honest with you. See, still, SK are pushing through on both sides as Kevin looking like he may go for the engage here on towards Freddy, and he's going to force a lightning rush to try and get away, but here comes Hercubot. There is the ultimate use, but it just doesn't last long enough. There's the finisher. Hercubot is now on a killing spree at 305 with the bear.
And off that, SK could probably go for a push on this mid or top lane. Kevin still go for that split pushing, and see, Against Authority trying to go for an engage right there, but with the rest of SK coming in from the side, there's nothing they can really do. And it looks like they will have to concede at least 1 turret here with Kevin on the top and the rest of the members of SK on the mid. Yeah. And not to mention the bot lane. Look at how big of a wave is pushing up against them.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see SK try and finish off here with their next wave pushing in and then push down. We can see that Zed has already left to go to bottom. Once they spot that Slayer is down there, that surely opens up the floodgates in this middle lane.
Yeah, especially since, well, with Ocelot
there we go. Flash engage coming in. They're going to go for Corellius. He's flicked into the team. Wild growth on himself. Won't do anything there. Candy Panda unstoppable. Picks up kill number 5 of this game as they focus around onto Nono. He will use the cleanse. Virtual trying to get in there to get those stuns down as Kennen joins the party as well. Zed's going to come in from the side. They get the stun on towards Freddy. Ocelot going to use the ulti on himself. Freddy, is he going to die there? The Ignite ticking away. He just about survives. Shen coming into the party as well. And they are going to finally shut down Volibear. Nif going to have to back away here. Nono doing a lot of damage to him. 90 caliber net comes out. But look how low the health is for everyone there. And there were only 2 kills from that.
And the stacking of ultimates they used, you saw Ocelot use his ultimate on himself and then the Shen ultimate to come in as well just to keep him alive, getting that little bit of extra buffer. Able to pick up 2 turrets off of that now, and SK back in with quite a bit of gold. Candy Panda 5-0 into. We talked about how good his Graze is. He's showing it this game why.
And they've backed away because Dragon is coming up here as well, but, 2 low HP. I'm not sure that they could really stand and fight with Against All Authority. They're trying to recall Ward down on top. Oh, that was real close. That was a strange sound that just came out of my mouth. I don't know where that one came from. But Against All Authority, they got that Dragon timer, and they're going to be able to have themselves a Dragon. Nothing that SK can do about this one.
I think in the end they'll be happy about it. They got 2 middle turrets. They have the open inhibitor now. They could potentially go for a Baron with Nif picking up that Oracle. Against Authority, they're going to be able to pick up a blue here, but like we were talking about before, 2 energy champions, not really going to benefit you too much.
Well, it's still nice as well.
Yeah.
And it's better than having SK have it, that's for sure, which is what's been happening quite a lot up until now. If we look what Candy Panda's got finished up now, actually not going up towards Phantom Dancer, he's going to go for the Shiv.
Yeah, nice little item to help him split push a little bit. We've actually seen Genja quite a bit pick up the Average Blade as one of his first items, and they go for that 6% ruined lifesteal. But it seems like that's kind of fallen off a little bit. It's going to help give him that little bit of extra pushing power. Also, AoE damage in these fights when he already does so much AoE damage with the burst he has. He's just becoming unstoppable at this point, and with the team that he has backing him up, with the double heals, the K ultimate, like I was saying before, he's pretty much impossible to get to.
So we're 25 minutes in here. Kevin actually down on the bottom side of the map. He knows that No is there as well. Doesn't look like he wants to go head-to-head, but look at the ward coverage that SK have got on that bottom side of the Against All Authority jungle. They've got pretty much everything on lockdown. Nif running an Oracle is going to be clearing out everything that Against Authority had put down, including on this top side, which of course even more important at this point with 26 minutes gone. It's time that a Baron could be done.
Especially when you have that ultimate from Shen up now. So you have the ability to split push. Kevin has the coverage on that bottom lane to keep pushing in. If anyone does come down there to send multiple members to stop him from doing anything. But then you have the Oracle on Nif, not to mention the boots mobility, because he's been roaming around quite a bit, really clearing up the vision that they need to get into the enemy's territory. And actually Kevin heading back towards the top lane. He's 0-0-4 at this point with 200 CS, but look at his items. He's just so damn tanky.
Yeah, he is. I mean, you bang on the mark with that one. That is the point that they have. That's Zonya's finish, though, by the way, which may add something in there for Freddy. We'll have to see about that one as the flip comes in. Coralia stunned up. They've destroyed him. Well, what can Freddy do here? He's going to ulti in there. Where's his Zonya's coming out? Didn't even use it that time around, but maybe next time, eh, Freddy? As they push around here, slow onto Virtual. Couldn't quite follow up with that one, but 2 kills for nothing, and Candy Panda pushing this bottom lane out. That's a win-win scenario for SK. In fact, they're going up towards Baron here, maybe.
A little bit interesting move on their part. I'm pretty sure they don't even need him to do that, and he can keep split pushing, but, you know, not knowing where Zed is, not knowing if his ultimate, oh, it's obviously going to be up, but not knowing where he is, they could really shut him down. Looks like things are going down on him as well, but Baron should easily be taken right now. It looks like Nif might have even walked past that ward.
Yeah, and just click on Freddy for me. Did he actually use it earlier and I just messed that one up? No, he just didn't use it, okay. Yeah, obviously either forgot about that or quite timed what was coming in there with the damage, more likely from that one as the smoke screens come here from Candy Panda. Baron, is he going to get finished off? It's down to 4,000 HP. Virtual going low. He will charge away. 2,500 HP left on Baron. SK going to pick that one up. Are they going to turn around and fight? Yes, they look like they want to here. Look at that. He's a fast grizzly bear running in towards Virtual. And in the end, well, he's a bear as well and runs away.
And that Baron going to give him just that much more pressure to push down this lane. They still have the middle inhibitor open. It's been there for about, I think about 8 minutes now. It's just been completely open, but they still have that top wave pushing in. They have the bottom wave, which is getting pushed against them, but when they get this inhibitor, it won't matter in the end. And SK looking very strong to, you know, pick up at least 2 inhibitors here, or at least take the rest of the outer turrets.
And this could be very interesting now. Freddy gets stunned up there by Nif. Inhibitor gonna be taken down. Bottom lane surely is the next target.
But you're still, okay, I'm about to say.
They had an Oracle there. It's like, I've got a great idea, guys. Let's set a trap right here. There's a ward. Yeah.
Maybe that's part of the trap, Joe.
It was a half trap. So, sorry, on the bottom lane, they do not care that there are no minions there. They're just going to tank straight through that one with Hercule bot. That'll be finished off quick enough. Ocelot going to go back, get himself the farm off that big wave that was pushed out there. Kevin is gifted with the kill of it. And with Caitlyn going to this top side, SK surely will see that and keep going.
Yeah, I love that you pointed that out because that's such a huge mini wave. It's a real, challenge for Against Authority. It's either miss out on the entire wave or defend this bottom lane.
Yeah, so they were recalling there. They saw Caitlyn come into this top side and they came back in. What a slow coming out of Corralius there. Actually stopped them getting the fling on towards Freddy, but will it be enough here to stop them actually picking up this turret? It's already taken around about a quarter. The stun comes in, but onto Kevin. That's not the target they want. He gets polymorphed up as well. SK forced to back away. And look at the burst coming out there already. And a quarter of Nono's health just disappears from the health bar, and there is the turret going down. Second inhibitor of the game will surely follow, or are they going to keep going through here? Ocelot is doing a lot of damage, a lot of burst damage to his Freddy. Is he going to get flung over? Yes, he is. He is destroyed. No Zonya's used again this time around. Kevin gets a good taunt off onto them. Corralius is low. Virtual is dead, and Corralius now going to be chased. He gets another slow down onto Hercubot, who's actually tanking up both Nexus turrets at this stage. He's a very armored bear at this point, and there's another good taunt coming in from Kevin after flashing in there, and they are going to take at least one Nexus tower from this. Stan United comes down along with the Kayle ult. He didn't really need to do it, as Ocelot will take out Caitlyn. Second Nexus turret will fall. The Nexus itself will be focused, and SK Gaming going to pick up a victory here against All Authority.
Well played by SK overall right there. They were losing a little bit early on, but were able to hold on long enough, knowing they had the stronger team comp as the game did progress. And great job by them just to know when to group up, because they've always had that problem of knowing how to finish games. And they showed right there. They've been working on that, and they proved that they can finish games.
Yeah, strong performance. 30 minutes, let's call it 31 minutes after that one. A strong play, especially from Candy Panda, who ended 9-0-4 in his grades from that one. We're going to be going over to the analysis desk to break everything down here. Jack, of course, will be sitting there this time with a different guest. It's Hosan from Dragonborns.
Thank you very much, guys. You can see SK walking across the stage. They're very happy about this one. Ocelot showing off his crowd control a little bit as they give Against All Authority the handshakes. They had to unfortunately upset the home crowd once again, but there's No always smiling. And Hosan, what were your initial thoughts on that game?
They had a great idea with Caitlyn and Lulu. It was seen many times. They just pushed the turret, they got break. It was really good. But then it just folded. Like, they kept catching them. They had much control over the map. It just seemed like after the break, when they lost the team fight, when Virtual died and Freddy died as well, they just kept getting over and over again, like caught so many wards from SK. And it just went to so much advantage with not really many turrets picked. So after they got so much advantage, they just picked more turrets, they got more advantage, and just finished the game. Like, so much combo. Like Harry, Graves, and Kale, it just one-shots anything. So that's what happened, and that's all.
Yeah, so I mean, you talk about how Against All Authority had the turret pressure in the early game, but then it really turned around on them, mainly in the teamfight phase, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. They could just Graves, Tariq combo anyone, but here came Khalil as well, so they didn't even need full combo to do that. They could just one-shot 2 people at once.
So we have the replay up of the Dragon fight where it really turned, if we could go to that. And Hosan, this is the point where Against All Authority was ahead in the game. They go for the Dragon around 12 minutes. If we could go into the replay, please. SK is grouped up around, and you were mentioning the low health of Virtual and just from tanking the Dragon. And what are their mindsets right now, thinking about whether to fight or not?
Yeah, as we can see, they are 2k ahead. They have more turrets, of course. There is Shen fighting Zed, so Shen can ulti because Zed can just stop it. He didn't, because he didn't need to. But the thing is that Virtua is really low. Fred is in kind of bad position, so I think he will use E and just can't use it later. Yeah, but the thing is that they were low, Drake was low too, and they should poke or just try to steal it, not engage. And the Lulu ulti was
But they
really
engage
late.
right here.
Yeah, they engage here, and they get full combo from Tariq and Graves. And the thing is that Lulu ulti was kind of late. So it pushed like 1 person or maybe 2, even after they died.
Right.
So Karalius came in, he died as well, and they just killed Caitlyn afterwards. They got so much advantage on that they could just catch anyone, kill him, get turret, do the same, just put more wards and do the same again and again.
Because you wanted to talk about like the Tariq Graves combo killing them and the Lulu ult being late. Like in that fight, if they initiated and the Lulu ult popped up right away, would that have even been enough? Or were they just so far behind in that team fight, just composition-wise? Virtual was really far behind on Udyr. Did they even have a shot at going in on that, or did they just, like you said, have to steal?
They should steal, and afterwards they might think about engaging. If one of the players from SK hesitated after they stall, maybe someone would back off a bit. Then it would be better position. But the thing is that they were quite low, they were in bad position, they just went in and got bursted. Then Lulu ulti was kind of useless.
Right. So after that point, SK got a lot of the gold back, they started to get their towers going, and you were saying they get caught. And if we go back to the replay here, you can see why Against All Authority was still getting caught. And we were tracking this throughout the entire time. The number of wards, potentially maybe even over-warding they went, because here, if we go to the replay, we get to see 12 wards on the map.
13.
Just look at the mini-map. Yeah, Hosan's better at counting than I'd have, but just look at the bottom of the mini-map here. I'm actually on SK's vision right now. This isn't the global vision, that's the global vision of the map, but that's how much they got to see here. Just
almost the same.
Everything was warded. It doesn't even matter what happened after that, because they had the game overwarded there, and like you said, they just picked them off over and over again and didn't make it a close game.
They had low chances because of the combo, and they just added wards to that, so they had almost no chances because no matter what they did, someone wouldn't get the combo, he would die, that would be 4v5, and they still have Kaylee to counter that. They have Kaylee to just save someone. They have Shen to save someone as well. There was like immortal people fighting with two-shotting people. Like at the end we saw like Ocelot can two-shot anyone, Graves is critting for 600 or something on tanks. So it was just too much advantage.
All right, let's take a step back from this game just a little bit and talk about SK a bit more, because they're the third-ranked team in the European LCS right now, and they have been inconsistent in times. What do you guys do to prepare against SK? Like, what do you think they do as a team that you're able to prepare for?
We just were trying to do something with Raven at first, of course. Now it's permabanned in every match we do, so it's kind of sad that we can't play it. But what we did against SK is that some people have low champion pool.
Okay.
We just tried to like ban one, maybe one pick.
So who on SK has the low champion pool that you're trying to ban out?
We know that they almost always try to pick Taric.
Okay.
Taric is really OP with the armor penetration and his combo as well. Right now, on this patch, he's such a high damage out of nowhere. Like you just W ulti or ulti W, and it deals half HP even if you're a support. So we were trying to take that from them. As well, we know they play volley. We were banning it. We were maybe picking Kaylee. I don't really remember. It was like first few weeks.
Okay.
But still, the thing is that we could have just done outpicks, and that was pretty much okay if we did our stuff.
So, I mean, you talked about SK Gaming. Obviously, with Nif going there, he had the Taric. They were able to get that. And with the support, I mean, the MVP of that last game was probably Candy Panda. He was the one who got really farmed on Graves, and he really just got going.
Yeah, he got the most kills. He got the most farm. There was so much global gold as well. If you added that all up, at I think minute 20, maybe, he had 4k gold more than Udyr, or 3k gold.
Yeah.
It's a full blood Trister more than Udyr. So he could even 1v1 him easily, but he didn't need to. So they just went like with Taric and killed anyone they wanted.
All right, so on the topic of AD carries as well, though, you talked about Draven, and I'm going to have to, a quick question here. What is your favorite thing to do on Draven? You're talking about triple axe spinning.
Yeah, triple axe spinning is cool if you can do that. You just have two axes.
How do you do it?
You throw one, so you can use second one. So one is flying when you have two. You throw the second one, the third one just falls on you, and you have two again, one way while one is in air. It's kind of cool. It's like almost impossible to use that for more than 2 seconds, but you just try to use it as much as you can. Just hope that it will fall on you, and you will get this lucky 2000 damage.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get to see you playing Draven at some point in the future. Maybe they'll forget to ban it, or you can just get super, super powerful on 4 other AD carries and make those get banned. But thank you very much for joining us, Hosan. Now, let's send it over to Shox, who is standing by with Candy Panda from SK.
Yes, I'm here with Candy Panda. Candy Panda going legendary, but against All-Authority, he threw out something special. They had like an old school cannon. They had Udyr in the jungle, something we don't see often. So how did you strategize against that?
Well, we didn't strategize against it because we banned out Jarvan, or they banned out Jarvan, Nasus, and then we picked Shen and Taric. So they didn't have any jungler left, so they had to play Xin Zhao or something else. And Xin Zhao got nerfed, so they had to play Udyr. It was really good for us.
You played Graves and you were going to be up against Caitlyn, which gives you kind of a range disadvantage. Is that why you lane swapped, or?
We lane swapped because on blue side, you have the golems, which give you a lot of advantage. So we swapped on purple to get the golems on purple side. And we could also invade the blue buff at level 1.
Okay, Candy Panda, real talk. You guys, you're a good team, but it doesn't always go as good. Realistically, do you see yourself in the top 2 in a couple of weeks? And if not, do you think you got what it takes to beat teams that are up and coming like Alternate and Meteor Makers?
right now, I think Gambit and Fnatic are top 2 easily. In the future, we can be top 2 if we fix our problems. And for the season end, we will probably be able to handle MYM, alternate and stuff.
Finally, how are you enjoying the atmosphere here in the Zenith Arena and the crowd?
It's awesome. It's really awesome. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Candy Panda. Before we go to a short break, a reminder for our Twitter question. If you could choose an MVP for the LCS, both EU and NA, right now, who would it be and why? Tweet your answer at LOL eSports, #LCS. And after this break is going to be a great match with both teams who are in full form, the Copenhagen Wolves and EG. Evil Geniuses versus the Copenhagen Wolves, coming up next.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back. I am still joined by Hosan, and before we get into our next game, which is going to be Copenhagen Wolves versus Evil Geniuses, we had a Twitter question earlier that we asked you over at LOL eSports. So the question was, if you could choose an MVP from the LCS, EU and NA right now, who would it be and why? So the first response we got was from @LegendSkull94. He said, my MVP would have to be Fnatic xPeke. He has played next to perfect for the most part and made so many plays for his team, #LCS.
Yeah, Peke was showing us many Katarina plays, many Z plays. The thing is that he always plays a champion that can just jump on the carry, kill him and jump out, that can split push. He has shown that he can use teleport very well. He had done it on Katarina really much. We were even thinking about banning Katarina, but we decided that he won't pick it, and he didn't. Well, he took Zed. It wasn't too good either. Yeah, but Peke's specialty is just being an assassin and using the split push and teleport so well.
Yeah, and every team we talk to talks about how frustrating it is to play against xPeke and just Fnatic in general, because you can never really get your hands on him, right?
Yeah. The game we played today, there was one moment when I just died to him. It was particularly because someone didn't come or something, but the thing is that Zed and Katarina can just burst almost anyone, and they can just run away. So that's what happened. They took, I think, one inhibitor with that, or just one turret, but it's still like 1,500 advantage, so yeah.
So the next response we have is from @Gills, and he said, Crepo is definitely MVP. He always carries his team with his epic thresh plays. His hooks are so game-changing, and that's very, very true. Like we were talking earlier about the bans that Evil Geniuses gets in. It's always against Froggen, so it's like Anivia, Lux, and probably Zed for Wicked, and that just leaves Thresh for Crepo, which other teams might not have as much luxury. Another one of the responses we had was @LiquidIT, and he'd say, I'd pick Bjergsen, because ever since he came back, he has allowed Wolves to go from their 0-9 start to 4-11. Since that's changed to 5-11, what do you think about Bjergsen?
With Bjergsen, they have played really much as team, so they're better than they were with Coulthard. They are more used to him. The next thing is that they can speak their own native language, because now they are 5 people from Denia, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there are 5 people from Copenhagen, that area around.
Yeah,
they
well,
definitely all have the gaming house there.
They have the same country they come from, so they can just speak their own language. And that's really helpful. Like, Gambit is the same, they speak their own language. It's much easier because if you speak English, it's not your native language.
Is that what you guys do on Dragonborns?
Yeah, it sometimes happens to be like not so good, but it's not a big problem, but it still helps. So they are still better as a team overall because they played more with Bjergsen. And the thing is that his Syndra is so strong. He did the first Penta, I think the second Quadra, because the first one his as well.
Right.
So he has like 1 Penta and 2 Quadras on his account with Syndra only. And it's like so OP.
Yeah, so thank you guys very much for those Twitter responses. We will get back to more of them at the end of the show. Continue tweeting us @LOL eSports with the hashtag LCS. So, Hosan, I want to talk to you a little bit about your AD carry playstyle, because you have one of the most crazy aggressive playstyles I've seen. The thing I noticed is when you're playing Ezreal, so many times you will use your Arcane Shift to harass, but every other Ezreal I've seen usually just walks up, uses their Qs, and then saves the Arcane Shift to go back. Why do you use your Arcane Shift to harass, and how do you know when to use it?
It actually deals so much magic damage. So you deal auto attack and the Q damage as normal armor one. And with E, you just harass with magic damage. It's kind of useful because most of the bot lanes don't have magic resist, right?
Okay.
The thing is that I just feel it, and I know when the jungler is top lane or mid lane, or I know when enemy support is misplaced a bit.
Right.
So I can do that on AD, or on support if AD is misplaced, and they can do much. And even if they do, after I do this, they're just too far or just split, and they cannot follow up to kill me.
So what would you consider, you say the supports are kind of like misplaced. What would be a misplaced support? When do you know, like obviously if the jungler is top or mid, you know they're not bottom lane, so you keep the clock in your head from there.
Yeah.
But support being out of position, what in specific are you talking about there?
I mean that if he's out of his spell range and you E in, he still has to come.
Okay.
He might miscalculate because it's so like you just do it out of nowhere, so he doesn't know that it would come, and he maybe can even use his spells wrong because he's like, oh, that happened. Let's cast a spell, but you're still out of range.
Okay.
Or he will just have to come first, or he will do it wrong because you can even bait it like this. You just E in. People use some spells on you. You can ult while you are stunned as well with Ezreal because it's a cast. So if you start casting, people just stun you and you still cast it. So you can do so many things with it. It's just awesome. And it's like almost all AD carries have their aggressive things. Like with Caitlyn, you can just jump into people with net instead of out of people.
Do you do that often?
Not so often.
So
but I do that.
With your Ezreal play and your Draven play, honestly, every AD carry you play, you probably decide to go crazy aggressive, right?
Yes.
What champions give you the most problems? Like Malphite, for instance, gives tons of AD carries a bunch of problems. Who are the champions that give you the most problems? Like, how do you deal with, say, a Malphite?
Yeah, Malphite is hard. You need to flash out of his ulti. You need to, or E with Ezreal or anything like this. You have to position really well. But there is this thing that if they have the Randuin or stuff like this, you just have to stay out of range. If he uses it on your front lane, then you can go. But if you just go in and he slows you, you just do nothing for the whole team fight and your team loses.
Okay, so that is some awesome insight onto your AD carry play, where the support is at, how they're out of position, when you want to go in, and also how to deal with Malphite, who is a tough one. But we're ready to go on the stage with our next games.
Yes.
So Shox, take it away.
Yes, time to introduce our teams here. First up, they started the season as the underdogs, but how the times have changed. Give it up for the Copenhagen Wolves. And next up, Crepo impressed you with his French yesterday, but can he impress you with some support plays? Give it up for Evil Geniuses! I don't know about you guys, but I'm particularly excited to see these teams going head to head. So let's dive into the game with our casters, Tweaksalege and Joe and Jason.
Thanks a lot, Shox. Wolves versus Evil Geniuses, a game which could propel the Wolves with a victory into 5th position in the European LCS.
I'm not sure who thought that would actually be possible after the way they started out going 0-9, but they've played phenomenal now. They're 5-2, if I'm not mistaken, ever since they started winning, and they just look unstoppable.
Well, let's have a look at the two rosters that'll be going head-to-head in this one, starting off with Wolves on the blue side, with Nigod, Bro, Svensker and Bjergsen, the Tess and Deficio.
And over on the red side, Wicked, Snoopy, Froggen, Yellow Pete, and Crepo.
So let's take a look then at the key players for both of these teams, starting with the Copenhagen Wolves. We've picked out Svensker in here, the jungler.
Yeah, he's really surprised me over the past couple of weeks. His Jarvan play has been phenomenal. Even though he's been diving into the back lines, he's been always setting his team up with kills. He's really stepped up for his team, and he's really melded well with them as well.
And that is our key man for the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see how Svenskeren does this time around. For EG, we've picked the top laner, Wicked, who has really found form in the last weeks.
Yeah, he has. And the first time these two teams met up, he actually played Akali and really... Well, let's just be honest. He actually stopped them pretty hard with his Akali, but he's always used to be a person that was camped by enemy teams. But now he's had some final breathing room. Even though he's going 1v2, he still always holds his lane. He's always solid, and he always plays well.
So then, before we get into our matchup and into Champion Select, we, as per usual, had to hear what the teams have to say.
A lot of hype in Wolves is going to Bjergsen at the moment because he's their star player, but he's playing these high damage AP mids, so he needs the support from their team. And I want to point out that Svensken's been doing a really good job zoning for him.
Well, I think EG is gonna go back to their former strength. I don't expect anything like really surprising or cheesing from them, but I just expect them to play like they normally do, which is really well, and they're very hard to play against.
I think we have to make sure that the jungler and the mid lane doesn't snowball. They have really good coordination between each other.
I think there should be a lot more focus on the supports, and Crepo is definitely doing his job. And if we manage to lane properly against them, that's fine. But we can also, like, one mistake against him and he will punish you really hard.
So we heard from Froggen there, they need to make sure that Svenskeren and Bjergsen don't get that snowball rolling into an avalanche.
Yeah, even Krepo mentioned that you can't, or Bjergsen likes playing these high damage AP mid champions, and you need to shut him down to really lock the Wolves down in the cage. But the Tess, I mean, he's been coming through lately. He's been definitely making some plays. Yeah, he's been definitely making some plays and really helping his team out.
In the cage. Really, Jason? It was good in the end. We've used that one before, though. But I think you used it, so I guess you're allowed to use it a second time around. So we are ready here to get into Champion Select, first of all. Before we see any bans, Jason, what are you expecting?
Okay, I expect a lot of bans targeted at Bjergsen and Froggen, so Lux, it has to be out of the game. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Syndra as well. As we are seeing on our screen, though, Anivia and Singe taken out. Copenhagen Wolves don't want to go against Froggen's Anivia. And the Singe, which we've seen Godbro play it actually quite a bit. I've never been particularly impressed with it, but actually I think the last game we played it, we did phenomenal.
Yeah.
So a worthy ban to take out. You know, EG's not really a fan to go up against Singes.
But yeah, we saw yesterday the Singe from Godbro, and that's obviously what that ban is against. Elise going to be taken out here by Copenhagen Wolves against Evil Geniuses. Now, you know, Elise is one of those that can pretty much go anywhere on the map. Krepo, we heard talking about Elise as a support. Yeah. There's so many buttons to press. That was his why he likes playing Elise so much. And Kazik's going to be banned out here by EG.
That was one of my favorite quotes from him. There's so many buttons. But yeah, he's actually playing pretty good, at least in the bot lane. Even Thresh banned out against him, so there's 2 targeted bans at him, but we still have a lot of champions open that Bjergsen can play. Lux open, Nidalee, Syndra as well. I would expect one of those to get banned out, because you don't want to give Bjergsen a comfortable champion, or he can really help carry his team.
So what will be the final ban here? Kind of surprised that Wolves banned Thresh out first. That obviously tells them that they didn't want to put a first pick onto that Thresh. Kassadin going to be the last ban again towards Bjergsen. We saw him picking up quadra kill after quadra kill with Kassadin up until now here in the European LCS. And Copenhagen Wolves then with their first pick. Going to take their time about this one, but as I said, that Thresh ban from them kind of tells me that they've got something very specific planned here for their first choice.
And also not to mention they left Lux available and they haven't picked up as their first champion. So it seems like they're trying to bait
Zed, yeah.
They're trying to bait EG into something, taking away that Zed. It looks like if they do lock it in from Wicked, it should be a smart play, to be honest.
And EG here see that the Jarvan is available. Renekton, which is Wicked's go-to champion here in Season 3, will be locked in there. Not much discussion needed.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see if EG follows up with a Kayle pick like we saw last time with SK. Completely shut down that Zed, and worked out really well for them. But Wolves, with their next 2 picks, they still have Bjergsen available. I mean, I'm surprised we didn't see Lux picked up from EG either. So it looks like both teams are really hesitant on exactly what they want to go for. And taking away that Jarvan from Svenskeren, who's been playing phenomenal with Jarvan, which is really going to hurt him here. But it looks like he will be sitting on this Xin. And to be honest, it's not a bad champion, but it's kind of fallen out of favor over the past couple of weeks.
Well, if you look at the 4 picks here, if that Xin is locked in there, I mean, that's 4 very much go in and get it done champions.
Go in and get it done. Yeah. And also, Xin is one of those champions that can knock them away. So if we see Jarvan come in, if Xin is anywhere near, obviously, that Cataclysm, we can knock him out of it and protect whoever he needs to, which makes me think that we might see a high mobility AD carry come out of the test. Probably Ezreal, because it is the test. Let's not forget that. But also, oh wow, as I say that, he goes for Varus instead. So he's going to need quite a bit of protection here against that Jarvan and that Renekton into the back line. But we still have AP Nidalee available if they want to go for that. But with that Zed, it leads me to believe they want to go for high bursty champions, and it looks like Bjergsen actually will be playing that in the mid lane.
Now we'll see then what Evil Geniuses go for this time around. Not going to be a Teemo.
I'm knocking on wood. I hope it is.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see it just for a bit of a change here, but definitely, I'd say not going to be the case. 99.9% sure of that one. But obviously we have Misfortune open, which Yellow Pete has been enjoying a lot of recently.
Yeah, and he's actually really likes playing that aggressive kind of Misfortune on top of that. Krepo actually has played Alistar against them, and I believe it was if I look at my notes, week number 4, and it actually worked out quite well. He's always been a fan of Alistar, but ever since everyone started picking Taric as a support, he kind of started to use it again since it's a really hard counter to him. And looks like they might be going for an Alistar Graves lane, which we saw Candy Panda last game. Was he 9-0-5 or something like that?
It was lots and lots. That's basically what he had in his score. Obviously, was the MVP chosen overlane on the analysis desk after that one, and rightly so. Looks like Copenhagen Wolves may add the Lulu into this Varus, which they picked up in the last round of picks. There you can see Deficio explaining his choices behind that one maybe, and trying to figure out exactly what the Wolves are going to go with for their final choice. Obviously there's a Zed in there as well. It could be top or middle lane, so Wolves could again add a top or middle into that as well.
To me, it looks like they're going to go for another AD champion, because if you're going to run Zed, he most likely would be in that mid lane. I don't really expect him to go against Renekton, and that leaves you open to just a full AD team against a Jarvan who has an Arma aura from his standard. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they will go for that. But, I mean, we saw Bjergsen on Zed earlier, played outstanding. I mean, it was just ridiculous. His positioning was always perfect, so I would expect that to go on him, and I don't think Godbro plays any AP champions in that top lane, minus Singed, which is banned out.
And it's going to be a Shen coming in there in the end for that top lane, so it will be a mid lane Zed, Xin Zhao in the jungle, and Varus. Lulu, what are EG going to finish off with them? We've got that Jarvan for, I mean, we say for the jungle, but we've seen Froggen play Jarvan in the middle lane as well. Wicked most likely going to have that Renekton for the top, and we have the Alistair Graves combo coming out of Yellow Pete and Crepo. What are your thoughts here, Jason? Lux obviously wasn't banned and will be locked straight in there, so Froggen, you leave it open for him, and he showed with Anivia that he'll quite happily take the chance to play it.
That's a really brave move on his part, because he's going up against Bjergsen unless they decide to lane switch him eventually. But when Bjergsen hits 6, he's just going to be able to dominate Froggen. But then again, we know Froggen has been an amazing Lux player, so he'll be able to keep his range, be able to harass him early on. But if Sven Skaren gives Bjergsen any sort of help, he's just going to carry this game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we heard from Froggen, you know, stop Bjergsen really getting things rolling. We've seen what happens to a Zed, or what happens to everyone else, I should probably say, when that Zed does get snowballing forward.
Very true. And I mean, the thing is, we have Copenhagen Wolves, they have a squishy Zed, they have a squishy Varus and Lulu, but they at least have the pseudo-tankiness of that Lulu ultimate, so if anyone does get light binding and they pop their full combo on him, the Lulu ultimate should keep him alive long enough.
Oh, there you can see on your screens, Copenhagen Wolves looking very, very concentrated. As I said, a win here in this match against Evil Geniuses would propel them to the dizzy heights of 5th position, which is somewhere that the Wolves have not been since the start of the season, where I think they would have been around there in alphabetical order.
I think they were 5th because of how they qualified for LCS qualifiers.
That's true, yeah.
And that's the only time they were 5th place.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So they could get back up to that, as I said, the dizzy heights. There's EG, who are currently fighting to get up in towards that top 3, or more importantly, the top 2 position to guarantee the safety of the next half of the season.
And I'm curious to see if we're going to have any sort of level 1 action, because we have an Alistair. That Q out of him is just so devastating, especially if you follow up with a light binding, then a Renekton stun. They have that potential to really go in and be super aggressive. The Wolves, on the other hand, don't really have that. That's the problem. They can defend most likely a buff, but if EG really wants to commit to it, they will take something away.
So here we go, then let's jump into game. It is, of course, Copenhagen Wolves taking on Evil Geniuses here, with Copenhagen Wolves on the blue side. And what are we expecting, if anything, Jason, at level 1?
Well, it looks like EG will be the one to actually go for something here, like I was mentioning before. I mean, we have them already heading down towards this bomb side of the map. And it looks like they will try to go for red, or at least maybe go for a kill here. But we do have the test, luckily, in that tri-bush. We'll be able to spot them coming in. It depends how quickly or how much they lead this light binding.
Well, let's see. Alistair going to work in there. Crepo does have that flash available, so that opens up a flash pulverize right at the start. There is the light bind. It's actually going to land onto the Test. He could be in trouble. There is the flash pulverize. Test flashes away, but he is exhausted as well. He is going to go down, and it is the cow that picks up first blood.
Evil Genius is perfect play by them to lead with that light binding. A little bit slow on the reaction to go for it, but in the end they get it anyways. They get Tessa's flash out. They blow a couple flashes themselves, but you know what? They're going to take that, getting first blood over to Crepo. Not ideal, but you'll take it any day.
Yeah, and that's only going to mean more support in a way for Yellow Pete as well.
To support that much harder.
It's going to be supporting that much harder, more wards, better items earlier on, and that is just the start they were looking for. All 4 men of EG that didn't get the kill picked up the assist as well, which is an important thing there. You saw EG thinking about going home, but they've decided to stay around. And you can see the ward coverage already. Pink ward by the Wraith bush, pink ward by the red buff, a ward down in the bottom bush and in that Wraith bush as well. So they've got perfect vision on that side. And there you see, leaving 2 Wraiths behind to prevent the reset of the camp.
And the problem with that first one ended up doing for Copenhagen Wolves is that the Tess has to be so passive now. He cannot overextend when there's an Alistar and a Jarvan who could just combo you to, and CC you to hell and pick up another kill, as we do have them finally heading down towards that bottom lane. We did have the Wolves smart play by Svenskar and actually invade and take away that red buff, and we'll see if he actually decides to make a play off of it.
Yeah, but as you can see, EG left behind the small lizards there at that red buff as well. So it's not going to be until Svenskar comes onto that bottom side of the map that he sees and then finishes that one off, which is going to delay the spawning of that one as well. So overall, a very solid level 1 here again from Evil Geniuses. We talked about it earlier on in the day about how much they like to study level 1 and try and counter what the team they're playing against traditionally does in the early stages.
And all that hard work proved right, or just worked out for them. Getting that first play, giving them a nice advantage into this game, as see Bjergsen taking a lot of damage already in the middle. And I'm curious to see if Froggen is actually running AD runes yet again, like he did on his Anivia earlier, to really pressure his opponent in lane. Just go for that early bit of action and hopefully an early kill.
Well, he started off with the cloth armor, 3 health pots and 2 mana pots in there as well. So obviously wants to stay safe as he can in that early stage. Zed and Shen both running those red elixirs. Right at the start of it, which we saw actually in the last game, what a difference it can make, that extra boost in health before you die.
Oh yeah, it definitely can. And now Xin actually is spotted in his jungle, and I would be surprised to see EG go for an engage on the bottom lane. You have Alistar who's level 2, and knowing Xin is there, you'll be able to engage, get a little bit of harass down and back out in time if you need to, but looks like instead they're gonna just be passive.
I see that Froggen, I mean, we know him obviously for his Anivia play the most, but we've seen how devastating he can be with Lux as well. And I still think before Bjergsen certainly hit 6, and probably even after that as well, once the lasers start coming out, he needs to be very, very careful. As we see the Ignite being put down there, Bjergsen turns it around. Froggen losing a lot of health. He levels up as he's ticking away, and the shield comes out. Froggen, my God, that level up saving him completely.
Here comes Snoopy though.
Yeah, Snoopy coming in from the side. He has a flash available, but can he get in onto Bjergsen? Bjergsen actually does have a flash as well. Said obviously a slippy character onto lockdown doesn't happen.
And just wow, Froggen throwing out that E just to kill the minions, just enough to hit that level 4 where he ended up taking his shield, where he most certainly would have died in the end. But still, that was a great turnaround by Bjergsen. That damage he put out was just ridiculous, and that has to get some sort of fear in Froggen's eyes.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It's a dangerous situation to be thanking the gods that he leveled up at that precise moment there to keep him alive, and threw that shield on himself straight afterwards as well. Really interesting start there in that middle lane, and it's going to give Zed a CS lead here once Froggen does come back into lane. And there we have a pause. It seems to be something with Froggen's PC, which hopefully will be sorted out here.
Apparently his audio's not, or his mic's not working right now, so they can't really hear him when he's talking, which is kind of a big deal. You kind of need to get that fixed.
He's like, guys, I'm dying. Oh wait, it's all right, I'm good. But nobody heard him. Which didn't matter because he survived, and that's the important part. So apparently it's fixed. Froggen has indeed plugged his microphone into the PC now, so we should be all good.
I hear that helps when trying to talk, is having that plugged in. But still, I mean, little pauses like this can really throw off your game. We did have a little bit of momentum over on EG's side, but still, Wolves, anything can really happen here. They're on such a nice streak right now, and they really want to keep that going.
So here we go then, back in game. Let's see how things are across the board. To be honest, the CS is pretty even. Obviously, Alistar there, 1,300 to 900 gold. And that's what he's got, obviously, from that first blood. It's allowed him a little bit more in terms of wards and what have you coming in there. There was a pink ward put down by Deficio in the side of the bush there, just so they can weed out this ward. That's going to be money wasted for Crepo.
And Joe, I'm looking at the lane matchups right now, and you have the top lane, the Renekton Shen. It should be pretty much just a headbutting lane where no one's really going to kill each other. But as we saw on the mid lane, that's really where it's going to happen. Because if you look at the bottom, you know, Kreppel's being really passive. Snoopy, in the meantime, is coming around for a gank on this top side, but I really don't think they can lock him down.
There's not a ward down in there at all for Godbro, so that could become very, very dangerous. They are going to get the knock up onto him as well. Can they get the finisher? No, not quite. Godbro gets back underneath the turret, but Wicked and Snoopy going to keep going on this one. Godbro, is he going to stay under the turret? No, he's actually backed off, but he came back in there. That could be really dangerous. He's going to taunt away there from the knock up of Jarvan. Nicely done from Godbro. Patient.
And that was a great timing by Snoopy as well, because they had that minion wave pushing. They wanted to get in there. If they weren't going to kill him, still they wanted to deny him a huge amount of CS, which they currently did. I believe it was about 2.5 waves at this point. And the jungler wasn't really in sight to help them. So overall, it still worked out extremely well, even though they didn't get the kill.
Yeah, Godbro picking himself up a ward. He might need that here to stop Snoopy collapsing on him. But look at that damage onto Froggen. Half of his health gone, and he's going to go in for this one here. Flash away by Froggen. Can Bjergsen finish him off? Yes, he can. And that is the danger in this bottom lane as well. Flashes being burnt there by Deficio and the Tess. The exhaust was used by Deficio, so a lot burned in that bottom lane, considering it was just for the exhaust out of Krepo.
And that was just such a ridiculous play in the mid lane. Krepo, he still has that flash up though, by both Copenhagen Wolves in that bottom lane not having it up. They could go for a very easy gank if Snoopy wants to come in from the lane. Bjergsen, you cannot get him snowballed right now, because he is just going to just decimate Frog. He's going to keep him out of this game. Not to mention Yellow Pete on top of that. But Wolves go for a 2-man push on the top side. Going to deny a little bit of CS over to Wicked, who is coming back into lane from the bottom side.
Yeah, he's like, well, you chased me out towards base, I'll just come around and get those minions on the way through. But Svenskeren and Godbro, actually Godbro's tanking up here, they're going to go for it. Nice slice away from the taunt though.
And good reaction out of Snoopy right now. He's actually headed over towards Dragon. 4 members of EG are going to collapse onto this, and when the jungler is in the top lane, if Wicked can hold on to that turret, EG's going to come out huge with this.
Yeah, already down to half health as the fallback ping put down on the top side of the map, but EG are going to take Dragon #1 of this game. Obviously, no turrets taken up until now, but EG are going to be up by 1,300 gold after that.
And I'm looking at this, that's going to really help Froggen to get back in the game. I mean, he has a Seeker's arm guard after he did back, so that armor is going to really help him out. Bjergsen wasn't able to pick up a Brutalizer just yet, but still, with that Vamp Step, he's going to be able to sustain quite a bit in that lane. But I think if Froggen missteps just once right here, he's going to easily pick up another kill, because both their flashes are on simultaneous cooldowns, so they know when each other's flash is going to be up, but Bjergsen has that advantage with the mobility off his W.
What do you think to that Lux pick into, Zed's in there?
It's Froggen, so I'm assuming it's the correct idea to go to. I mean, if he feels confident enough, then why not go for it? He has a little bit of trouble in the lane phase, as we've been seeing, but if he gets any sort of help now from Snoopy, they can shut him down, and they can allow Froggen to become very strong as the game progresses.
Bjergsen being given that blue buff here, so he is going to become more of a hassle. He does have that Ignite up and available as well. And we'll see if he decides to go aggressive straight away here in towards Froggen. CS 10 advantage for Zed in the top lane. Wicked got an advantage over Godbro. The AD carries though bang on even at this point. Only that assist really separating them.
And that's kind of weird, because Krepo's been playing so passive with this Ouster this entire time. They haven't really gone in for any sort of engagement, except that one we saw at the bot lane, and he was able to blow both of their flashes. They easily can't go in for it again, but Svenskeren is coming in from the bottom side of the lane. He won't be spotted, and with that red buff, they could potentially pick up a kill here. He is level 6, so he could knock them back into his own team if he needs.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go down. Svenskeren waiting patiently in that bottom side. The lane pretty much frozen at this stage, but now both teams got those siege minions in there. Krepo on top of a ward, and as he puts one down there, Svenskeren goes in. Where's the knockup? Not going to come. Krepo forced to use his ultimate, and they stay safe, but ultimate burn, flash burn there out of Krepo.
Yeah, that does really help them. It makes it so the Tess can really farm at this lane right now, because he was always afraid of Krepo just flashing into him and comboing him into the air and then getting blown up by Yellow Pete. So that really gives him a little bit of security. As you see, Wicked getting taunted under turret, but still, it's just head bashing up there. There really shouldn't be any kills happening.
No, well, not kills of champions at least, but the turret is very low there. As Wicked takes a turret hit, it was burning from the Ignite as well. And he will be forced to just back away from that one. Snoopy coming into this top lane to just try and control things there. Is a ward down by Godbro. Perfect position to cover from the river and that tribush.
And just as we were mentioning earlier about Godbro not having a ward there and ended up getting ganked, he put it right there. I was expecting Snoopy to come around from the blue buff, but he did, or the blue bush, but he didn't anyways. We see the bot lane, Krepo getting very low.
Yeah, there you go. No flash available for Krepo. You see the flash used there by Yellow Pete to get to safety, had barrier as well, and that's just capitalization on the current situation coming out of Copenhagen Wolves. They saw Krepo had no flash from that last encounter. Svenskeren walked away, comes back in, in, and they can completely dominate him with that.
And potentially take the turret on top of that, because no one on EG is really there to help defend it. We see the Wolves lose their top turret because of that aggression, that presence that Stupi's been giving them. But it looks like they will trade 1-for-1 here, as Bjergsen needs to get back to this middle lane right now, because we have a 3-man push from EG happening there.
Yeah, I think they could have it away here, to be honest with them. With 3 there, they should have a good time of this one. They have lost that bottom turret, but honestly, bottom turret and a kill on the support for Outer in the middle, Outer in the top lane. Worth it, Jason?
I don't think so, because I know how much we talked, Joe, about that middle turrets and how much map awareness or map control they give you. And whenever you lose that middle turret, which is always the key lane to keep, you lose so much control of your jungle. And we know how well EG is at controlling your jungle and really strangling you in terms of income, which we're seeing them do right now. They took the race away, and I wouldn't be surprised if they keep doing that, because they've already warded towards the blue.
Bjergsen could be in trouble here, actually. We'll just dash away onto that top side of the river. Wicked was trying to get in there for the stun, but Bjergsen too smart for any of that stuff, and he will walk away. He's actually headed into the jungle there. I wanted to keep tabs on the ward, obviously was already down there. But in terms of items, they're starting to develop a little bit now. That Seeker's Arm Guard earlier, obviously, for Lux with the tier now, compared to the Brutalizer Vamp Scepter of Zed. Between the AD carries, both got a BF Sword, both got a Vamp Scepter, both got the Doran's Blade, and both got the boots.
Yep, pretty even on those AD carries. The mid lane is pretty even, ideally, in terms of their build. We do have Dragon Comp at about 1 minute and 20 seconds. We have a couple of pink wards already picked up, one on Frog and one on Krepo, so I wouldn't be surprised for them to actually go for it here very shortly. But they might lose a turret off this, and Wolves might be able to get a position to stop it, since they still have some time to get there.
Yeah, all of EG pretty much back to base there. Lux, Renekton, Jarvan not in a position to stop that one from happening. And well, with Shen and Zed up there, actually they've back to where they're going to leave the minions to do the deed for them. With that stack there, they should be able to have that away as well.
And Joe, this is going to be huge right here. This fight, this really has to, because Bjergsen, he's so close to level 11 right now. He's pretty much a full level, actually almost full 2 levels ahead of Froggen at this point, because he was able to kill him early on. If he hits 11 and goes in on Froggen, he will die, and then they could turn it into a dragon. They might be able to get this middle turret as well.
Yeah, and he won't just die, he'll be absolutely destroyed, I think is what will happen to him there. He does have that Ninja large rod in there, so he needs to get those lasers off as he goes. Wicked and Godbro just having a bit of an exchange in the top, and Godbro doing a good job of just pushing up that lane. We saw what he can do with Singed earlier on. There is a ward in middle there, so that is giving EG the vision once they've taken down the outer turret.
Well, and Bjergsen, they actually just saw him back, and Dragon's up in 2 seconds. They could rush it if they want to, because he isn't in position to stop this, but it looks like they're not really going to go for it too quickly, as it's a very tense moment in the game, where if Wolves get a couple more kills, they can really start to snowball this game. But if EG gets it with Lux, they can do the same.
Yep, Wolves moving in from the backside, and look at that, Deficio getting caught by a full load there, but not really enough to take him down. But here they are, standing on top of a ward. And EG have got their position on lockdown. They're going to walk straight in on top of Krepo. Bjergsen gets knocked up, and look at that, he is destroyed. That is a valuable kill, as we are going to see Jarvan get in there. Where's the focus? It's a little bit all over the place, but they decide on Godbro in the end. He will flash over towards that top side. He's going to take a couple of turret hits. Snoopy going to get the knock up. There is a light binding, and he is a dead man.
And that was a huge misstep by Copenhagen Wolves. You cannot face check glitches, especially when there's an Alistar on the enemy team. And they had Lux's ultimate down. They had the advantage in the team fights, and they weren't able to capitalize on it because of great ward placement out of Krepo.
Yeah, bad idea to be face checking in there. Svenskeren goes back, says, well, we'll have to do with a red buff for now. And instantly you see there more wards being picked up by Copenhagen Wolves, surprisingly enough, knowing that they can't afford to do that anymore. But that is another Dragon for Evil Geniuses. 21,600 gold to 19.2 thousand. 2-2 in turrets, 3-2 in kills. And that kill spread for them, one with Renekton, one with Graves, obviously one with Alice, so that was first blood. On the other side, Zed got one and Xin Zhao got one.
And because of that fight, we had Froggen catch up in level. He's actually surpassed Bjergsen right there. With the Niselar Rod, which you mentioned, it gives him so much more damage. We saw how low that Deficio got with that full combo from Froggen. I think with this Niselar Rod, they might be able to burst him down completely, or at least commit that Lula ultimate onto himself, which would be huge for EG in these fights.
So with Dragon out now, the middle outer turret is still there for EG. Is that a possible next target here for the Wolves?
It very well could be. Knowing that Froggen's in this bottom lane right now, if Bjergsen does head middle, they could probably go for a push as long as you keep them there. We do have actually 2 members of EG trying to come down here. I'm not sure if they're going to try to go for a kill on him under turret. They even have the damage for it at this point. It looks like Krepo will come either way.
Yeah, they got plenty of vision down here as well. They're covering around about the halfway line of that jungle. They've got vision completely along the line, and like you said, not sure that Froggen and Krepo between them would have the damage there to take out a Shen, who has that giant spell, a Doran shield, and the chain vest in there at this point.
It looks like Wolves took a page out of the Fnatic's playbook here. They have Bjergsen split pushing. They have Shen to help split push, also help group up and defend. They have Lulu to help run away if they need to. But how well they can execute it is really the question here.
Yeah, they're definitely... it's hard to compare them to Fnatic, I think we can call it that. I mean, Wolves have shown some real promising play, but they're not quite that oiled machine that Fnatic have proved to be over the last weeks and over the last couple of days as well. Some big results from them coming out. But we move into a bit more of a stagnant period, 16 minutes and 50 seconds in. Locket of the Iron Solari is finished for Xin Zhao. There is the Zhonya's Hourglass as well, finish for Froggen.
And speaking of the Zhonya's Hourglass, that item picked up so early on is so detrimental to the Wolves, because they have the advantage in the fights if they wanted to go for him. But with that picked up, they no longer can burst Froggen down unless they get some sort of CC, like a knock-up to prevent him, or a silence before he can use it. But he can Zhonya's Hourglass, the ultimate, that actually comes out as the actual damage part of it, and then stay alive. That forces everyone else to go for Yellow Pete now.
There is a 4-man push coming in towards that bottom lane. Wiki gonna stop the pushing from Bjergsen in that top lane, and that will be EG regaining the turret lead. Bjergsen got the blue buff on, and you know what? EG might keep going with this one.
They pretty much easily can without Bjergsen there, who's their main damage source at this point. They have the ability to, not to mention, if you get Krepo locked up with that Varus ultimate, you can just ulti out of it and still get that engage on if they want to. And Froggen is level 12 right now, does have a 58-second cooldown on his ultimate, so it is up fairly quickly, but Bjergsen, he could make a play on the middle turret and make EG back, which looks like he could be poised to do.
Yeah, the problem there being that the minions need to be pushed out first, and that's probably enough time for EG to come back around and force Bjergsen to head back up north. Actually, they're signaling for him to fall back there. Bjergsen actually is going to get knocked up here. This could be a bit of a bait from the Wolves. We see Shen coming in there, Stan United use, but he is instantly going to be knocked back, and this is not a good fight, in my opinion, for Copenhagen Wolves. They may get Froggen. He is going to be Zhonya, finished up there by Spencer, 1-for-1 in the end. Snoopy going very low. Flash comes in from the test. He manages to pick up the kill, but he will be the focus here for Graves and Renekton. Double kill coming down for Yellow Pete. Can they get any more? Zed is gone away already. Lulu is gone, and it will end up being a 2-for-2.
That's a really cool fight happening right there. Froggen survived with a sliver of life. He got his Zhonya's off just in time for the Zed ultimate to actually proc right there. The test getting a little bit cocky, overextending just a little bit. Wicked wasn't there during the entire fight, which really concerns me if the Wolves could beat them in a head-on-head fight at this point.
Well, Wicked has gone back down to this bottom lane now, and Bjergsen definitely can't underestimate him at this point. I mean, he's got a level on Wicked. That burst potential high, but Blade of the Ruined King plus a giant belt in there for Wicked. I mean, if he'd have been the whole time in that fight, he could have had a very different outcome.
I think, I agree with you. I think it definitely would have been. It would have been quite a different outcome for EG. And Froggen, he got jumped on. There's some good protection. And if they can keep going at it like that, Yellow Pete was just sitting there attacking, free attacking the entire time. Did Wicked steal that?
Well, Wicked was trying to steal it away, and Godbro just walked in there and just blasted it, just took it away anyway. There is blue buff being given over to Froggen. We were watching that about 20 seconds ago, taking him a little bit of time to get the damage down to pick up that blue. Rocket of the Iron Solari is now finished for Snoopy as well as he goes through, trying to get in on towards Deficio. And that's the problem. They have a good amount of knockups and stunts here, this EG team. They've got a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, they do, and it's all dependent on Krepo if he can land it perfectly. I mean, if he gets a knockup on a 3 or 4 members, it's just as good as landing a Cataclysm on a 3 or 4 members. You really create a nice opportunity. Obviously, Tenacity doesn't defend against that, and it really gives Yellow Pete the opportunity, as well as Froggen, to land their entire combos of burst on the enemy team.
That's a red buff being stolen away, and it's started already here with that middle and bottom outer turrets gone down. EG just starting to stranglehold them, and as I talk about it, Froggen with the laser straight over towards that blue buff and steals that one away.
That was blind. That was completely blind still right there. Great job by him.
Well, he saw him going around on the ward there.
True, but he didn't have the health on the Golem, which it ended up working out quite well for him, which you know Froggen to do. And just overall, I mean, Froggen's really stepped up. After he got first blooded, he's been able to get back in the game with his items. His CS, he's still very close right now to Bjergsen. And he's really, he really proves why you need to focus Froggen down in the game to really keep EG out of it.
Yeah, very much a key player for the Evil Geniuses lineup. Dragon has spawned, by the way. Crepo running that Oracle right now. Did Copenhagen Wolves learn from that last time? It looks like they did. As the Glitterlance comes over into the bush, they spot Crepo. And they won't be face-checking this time around. There's a pink board down to get rid of that one. Froggen trying again to land his combo on Deficio, which I think would have a different outcome to what we saw in the last time around, now that he's got that Zhonya's in there unfinished.
Smart play by Wolves right now, though.
Yeah.
They, instead of going for Dragon, they know they're not going to contest it, so they're going for the turret instead.
Yeah, they're going to take that one. Of course, EG do manage to pick up the Dragon on their way through, and it looks like Snoopy's trying to get in there, going to get slowed down by the hail of arrows. And he won't get in there for a target, but EG now have control. Bjergsen is actually up by the red buff to try and steal that one away.
He's really trying to go for that split push. It seems like he's trying to carry the game himself, but he knows they can't really team fight at this point. They need to get a couple more items. The test has to get a little bit stronger for them to do this, but still, he's trying to strangle them. That's it. I don't even know what that was for right there. That
was for the red buff.
Oh, okay, just checking if it was still there.
It's a little bit too slow that time around, though. It was gone about 20 minutes earlier. So, 22 minutes into the game. 5-4 in kills for EG. 3,000 gold lead, really not that much at this point.
Yeah, it really isn't. I mean, they've been trading dragons for turrets. Bjergsen's still trying to split push. I mean, look at the farm he has. 206 at this point. He's very far ahead of everyone on his team. And the really surprising thing is Godbro, 128 CS, which on a split pushing Shen that you would expect just a little bit more. I mean, he does have that Sunfire Cape done finally, so he will be able to split push a little bit quicker, but he needs to be
fair though, he's not really been split pushing. That's the thing, it's been Bjergsen that was in that top lane pushing it through the entire time. There's EG here going inside of the jungle. Look at the amount of pings coming down there. Crepo going to clear out that one ward, and Bjergsen and Wicked going to go head-to-head here on that top side. Stun comes down. Wicked actually will use his ultimate here, and he fancies his chances against Bjergsen, but, well, Zed. But, well, Zed, oh, the laser comes across. Froggen trying to get in there, and Zed, he's going to have to back away as quickly as he can here. Is he going to have the timing to do it? There is the stop, and he actually managed to get through. Yellow Pete, obviously, though, after that damage, picks up the kill. But in the meantime, the Wolves are pushing onto this inner middle turret. They'll be happy with that exchange if they can get away from this. On Crepo, going to flash through, and he pulverizes the nothing.
Pulverizes and nothing happens, but that was, so overall, just a great job by Bjergsen. He was able to take Wicked on head-to-head. The rest of the team at UG came up to try to kill him. He was able to stop anyone else from getting assists besides Wicked right there, but he delayed them long enough for Wolves to make a play on the middle lane. They got that turret very low, wasn't able to get it, but still, the damage was done. Copenhagen Wolves coming out ahead in that trade.
Wow, Yellow Pete is actually chasing in towards Godbro here. Can he follow this one up? There is another shadow dash away, but with Jarvan coming in around the side as well, Godbro may have a bit of a bad time on his hands. There is a knock-up coming in. Godbro in all kinds of trouble. Is he going to be able to escape this one? Yes, he is. Stan United used on... Oh, there's a laser down the middle. I'm wondering why did he pick the guys in middle that were close to everyone else from EG?
I think it was probably like an
reaction. I better press on someone.
Yeah, exactly. But I was actually expecting him to flash just to get away from the red buff of Graves, but still worked out well for him. The ultimate is down, so he can't split push at all right now. Now you can't really apply any global presence, but I think you'll take that over losing a person and potentially losing like your bottom turret, which already is low on health.
You see more wards down side of the jungle. Crepo actually stood right on top of one here. And that could be fairly dangerous. He continues through. Snoopy gonna move in as well. Both Yellow Pete and Froggen are coming up from that bottom side. It looks like they want to make a play on this bottom inner turret right now. And Crepo coming around the side, Shadow dash away, but he's managed to get in there with a combo onto the test. Can they get the finish here? Varus ulti comes in, they switch around here. Wicked taking the damage, pops his ulti on, and they back away. No kills from that one, but EG have done the job, which is getting in on that turret. In the meantime, Bjergsen is still pushing his top lane, though, and has taken the inner turret himself.
Yeah, Expeke doing a great job in that top lane, and yes, I meant to say that because that's all he did last game. He's doing it right here. He's able to get the turret and match it 1-to-1. And he's getting so strong because he's been able to split push. He's level 16 now to Froggen, who's 15, so he has that rank 3 ultimate. It's going to be a key factor in these fights, and he should be able to take anyone on 1v1 right now. Even Wicked, who was able to pick up that Warden's Veil, even pick up a Chain Vest right after that.
It looked like Bjergsen was going to try and trap him on their way out there, but everyone that was in that position from EG was healthy enough to stay alive. Bjergsen going to go home. He must have a nice pile of cash on him at this point. Okay, 1,200, not the largest amount that you might expect, but it's enough to send that Brutalizer through into the Black Cleaver.
Going yet again a little bit early right there, as no one even started that blue buff. Looks like EG will be able to take it away and secure that over to, I believe that will go to Crepo for the cooldown reduction. That's a good steal away from them. It goes to Jarvan, looks like. Oh no, Yelp instead. So there's a good steal away, but not really. It doesn't really matter in the end when you have 2 energy champions. Bjergsen's been split pushing this entire time. I mean, Wolves, they don't want to go for a fight. They want to keep letting Bjergsen do this, keep getting farmed up, keep getting the items they need. But I have a feeling EG, with their lineup, they can force a fight that Copenhagen Wolves won't be able to back out of.
Yeah, Wolves actually headed over here towards that inner turret, which they did a lot of damage onto earlier on. They know that they need to keep Yellow Pete alive in this one. If Zed decides on going in, it's going to be a lot of damage coming down very, very quickly. More wards being put in position. 40 seconds for the next dragon to come in play.
And the problem that the Wolves are having right now is they're being forced to split push because they have 3 melee champions to potentially take a turret down. And you can't be a melee champion when there's an Alistar on the other team. He can get that nice initiate onto you and get you caught. So they're being forced to do this. They're being forced to try to pick someone off of EG and then try to go for a push and 5v4 that fight.
Well, there's a combo coming through from Froggen. Wicked trying to get in there to stun Bjergsen up, but that didn't quite land either. Are they going to force them away? Actually, Sin has left there. Godbro is going to be finally getting into that split push in action, going down in towards the bottom lane. Does have Stand United available, so with EG headed south, it's going to be more towards Dragon from them, rather than going to protect that bottom lane. And, well, actually, Godbro did just back away, thinking, oh, wow, they're coming down for me, I better get back here without using Stand United. And actually, they were going for that Dragon. But look at this, Copenhagen Wolves. Wolves are moving up towards the Baron area. Are they going to go for it? Obviously, they were spotted there. Deficio clearing out the ward, and they're going to back away again. Zed is going to get into the split push again.
Because Crepo had that Oracle, they were able to deny that vision and really get that dragon free. Wolves weren't sure exactly where they went, so they could have made a play if they wanted to on that middle lane, pushing up very quickly, getting that turret down since it was so low. But that was a great job by Crepo. I think that was the 2nd Oracle of the game so far. He's really been denying quite a bit of vision and really being impactful. As you saw, first what happened, it's been kind of snowballing for him. He's had that extra gold income to really set up his team.
So we've had a couple of items being brought up here. We've got Rando Inzoman along with that Blade of the Ruin King now for Wicked. Sunfire Cape on Jarvan with Snoopy. Rabadon's Death Cap added in for Lux as well. On the other side, though, we also have the Aegis being finished off there by Sinners. Bjergsen waits here for Wicked to make a move out. Actually, Crepo is off to the side, but is he going to be able to come in quick enough to save Wicked? There is the ultimate put down. Bjergsen going to get exhausted. Can he get light binded up? No, the laser will miss as well. They're going to throw everything at Bjergsen here. Shen coming up. There's a Cataclysm. He will actually taunt himself out of that one, but Bjergsen might not be so lucky. Good pulverize coming down. Actually, Godbro did manage to take out Wicked in the end, and he's going to dash off towards middle. In the meantime, Copenhagen Wolves going for an inhibitor turret here. They need to make a good decision on this. Do they stay or do they go? And they're going to go.
It doesn't matter. In the end, EG sent up 5 members just to defend against that Bjergsen split push. They ended up getting the kill on him. Wicked died in the end because of Godbro. I was a little confused why he was ulting up there, but he stayed alive anyways. They got a middle turret off it. They got the inhibitor turret very low. A smart play overall by the Wolves. And this game is not over at all.
You're not wrong with that one.
Well, I mean,
it's definitely...
It's an EG game, first of all, but it's still very close right now because the split push is working out so well for them.
Yeah, it is, and you're exactly right with that. And Zed has been making waves in his top lane. Yeah, okay, he's got caught out there as we are going to see them going onto it. Varus ulti goes down. There is the ulti out of Xin with a laser comes across. Godpro and Svenskeren both going very low. And where's the damage from Copenhagen Wolves? Snoopy was down to half. Finally, they focus on Yellow Pete, who almost took Svenskeren with him there in the end. But almost is not good enough, and that's a 1-for-0. Dangerous dive coming in from EG that costs them.
Yeah, that was such a ballsy play out of Wolves in general, just to engage upon that. I didn't really expect EG to continue to go for it, but they pick up that kill. Bjergsen was very close to being up, but they didn't care anyways. So now we have, we're 31 minutes into the game, Joe. We have really long death timers now. I believe Yellow Pete had about a 40-second death timer right there. It's getting to that point where if you do get picked off, the other team can make a huge amount of plays.
Oh, there's a laser coming in here as well. Grepo might be in trouble. Bjergsen actually going to go down towards Frog, and Godpro actually going to be stuck in there as the Zhonya's is used, and the Cataclysm comes down. But here comes the test from the side. He's managed to get away as Jarvan dies. Wicked going low, but they don't follow in from that one. And that's another 1-for-0. Bjergsen, how did he get out of that one alive? And I just want to point out from that last fight, the test killed Yellow Pete and got the 500 gold bounty.
Wow, that's a really good point to mention, because that's a lot of gold he needed to get back in this game. And I really want to know, did Bjergsen eat his Wheaties today? Because he has been playing phenomenal in this game. He stayed alive with a sliver of health, was able to escape, and now apply pressure onto this bottom turret. Every time he ults in on Frog, he's forcing him to use that Zhonya's, which makes him vulnerable, because you have to use it before that timer runs out. And if you're in a bad position when you have to use it, you're going to die from the Zed ultimate, or you're going to die from the team being right on top of you when you have the Zhonya's.
Yeah, and I wrote this on Twitter earlier that Wolves are looking impressive, and they're showing another great performance here from this one. As we see, Varus goes back home, picks himself up the Infinity Edge, and we are, by the way, bang level on gold. 32 minutes in, 8-7 in kills in favor of the Wolves, 6-5 in turrets in favor of the Wolves. You know, this is their game right now.
And what's something that Keem just happened, we see the Wolves just did, Bjergsen picked up the blue buff away from EG. He picked up his own as well, so now Froggen doesn't have that cooldown reduction. He doesn't have any cooldown reduction at all in his items. He's going to be hurting, or not hurting, he's going to be not hurting, that's the point in these fights, because he won't have that ultimate up quick enough.
Well, it'll be hurting, but only once, I think, is the problem. Rather than maybe more times if he had that cooldown reduction coming in. We've just seen Bjergsen push that top lane out. Middle lane going to be pushed through here as well. What are EG going to go for? Bjergsen has just picked up a last Whisper to be added into the Black Cleaver and Blade of the Ruined King that he already has. Shen, Randuin's Omen, Sunfire Cape, I mentioned already, the Locket, and the Aegis for Xin Zhao. Overall, you know, the plays that they've been putting together here, Copenhagen Wolves, they're worthy of a 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, even higher than that potentially, because they're taking on a number 4 team, but was pretty much the 2nd team in Europe over in Season 2. And the split push, I was really skeptical about it at first, but it's been working out just perfectly for him. We do have EG though. They're going for a 5-man push, no, a 4-man, as Krepo finally does join in with a 5-man push onto this mid turret, and they could lose Inhibitor.
Here comes Cataclysm, but Varus turns around. He's got Wild Growth on him, but he's caught in there. He's going to go down to Froggen. They can't afford this to happen here, Copenhagen Wolves, but nonetheless a good move from EG. They're going to put the pressure on towards that Inhibitor turret. Bjergsen is still going, but this Inhibitor is going to go down. Godbro is trying to push the bomb. EG are going to keep going for this one. We are going to see Godbro come back. Bjergsen is going to keep going. And Svenskeren dives in there. There's Stan United coming in. He's going to be pulverized. The taunt comes across, but they've already lost one Nexus turret here. Can they hold on to the second one? They turn it around. Snoopy going very, very low. Can they get in there to finish this one off? Deficio going to get the slowdown. Svenskeren dives in towards Krepo. There's the knock-up. Taunt comes in onto Wicked as well. They're trying their best to run away. Krepo uses the flash to gain some ground there, and they keep going. They keep dashing in there. But here's the laser turning it around. Godbro going to die, and now Svenskeren in trouble as Snoopy turns it around, and this is going to be surely a death for Bjergsen. He doesn't get a kill either on his way, and Yellow Pete just about surviving it there, right in the end of things. That's 2 men down. EG are still very low here. I don't expect them to go in yet. They're going to turn around and run for it.
What a crazy battle of action right there. We saw Bjergsen's pushing that top lane, but they realized, crap, we have to get back. They're pushing our Nexus. They can't easily take it away. They were able to get the top inhibitor turret, and Bjergsen, when he did back, unfortunately didn't have home guard boots. He might have been able to get up there to pick up a kill or two, but as you're seeing right now, EG going for Baron, and this should be a free Baron, but it looks like the Tess and Svenskeren are coming around to kind of contest it here.
Yeah, they're going to come in. There is Crepo waiting inside of the brush. The laser going to come across the side. The test going low. Snoopy is still low, but he's going to escape for now. Svensker are going to be chased down. Varus locking them up as he's already dead. The ulti's still running there. Well, they keep going on to Baron. No, they back away from that. Svensker and Deficio coming back in. What a crazy turn this game has taken.
And the point of that entire engagement right there, they lost one member, but they kept them off Baron. That was the key point. They don't want a Baron up 5-member EG team coming right at them, or it will just dominate them. So now the Wolves, they have the test down. Bjergsen is finally back up. Looks like he's starting to finally build a little bit tanky here as he has that Ruby Crystal, but still the Wolves, they're in a very sketchy spot at this point. And we see EG, I mean, they were so low after that fight. They had to back out, even though they were kiting perfectly. Bjergsen just, if he was, I have to say, if he had home guard boots and came in there a little bit quicker, I think they could have aced EG.
And I don't know if, I actually just rewinded on your PC there to see how Yellow Pete stayed alive at the end there.
Hit a ward,
Yeah, he lifesteal off the ward. Pretty sick.
Right,
Pretty
please.
sick stuff. So we are going to see Dragon going down now by Evil Geniuses. Let's take a look at where they are. The crowd are in full singing mode. It's the guys with the big head singing. They're leading the chants here inside the Zenith Arena. Well, this turning out to be an absolutely brilliant game. As that blue buff going to be gifted over to Frog, and I was in the process of breaking things down on where we stand. 11-9 in kills to EG. 52.3 to 51.7 gold, nothing at this stage. 7-7 in turrets. We're almost 40 minutes into this one. I'm not sure if you really want to answer this question, Jason, but who's in the lead right now?
So we have a game going on here, Joe. In the lead, I will give it to EG, and I will try to give you my thought process behind that. They got the middle inhibitor down. They got one Nexus turret down. If Bjergsen ever goes to split push, they can barrel down that mid lane as long as they keep the top lane pushed out, barrel down the mid lane, and finish the game. So they pretty much denied that split push capability out of Bjergsen until that inhibitor comes back up. And that's really going to create a lot of problems for Wolves because that's what's been working so well for them this entire game.
So Baron is available for the taking. What are we going to see? Flag comes down into this corner brush. That's going to give vision for EG. They know that Copenhagen Wolves are coming across. Bjergsen going to get caught. There comes a laser, but he's expertly dodged that one, and they turn it around. They're going for this one. In comes Stan United. The Varus ulti will lock Snoopy down. His polymorph, he's got nothing to work with there as the Randuin's Omen is used. Are they going to go for next? Svensker and taking a lot of damage. Crepo is low in the middle of them as well. There is the ultimate, the Cataclysm, locking them up, but EG are all super low in this one. The Tess is full HP there at the back. He's doing a lot of damage, but they dive in. Pulverize will knock him down. Double kill. Can he lifesteal it back? No, he can't. Wicked is now chasing down Deficio. He's one of 2 men left alive. Shenny's running towards middle. Froggen will try and head him off, but Wicked should be able to lock up this kill here onto Deficio. Yeah, he's going to go top side to try and delay this for as long as physically possible, but there are super minions coming into the base here. They're going to be focusing on that Nexus turret, the single Nexus turret that's left. They're going to look to maybe finish this one off. Deficio's still in the bush. Wicked goes in there. He will get polymorph. Kill him, goddammit. He's actually just holding him back. He doesn't want him to get the respawn coming in there afterwards. This is smart play from Wicked. Froggen, in the meantime, is going to be on the Nexus itself. Godbro going to get locked up by him. The inhibitor respawns in behind him. I can't believe that that's happened here. Godbro is going to get locked up once again. He's still chasing in towards Froggen. He finally killed Deficio off, by the way, in that top lane in the end. Froggen is going to die. No, he's not going to die. Godbro is still chasing. Here comes Bjergsen. There's the laser coming out, but Bjergsen will get the kill. Oh, my days.
What the hell just happened, Joe? With a long fight happening at bay. I guess we can start there. We had Svensker and Godbro just tanking up the entire enemy team of EG the entire time. Yeah, Bjergsen coming from the side, never got a good position off of that. So a 3-for-3 trade, but Deficio, I mean, he had to have been the inhibitor respawn was the MVP of that entire fight, but Deficio delaying Wicked long enough just to keep them pushed away. Wow. The inhibitor respawning, saving the Wolves. They probably thought the game was completely over right there, but they were able to turn that around, was able to keep their own base alive, and now are pushing down this middle lane.
I'm glad you remembered what happened at the start of that one, Jason, because there was too much awesomeness for my brain in that one. So, Copenhagen Wolves, they're pushing here up that middle lane. We need to be really careful now, because one mistake and it really is game over for them. But I mean, we're 40 minutes in now. A mistake for EG can do the same. And look at this. Copenhagen Wolves have started off the Baron. Do they fancy their chances here in a fight? It looks like they do, but EG is going to be pushing straight down the middle. Wolves have to make a choice and make it now. We've already seen 2 of them recall. Third man recalling, but Wicked is going to be going in there. Snoopy will follow, and the rest of the team coming in. Froggen is a little bit further behind from this one, and I think Wolves are in a position to defend it. Crepo's going to try and push this top lane out for now, but they've managed to get in and catch Wicked. Bjergsen is onto Froggen in the middle lane as well, by the way, but Snoopy is going to go in here. We're going to see the fight kicking off on 2 angles. Can they get in and get the kill? Snoopy going low. Snoopy finished off by the test. The Svenskeren and Godbro going on towards Wicked. Will he escape? No, he probably won't in the bottom side. And on the top side, Froggen is the last man alive almost here. It's only Crepo, but he's been focused down. This is not good for Evil Geniuses. They've not lost a single man. They've hardly lost any help. Froggen, from being the man that could have won it if it wasn't for that pesky inhibitor, may be the man that has to save them now.
They have the time to, I think, take this game right now. The middle turret is so low at this point. They have 50 seconds left on the general members of all of EG. Froggen is the only one to actually kind of defend this with the ultimate go to push the lane out a little bit, but Bjergsen, that last fight, so well played. He kept Froggen out of the fight the entire time, but just his presence, and Copenhagen Wolves were able to capitalize off of it.
Bjergsen going straight in onto that top inhibitor. The inhibitor turret is going to be down here. It's the test that takes that one. Middle inhibitor goes down. 5 seconds is the spawn here for Snoopy. Copenhagen Wolves are going to back away from this one for now. They can go for Baron. They're definitely healthy enough. They've got the spawn time, and Froggen, though, has a laser, and we know how devastating he can be with that at any kind of range. Will the Wolves go for it? Will they set themselves up a trap? He stood right on top of a ward right now, which Froggen may make use of here in just a second. Luckily for Bjergsen, he's backed away. Dragon's coming up in 10, but who cares about Dragon? Not me. And I don't think either of these teams either right now, as we are seeing them waiting. There is the Demacian standard coming in. They've seen the test. They know that Copenhagen Wolves are around here somewhere. And they back away. What are EG going to do? Are they going to go straight down middle again?
The thing is, the Wolves, they have to back out right now. Godbro, he needs to heal up. He has the ultimate to get it if he needs to, and he has the home guard boots, so right when he gets back, it'll be fine. But we have a bottom wave push up on that turret for the Wolves. Baron is just being stood around by, actually no, reduced EG, finally going in for a start on it. Bjergsen's actually moving into the base right now. Could he go for a backdoor?
Well, Bjergsen is going to at least try and finish off this third and final inhibitor, the turret. He's got nothing left. EG has to back. They're not going to take Baron, and I think Bjergsen's going to have this inhibitor away. This is going to be a completely open base here for Evil Geniuses, but with those home code boots, they come in. Wicked gets in top of him. There's the laser. Bjergsen down to half. Flashes out. Yellow Pete uses a collateral damage, but can they chase in? Wicked's going to keep going. In the meantime, Wolves are over by the Baron. They've started that off, but Bjergsen is still very, very low. He needs to back, heal, and get back out there as quickly as he can, but Wolves are going to take the Baron. 43.5 minutes into the game, and now, well, now what, Jason? You tell me.
Exactly. We have Bjergsen, he has those home guard boots. We have 5 members now of the Wolves, finally with this Baron buff. The items really don't even matter at this point. It all comes down to position and how they set up this entire fight. The test is, in my opinion, completely going to out-damage Yellow Pete with that % health damage. He has the Last Whisper on top of that and the Infinity's Edge. He's getting so much protection as well. And Svenskeren and Godbro can tank so much damage that EG can put out. Froggen doesn't really... The damage he has at this point doesn't really matter because everyone else on the Wolves are so tanky. As long as the test can dodge that life binding, they can just destroy EG at this point. They have 2 inhibitors down. They have the bottom inhibitor open. It's already low on life. And this is honestly Copenhagen Wolves' game to lose. They can just keep all those lanes pushed in, and they will have a giant advantage in these fights.
Wolves now, they're going towards that bottom side of the map. Those super minions starting to stream into the base. The Wolves, Baron buff on. There's the Oracle Elixir used to get rid of that EG vision, which the crowd here are loving, but at the end of this game, there's going to be the loudest moment of the tournament so far. Godbro gets himself caught there by the light binding. EG decide not to follow through with it just yet, though. The Wolves are still hanging around, though. They smell blood here, and they're going to go in for the kill on towards this inhibitor in just a second. The Edge closer in. EG force them back off. We can see that Yellow Pete is having to fend off the super minions on that middle lane. Here we go, Crepo goes in there. This could be the last fight. Svenskeren goes into the middle. Varus ulti goes down as well. Froggen uses his onions. Snoopy has to flash away. Will he survive? No, he won't. Bjergsen gets the kill. There's a laser coming in. It's a double kill for Bjergsen though. They're moving further in. Bjergsen gets in with a light binding. Yellow Pete super low. The barrier not going to save him from that one. And the Wolves are going to focus in on towards the Nexus turret. First one goes down. Second one will fall. And the Nexus itself goes down. I cannot believe this game. The Wolves take down Evil Geniuses and move into 5th in the table. Jesus.
And showing that they deserve that 5th spot on top of that. Such a phenomenal game overall. Bjergsen was the star of that game until it progressed. We saw the test just taking them out one by one. So much damage on him. And the Wolves, they earned that spot right there. They earned place number 6, or number 5.
Number 5, they can as well have the spot number 1 for my liking there. That was a brilliant, brilliant game. You can see hugs being exchanged, and it doesn't matter how the game happens. When it goes down that way, it's a good game for everyone, even if you end up losing it. So, with all that said and done, we're going to go over to the analysis SWAT desk once again, where Jat and Hosan are waiting.
And holy crap, look at that. So rarely, Hosan, do you see both teams coming out into the stage immediately just because they want to talk about the game?
Often, it's like, the game was really awesome, and like, I can't even describe it.
Just look at how excited Wicked is, even after the loss. Like, they're smiling on their faces because they know how awesome this game was. Like, in front of these fans too, 3,000 just screaming French fans and Lille here. This was definitely the best game we've had of the weekend.
Yeah.
It's hard to put these kind of games into perspective in the all-time greats, but this is a standing ovation already. So
you just have to watch it. You just have to watch the game if you didn't.
Copenhagen Wolves, they're now 6-2 since starting the season 0-9. So I mean, are they now like a force to be reckoned with in the LCS despite being 8th place team? I mean, you're competing really in the standings directly with them. What do you think?
They are really dangerous. The thing is, we lost against them. They are dangerous. Everyone has to be careful about them. After Bjergsen came back, it's like totally different team.
Right. And we were talking in that game, even just the fact that Bjergsen picked Zed, Froggen on Lux, wasn't the regular threat he was because he had to build Ninja Tabi. He built in that early Seeker's Arm Guard. He had the Zhonya's Hourglass way before he had the ability power, and we never saw those Froggen just insta-jibs that we saw normally.
Yeah, and that was the first blood with 3 flashes as well. They get behind and they still pulled it off and just won.
Man, so this game had so many turning points, it's going to be tough to kind of go back in the replays to show us what happened. But if we can go to this replay now, this is kind of where the game really started to get interesting. So we're 33 minutes, 30 seconds in, and Hosan, you notice Bjergsen and Shen, we're split pushing at this juncture. So what's going through Evil Genius's mind here? Like, why do they decide to go all in?
I think they just wanted the inhibitor, or maybe even end. They weren't sure. They thought that they will just back off. They cut the test without flash, so they could just easily kill him. Like, still, there they could back, they wouldn't lose anything.
Right.
They could take this, and they thought that they will just back.
Yeah, so like at this point though.
Yeah, Bjergsen will take a turret, and then Negadro will just harass it, but it's still match.
So was this the right call for EG to go all in, or was it the right call for Copenhagen?
I think they should go all in. They take the turret, they take an inhibitor.
Right, because
while they're pushing, they're just taking turrets, 2 at once. But they're taking the mine turret, which is much more important. And here's Svenskeren, like, delays them so much with his ultimate. There's Negadro flash. There's the Fishio with his ultimate. I think? No, maybe not. But still, like, all the slows, all the CC.
Because they didn't have quite enough to finish off the game.
And Snooper was so low that they just didn't want to go. But the thing is, here, Froggen is just gonna catch 2 people jumping on Wicked. Like there, There's so much damage on this combo with Graves and Lux that they just keep dying out of nowhere. Here, Yellow Pit actually lifesteals on a ward and survives. That's really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that fight in itself was crazy, but interestingly enough, that wasn't the craziest fight we had in the game. There was one thing that we actually aren't even going to do a replay of. I'm just going to get you talking on it for a second, though, because it was the 37-minute kind of inhibitor respawn stuff with Froggen backdooring, almost trying to get the inhibitor respawned on him. That was after the Baron fight. Like, what do you think? You've been in some crazy games yourself. You guys had a base race last week.
Yeah.
How do you possibly communicate at that stage of the game amongst yourselves?
I think we just try to be louder than the other one. If you just think you're right and he's not, you just loudly shout what you think. And the thing is that I think Renekton should just back off from the Fisio, push, and they would win. Maybe if he went with Froggen and just pushed simply, instead of like going with the Fisio, and then they were even playing in the bush. They didn't kill them, so they were just running like for fun.
Because they chased down Lulu so much, and what's Lulu going to do to stop them necessarily when they're at the Nexus?
He couldn't really like do much, and he just ran next to him because the crowd was kind of loud at this time.
Oh my God! So we have our second replay ready. It'll be just the fight that probably lost the game, unfortunately, for Evil Geniuses. They were 3v4 at about 40 minutes and 45 seconds, if we can go into this replay here. And talk me through, like, why Evil Geniuses decided to go in on this one.
They thought that they can easily take Tess out with Wicked, Snoopy, and Pete, but the thing is that he casted ulti and flash while Jarvan was doing his combo. They just killed Jarvan out of nowhere, and it just followed up. Like, now Wicked is getting low. Here is the Bjergsen killing yellow Pete. Like, it's just Zed. You can't describe it. It's just broken.
Right, so you're saying it was really just the disposition of Evil Geniuses at the time. They got a little bit outplayed in that fight, and it was too late at that point to come back, right?
Yeah, it was a little mispositioned because of the Bjergs on their backs, but it was really good fight by Tess, that he saw the flag, he flashed out and ulted at the same time. He got the Jarvan, they killed the Jarvan, they followed up on Graves and Renekton, and they just cleaned up everything. I think it went 4-4-0. And they took 2 inhibs for free.
Yep, so MVP of that match also, it was so close because we were talking between Bjergsen and the Tess, because it always goes to Bjergsen. Seemingly the European mids go all the time, but this time we did give it to the Tess.
Yeah, because he just deserves it with this team fight, and overall his position was really good. Even though they had Lux, Jarvan and Renekton, and even Alistar, he still managed to survive so much. There was just this one fight when he didn't have flash, so he couldn't do much. But overall, he did really well.
Yeah, I mean, how did he even come back in that game? Because he got first blood on top of him. He lost that, he already lost his flash going into the laning phase. How did he come back in the game to get to such a strong position?
They got some comeback when Crepo died, right? There was Xin coming, Crepo used many summoners and cooldowns overall, and then he came again and just killed them. Right. And I guess it snowballed. And they had so much global gold as well.
All right, so now that you've had like a second to let this game kind of sink in, do you have a ranking of the games that you've seen? Where does this one come?
Like, this is probably one of the most impressive games I've seen so far. It's like, yeah, people maybe will say Pekka backdoor, but this is more awesome.
All right, so to wrap up this incredibly awesome game, thank you very much, Hosen, for the analysis here, but we have Shox on stage with an interview with the Fisio and Froggen from the Copenhagen Wolves and Evil Geniuses.
Yes, I'm here with a member of EG and the Copenhagen Wolves, Froggen and the Fisio. Now Froggen, I heard Wicked say, we're actually kind of afraid of the Wolves because they're playing extremely well, and well, they did.
Yeah, like basically what Wicked said. I don't think there's too much to add. Like, they have a really strong laning phase and they're really good at snowballing the game. They have had a problem finishing the game when they got ahead, and when they learned that, they will definitely be a strong team.
Problem finishing? It's not totally out of your system yet, is it?
No, we were very, very nervous actually in the end, especially for the last fight when we had Baron. Like, if we lose this fight, they win the game. If we win the fight, we win the game. So it was kind of nervous.
And the second time I had that conversation with you about the throwing and the winning. But Froggen, very anticipated matchup, Bjergsen versus you. It came down to Zed versus Lux. Walk us through that.
Basically, it's just a matchup where Lux have to hide behind the turret and not die to Zed. But he leveled up to level 6 before me. I needed like 5 EXP to level up to level 6, and we could have traded even. But he leveled up before me and killed me, and from there,
wasn't a lot of going on. We just tried to take all the dragons, try to team fight. That's also why we picked Lux. So, worked out.
Same question for the both of you. First off, the Fisho, where did you win it or where did they throw it?
I think we won it when we noticed there were 4 people in our bottom jungle and Froggen wasn't there. And we managed to get an engage on, I think it was Wicked or Snoopy, and simply just chased it down. Froggen got zoned out of the fight, and yeah, we pretty much just 4v5'd it and took 2 inhibitors off it.
Froggen?
I think I just died before that, so I came from base, and Crippo actually walked to the wrong side, so we were 3 in the bottom jungle and 1 in the top jungle, and me coming from base, so we were split all over, and we basically couldn't fight that fight.
Too bad you lost, but it was still a great esports moment here. We'll give each other a handshake once again. So beautiful to see. We're out of respect for these guys. Give it up. Okay. Thank you very much, the 2 of you, for the great show. We're going to go into a short break, and after the break, it's going to be Fnatic versus Giants, and we're also going to have Ocelot and the analysis desk, so don't go anywhere.
everybody. And after that, absolutely amazing game. Ocelot just came over to me, who's like, holy crap, man, in a different voice, and just talked to me how much he loved the game. And for some reason, because I'm a terrible person, the first thing that came to mind was like, the last game that crazy that I remembered was IEM Katowice when you guys lost to Fnatic. What were your thoughts?
We did lose versus Fnatic like that, yeah. And it was funny because actually my teammates and my manager, Minzik, were talking about, like, when they were backdooring, we were talking about, where is Catherine now? And I was like, oh man, screw you. You know, obviously those kind of moments come to your mind when you see them repeated in games like that, you know?
Right, like, how do those kind of games happen? Like, it's always a close game. They always seem to happen in front of a giant crowd. Do you think, like, the craziness and the adrenaline and the noise just makes them crazier, or is it just luck that they're happening in front of the biggest crowds we have?
I think everything is everything adds to everything. Like, if there's a huge crowd that is like going bonkers with every single cool move or whatever, obviously the player tends to do more cool moves, you know? It's bound to happen. And obviously you earn, I don't know if I've said this, but you earn balls. You got people when you got people behind, you know? And knowing that you kill one inhibitor when they are doing whatever will make the crowd go crazy, then you're gonna probably try it, you know? So a lot of things are gonna happen because of the crowd.
Yeah, it's awesome to be in the environments like this, and I know you feed off of the crowd almost more than any of the other pros I see. The first European event I went to was like ECC Poland back in June of last year.
Oh.
It's like I could hear you way up because we weren't even on the stage. I could hear you screaming, just like coming into it.
I know, and people love it actually. Like people ask me actually, do you force it, or actually I don't. You know, it's just a matter of like when you're in game, you're under a lot of tension. And you obviously got this passion, you know, and you tend to yell when something good or bad happens, you know, especially good. And people love it, man. And I love the feedback from the people. And what can I say, man? They are just yelling, oh, oh, oh. This is just crazy, man. The crowd is just crazy. I love it.
Yeah. And this is actually the first time I've personally had you on the desk, so I want to pick your brain
a little bit.
Actually, yeah. This is the first time we've been together on here.
#1 fan, man.
Well, thank you very much. I like your passion and your mid lane.
No, you have to say
well.
no. I'm your #1 fan too, Ocelot, but it's fine.
I got to be unbiased.
I know.
I can't be like, I love this guy.
It's fine. I was kidding.
But SK, I've been talking about your stats this entire time, like your team stats. Nif is like #1 in assists. Candy Panda is #1 KDA. And it's not like you guys are top entirely of the standings, so you just have high KDAs because you've won every game and you're never dying. Like, there's something in your team's play style that's making those things happen. The other stat that you have as well is percentage kill participation. Like, your whole team is right near the top of the standings with that.
I think it's not a casualty, you know. So those stats are not something that are just random.
Yeah.
So I think they mean a lot. They mean that we like to do stuff as 5. We like to fight a lot. Our team fights are pretty strong. Everybody collaborates when the teammate is behind. That's what it means, you know. That's why we are most likely everybody in the team has so many assists at the end of the game, because we actually are part of every single kill.
Right. So especially now you coming in as a mid laner, you're often the ones that kind of makes the plays, and you've been playing mid lane since the game started. I remember like season 1 you're a mid laner, season 2 you're a mid laner. Now in season 3, like, could you identify what the biggest change is with the season 3 mid lane for you? Like, what's been the biggest trend that's developed?
All right, so I think this is actually a question that requires a long answer, okay? Because
all right,
we got time, right? We got time.
Give me a long answer.
So I think that season 1 was a little bit random, you could say, okay?
Okay.
Everything was not thought. People just went with Gragas top and stuff like that. You
had like AD carries mid sometimes.
Yeah,
like
it was really random because people actually didn't know, you know, the meta and stuff. Obviously, they were so much behind. Imagine you could go 1 year before, you will win everything. Okay.
You just have the knowledge before, yeah.
Absolutely. So season 1 was a little bit random. Season 2, I could say, was the most boring time for me.
Okay.
It didn't fit me at all. You had to farm a lot.
Right.
Farm the Rays, farm the Wolves, farm the mid lane. Everything was easy to farm, and it was just better mathematically, you know? Talking about numbers, it was just better.
Right.
So everybody farms until minute 25, then big fight happens, game over for one of the both teams. That was a little bit, you know, not too good, but right now, like right now, season 3, man, like this is I love this game right now. Like, I love this game right now. Everything can happen in every single minute.
Okay.
You can go aggressive in mid lane. You can decide to farm Wraiths. You can decide to roam a lot. It's just, you can just adjust the game with your own style, you know?
So with your own style, what is your style? Because we see so many different things. I look at Alex's style, and I feel like he farms more than most of the other mid lanes. Like he'll go off to a side lane and push. Your style, you usually try to help other lanes. Like is that fair to say?
So yesterday I was speaking with the team, okay, and we were speaking about against Gambit we tend to lose very, very badly, and it's not casualty that both games we lost against them. The lane that failed the most, and I say with a big mouth, is mid lane.
Okay.
First game against them, I was Kazarin against Kha'Zix. I picked Kazarin into Kha'Zix because I knew the
Why is
matchup. Because I knew my Kazarin is, I can tell you, my Kazarin is pretty strong. That I'm even happy fighting against Zed, so which is the maximum corner. Okay, so I was totally fine. I was like, okay, if I get level 6 and I don't die and I got like decent farm, I will be able to carry this game. Not alone, but I will be able to carry this game. Okay. And what happened was that I got dived, level 3, and there was a miscommunication in between me and my jungler, which sometimes if we were both Spanish or both French, that wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have died. But he wasn't there. I needed him. He wasn't there because probably I didn't explain myself properly, and I died. That means that Kazarin dead, giving the first blood to the mid laner at level 3. I came back to lane, I was level 3, he was level 5, almost 6, against a Kha'Zix that over pushes. Game over. I lost that game. Yesterday against Gambit, I was mid lane again, and I picked TF into Kha'Zix, which Kha'Zix is a corner to TF again. It's supposed to be a very good pick against TF. But again, I thought about the team, you know, I thought about helping lanes, helping bottom, helping top, helping the jungler. At the end, I was thinking more about the team than about my own lane. And it's a mistake against Gambit because Diamond and Alexich synergy is incredible. And he knows where to gank, sorry. And as soon as he knew I had no boots and no flash,
he just went for you.
He just went for me. And was a little bit of miscommunication as well in mid lane. Young came mid, my jungler came mid, and I said back, okay? But he didn't understand it somehow, okay? I probably said it in my way, you know, really crazy or something. And he didn't understand me, okay? So he stayed there and he died. I could say it's my fault for not communicating properly. Again, double buff for Alexich, first blood, Kha'Zix against TF, snowball from there. And then my teammates needed help top a little bit, so I ganked top with TF. And what happened is that I fall even more behind. I was 2-1, but he was level 8 and I was level 6. Game over in mid lane again. So I think my playstyle is helping the teammates a lot. 1 year ago I was like the cocky. I say it. I was the cocky guy that wanted to shine, that wanted to be 10-0, 10. I mean, every game, awesome KDA. Right now I'm the guy that I don't care going 0-8 if my team wins. You know.
And you definitely see that with your team stats in general. The whole reason that everyone is kill participation is because you're the one going around making sure that every kill is a team kill. Like you're not getting solo kills in your lane because you're not really going for them and you're instead going for the rest of the team. So I think that's an accurate representation of yourself.
I think you try it right. But to be fair, if Alexich beaten me twice in a row, even though my playstyle is more like Roman and his playstyle is more like 1v1, I would just say clearly he outplayed me twice. He is better 1v1 than me. I will probably have other things that he has not, you know. But at the end, it's all matter of playstyle. Like Froggen likes to farm, Alexich likes to 1v1, Peke likes to backdoor. He does it pretty often. He does it pretty well. I think it's just every mid lane is different. Nobody is better than anybody. We just got different playstyles.
Okay, so with your different playstyles, then you being the roaming around, Peke being backdoor, Alex just kind of farming, and Froggen just crushing the lane as well. How do you practice both for your own play style or even to practice to go against these guys? Because you said Alex each outplayed you. How do you prepare so you can stop that from happening in the future?
So I would say that so if you play an Italian team defending, that's not what you want to do, okay? You want to play against an Italian team, in soccer, sorry, I'm talking about soccer. Italian team, in a different way that corners their defending way, you know? If they defend, you have to counter it somehow, okay? Everything is counterable. But if you play their game, they're going to beat you. Okay? So if I play the game of 1v1 in Alexich, I'm going to probably fail it because he's playing that kind of playstyle during 2 years, okay? My kind of playstyle is more like roaming and stuff. If he plays my game, I'm going to probably beat him, but he doesn't. So what happens is, probably I'm bound to lose the mid lane against M5, but all the lanes are going to be better at the end. So we have to capitalize on that and get advantage out of it.
So this is the kind of thing that I've wanted to get into for a little while, because you're saying right now that you want to practice your play style and get good at it. Now, my question is, are individual players or individual teams kind of locked into play styles or specific roles? Like, the biggest example I have from this would have to be like CLG NA. They're having a lot of issues lately right now. Like, for instance, everyone says, and I've seen Doublelift come out and say this, like, Hotshot GG is a tank player. He's not playing the carries that are getting played top right now, or like the big assassins or all those things. He's playing tanks. So if CLG wants to survive or fail, they're going to have Hotshot on tanks and Doublelift on a hyper carry. They're going to protect him and they're going to go. But it's not necessarily working out for them. Like, taking that to other teams, like for you, for instance, if you were to go on a losing streak and your roaming style didn't work, like, are you just wanting to practice that harder and practice that play style more and go more all in? Or is there a time to adapt and change, and can you even do that?
You can adapt, but you're not gonna be as good as the others at that style.
So at that point, what's the point of adapting?
I think is the best thing you can do is improving your playstyle, your own playstyle, and make it be your trademark. You know, like Hotshot, for example, he's getting. I want to say this because it's really important for me.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of hate by everybody, not only Hotshot but Doublelift, Chaos, and stuff. Which, by the way, that kind of discussion was ridiculous.
Okay.
And they don't deserve that, you know? It's just different playstyles. Hotshot, the people don't understand. I understand because I play the game, but people don't understand how useful he is for the team. He doesn't make big plays. He doesn't. I don't know, man, but he does a lot for the team, you know? He gets ganked like
right. Well, it's the whole play style that they're opting into. Like, there's a reason that Hotshot's been on that team for so long, and it's because he's contributing to the team. Like, Chowster talks about his pressure in the top lane. Even when Hotshot is 0-3, he's still drawing 1 and 2 people up to him. And I'll let you keep going.
Exactly, like you're trying, right? And that's it. Every player in every team is different, you know? I really don't think Voivod is better than Hotshot. I think they're just completely different.
Okay.
Top lane is not a role. Inside top lane, there's like 5 different roles probably. You can play in many different waves. You can play like Soas with Lee Sin, 1v1 master, and then he just roams a lot and helps the team get in drakes. Or you can be like Kevin, which is, I don't think you can beat 1v1 Kevin with anything.
Okay.
And he's just gonna push the lane until you just go crazy, basically, okay?
Got it.
And then you got Hotshot, who drives the attention into him. He taunts them into him. And all the lanes are most likely, or have to be most likely better. He doesn't need a lot of jungle help by his own team. I don't know, man. It's just, everything is different. And I'm just gonna take advantage of this time, and I'm gonna give a big hug to Hotshot and to all the guys that are getting blamed by the community because they don't deserve it. They are professional players for quite long, and they deserve respect by all of you.
All right, that's, you know, thanks for that, because there had been a lot of drama, at least. There was the Twitter feuds, there's the craziness, there's the substitution situations, and I know, like, for instance, SK has had a fair amount of roster turmoil in the past. You've been playing on SK with, I can't remember the whole number, but you probably had 10 or 15 different teammates, right? And it's
more
getting
like 20 to 25.
More like 20 to 25. So you know what it's like to change out teams and teammates. How do you think those guys should be handling, or how have you handled it in the past when you have new rosters, or when you have to make a change, or when you're checking out a sub?
Well, I'm not saying that every single change in any lineup is reasonable. I'm not saying that every single change in the lineup was well done.
Yeah.
But be sure that if any team, any captain does any roster change, is because he's gonna be better for the team, or he thinks it's gonna be better for the team. So at the end, it's not like, oh, he hates this guy, that's why he kicks him. Oh, come on, man, we are talking about millions of dollars. We wanna win, you know. Of course, if somebody is not willing to practice a lot, if somebody is not willing to improve his skills or whatever, or if somebody is not just willing to communicate with others or have friendship as a team, he's gonna get kicked because it's bound to happen. Yes. We just wanna win. And sometimes, obviously, I don't like kicking people. I hate it myself. I would love to have the same team over and over, like during 2 years. But picking one guy randomly, or picking one professional player randomly, won't make it work, you know?
Right.
So maybe that guy doesn't fit to the team, mood, basically, or to the team in-game playstyle. I don't know, you know? Maybe he just doesn't fit. So keeping him in the team for 2 years doesn't really make sense. He will not make the team better.
Yeah, and sometimes it's even just a case of getting rid of one player can motivate the rest of the team to do well, because it kind of makes everyone realize they have to take kind of a second gander at their stuff, start playing better, and really just move that in. So I want to foray also into a communication discussion, because going way back in our conversation, you're talking about how you had some miscommunications in the team, but I'm gonna tell my own tiny little story. But back when I was playing on Dignitas, right?
All right.
I've always thought the jungler is the person who's in the position to make the most calls, right? They get to look at the mini-map the most. They're the ones who control the pace throughout the early bit of the game. And then oftentimes the jungler's on an initiator, so they get to go in, right? And I always say that like a bad call that everyone follows is better than a good call that half the team follows.
Totally
because
true.
a good team that half the team follows is always going to fail, right?
Yeah.
But my question to you is, do you have like an ideal calling scenario that could work out in a team? Like in a perfect world, assuming everyone had the ability to make good decisions, right? Like what would it be? How would you call teams?
You mean in game, right?
Yeah,
Like-
so in game. So for instance, I might not have done a good job of explaining that. Like, would you want to have the jungler making 100% of the calls?
Okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
So I think the calls have to be done this way. I think the most aggressive players need to do their early mid-game calls because those are normally the ones of go to the red, go to the blue, push top and go Drake. You know what I mean?
So you want aggressive players to be making those
aggressive
calls?
players have to make the early mid-game calls. I think so.
Okay.
And then those aggressive players lose you games at late game because those kind of ideas normally late game cost you the game. It happened to me. It happened to my team. I used to do the calls the whole game, and now I don't do late game at all, you know?
Okay.
Because I tend to throw games, because I'm like, okay, wait in this brush, and maybe it's like water or something, you know? Or wait for them even we are low or something. Or just keep pushing or whatever, because I'm this passionate, aggressive, you know? It doesn't work. So you need somebody like Nif, my support, which is extremely calm, and he's like, yeah, just like making love, you know?
Does he make the late game calls for you then?
Yeah, he makes the late game calls for us,
Okay.
because Candy Panda and me are really, really crazy. So Neve and Yon make the late game calls, and Candy Panda, me and Yon, you could say, make the early mid game. And it's not one. You know, you don't need just one person to do it. You just need to know that if somebody has a good idea and everybody kind of agrees instantly, not saying, hey, yeah, we agree. No, just kind of agrees instantly when he says it, then just do it. You know, don't hesitate. If we say go in, if one guy says go in, everybody will go in.
Right.
Because if he goes alone, it's gonna be lost for sure.
So how do you stop yourself from getting into trouble then if like one person says go in? Do you have team discussions in between what's happening? Like, I almost feel like, at least in the late game, do you have the one guy who is the say? Because in the chaotic game that like we just saw 10 or 15 minutes ago, everyone is going to be making calls, and oftentimes the communication comes down to whoever screams the loudest. Like that clearly can't be the best way. How would you like ideally handle those crazy situations?
I think you're right with the loudest one will basically have the reason in that in that call, you know. So that's why I try to yell as much. I mean,
just turn up your microphone, put it really close to your mouth, so at the end of the games they can hear you.
And the thing is that I don't know if you remember the game we played against AAA the last week.
Yeah, I remember that game. You were on Jarvan and Nono was Vayne.
Yeah. So I would say that game I played really good. Okay, even though my stats weren't the best, but I said I don't care about it. I think I played really good, but then at the end, when I went in stupidly, okay, that was the late game call I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember.
I was like, okay, Neve was like, I catch. He catch somebody, I think it was Sona, and we were like, okay, just poke, and I was like, let's go in, Demacia, lost the game.
So in that situation, I'll just set up the situation for the viewers who aren't familiar. The game was actually pretty much even on gold. You guys essentially were down, but if you held that push, you would be able to maybe come back in the game because you were down 2 inhibitors. You were at the left tower on the blue side of the base.
We're really, really screwed.
Right?
But if we could have come back. Yeah.
Right. It was behind, but if you somehow won that fight, you'd be able to go in. And then you went in far before the rest of the team, as you're saying. You died in the end of the game. So in that communication, you said Nif said he had to catch on Sona, and then you went in too far. Like, how would you make that call? Like, does Nif have to tell you to go in or not because he's more of a passive player, or do you just have to communicate it better, or just make better personal judgment?
I'm Jarvan. I should be the one going in because we had Elise jungle and she's not a tank.
Right.
We had top lane Rumble and he's not a tank either. So I have to go in. I was full tank, and that decision is mine. If I go in like I went.
Okay. So in that situation, the person who has to make the call is the person that has the initiation power, and then the team just has to trust in that.
You could say that, yeah.
Okay.
You could say that because sometimes the own tank can actually he reads the situation and maybe says this is not a good moment. But maybe the AP player, me, I see myself with all the cooldowns and flash and stuff, and I say just go in, just crazy. But that doesn't help, you know. He has to be the guy that goes in.
All right, so there's the communication all kind of wrapped up. It's so much like for instance, Fnatic, they seem to have very chaotic communication.
Yeah.
Do you think they can only get that play that playstyle because they communicate so well, but they have a lot of people like Soaz, native French speaker, he speaks English as well. There's N-Rated, he speaks many different languages. Like, are they communicating crisply, or are they just on the same page?
I think they're on the same page because Fnatic started split pushing when CLG started stalling.
Okay.
With Lux, Anivia, and stuff. You remember in season 2?
Back in season 2?
Yeah. So they started split pushing because of that, and they realized that split pushing worked against every single team. So they said, okay, I'm gonna play just like this against every single team, and they have been playing like that all the time, and they got so much better at it. They are the best at split pushing. It's like I don't know if you watched this movie of the Gorgonites, but they're like Gorgonites. They're just running. They never fight. Okay, and that's basically it. They got so much better at split pushing, and they just play against everybody like that, and it works.
Yeah, another word for that would probably be like guerrilla warfare. You just have an undermanned army that they win wars by not actually fighting battles.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. So
it's really smart, but at the end, it's like every single team is like fearing to play against Fnatic. They fear to play against Fnatic because it's like, doesn't really matter if we want to fight, we cannot. Because they're going to be like bottom lane getting Nexus. And it doesn't really matter if we want to like push because there will be like one guy in bottom lane getting whatever. You really can't do anything. The only thing you can do against that is mimicking, like doing the same as them. And again, if you do the same as them, you're going to lose, most likely, most of the times.
So thank you very much, Ocelot, for this quick discussion. Now, we have a slight delay. There is a slight issue with the Giants computers. So Fnatic is in the game, but we're just waiting on fixing that stuff up. We are going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll get the update for you guys when we come back, when the next game is going to start. We're 5 games in here on LCS Sunday here in Lille, France. We got 2 to go, so we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody. I am still here with Ocelot, the AP mid player, or maybe just mid player now for SK Gaming. We still have a few minutes until we get into our next match with Fnatic. Slight computer problems for Giants, but I want to pick your brain a little bit more on AP mid in particular, or even how I could get better at AP mid, or even just the people in general, right? I'm going to start right from the very beginning of these games. Like, first off, how do you know what to pick in mid, and do you have to counterpick a lot?
Okay, so if I was, I will talk.
Yeah, so I'll give you a better.
I will explain it perfectly. Okay.
Okay. I'll let you
so
go.
people can actually understand. If I was Alexic, which I like to 1v1 the opponent and stuff, I would always prefer to pick a hero, pick a hero after his hero.
Right, because you want to counterpick since you're in the lane with them so much in the first place.
Imagine they pick Kazarin before me.
Right.
So I want to second pick Zed and beat him 1v1.
So what are the things that you... So someone does pick Kazarin. What do you pick to counter it?
Zed, you can pick any 80, basically. Any 80.
Okay.
Any 80 works. Even range 80. Anything with 80 damage. Because his passive, which is magic resistance, doesn't... I mean, it's kind of magic resistance, doesn't really work. So, but now, let's put it this situation. Now I'm me, for example, okay?
Yeah.
I don't really mind picking my hero first. Why? Because my playstyle is not based in 1v1 in the opponent. It's more like helping the teammates. So once we get a gameplay, once we are 100% sure that how our gameplay, how our strategy is gonna look like, then I can pick my champion. Doesn't really matter what I'm fighting against. So for example, I can just pick TF or pick, I don't know, Ari, for example, because I want to roam and help the lanes at minute 30 plus or 12 plus. Those heroes are the best for those minutes.
Okay.
And it doesn't really matter what I'm fighting against. Maybe the opponent picks after my TF or Ari Kazarin, or maybe the opponent picks, I don't know, Zed, which is very good as well, or Kha'Zix, you know. But I don't really care too much because I really don't want to 1v1 that guy, okay? So it's kind of like a risky move because if you get to 1v1 that guy, you're gonna lose most likely.
Yeah.
It's not a skill matchup.
Because you're casting into a straight counter is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if I'm fine in lane, I'm gonna be extremely useful, way more useful than him after minute 12 plus.
Right.
So I'm gonna be able to help the teammates way more. At the end, what you pick is how you play.
Okay, so what would an example be of like a skill matchup so we can get into some more specifics? What is a very kind of common Lux versus what?
Lux versus Orianna.
Okay, so Lux versus Orianna. Let's use this as a scenario. Okay. You're playing Orianna against Lux because these are pretty common champions that you get to play. What are your starting items and what do you do early game?
Well, I'm playing against Lux, so I obviously want to dodge skill shots. So I could go for boots 3 potions, but it depends on their jungler. If they got a jungler that ganks a lot, I will go for boots 3 potions and I will tell my support to work one side of the mid lane at level 1. But if their jungle is not a very good ganker for mid lane, I'm gonna probably take mana regen, 6 potions or 5 potions and 1 mana potion and 1 word.
Okay.
Because I don't need the movement speed. Okay.
And where do you put that 1 word?
I normally put that 1 word where my support has worded before when it expires.
Okay.
So the build of mana regen plus 6 potions plus word is very good for long laning phase because the mana regen provides you a constant mana regen, okay? Which the more the time goes on, the better it is, okay? But if you go boots 3 potions, that's gonna be way better to dodge ganks, to dodge skill shots, to maybe 1v1 the opponent the first 3-4 levels, but there will be one moment where you will be out of potions and you will have to base at level 4 or level 5. So you won't be able to start to overextend in lane. Mana regen provides you that. You're gonna be nice with the mana, you're gonna be totally fine with the mana, so you can stay there.
So what about the recent trend of a lot of people going with like a red elixir early on in the game, like, or even Froggen, for instance, brings AD runes on his Lux and his Anivia. Is there a lot of benefit in doing those early game Gambit plays? And if you wanted to go for red elixir, so if, like you're in the Orianna lane again, would you ever go red elixir and decide to get aggressive? And if you do, how do you have to play that one?
You go red elixir because you, in your brain, there is one point where you're gonna be level 3 and the opponent is gonna be level 2, or you're gonna be level 2 and the opponent level 1.
Right.
Or you're gonna be level 4 and the opponent level 3. So there will be one moment in between 2 or 3 creeps where you have in mind to be 1 more level than the opponent, okay?
Yep.
So at that point, that happens because you do wolves maybe, or because you have in mind to tell your jungler to come at some point and maybe make him back.
Do you like the play at the very start of the game, like when you're pulling for your jungler? I've seen a lot of people do this, and I haven't been raged that too hard. If the AP mid like sits on the wolves and actually steals like half the experience and then gives a pull for the blue anyway, then you hit the level faster in mid lane?
You hit the level faster mid lane. No, actually, that doesn't really work like that. When you come with when the jungler comes mid lane, it's because the mid laner normally asks for it. So imagine, I say, Jon, come mid lane and we push. So he has to kill 12 creeps behind the tower. Meanwhile, I base and buy. So I'm back and he's still killing creeps. I might lose 1 or 2 creeps, but at the end he didn't base yet. So I'm going to be able to be aggressive on him because I will have better item build.
Right, because you also got the extra push. And that's another question is, sometimes you ask your jungler to go around to shop. When do you find your windows to shop in the game? Because there's a lot of decisions that obviously get made. Sometimes guys will back at level 3 to buy an item. Sometimes I'm watching 2 guys fight with boots or nothing because they start with the red pot. Like at level 8, how do you make those decisions specifically in mid lane of when and why to go back?
So you think about, this guy is better than me 1v1, so I don't want him to be better, more level than me. So I won't base until he bases, for example. But then you're in this situation where your jungle pushes and he has to kill a lot of creeps because if he doesn't kill them, he's gonna lose the XP. You're like, okay, then base now, even though I lose 2 creeps or 3 creeps, he's gonna actually lose the pressure because I have bought and he didn't. He has to base eventually, and I will have 1 Doran's ring and he will have nothing.
Right.
So at the end, and he will lose vision because if he doesn't go base, he doesn't word. So I will be able to roam. I will be able to roam at level 6. It's more like, it's not people only talk about KDA, creeps, farm, whatever, you know, but they don't talk about the pressure in general, you know. When you make the opponent not be able to base and it's level 6 and you're actually moving around and he doesn't even know where you are, then that is pressure that people don't see, but maybe the bot lane has backed and lost 5 creeps because of that.
So that's plenty of stuff. I'm sure we could talk for this a lot longer, and you put
I
your
hope so.
life
I hope
into
so.
League
I
of
love
Legends.
sharing.
Come back for more later, but now the players are ready to go. Shox is on the stage with the teams. Let's hand it over to Shox.
First off, in the blue corner, the Season 1 champions, it's Fnatic! And in the red corner, they deserve one hell of an applause as well. Give it up for Giants! I think I speak for all of us here if I want this match to be just as good as the previous one. So let's get over to our casters and watch all the action.
Thanks a lot, Shox, and joining me this time around is Jack once again. Jack, if this one is anything like the last game, I am in for a heart attack.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would die if it happened again. Your voice would actually break, and we would no longer have a play-by-play caster. I'd cast with Jason.
It was the pressure behind my eyes. They were almost like dropping on the desk at the end of that one. Really amazing game, but we move on to Fnatic versus Giants. Talk us first of all here through the Fnatic lineup and what we can expect from them.
Yeah, especially this weekend, I'm really starting to realize how Fnatic split pushes, and specifically how Soaz and XPeke just roam around in the right situations. They always create pressure. They're always getting in at the right times. It was a little bit like what Copenhagen Wolves did in that last game, but much more refined.
Yeah, and their opponents in this one, Giants, they're not having a good time of things this time. They are now bottom of the table.
Yeah, and Giants need to diversify, and they need to work on their communication. Against Fnatic, if you don't have communication, you are done for. I just had that long conversation with Ocelot. Hopefully, they can get the right calls to be made at the right time through all the noise that we have in the stadium.
So let's have a look at the 2 lineups then and how they stand here coming into this game. On the blue side, of course, we have Fnatic with Soaz, Cyanide, XPeke, Yellow Star, and Enrated.
And for Giants, we have Samix in the top lane, Morden, Exterminaire, Jim Bones, and of course, Babetta on support.
So looking through the key players then for Fnatic, we've gone this time around with their AD carry Yellow Star, who's had a fantastic time of things today.
And this really just shows what Yellow Star's role is for Fnatic. He's the one who sits back with almost a 3-man pack and has to stay safe. If he wasn't at the in the cleanup spot for these team fights. Keep in mind, Yellowstar has to play AD carry without a front line most of the time because all they're doing is split pushing. He's very key in their success.
And for Giants, we decided that Morden, he's going to be a big player in this one, in the jungle. He's got to get involved.
And usually, junglers can be the ones to play initiators, and they have to make things happen, and there can be absolutely no hesitation when they're trying to make fights happen against Fnatic. So Morden will be so key, getting the plays to happen, starting the fights.
So before we get into Champion Select then, let's have a look and see what the teams had to say about each other.
Pues Fnatic ya los conocemos bastante, es un equipo muy bueno que tiene un estilo de juego único. Siempre a obtener objetivos globales, a tirar muchas torres, están muy separados, un poco estilo, digamos, solo queue, pero...
Exterminator is really good on mid lane. If he get advantage, he normally do good with it. He's the only one not making mistakes and trying to help the team a lot.
Pues el más peligroso para mí, y creo que mis compañeros coinciden conmigo, es Peque, lo conocemos desde hace mucho y juega mil millones de personajes, lo juega muy bien en tanto de AP o Bruises, de cualquier tipo, y si no gana medio siempre consigue rascar algo con TP o tirar torres o cualquier cosa, muy peligroso.
So the pre-match thoughts coming in for this one. I mean, Giants, whatever happens here, Fnatic are going to give them, well, a run for their money. I mean, that's probably an understatement, this one. Giants, of course, on paper, are massive underdogs in this match.
And Fnatic is the #1 team on paper as well, so that just adds even more to it. And in the previous 2 Fnatic games we've seen this weekend, they beat Gambit Gaming impressively, and then actually had a pretty close game with Dragonborns. So the way Fnatic's playstyle works, we're talking medium risk, high reward. If those medium risks don't reward them too many times, Giants could very well come back and get this just because of the way Fnatic plays.
So we're into Champions Select, and let's see what we get picked and banned this time around. The bans coming in. Rise taken away straight away from Extermin. Blitzcrank aimed at Enrated.
So this time Fnatic is targeting Exter. I wonder if they'll also ban... No, Fnatic's not going to ban Caster. And I caught myself before I said it because they would very much rather have Xpeke get through to this. The interesting thing to me, though, is the Blitzcrank ban, because I'd imagine Fnatic is just going to either play Thresh or Leona anyway, and those are usually the bans for Enrated.
Exactly, unless you're going to go with Thresh and Leona as the next 2 bans, it's a difficult one to decide. They've actually banned out Shen there. Fnatic, just before that, banned out Elise, and they will ban out Kassadin. A reverse prediction.
Oh, okay, so they banned Kassadin because they don't want him to have to play against it. Okay, here we go. They banned Kassadin. He wants to pick Zed, even though it's a hard counter. They've been picking Zed so many times. I wouldn't be surprised if Zed isn't banned if Fnatic first picked it.
Well, let's have a look then. They've got 5 or so seconds to figure out this final ban here. And just a quick note, Babetta actually had some real mouse problems before this one. He's actually playing with a brand new mouse coming into this game, so we'll see if that affects things.
So those delays affecting things, and that was not what I expected. They go for the Nasus. That's very much just a cyanide pick. They abuse movement speed, Fnatic does, more than any other team, so they always bring at least 1 global and tons of movement speed prediction. They like Nunu as a support. They're one of the few teams that still does that because of the Blood Boil. Jace is also something Soaz likes a bunch, and the Wither, 95% slow. Aside from Thresh, that's like the highest percent slow in the game.
Yeah, exactly, and Thresh is still open. We should mention that here, which Giants may want to take away this round. I mean, there are a lot of things that they'll probably want to pick out here. It looks like we are going to be seeing a Kennen. Of course, that is Jimbone's AD carry of choice. Zyra, on the other hand, we've seen in both the support and the mid lane role for Giants.
Yeah, the last time Giants picked Zyra as well, it was a support, and I like that lane. That is like one of the harassiest supports you can get. She's got 575 range, which will outrange almost every AD carry except for Varus. Is going to make it to that point because then they can match with range, so the trade harass would be very good. And Morden on Kennen is just, not Morden on Kennen, it will be Jim Bones on Kennen. Incredibly potent, and that's what he started the season off of, draw little bans, and he has been playing it lately, so I'm glad they're kind of back to their roots.
Yeah, that Kennen coming in, interesting to see how that one goes down. Varus, of course, has been a massively popular champion recently. Zed is another one in there as well. We've seen how strong Zed is. Honestly, I think he's worth a first ban from any team. Maybe not the blue side.
This is the strangest thing I've been talking about too, is a lot of the champions that are incredibly strong can be countered, right? But the players haven't yet found a counter to Zed. They don't know what beats him in lane yet. they don't see where his weaknesses are in the game. Whether they exist or not is yet to be found out, but that's one of the reasons you kind of either have to ban him or pick him really early, which is why it's so surprising to me actually that it might have just been because Extra hasn't played much Zed. Zed is a very technically complex champion to play around, but it allowed Fnatic to pick it third and get the Nasus early.
So let's see what Giants had in there. Of course, that Zyra could be the support. That Zyra could be in the middle lane. We've seen Exterminate and Babetta running him in previous games here. So what will they go up with? Knowing that this Zed is going to be in the middle against them, most likely. I mean, could end up with Soaz in the top, but I just expect from how things have gone that that's a Peke.
Yeah, and here's the thing about these picks. They want to pick a counter in probably the mid lane for what Peke is, but I've been talking to them, like I haven't actually talked to too many mid lane players aside from Ocelot. I'm like, all right, what's the counter pick to Zed? They're like, that's a really hard one. I don't know what counter Zed. You have to ask Froggen. And I'm like, I don't know yet. So I couldn't predict these picks, and it looks like they went Kha'Zix Jarvan. That could probably be Jarvan jungle and probably Kha'Zix mid, but honestly, we've seen a lot of Kha'Zix in both of these positions.
Yeah, we certainly have. Fnatic, they obviously have their AD carry, what we think will be the mid lane, and the jungler, there's a Karma, which, I don't know, it's Soaz at the end of the day in the top lane. Probably could throw a Karma out.
Yeah, I was actually watching Voyboy's stream, and he played a Karma top. He went 0-10. So, the story was going somewhere, and twist ending.
Get away from Karma.
0-10. I don't think he's going to be going with that Karma. Karma's rework has been announced, so definitely not on this patch. We're on patch 3.03, which is one behind the one that just happened on live. So Taric is really strong. We haven't seen those nerfs yet, and we also haven't seen a Taric. But Fnatic probably won't go for that.
Yeah,
Nunu for the move speed.
Which is, Nunu Varus, a lane which they've had and really enjoy. So look at this, Katarina coming in.
This is interesting. So this would mean that Soaz is probably playing Zed because Peke is legendary for his Katarina. A lot of teams used to like banning Katarina out in these situations. So this is just the assassin-y comp from Fnatic taken to the extreme already.
So it's looking like if this Sona pick stays here as well for Giants, and it will be locked in there. So it's going to be a Zyra mid lane.
So they might have done this because of the potential dive Fnatic has. Like Zyra is one of the hardest things to dive in on, but I worry about Fnatic's ability to like blink through the Zyra stuff and still get to them. I look at Giants lineup and I see pretty strong laning, especially the Sona Kennen. The Fnatic's going to have to get by, but I don't necessarily see too much hard engage to go on them. Like they have Jarvan, and no, I'm talking myself into a corner. They have a lot of hard engage. That's what they're going to be going for.
So we talked about Fnatic's real like for global abilities in there, the Shens, the Twisted Fates who move around the map. If you can't get those global champions, the next best thing is going to be teleports. And right now, Peke and Soaz are both sat on a teleport. Of course, we still have a little bit of time, that could still change.
We've talked about Fnatic's playstyle so much this weekend already, and that's exactly what we're going to see. It's the global playstyle. I'm going to wait another second to get the confirmation on the double teleports here, and it is in. So Soaz and XPK both, nope, only one. Only XPK's teleport. Yeah. Summoner spell, quickness on us, but I think that's enough for them. Peke is the playmaker. Soaz is the one who combos with him occasionally. That's going to be awesome for them.
Now we see the fans here in the Zenith Arena. They've just not lost any energy. In fact, I think they've gained it as the week's gone on here. Or the weekend, I should say, has gone on here in Lille. So hopefully we're going to see another cracking game here. Giants, again, we talked about their situation being coming into this weekend tied for 6th and 7th. It's only got worse for them as things have gone on now. I mean, their game against Evil Geniuses, they only had one ban because they turned up late today, about an hour and a half late. They had a ban, had a punishment of having 2 bans taken away from them. This time they've had them back, of course, but if it's going to get any easier, we're going to find out, but I'm honestly not sure. Fnatic are in form.
Yeah, and Fnatic's not the team you want to play if you're looking for an easy matchup, that's for sure. They seemingly are able to pull off their strategy against everyone. Giants does look like they have a pretty good handle on what Fnatic's doing, though. I mean, I still look at that composition, tons and tons of hard engage. I just wonder if they're going to be strong enough in lanes and if they're going to communicate well enough. The nice thing about them is that communication barrier, since they are all Spanish speaking, that they could at least get that through.
So here we go then, Fnatic versus Giants, our penultimate game of the day. Of course, a little bit later on we will have another game coming up. That'll be this game 7, as we are going to see Samux here actually caught out inside of the jungle. He is going to flash away. Yellow Star doing a lot of damage to him. And well, Samux burning his flash right from the get-go. That's surely Cyanide rubbing his hands together.
That's Fnatic just getting in the right places immediately from 1 minute. There's the pressure. They beat him to the spot. So Samux wanted to go scout out, do that defensive early level 1 opening, and he just ran straight into a Nunu. Nunu iceballed him, made him burn his flash straight away, and now Fnatic has the 2 deep wards. They're going to be able to track where Morden starts in the jungle, but Giants is not going to be able to track where Cyanide is.
Yeah, that's the perfect start that they were looking for here. Fnatic still all 5 men down on the bottom side of the map. It looks like Soaz will go head-to-head with Kha'Zix in this top lane, unless they have any last-second change-ups here. In terms of the jungle starts, we did see that Jarvan on the top side there by the race. Cyanide will be doing exactly the same on the other side, and as I say, it will be Soaz versus Samux in that top lane. It's looking like I have it wrong, because the bottom lane, the support AD carry of Fnatic, are going top side.
Yeah, so there was a lot of early game swapping around here for Fnatic. The fact that it's 2 minutes and they still haven't shown any of their lanes definitely means they have that delayed entrance. But yeah, absolute 2v1, but it's the reverse 2v1 like we saw a little bit earlier. Neither of them have access to the double golems. They almost mind-gamed each other into this situation. I'd have to say that it was Giants who wanted the 2v2, which is why they would have went into the kind of bad 2v2 lane, which is the one without the double golems, and Fnatic mind-gamed it just right, going top.
So talk us through these 2v1s. We've already mentioned Kha'Zix once already today, I think, in terms of his 2v1 potential, but talk us through Zed.
Zed is the one, when I was talking with Wicked, that he loves the most for 2v1s, and it's all about trying to find these weaknesses for Zed. Right now, Soaz will be able to clear the wave pretty well at turret. When he hits 6, he can go aggressive, and his wave clear / safety in a 2v1 is almost unmatched right now, so it's a great thing for Fnatic to have that 1v2 change. And you look at the other side, right, and it's just the matter of Kha'Zix in the other top lane. He's not that good of a 1v2. He can't clear the waves as he does walk through the ward.
So Cyanide is up there. What's Samux going to do? He's still level 1 here. I mean, got that 1 CS going. Let's see how this one all works out. Morden actually starting to work his way up there as well. So Cyanide, you know, they've spotted his position. Morden probably just going to wait off towards the side here. Actually will be spotted there by Cyanide. They've pinged him.
Cyanide doesn't know that he's walked through a ward, but they do know that there's a double stack there. Some teams do brute force a 3v2 tower dive, but that's normally when they have a lot of armor stackers in Taric or Jarvan to soak tower hits or Leona. Fnatic doesn't have that right now, and Cyanide's just content actually stealing the double golems while Morden sits at the turret waiting.
Nice little pick up there by Fnatic. Even with the fact that they're not going to get this gank down, actually Cyanide still waiting inside of this brush there. Is the Wither going down? Spirit Fire goes down, but in the end, Morden just backs away, but still, he's going to be scared now of going south into his jungle.
And this is kind of a bad situation, though. They're not getting any pressure on that turret up top, whereas Giants is relentlessly pushing this bottom. So even though the 1v2 for Soaz is much better, the Sona Cannon right now is applying superior pressure onto the turret because they had no jungle support for Soaz to help the turret stay alive.
Well, Soaz has gone back down there. We saw that Morden is also moving down towards his own race, but Giants may take the turret here 4 minutes 20 into the game, and it will be that bottom turret falling, and now Cyanide is again up in this top lane, but I've got a bit of a deja vu going on here, Jet.
Morden knows that he's there to guard, and especially since they saw Cyanide there again, this bottom lane can continue to push. Look how low they got Soaz in the bottom lane. Unfortunately, though, Jims took a bunch of damage. That might stop that push.
Yeah, there is a ward in the tri-bush, which Peke could teleport into if he's been very ballsy for that one, but looks like he's more content to stay safe. Fnatic going to finally be putting some pressure down now onto this top turret, but it's going to be a minute or so at least before that one goes down here. With those waves coming in, Jarvan is still on the top side as Peke will jump in there on towards Extermin. And what do you think to this middle lane here? I mean, Zyra versus Katarina, who's going to have the upper hand here in the lane phase?
This is one of those kind of skill matchups that Ocelot was talking about earlier, where it's really just about juking your skill shots and using them at the right time. So if Exter extends too many of his spells and Peke jumps by them, Exter's going to be in a lot of trouble. But if Peke jumps into a route, he's going to be in big trouble.
That turret's still being hammered away on here by Yellow Star in the top. He's actually got a couple of minions in there and will take it down. 5.5 minutes in, that's the second turret of the game. Soaz They even piled a bit of pressure onto this bottom lane now.
And that was a really good race by Fnatic to make sure they got that turret down. You could tell Giants wanted to keep the one turret advantage, and that's why they swapped their support and AD carry up top immediately. Peke actually did a bunch of damage on Expert, but that's just going to be a trade back and forth.
Yeah, using the ultimate in there as well. We saw the flash away from Extermin. Probably would have died there in the end if he had not gone for that option. So good decision by him, but it is going to mean that he starts to fall a little bit behind in the CS compared to Peke. Morden is the one that's going to be trying to soak all that up so that it's not lost to the tower. As Jimbones and Rebecca now coming towards his top side, but Fnatic have that AD carry support there.
And this is the lane that Giants wanted at the start of the game. They wanted the 2v2 lane. They are also an item up right now. Jims has a Vampire Scepter and Yellowstar has not been back to shop yet, so they want the pressure here. But Fnatic knows there's the teleport coming in from behind.
Oh, this could be very, very dangerous. What are they going to do with it? Babetta going to get exhausted. He's going to be the one that gets focused. They're waiting for the flash over the wall. This is perfect play coming out of the XPK and crew, and there is first blood for Varus.
They knew exactly the moment that Giants wanted to capitalize on that 2v2, and they punished it. Now, Giants is trying to push down onto the mid lane, but I don't think they have enough minions, and there are 2 Fnatic members coming down. If they want to, I think they can fight this.
This could be dangerous. I see XPK just going to Shumpo into the back line there of his own minions, just to make sure that he's behind them, or in front of them, I guess, from the Fnatic point of view, really. And that will leave us at 1-1 in turrets, 10.1 to 8.8 thousand gold at this stage. So Fnatic starting to work it out nicely.
And we're already seeing the Fnatic split push pressure coming through here. Look where Soaz just was down at the bottom of the map. He was pushing up without a turret and without wards, but because he knew where he was on the map, he felt safe. Everyone on Fnatic has a very good sense of where people are, even if they haven't warded heavily.
So has been caught out finally. Morden spotting his position. There are a couple of wards down from either side on this bottom part of the map. If we look at the CS there as well, Soaz, because he's had that time alone there, 52 to 31 currently over Kha'Zix. The middle lane has actually become a lot more even. As Fnatic look to steal away the red buff.
Yeah, and the only reason I think that mid lane got a little closer is because XPK roamed up to the top lane and gave Extra a bunch of free farm. But the fact that Fnatic was able to take that red buff was a lot of the preemptive wards they've already put in the jungle, and this is a lot of people going up for Sona again. They still have their flashes available though. Let's see if they can get them.
Oh, Varus ulti comes in here. Babetta going to be in all kinds of trouble. He does have, oh no, he doesn't have the flash. He'd already used that just previously, and they're going to keep tracks on him here. There goes the snowball. This is another one for Yellowstar.
And Kennen is also going down.
Oh, they've got in there at the backside as well. Peke coming right up through the enemy jungle, and the coordination from Fnatic, you just see it there, is sublime.
This one is kicking off a lot faster than their game against Dragonborn. So again, Extra trying to get the pressure down onto the mid turret, but Fnatic has now roamed top twice, and if they can't get the mid turret out of this, it's a failure. I wonder if Peke can get there in time.
Well, we see Fnatic here going to put down the pressure on this upper inner turret as Peke actually dives in there. He's just about kept the turret alive as well, so good job from Peke, but can he stand the pressure that they're going to bring in here? The duo lane is going to be coming back with Kennen and Sona. Sona not level 6 yet, so no crescendo to throw their way, but that should be coming up here shortly. Giants' reply is that middle outer turret.
And usually Fnatic is the ones who are up in towers. This game is a little different for them. Despite having the global pressure, they are going for the gank kills up top and really trying to keep Jims and Babetta down. But because of that, they've lost a bit of turret pressure, so they have to be very careful to make things happen right.
Oh wow, Soa's actually going here on towards Samox, and Samox actually managing to come out nicely. If that one didn't use his flash, put the ignite down, and may look to head him off. Soa's coming back into that lane, trying to get as many ticks as he can. Those health pots to get him back up towards the health totals that we saw there for Samox. But if we look down the items, we have seen a couple of things being bought up here. The BF Sword Vamp Scepter. Oh, that was close. Void Spike's almost hitting. So it's actually, he's going to stay for this one. Is he going to go in on towards him? Yes, he is, but not going in there fully. Obviously, did use his ultimate in that last encounter.
Right, and we were talking about the items real quick. I mean, the Hextech Revolver on XPK is really for early sustain. You don't see many Katarinas getting that anymore. I'm not sure what his full logic is, and what XPK just did in mid lane is something you kind of have to do normally against Fnatic. He warded for the dead turret, so it's essentially like they still have the vision of a turret and they don't want to get outplayed because they're down turrets. So now all of that looks like Giants, though, 4 to 5 members in Dragon. Oftentimes Fnatic will trade objectives for turrets, and now they're pushing mid.
Fnatic pushing through that middle. The Dragon has been taken here by Giants. Can they turn this one around? Babetta now is at level 6, so they do have that crescendo if they need it. There's the hail of arrows being thrown out just to slow that Giants assault, and Giants have managed to cover their tower. It's lost half of its HP, but crucially it stays alive, and they pick up the Dragon. That brings them back here, not quite leveling gold, but they're pushing at 600.
Yeah, Giants is doing their best to stay in this game without actually fighting, which is normally what we've been saying all weekend about Fnatic. So they've gotten the Dragons, they're up 1 turret. They successfully got the Dragon without giving up a turret, which is a very tall task to do against Fnatic. Looking at Soaz, with that Bilgewater Cutlass, he's been going all in on Samix quite a few times here. I think he's going to reach a point where he can blow him up, because Samix doesn't have any health. Aside from that Elixir of Fortitude, he would be very vulnerable on Kazakhstir to the Zed pressure. And because Jims is splitting up top, Fnatic also has extra men middle.
Yep, and as we said in that last push by just after the Dragon, that Fnatic have got that turret down to half HP. Yellowstar avoiding the roots in there, and they've got 4 men, so this is going to be a turret down here for Fnatic. Will they go any further? Xpeke was edging forward as though he was ready to dive in there and get the ultimate running, but in the end backs away from it. Soaz is still putting pressure on this bottom lane, and Fnatic doing textbook move here are going to rotate around to it.
All of the rotations for Fnatic, and this would almost be like a perfect time for the Dragon to be up. So it's actually really good that Giants got it when they did, because once they lost that mid turret, they've lost their presence right now, and they are going to be on the run again. Turret number 3, the right rotation. Giants was not ready for that, Joe.
Oh, and Xermin's in trouble here. Actually, Peke will go in. What a flash away. Avoids the Zyra knockup and the crescendo. And I don't think he would have died after that either, but to be honest, he's forced 2 vital ultimates that could, be bad news for Giants if they end up getting into a fight coming forward.
Yeah, and that is just Peke being the playmaker. He has so much confidence in these situations, and again, look at this. He had 1 ward in the upper jungle where the blue buff would be for Giants, and he was freely hitting the turret because he remembered where everyone else on Giants had been previously. He knew that they had 3 people that were just bottom lane. He knew he'd gotten extra low and extra wasn't running back yet, and he knew there was no crescendo threat from Babetta. So it's just like all of the things that he is calculating live, updating in his head is almost next level.
He's got that gunblade finished in there as well. 106 CS with a 101 kills deaths assists ratio. We can see there the goal 4.3 to 4.1. That's been at a disadvantage in the CS, and also that Dragon that we saw taken by Giants earlier on. In terms of the AD carries, it's another dream start for Yellowstar. I mean, he's 2 for 0 up. He is almost level there in the CS as well, but it equates to around about 300 gold. If we look through the items here that both of these AD carries have got, the Bloodthirster is already done there for Varus.
And getting your Bloodthirster that much earlier than the other AD carry, even once you get matched, is still a big edge because you get to stack it up. Jims has no idea Fnatic is in here until now. I think he noticed. Here comes Giants to suppress.
I think they pulled that red buff out and he started running across to the side there. Jarvan actually going to smite that one away, and Rayton might get caught out here. He's going to flash, and Morden decides not to jump in on top of him. Here is Xpeke down at the bottom. Samix going to be trying to hunt him down. He ends up getting slowed. Peke goes over the other side. Is he going to go in for more here? Samix is not going to push his luck, and that's what you got to be careful of with that gunblade, to be honest.
Yeah, Peke almost juked so hard there that he decided to go back in. It's like, I completely faked him out. Wait a minute, I do not want to run back. I'm gonna run away from this one. So good escape there. And I do want to talk about that red buff thing one more. That's because jungle minions now leashed to the nearest thing. He had no vision of that red buff when it got in there, but because it didn't come back to him, he realized someone was closer to the red buff than him, and it was definitely an enemy. So he was like, all right guys, I need some help.
Covering it up nicely, but look at Cyanide. He's in on the Wraiths again. Got to take the entire camp out with him. And every little helps in terms of denying those creeps there in that jungle. As Peke continues to push. I mean, he's the one with teleport. We've seen him time and time and time again split pushing here. This is the strategy that Fnatic have found that works for them, and they're going to keep doing it until it doesn't work.
Yeah, Xpeke is top kills in the European LCS. I think he's actually like 3rd in deaths, but he's also top in total gold because you get a lot of money when you're constantly split pushing lanes, always going where the most minions are, making sure it pushed up. This last game on Zed, he had like close to 500 minion kills, and even though we're only 15 minutes in, if this game stretches, he's on pace to get a bunch with Katarina as well because he always plays good lane shovers.
There is blue buff given over on towards Cyanide. Obviously, it would be nice to have that in on Katarina, but definitely not a must-have.
And check this out. Again, an early Oracles on Giants Babetta. So even though this game is still close, about 2,000, Babetta's sunken money into Oracles. He's got a Sight Stone to what N-Rated has is a Sight Stone, a Cloth Armor, and a Philosopher's Stone. And they're over-warding compared to Fnatic. This is something that Crepo touched on in the last game. Like, N-Rated will always have more items than the other support, just because of the way Fnatic plays.
Right now, Babetta and Jimbo's actually backing away. They don't have that safety of the tower behind them. Babetta, of course, has already died twice. Can't really afford to die right now because of that Oracle and the money that is invested into that one. Soaz pushes up middle as well. Zyra actually is going to be trying to head home, and Soaz just been a nuisance there, stopping Extermin from getting himself back. Extermin does have that Rod of Ages, by the way, already complete.
And Fnatic doesn't have a huge teamfight composition. They got like double assassins. Their front line is really just Cyanide walking into things. So if a teamfight breaks out around the Dragon here, they might not want to engage on that. N-Rated gets caught.
Gets caught out. Zyra ultimate going to knock him in the air here. This is going to be a finisher. Actually, Samox leaps in there to take that kill. That will put him at 1-0-0, and that's just in time for the Dragon to come up. Entire team of Giants there. Fnatic not going to be going for it.
Giants had the timer from the last time they killed Dragon, and they decided to use this moment to make the big play. So many times, you do a gank before the Dragon, so you don't have to fight over it. Fnatic had to completely concede. That was a good play by Giants.
Surprisingly enough, Peke is pushing the top lane out now. Whoa! No minions on the bottom lane for him to push through, so he's just going to go top. Yellow Star and Cyanide are going to be joining him as they do decide to go in on towards Samox. Peke tanking up the turret there a little bit. He will flash away there as Morden comes in. There's another jump around. Morden is still going on this one, doesn't have Cataclysm. Obviously used it earlier on when they took down N-Rated, but Jimbo's doing a similar thing for Giants in the bottom.
And Jimbo is actually getting quite farmed on Kennen here. He's going for an Infinity Edge. N-Rated trying to hold him at the bottom, but this is a good thing for Jims. Like, he's going to continue to farm this lane until Fnatic sends more help.
Wow, goes in there for absolute zero N-Rated. Gonna get the snowball down, and well, that probably made Jimbo's think that someone else was in hot pursuit there as he goes up into the jungle. N-Rated not gonna let him be taking these golems away, and he actually mistimed the consume there, but still got it with the auto attack after.
Yeah, he managed to slap it silly and get rid of that giant golem. 67 gold for that thing. Like, that's a pretty substantial swing. That's 120. That's almost like half of a solo kill. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it was a pretty good golem steal, man.
Nice steal. Jimbo's inside of the bush here. And... now he's in trouble. Now he's in a lot of trouble as he is going to put his ultimate down. In comes Soaz, who is going to get stunned up here, but can they follow in for it? One more hit needed. In comes Jarvan from the side to get the knockup. Where's Jimbo's going? Soaz splashes in for the kill.
Soaz tracked him with his ultimate on the way in, and somehow Yellow Star also died to Samox in the top lane. So Giants countering these plays, even as incredible as it seemed. Look out, Samox, can you escape?
Oh, there goes the slow, but he is withered here. In comes the Q. Not doing too much damage right now, but with Wither on, he's just going to stick to him here. One more hit. Oh, there we go. Finished off by Cyanide. Nice reply.
There was half a second left on Samox's leap. If he would have lasted a split second longer, he could have been over top of that wall, but it's not, and this game is actually turning out to be pretty close, Joe.
Yeah, Nunu's just taking away the blue buff there for Fnatic. That's more gold for N-Rated. He's doing a good job here in the jungle, and I suppose that's the beauty of having the Nunu in there. That, you know, that smite-like spell that he has with the consume can be brilliant at getting in there and stealing out those jungle creeps.
And the biggest thing is, even though Xpeke was off doing something else, both of their solo lanes, energy and no resources, if you look at Zed and Xpeke, him taking the blue buff is actually really good just for their team in general, even though he's just a regular Nunu support.
A regular lonely supporter. There is Peke, who I was going to say there's a ward right on top of that pink ward there. The crowd going to cheer that one in. Peke not going to be caught hanging around, but look at this. They may try and bait in because Soaz is inside of that brush right now. This could be very, very interesting here.
Fnatic
we are going
lives
to
in
see
these
him going in
rushes.
there. They're going in on towards Babetta. Not quite got the damage as Jimbones comes across, but here is Katarina. Nice crescendo coming in. Soaz going very low. Finished off by Jimbones. And now the rest of Giants are coming around the side, but Katarina not going to be an easy one to catch up to with that Shumpo. Peke already getting himself away, and I can't see Jarvan catching him here.
That was a great reaction by Giants. They knew that Fnatic loves staying in those brushes. They run people around the map, and then they wait until they get lazy and split push one of those brushes. But Giants knew where they were coming. Samux was already split pushing the other lane, and they turned that around really well.
Samux is possibly going to take this turret here in that middle lane. Just with the road spikes getting rid of the minion waves coming in there from the side. Wither is now going to be down. He takes one turret here as he goes. Spirit Fire is down. Are they going to be able to finish off here? Peke coming in from the side. Can he get in? The ultimate is available here for Peke. And there is the Death Lotus coming down, and he is going to get the kill.
Using the Gunblade slow, they abuse movement speed so much. Like, there's no way the Gunblade is the best damage thing for Xpeke right now, but it's the best for what his job is. Fnatic's not wanting to teamfight this in the slightest. They don't want to deal with the Cannonall peel, with the crescendos, with these Zyra ultimates. Like, everything Giants has says, we win teamfights. We dump everything down, Kha'Zix gets the resets. Fnatic is about the split push and the speed, and they're doing their best to stay up with this, but Giants, gotta be honest, doing a really good job to keep themselves in this and not fall victim to the split.
Yeah, the Star and N-Rated were actually just waited in that top brush there to see if Jimbones would come out. The lure of CS on the end of the hook, as Soaz now is going to go in there towards Babetta. Is that a fight that he really wants to take there, with Extermin able to root him up there? With the crescendo not far away from coming off cooldown as well. In the end, decides probably better not to. He's got that Black Cleaver now finished, working himself up nicely to the Blade of the Ruin King as well.
Yeah, and speaking of more items, you see N-Rated, he's only 600 gold ahead of Babetta, but he's got an Aegis of the Legion. That's a 2,000 gold item. He hasn't bought Oracles. He got the Philosopher's Stone earlier than Babetta did. He's already gotten 500 gold generated on it compared to just 133 on the other side, and that is hugely impactful.
And you see the importance of getting that GP10 roll in as early as you can. Speaking of the next objective, Dragon is here in 20 seconds time. Peke can happily push because he has that teleport up and available to him now, should he need to get involved inside of that fight. See Giants doing classic move. Dragon coming up soon, push that middle lane out as far as they can.
They're trying to make sure they're not victim to a backdoor when they're going for the Dragon. They're going to finish off this mid turret as well, trying to combo their objectives together. Dragon's up, but they do not have anyone off for Xpeke. They will have to send someone, which will actually give Fnatic a chance at the Dragon, most likely. Xpeke is right at home in here.
Yeah, just going to be getting himself back. Jimbones is going to recall. Peke getting all the CS there before he decides to back away. Doesn't want to use that teleport here if he can get away with it. Actually, he is going to use the teleport and go straight down towards the Dragon. He's pulled them in. Giants have not been lured, though.
No, but they want this. Giants wants to teamfight, and Fnatic might be giving it to him if they can get the initiation. We'll see it right now.
Here we go, Peke diving right into the middle of them. He's going to take a lot of damage. Will he die? Yes, he will. It's Extermin that gets the kill. But are they going to get any back? There is Cataclysm. It's 2 kills coming down for Giants, but in comes N-Rated there. He's done a lot of damage, but he will surely fall here in the end. Yes, he will. Yellow Star comes in from the side. They managed to take down another one. Morden is very low. Jimbones might have to get away from this one. Will Lightning rush his way towards mid lane, but Yellow Star's not done. He flashes in, managed to land the hail of arrows. Can he 1 versus 1 Jimbones? He gets stunned up there. They managed to stay alive.
Oh my God!
Cyanide. One last hit gets him the kill, but Sono, with the help of the tower, will double up there. It was an ace before. Crazy stuff.
But better the last man standing with the double buffs. The support's gonna get some gold finally from this one. That was absolutely crazy by Fnatic. I did not expect them to go in for a full 5-on-5 fight, but they were so close to winning that one. Giants really got themselves back in this game. That's the team fight threat they wanted. They killed 9 players. The Dragon's still alive. I think they're gonna go back.
Yeah, I think so too. The way that they fought out for that one. Obviously, Dragon being hotly contested here. Babetta gonna go home after that double kill and be like, what's that N-Rated? You got your GP10 rolling earlier. Well, I'm caught right back up to you with this one. And we'll see what he brings back to the fight. Randuin's Omen will be finishing there for Nasus. Locket with Jarvan. Death Cap now added in for Extermin as well.
Yeah, so the items are much bigger. Extermin's Zyra ultimate needs to come off of cooldown very, very shortly. It's got 15 seconds left, so they should have it by the time this Dragon's up, unless Fnatic rush it very quickly. Xpeke's already at like half health before this fight comes up, so we'll see if it has any play. Fnatic decided the fight last time. I wonder if their mindset has changed at all, because they are very split up around them. Will they flank in, or will they give up this Dragon?
Well, it looks like they're at least going to try and poke it there. In fact, they look like they're going to go for it. Cyanide is right on top of them. Soaz coming in from the backside. Soaz has to back away. 2 knockups from the Stranglethorns there, but they this time are winning out on it. Samuks goes low. He is finished off. Only Kha'Zix to pick up a kill here for Giants. That was onto Soaz, and they're not done just yet. Yellow Star and Enrated following through. Can they get in on towards Jarvan? I think they're quite happy with the fact that he will get away and they'll be able to push elsewhere.
And look at this, Babetta is dead with his Crescendo, what looks like completely available, but it was on cooldown when that fight started, and Sona was out of position. So the fact that Fnatic went at exactly that moment was so key. They gave up the Dragon, but they didn't care. Giants was rushing to get the Dragon because they didn't want Fnatic there, but they rushed ahead of their support who had to go back to base and buy. That was a huge timing window by Fnatic to make that happen, and now they're just getting turrets as a reward.
Yeah, they're going in for this inhibitor turret, which is going to go down. There's nothing Morden can do, but the rest of Giants now have spawn. Look at Peke. He is still pushing here on this bottom inner turret. Doesn't have TP available, though, so needs to be a little bit wary of his surroundings from that one. Actually, Morden's coming in from the side of this one, as Samuks will jump in onto him. Peke actually dives onto Morden in the end. Can he escape? Nice juke away from the knockup of Jarvan. Gets a speed boost off the W. Slowed after that, but the Shumpo away. You're not catching him.
He is the slipperiest person I have ever seen. He greases up Katarina before every single game just so nobody can catch him. Don't look at me like that, Joe. I like watching Xpeke play.
Oh, flash away from Soaz there. Yeah, grease up Katarina, what can I say? No comment after that. Soaz getting away there, did get hit with the Shuriken coming out of Jimbones. This is going to be a turret back for Giants, but 6-4. But look at the gold lead. I mean, it's still not huge at this stage.
No, it's actually still pretty close. It's because even though Fnatic has gotten the 6 turrets down, which is a huge thing, Giants has countered back with 4. Giants has also gotten 3 Dragons, and that's making up for the 5 kill lead. It's making up for the fact a little bit that N-Rated got his goal for 10 first, right? All these things are still all right for Giants. Like, if they can somehow get another type of team fight, which Fnatic actually seems fairly content with giving them, we'll see if that changes now that we got Zed and Katarina on opposite sides of the minimap, just split pushing both sides. Giants is still very much in this one.
Where's the next moves coming in there? Where are those oracles to be cleaning up? We're at 27 minutes in, and there is a pink ward for Peke. I actually thought there was one on top of his head because his health bar was covering that of the ward. Samuks is actually going to face check the bush here. There comes the ultimate. He jumps away, half of his health gone, but not going to die at least.
Yeah, so Peke keeping the pressure down, and honestly, Yellow Star, again, with that good start, 5, 2, and 5. He made that one kind of misplay when he overflashed during the one team fight and died to Jimbones, but super solid play. Fnatic actually de-warding this jungle there. This is the one kind of outer turret they haven't gotten down yet. It looks like they're trying to keep the pressure up here.
Inner turret going to fall. It's only going to take 3 auto attacks from Yellow Star, but now he might get a little bit caught out, and actually Giants had no vision there behind him, so they decided not to go in. His Morden going to be dumped on here by Soaz from a great height. Half of his health instantly taken away, and you know, he's the tanky one. That's scary.
Yeah, that is not a pleasant sight. Soaz scaling so well into the late game here, and I gotta say, like, Xpeke, it shows you how much he's been split pushing, the fact that he's level 18. No one else in the game is within 2 levels of him. He's always been in the side lanes, getting all those things, and you get a lot from the stats, just from being level 18. It's about 1,500 gold of stats that he's probably ahead of, say, Babetta, who's only level 13. It is another impacting thing that we gotta keep account of.
And he is 4-1-4. Leandris is in there as well. Giant's belt as well. In terms of the AD carries, speaking of AD carries, Jimbo's. Oh, whoa, that was really close. That probably should have interrupted him there as well. Jimbo's right on top of him. And, well, you get away with things sometimes.
Yeah, that was a real close one. I mean, I'm really curious why Jimbo's popped his ultimate like that, because, like, if you're going to interrupt the recall, you're going to interrupt it with or without your ultimate.
Yeah.
And now it's down, so he doesn't have it for potential teamfight peel. this is a point for Fnatic to maybe go aggressive, and now they're flanking.
And ready to get it in there. You can see looking for that absolute zero, as we do see the Strangle Thorns coming in there. It will knock Peke up, but Samek's coming in from the back. He will die down. There's Cataclysm. It's only on to Soaz though, and he can get out of that one if he needs to. He gets stunned up by Kennen. It's a double kill here for Yellow Star. He's gonna rip through Babetta as well. Oracle down, triple kill coming out for Yellow Star.
Yeah, and by Yellow Star's positioning by the end of that fight, you realized what kind of fight it was. He was frontlining. Giants wasn't fighting back. They were trying to peel off, but Fnatic was just there entirely. And this is an inhibitor, but it could be a lot more. I wonder if they'll take multiple.
Yeah, and look at that. They've managed to hold Kennen back there, interrupted from his recall. And that means that Yellow Star is actually going to go hunting here. He's going to throw the Hail of Arrows down. There we go. Jimbo's lightning rush his way away. But still, it's time that he's not back home.
Yeah, the only thing about this, though, is Fnatic is probably just going to end up recalling. They didn't have a creep wave pushed far enough up to really help them with the next inhibitor. It's way back there, and who else would go down there except Xpeke to clear it out with Katarina? I really, really like that play from Fnatic. It's just that opportunistic play style, and look out Yellow Star.
Oh wow, Yellow Star here. He's actually done like no damage there. I think if he'd have stood toe to toe with him and actually, you know, attacked him there, he could have I mean, look at his build. He's got a Bloodthirster. He's got a Phantom Dancer. He's got a second BF sword. He's got a Last Whisper in there.
The biggest thing that did that in for him is the exhaust, I think.
Yeah.
For some reason, he didn't want to attack during the exhaust, even though he probably should have. You're doing 35% reduced damage with 35% less attack speed during exhaust, so you're not getting much back. But he would have at least put up a better fight. The good thing is Yellow Star didn't bother using his ultimate, didn't bother using barrier, so it is kind of an exhaust for the gold and the death, and unless Giants can turn something around, like with this Baron play, it'll be okay for Fnatic, but as I say that, they might get this Baron.
Yeah, we got Soaz coming in. We are going to see the teleport as well from Xpeke. This could be a moment of madness from Giants if they don't play this one right. The Oracle will get rid of the ward. There we see Soaz baited in at the top side. Where is the push going to come in? Samas, they're going to get slow. There is Absolute Zero coming in. Strangled Thorns will knock a lot of them up. Cataclysm coming down on top as well. First kill, though, is for Fnatic. Second kill for Fnatic. Morden going to fall here as well. He's trying to escape on the top side. Wither will say, no, you're not getting away from that, as Peke gets the reset on the ultimate. Extermin's dead, and that is 5 men down. An ace and a Baron for Fnatic.
Pow, 4v5. I thought when Exter started that fight and landed Stranglethorns on 3 people, it would be death for Fnatic, but Xpeke was outside of that. He got off a full charge Katarina ultimate. No one got on Cyanide with his persistent threat from Nasus, and this is absolutely huge for them. Speaking of which, 15-second death timers. Is Yellow Star going to be able to end this? He might at least get the turrets.
He's going for these turrets. At least he's going to get one of them. To be honest, the damage he's putting out there is huge. He's probably going to get both of them here. 5 seconds, actually 3 seconds for Kennen is the next one. He's going to go in straight onto the Nexus. Double super minions coming in here as he actually turns around, puts the ultimate down, misses with that one, but the rest of Fnatic coming in on top of them here. Xpeke putting the damage down. Jimbones will fall. Samex will just about get in there with the heal from Babetta, but the Nexus is down to nothing. The super minions will finish it, and Fnatic defeat Giants here, keep them rooted to the bottom. But on the likewise, on the other side, Fnatic, top of the league.
Staying up there, and I've seen this game before. Fight, fight, fight. Randomly, they get an ace and just push and end the game. That's the way Fnatic does. They keep the other team on their toes, and they did it again.
Well, that's it from us here at the Cast of This. We're going to go to the analysis for this one, and that will be this time around Jason Kaplan and Ocelot.
Thank you for that, Joe and Ja. And Ocelot, that was quite an exciting game, even though it started off a little bit slow. But let's start with the picks and bans, because I know we were talking about it and we were a little confused, but then we saw an amazing thing happen for Giants, or at least develop.
Yeah, I would say that the picks and bans were 100% for Giants. Like, they literally wanted this to happen, these picks and bans. I think Giants had an extremely good teamfight combo. They had a better 2v2 combo, but then we saw Fnatic swapping lanes. They had a better mid laner in terms of 1v1ing, and the only thing is the top laner, like Kha'Zix against Zed, which is kind of like a skill matchups. So they had what they wanted. They probably had what they wanted in terms of in-game as well, because the game was a little bit crazy at some point, and they loved that. At one point, they were only 1k behind. They could have easily won this game, but then, as always, Fnatic split push is too strong.
And you mentioned the lane swapping, and we were talking about that during the picks and bans. Can you kind of explain what was the benefit and what was the downside to the swaps we saw?
The swaps we saw from Fnatic, so they were Nunu and Varus against Ken and Zona. And Ken and Zona is supposed to beat Nunu Varus pretty easily, if you ask me. So that's why, even though Fnatic was blue side, they 100% wanted that swap. They didn't want to 2v2 them because they knew they would lose it pretty hard. So that swap, that lane swap was needed.
Okay, and unfortunately it didn't seem to work out too well for him as the game did progress, but we're actually going to talk about a replay because you mentioned that Giants really wanted to go for the team fights, and it seemed to work out for them at first, but then it seemed just Fnatic kept catching them off guard. I'm going to set this replay for you, and I want you to walk us through it because it was a very big play out of Fnatic's side. So it was right after the first 5-for-4 trade we saw for Giants, where Cyanide died to turret with Sona hitting him last second, and then they come in again for Dragon because they want to pick it up. So we're 25 minutes in, 10-8, and Giants only down about 1,500 gold at this point. So can you walk us through this replay?
There we go. So we are right now in the Drake pit, and Giants is a little bit compromised because they are being flanked from both sides.
Yeah, let's just show that real quick. As you see, you have Nunu Varus down here. You even have Xpeke there as well, and then you have Zed and
Nasus.
And yeah, coming in from the side,
which is kind of beefy. So you cannot really one-shot anybody of him. So there we go. Here, a team fight starts, but not in the best way for Giants. They don't have the best positioning. They have to Zyra ultimate defensively. Zyra is already really low. Ken is already really low. So it's Samux with Kha'Zix. It's just a team fight that is perfect for Katarina. When these team fights happen this way, Katarina will be one of the best champions. Like, basically, you need to not get flanked like this. The mistake of Giants, I would say, was keep doing Drake when they were coming from both sides. They should have backed a little bit and maybe engage one of sides. Maybe even try to engage on Nasus, I don't know. But at least engage out of Drake pit.
Do you think that was the right move, though, in general, out of Giants, where they just want to fight a dragon? I mean, they won it. They had one member surviving the last one. They were down ultimates. They were down a lot of summoners. Do you think it was the right move for them to come in there and try to contest it yet again?
I'm not quite sure, you know. I'm not quite sure. Like, to be honest, everything depends. I mean, against Katarina, everything depends on how the team fight starts. Okay, so you need to know that you have to be the one that decides when the team fight starts. If they decide when the team fight starts, Katarina is going to snowball that team fight so much. Katarina is going to wait a little bit when the Nasus is in, when Zed is in, when they are going to eat most of the damage from Zyra ultimate and stuff. Katarina is going to jump in. It's going to be like everybody's going to die. Like, it's just kill, jump, kill, jump.
Yeah, we had two champions actually who were really recent dependent in there with Kha'Zix and with Katarina. And you mentioned Snowball, and Fnatic seemed to do that off of that fight. We have another fight happening at Baron where Giants did start it, and we have to say that it didn't seem like they were really confident in it. They were really like making split decisions. I think there's a lot of people making calls in there because they just didn't seem to be doing the same call. They didn't seem to be doing the same motion. So about 32 minutes in, 17-10, so Fnatic got a little bit of a snowball going on. And walk us through this Baron, and you know exactly what you would have done differently, because this could have been Giants' fight to win.
So we are right now in the Baron pit. Sorry, they are getting flanked once again. They know Katarina is actually TPing. She already TP'd, but they know as well that they have to do something because Katarina was going bottom lane with TP up. So they had to start Baron. They had to do something. Mid lane was pushing as well because they lack one inhibitor. So here we are. We're in the Baron pit, and what they should have done right now is stop Baron right away and try to engage somehow with Javan ultimate. I don't know, something crazy, but try to engage somehow on somebody. Doesn't matter who.
Yeah, I mean, because look at the ultimates we have up. Every single ultimate for Giants is currently available. I mean, they don't have summoners, but still, they could easily pick them off with how separated they are.
But there's one problem. Like, right now, Baron, for example, has hit Samux. So he has the AD reduced by half. So he's going to be pretty much useless if the team fight starts now. So they should have made sure, first of all, modern tanks at the, like every single hit of Baron. And they should have made sure that they are not in this situation. This is the worst situation against Katarina. This is the worst situation against Fnatic. They had to ultimate. They will have to ultimate defensively with Zyra instead of for killing.
And with the position Samux is in right now, because he's already down to less than half health, he's running straight into Xpeke at this point. I mean, how do you kind of reset this fight? I mean, I don't even think there's a possibility to do that. You just kind of lost it with how you set it up.
At this point, there is no comeback. At this point, the game is over. At this point, there's nothing they can do different. Look at Katarina, carrying a little bit of damage. Everybody is gonna be extremely low from now on. Look at that. Kennen is 40% HP with the W of Nasus in him, so he does 0 damage. Kha'Zix still had the Baron buff thingy, so he does 0 damage. Exterminator was tanking Baron for a while. Then it's just a whole mess. Like, this is exactly the team fight Fnatic wants. Katarina gets 2 assists and then starts jumping everywhere, and she basically cleans the fight. Basically, that was the game. Like, when you are inside the Baron pit and they are flanking you, it's 100% lose.
Yeah, and you mentioned during Picks and Bans that Giants are a very good team, but they seem to be a little scared. Can you kind of go into that a little bit? I think we saw it there.
Yeah, I think the good point of Giants is that they are very good individually. All of them are their individual skill-wise is pretty high, okay? So they should actually use it to create more 1v1, 2v3, 1v2 situations. So they should move a lot. They should really not be scared about the opponent. If they are scared about the opponent, they just farm. They're going to eventually lose because they obviously don't have the experience these teams have. If it comes down to late game, I can promise you that Fnatic is gonna destroy them.
And that's because of the split pushing?
Yeah, exactly. This is team experience. At the end, everything is about team experience. And Giants should have taken advantage of those 2-3 minutes of madness that they took Drake and stuff. They should have just done more split push. They should have done more crazy stuff. They should have got Oracle right away, and they should have get wards. I mean, get all the opposite wards and go invade the jungle or something. Just make plays, you know. They need to make plays, because if they don't make plays, eventually they're gonna lose the game.
Yeah, you mentioned to me that Fnatic, they're not a team to really care about Dragon. They'd rather go for the split push, rather secure some turrets. And there's one thing particularly you mentioned was that if the other team is out of position, they go straight for an objective, like straight for a turret.
So, as I said, I think, well, I told you, but it was off camera, so I will repeat it again, okay?
Yeah.
So there's different teams. There's Fnatic, who they don't care at all about losing Drakes and about, I don't know, even team fighting. They want to get towers. If you do a Drake and they get a tower, it's worth it. If I don't know, if you are in a 4v5 situation in a team fight and you do a 2-for-1 exchange, but top lane is getting pushed and you actually get 1.5 towers and some farm, is worth. For them, getting towers is worth. Then we got Gambit. They don't care about towers. They don't care about those fast money. They care about Drakes. They care about freezing the lane. They care about getting farm and be extremely useful in the next team fights. And then we got the Koreans, which are using the fast game, which is they get all the towers they can. They get all the money they can in the first 10 minutes of the game, so they can capitalize on that. But what's the problem? If they don't capitalize on that, they're gonna become more and more useless, because getting towers makes you fall behind in farm, because the creeps are pushing towards them, so you lose creeps. You have to be back. You know what I mean? So it's 3 different playstyles. All of them work, but I think right now split pushing is a little bit too strong, you could say, because there's no way you can counter it. Like, I don't think there's a way you can counter it. You can just split push like them and hope for the best.
And which category does SK fit under in that sense then?
I think we're just mad, man. I don't know. Everybody roams around. To be honest, I shouldn't say that because everybody's gonna know, but
that's fine. You don't have to.
I will say it, man. Whatever. So I think SK, we are playing with fast, which is getting a lot of money in short period of time, and roam a lot, so we get kills for the AD and the top lane. Okay, and at the end, when the team fight approaches, then we are stronger because we got more items than the opponent. That's how we normally play, but sometimes we have to adapt, and sometimes we have to freeze, sometimes we have to farm, sometimes we have to be a little bit more calmed. So it really depends on the game.
Well, thank you also for your insight. I really appreciate it. And you will be back with us in a little bit more, also answering some Twitter questions. But for now, I believe we're going over to Shox, who has an interview with Fnatic.
Yes! I'm here with the jungler from Fnatic, Cyanide. And now Cyanide, game got off to a great start for you guys, but around mid-game, it was kind of going a little worse. So what happened there?
I think their mid-game combo was really strong, but we weren't really thinking about losing because they had Kennen AD and we had Nasus, and we knew he didn't go for Mercs or Cleanse, so I could just shut down him for 5 seconds every fight, so we weren't really confident still.
Okay, from the perspective of playing against Giants, you did before when they seemed to be a lot better. So what do you think happened to the team, or what is going on?
I think they just lacked some practice against the better teams. If they just practice more, I think they could make a comeback.
Okay, I was talking to Ocelot a bit during the game, and he said you know what? No team likes playing against Fnatic because, you know, they just do their backdoor strat and they just execute it perfectly and that's it.
Yeah, well, we kind of stole the tactic from Koreans. Like, we got totally owned by them, and we're like, hey, why don't we do the same? And yeah, that's pretty much it.
What if Teleport gets taken out of the game?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Anyway, how are you enjoying the venue here?
It's really cool. It's really awesome. I love it.
Thank you very much, Cyanide. Yeah. Okay, the last game for today is coming up. It's going to be Dragonborns versus Gambit Gaming. We'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back to the analysis desk, where we have Ocelot helping us out, giving us the insight, and he is here to answer a couple of these Twitter questions that you guys have been sending us in. So let's go and get right into that. And
I'm scared.
You're scared? Well, hopefully it's not any questions that I would ask you, but we do have what. Well, we'll not go into that too much. But we'll go into it right away. We have at GR, I don't even know how to say that name, at GRVOUP Gaming, and he asks, or he or she asks, do you think Cassiopeia is still viable?
I think Cassiopeia is still viable, but she's extremely situational. You can pick Cassiopeia if first of all, you know you're gonna win the lane, so you can pick Cassiopeia against Kale. You can pick Cassiopeia against Diana, maybe. Yeah, Diana. You could win the lane. Yeah, Kale, Diana, those kind of champions, and you have to make sure that in team fights, nobody of them can literally jump on you and kill you, basically. So if Diana jumps on you, it's fine because you can kill her. But if Malphite jumps on you, you got a problem, you know? Because you cannot really insta-kill him. So everything comes down to winning the lane and making sure that, first of all, you team fight a lot. You counter jungle a lot because you're able to push a lot with Cassiopeia. And once you team fight, making sure that you are along your 80 so you can destroy the Emilis.
And what do you exactly level up with Cassiopeia? Because I've seen people level up sometimes Q, sometimes level up E, Twin Fang for that quick burst damage. What do you prefer?
I think, okay, so once you master the champion, you actually know what to level up, okay? So sometimes with Orianna even, I do the same. I even sometimes level up E, okay, when the situation requires it.
Right.
So with Cassiopeia, if you want to push, if you want to out-push the opponent, but you really don't want to have these 1v1 fights, then you level up Q. If you're, for example, against, I don't know, a Zed, okay? You're against a Zed, you really don't want the 1v1 confrontation, but you want him to use the spells on the creeps, and you don't want him to jump on you, okay? So what you do is you level up Q to the max, and you make sure that the lane is always pushed,
right?
And you're pressuring him that way. But what happens if you're fighting against Orianna, okay? Against Orianna, you really want to shut her down early. So what you do is you level up E, so you do Q level 1, E level 2, E level 3, Q level 4, E level 5, not W. And you trust on your Q. So every time you hit the Q, you're going to have this movement speed bonus.
Right.
And you're going to just go mad on him. Boom, 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 boom. You know? And that's what you have to do. You have to, when you level up E, you need to have lane domination. And you're supposed to have lane domination against most of the champions. So that's double-edged sword playstyle, but it's the best playstyle. Why is double-edged sword playstyle? Because the E has not much range, so if you get ganked, even if you see the gank coming, you can actually die pretty easily. Imagine just Yavan or Nasus just coming towards you, you know? Even if you see them coming, if they ghost or if they flash on you or whatever, and after you once, you're dead. Literally, because you really have to overextend using your E. The range is really, really short.
Do you think one reason she isn't played much is because she's not very mobile and escaping ganks like Zed, who can just Living Shadow away, or any number of champions, to be honest?
I think she's very mobile, basically because she's able to push the lane and run. Like Morgana. I think Cassiopeia is kind of like Morgana, to be honest.
Okay.
I think Cassiopeia is very, very similar to Morgana. She could be a little bit more skillful champion, but I think she's like Morgana. So what you like to do after level 6 is like you push the lane as much as you can, and then you leave when 1 or 2 creeps are left, when 1 or 2 melee creeps are left, then you leave, and you're missing already. You go towards the place where, you go towards the side, that you know there are no wards, no opponent wards. So once you're missing, the opponent is like, okay, this guy is missing, watch out bottom lane. So you lose 2 creeps, but you're gonna make sure that the bottom lane loses 3-4 creeps. And if they don't back, you're gonna kill one of them at least with Cassiopeia. So what you wanna do with Cassiopeia is push, after level 6, once you have enough lane domination, you push the opponent, and when 1 or 2 creeps alive, you just go towards the side that has no wards and try to help your teammates.
Okay, and real quick before we go to the next game, we do have Dragonborn vs Gambit coming up. Who do you favor in this matchup?
Favorite? That's a tricky question. Like, obviously Gambit is stronger, okay? And even more now that Dragonborns have these lineup changes. So I would, if I could bet my money, I would bet my money on Gambit. But you never know. You never know. And I'm very clear. Like every time I try to be Nostradamus, I fail hard, very, very hard. So I better not say anything. To be honest, for my team, it's better that Gambit loses. Okay, obviously it's just mathematics. But I like both teams, and all I want to see is a good game.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Asa, for taking some time and joining me and joining Chad on the analysis desk. But now we're going over to Shox to introduce the next and final matchup of the day.
You guys, it's getting dangerous. Okay, we're gonna have our last matchup of the day, and I just gotta ask it one more time. Est-ce que vous allez bien? some applause left because it's going to be our last matchup of the day. And in the blue corner, it's going to be the Dragonborns. And in the red corner, our Russian overlords. Give it up for Gambit. All right, great stuff. I hope they give us an amazing last game. Let's get over to our commentators.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. Jack is joining me here once again at the caster booth. We're going to kick off our final game here. This almost makes me sad to say that this is our final game. I could keep going all night.
Yeah, I'm sure you could. You don't look tired whatsoever, but honestly, I wonder if these teams are a little bit tired because Dragonborn's had a tough week. Gambit Gaming's had that back and forth thing. So for this game, it's still about Dragonborn's new roster, right? They have replaced Spawntex and Maluno coming in. They now have Dexter and Yamato Cannon in those places. So they need to have early game stuff against Gambit Gaming. Otherwise, they're going to fall apart because with the new roster, they don't have the communication.
And I think that's part of the fear here from Dragonborn's side. Can they do what they did against Fnatic, which is give them a good run for their money, maybe pull off something to win the game in the end? On the other hand, though, Gambit, 1 win yesterday and 1 loss, which came to the hands of Fnatic, so can't really say too much bad about that.
Yeah, and especially after yesterday, it does look like a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup, right? Like, it's Diamond in the jungle against Dexter, who, before this weekend, a lot of people didn't know who that guy was, and now he's jungling against potentially the best jungler in the world, or at least one of the most respected junglers in Europe. So this is a really big game for Gambit. They need to keep pace with Fnatic because they want to be #1, but, I mean, this would almost be a dream matchup for Gambit.
Yeah, let's have a look through the lineups then for both teams. Of course, Dragonborns with their subs in here for this one. Yamato Cannon, Dexter, Shushe, Hosan, and Mumet.
And for Gambit, we have Darian, Diamond Prox, Alex Each, Genja, and Edward.
So let's have a look through the key players. And as Jack rightly said, we've got we've got 1 world-class jungler here. We've got a jungler on the other hand for Dragonborns in the form of Dexter, who has to prove his worth here today.
Yeah, and this is a pretty tall task for Dexter. He's going up against Diamond Prox, but if you were to out-jungle someone, if you were able to keep pressure, if you were able to out-mind game Diamond Prox, you'd be in pretty high company.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one, that's for sure. He is an aggressive jungler who has no problems with stealing all your stuff if he can get his hands on it. And of course, for Gambit, our key player is also going to be Diamond, surprisingly enough. He's the one that's now been such an innovator. I feel like we harp on about that a lot, but it's not to be underestimated.
It's definitely worth noting because Nasus, Volibear, even back with Shyvana, he gets it done with those champions. His positioning, his tactical play in the team fights is just crazy. Something happened. Sure it was.
Someone got past security, I think. We're now hunting him down in the stadium here behind us. So before we get into Champion Select then, let's take a little bit of a look at what Gambit and Dragonborns had to say about each other coming into today's match. Oh no, we don't have a video.
We have a video of Champ Select.
Apparently we don't have a video, which is great, you know. I'm just, there's someone in my ear that's telling me lies, Jack. I don't appreciate
I think you're just making
to.
things up, Joe, actually. I think it's your fault.
No, it's not. It really isn't. It really isn't. He told me. Either way, let's forget about it. Let's start again.
Yeah.
Champion Select. That's what's coming up next here between Gambit and Dragonborns. We get straight into the nitty-gritty. We don't need no videos for this one. And Dragonborns, of course, they have first ban, first pick. What can we expect from these two teams in the ban pick phase?
Right, what teams have been doing to Gambit recently is they're trying to ban out Darian. So when Fnatic played them, not Fnatic, when their last game of yesterday, which is against SK Gaming.
SK, yeah.
SK Gaming banned out Renekton, Shen, and also Kha'Zix. No, was it? I know there were 3 bans. I should have had these in the top of my head, but they put all 3 bans towards Darian.
It wasn't Kha'Zix because we saw Kha'Zix.
Because Alex played Kha'Zix, and then he actually had to play Elise, which is like 5 deep for his champion pool. And now the first ban is Shen, so it does seem like what Darian has, like if you can shut down Darian, oftentimes that's the key to beating Gambit Gaming. So I see why they go for those bans.
Yeah, and we've seen how strong Darian can be on Shen as well. Real menace to anyone who is up against. Draven the ban here. First one here for Genja. For Hosan, should I say. We've seen how strong he is. It's just worth it, to be honest.
Hosan's not allowed to play Draven anymore, it seems. Teams are banning it out for him. He actually talked to me about some scrims he had against Gambit Gaming where he was like, actually 1v5ing them with Draven because he had gotten so far ahead. He was like 20 kills and 2 deaths, and he's like, they're not going to let me play Draven ever again.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen here today. The ban's actually coming thick and fast here, so let's scoot through. Renekton banned out for Dragonborns, Jarvan for Gambit, and Kayle the final ban for DB.
Yeah, and that's going to leave up Zed pretty much for anyone. I wonder if Dragonborns is going to first pick that. Zed has been a huge trend towards this. If they don't pick it, you know Gambit will get it on their way back around.
Yeah.
This last ban, I'm really not sure what they're going to be going. I heard earlier my crystal ball has been damaged. It got held up in customs, actually, which is why my picks have been so bad today.
You should have packed it in your hand luggage, Jack. Checking those stuff in, it's never going to be good for a crystal ball. Gragas, the final ban, obviously. They know how Shushi is, and you saw Dragonborns actually laughing there when they banned Gragas.
Yeah, I wonder why they would laugh about something like that. Alex is kind of a Gragas player, but it's like, all right, I don't.
They're not laughing anymore.
Because they got the Thresh Prince.
Got Thresh. Yeah.
But honestly, this went the way Dragonborns wanted it to. They got Zed. It was their first pick they wanted to get. The Shushi ban would be against Gragas, and I think I figured out Shushi's last game on Gragas wasn't that great. They're just like, I didn't even do well with that champion, and they banned it.
Yeah, and they played that Gragas in a very specific composition as well. That whole dispersion comp that they were running with earlier on in that game against Fnatic. But it's going to be Thresh and Elise picked in there. We've seen Darian yesterday on Elise. We've also seen, well, the Thresh Prince on the Thresh Prince on Thresh plenty of times.
Nice. And Darian, Edward was the first one to pick up Thresh. Edward and Thresh. He was the first one to pick that one up, and is coming back around. So Dragonborns did have a pretty strong game with Jin Zhao the last time. We saw Jin Zhao in that absolutely crazy game as well, so that's a good dive combo with Zed.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Gambit are going to go for the jungle. You'd probably be expecting a Volibear to come out here. Diamond been playing that one a lot. Or a Nasus, of course. Nasus is still there.
Are the available things. And also, Alex Each on Kha'Zix could very well be a real thing. His Kayle has been banned out. His Zed has been taken by the enemy. He does have other mids, like they do have last pick, so he could wait on something like a Kassadin, but it's already against a Zed, so Kassadin would be right into a counter pick.
Yeah.
If they want to pick their AD carry here, they very well can. They could get something like Misfortune if they wanted to pick that up, or even Varus, who's been picking up so much steam. So they have a lot of options here, and I think a lot of strong options as well.
And you can see that Alex is looking a million times happier than we saw him yesterday. Obviously, he had a very stone-cold face on the second game. Obviously, not happy about that loss to Fnatic earlier in the day. They turned it around, though, beating SK for our final game last night. But it is going to be a Misfortune again. A strong pick in there for Genja. Now, Sivir, is that something that Hosan's got up his sleeve?
I hope it is, because I've been talking to all the AD carries I can get my hands on this week, and I've been like, why don't people play Sivir? Because Sivir is kind of good. Her laning is not as weak as people make it out to be, is what I've been getting. And the utility in teamfights is so huge. Also, the fact that Hosan was telling me that they were going to cheese the crap out of Gambit. I don't know if they've decided against it since they got a first pick Zed, but something absolutely crazy could come out. Like maybe, and keep in mind, I do not have my crystal ball here. It's been damaged.
Broken.
So this is total conjecture. Maybe you would see Yamoto Cannon playing Zed, Shushi playing something like Sivir mid, and then also them having an AD carry. But that is crazy talk.
Yes, it is.
I wanted to try.
If he'd have come off there, it would have been like, he doesn't need no crystal ball from this one. But it will be Sivir, nonetheless, locked in. And there is a Lux pickup for that middle lane. Edward has Teemo. It's the final game here in Lille. We're not going to see Teemo.
No, but that Evelyn pick actually excites me a little bit. Alex has played a lot of Evelyn in the past. I think it's that or Kha'Zix. It's going to be their decision between a double AP or the reset assassination comp with Kha'Zix. He has another 30 seconds list. Nope, he stopped it. He went Evelyn.
It was played into the crowd there. They were, but yeah, it's going to be an Evelyn. As you said, Alex Hitch has been a big Evelyn player in the past.
Right, so I'm looking at Gambit Gaming's composition, and because Darian played Elise yesterday and was pretty good with it, they do look like they're on comfortable champions once again. Like the teams that have been able to get on Gambit Gaming's nerves and actually beat them have either picked away their champions and also banned them. But at this time, the only Gambit Gaming champion you see on the other side is the Zed. Everything else is what Gambit loves playing. They got like a 30 or 40 champion roster that they have, and very few of those are on Dragonborn's side. So Gambit looks comfortable. You look at Dragonborn's, it is the Zed top, so that's going to be a battle and a half for Darien. I do think Gambit has much better team fight potential and flexibility with this team comp, because Dragonborn's really just has to win the lanes.
Yeah, and we have to talk here about the league table and how that currently stands. Of course, Gambit lost their first place position yesterday with their loss against Fnatic. Fnatic have won another game since then. We just saw it in the previous one here. So they have to keep up, basically, is what Gambit are trying to do with this victory. Dragonborns, though, they've slumped because of the defeat and because of Copenhagen Wolves doing so well this weekend. They've slumped down into the bottom position in the table. Hosan looking slightly scary there.
He was not happy about their position, actually, when I was talking with him off air on the desk. He wasn't happy that Copenhagen Wolves had jumped past them in this lineups, and the fact that if they lose this, they're essentially tied for last place in the league. So there is a lot on the line, considering they just made roster changes, and to come out after roster changes and potentially go 0-3 is not a good sign or a happy place to be.
Yeah, that's not where they want to be, that's for sure. Well, it's not where anyone wants to be, honestly. Those bottom two, we talked about it a lot this weekend as we get towards, slowly but surely, the playoff time here of the EU LCS. And bottom two spots are the spots you want to avoid. At all costs, you don't want to be there. Ideally, 3 through 6 you want to avoid if you can, but sadly, that's not really an option for a lot of these teams.
It's a bit of a dream scenario. It's like, well, in a perfect world, we're number one. It's like, really, that's what you want to do. You want to be top in the standings. And we know what type of teams they're going to be going up against. Like Dragonborns, if they're popping in 7 and 8, there's a really good chance they're going to have to beat either Alternate or Meet Your Makers, who we saw way long ago at the start of the day. MYM looked so impressive with that start finals, and that's the kind of stuff that these guys are going to have to face in, I think, like 5 or 6 weeks whenever promotion relegation happens, but not long from now.
Yeah, it looks like Gambit just had a small screen bug there. If you didn't already realize, you've probably seen pictures of it already. A lot of their players actually playing a tiny window in the middle of these massive LCD screens.
Yeah, Gambit Gaming plays in like 800 by 640 resolution. It's just so they're comfortable in all these things. And look at this super early teleport by Shushay to get the ward in position. There's your level 1 cheese right there. I don't know what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, what are they going to do with it? That's the real question to this follow-up. I mean, always good to get in there. Gambit will be thinking, well, they've not come in to put a ward down, so maybe we're free to be in this area, as Diamond stood right on top of it there just to kind of prove the point. He was a pink ward battle, which is quickly lost by Dragonborns there with Edward coming in. But they're going to have no idea about that single ward in Diamond's position.
Yeah, especially since they won the pink ward battle. Gambit assumes that they race to the tri-brush. They have no idea Shushay burned his teleport. This could be very good. If they land the binding on Diamond, he only has Ghost too, so he can't get away.
Here we go, there is the binding. Can they get him for the kill? He's gonna pop that Ghost to get himself going, but the flashes come in, the Ignite is ticking. One more tick, surely will finish him off, and there is first blood. It's picked up by Yamato Cannon.
The level 1 teleport pays off. That is what Dragonborns had planned. Diamond is gotta be a little bit angry right now. In the matchup that he is supposed to crush against Dexter, he starts with little jungle control of his own.
Yeah, sad times for Diamond, but you know, a chaotic start for Dragonborns. Very coordinated though, and that's almost a surprise.
But do they overstay their welcome here, because they're still in here, and this is a 5v4. They also burned all their flashes earlier. Gambit could potentially collapse. Alex is flanking too.
Oh, they've managed to get the hook in here on towards Mover, but can they finish up with the damage here? Yes, they can. He's going to die. Alexic going low, but he will flash away and actually will stay alive, at least for now. They're breaking off here, going in different directions. Dexter taking a lot of damage, but Diamond can't quite get in there for the last hits. On the top side, though, Sivir is also being chased. Edward, will he have the hook available? He lands it at max range, brings himself in. Barrier use here. Is that going to be enough to keep him alive? No! Genja gets in for the final shot, and Gambit, after all that, get 2 kills.
And that's one of the reasons Edward calls is now the Thresh King. He's evolved from the Prince. He's matured. Big time plays from Edward. They came right back. They did not care about the Dragonborn's cheese in that situation, and they realized they'd overstayed their welcome. They head first into 4 people with that 5-man counter invade that Gambit Gaming pulled off, and that is a huge comeback there. no longer worried about the level 1 cheese that Dragonborn's pulled off.
Yeah, and look at the lane switches that we've got going on here. We're going to see Elise in the middle lane here against Lux. Alex going to be bringing Evelyn down into the bottom against Zed, and the AD carry support lanes will take their place in the top.
So this is a little curious for me. I mean, Alex started without armor, but he's laning against Zed. It's going to be a really tough line up early for Alex because Eva has weak laning, but apparently Alex knows a hell of a lot more about the Zed matchup than I do because he's trying to bully early with just boots.
Yeah, just boots for Alex Itch, but now he's quick. He's got that persistent damage of the hate spike coming out there. We'll see if he continues that little bit of pushing that he's been doing as Edward. Again, getting in there up close and personal. We've seen a lot of CS early on for Yamato Cannon. Of course, he did get the first blood as well, and he's bought a load of pots with that one. He's got a ward in there, plus that elixir as well.
Yeah, another strange thing that happens when like both teams get the first blood kind of gold rolling is some people get extra big items. So like Sivir with 4 health potions to go with that Doran's Blade is actually really huge for that 2v2 lane. It means they can take more harass up top and maybe be able to counteract after it.
Well, you see that Edward is going to be ramping up those hooks coming into it, and I expect quite a chaotic game from this one. I mean, Dragonborn seem to thrive in that environment. Gambit can be ultra aggressive, sometimes even so to their detriment. So we'll see how this one all works out. Obviously, we've not seen the junglers getting involved as of yet, but after that crazy start, they want a bit of time to farm.
Yeah, and we saw the first glimpse of their over-aggressiveness after they got the first blood. Like, they'd already taken their advantage and they went for too much. They really bit off more than they can chew. And these summoner spells are still going to be down for another little while. It is a little surprising to me that we didn't see the junglers try to gank afterwards. I think it was because they were so far behind in levels that they wanted to catch up, so their instinct was to go and farm. But all the lanes were down summoner spells, which is exactly what you want for a jungle gank. This Diamond is coming up top, looking for some wither.
Diamond working himself in there. Will he get the wither down? Yes, onto Hosan this time around. What are they going to do with it? Oh, they get the hook again onto Hosan. He's going to go down. Edward picks up the kill, and he took the tower hits, but he doesn't care about that. That's another kill for Gambit. Great play again.
Really clever use of their spells there. The fact that Wither slowed him down long enough so Diamond could essentially not miss his death sentence created yet another kill, and that's 2 deaths now for Hosan, trying to bring Sivir back a little bit, not working out well early.
Crazy start to this one. If you look at that kill distribution, 1 for Evelyn, 1 for Misfortune, 1 for Thresh as well. We know that Edward likes to pick up those kills. He has no qualms with picking them in there as Alex and Yamato Cannon going to be facing off once again. And I think once Yamato Cannon hits level 6, Alex needs to be very careful.
I think Alex is going to just get out of there when he hits level 6, or they'll pass off the lane to Diamond because the red elixir still hasn't been popped by Yamato Cannon. And Alex just knows his flash still isn't even up. Maybe he'll try to bait something, but this is a very dangerous bait by Alex if he can make Yamato Cannon go in.
Well, we are going to see Ghost.
Yep, that was a miscommunication. Diamond must have thought Alex baited amazingly well, and it didn't happen. But now we actually see Gambit trying to flank around, but there's 3 people from Dragonborns here.
Oh, how's this one going to go? Genja is forced to use a cleanse. Edward gets knocked up there. Genja is low, but look at Edward. He's off to the side here. The laser actually will miss. Edward's still under pressure. They're going to knock them all back, but surely will die from this. It's Hosan that picks up the kill. They're a little bit unlucky there not to have 2.
Edward just missed his flash over the wall. Unfortunately, that could have been a clean escape for them, but if Dragonborns is willing to send 4 people up there and burn a teleport, it's good that they got a kill. They have to take a turret off this as well if they want to make something happen, because Gambit's going to be counter-pushing all the other lanes, and even with that kill, the gold is still pretty even.
Yep, Diamond going to join in here on towards the middle. That top turret will go down. That's the first one here of the game. Evelyn actually had to back away from that bottom one, but there's a big wave of minions in that middle lane, and I think they should be able to take it with them here once they end up going back.
Yeah, Shushine really can't make it back to this lane fast enough. He has no ultimate up to clear the wave either when he gets close. So really, the middle turret has more strategic value than the top turret, so it was a kill for Gambit, or the Gambit gave up, but the fact they got the middle turret means they can now make more plays on Dragon if they send Genja and Edward down bottom shortly.
And they are going to see in the bottom lane of Hosan and Mover going down. I can see that they would probably go into that area, Elise coming down this bottom lane as well, gets a ward just outside of the red buff. And there's a lot of pinging going on there. They know that that red buff is now available. Will Dragonborns try and invade and take that one away?
That would be one of the craziest things I've seen them do. I mean, they're down a mid-turret too, so if they invaded that one, it would be pretty much near suicide. I don't actually realize, you probably caught how they got the word in there, but Alex fighting Yamato.
Yeah, they're going to go head-to-head with this one. How's it going to go? Alex going very, very low. Actually, we will see Yamato kind of flash in there for the kill. Did use his elixir as well during that encounter, and now Dragonborn's going to turn it on for a dragon.
Yeah, and that's kind of what Gambit opted into. Alex had already been struggling a little bit in that lane. It was 64 to 46, even though Yamato hadn't used his red elixir earlier, and now it does look like a dragon. I mean, look how low Dexter's getting, though. Darian might try to kill him.
Oh, he's going to go in there, and Dexter is actually going to die from that one. Darian did not quite get the dragon, but that's not what he was really looking for. They pick up Dexter, and Darian just backs away from that, but a kill for a dragon. Worth it?
It is worth it. I think Dexter could have played a little safer there and managed to get away. If Dragonborns were to trade tank the dragon a bit better, Dexter wouldn't have been low enough for Darian. He was wanting to stay alive for the smite, because the worst thing is he dies and gives it up to Darian. So contentious decision there, but I still think that is a good play and a positive outcome for Dragonborns.
Blue buff going to be given over here towards Alex Ich. We do now have Sivir down in this bottom lane. Misfortune and Thresh here, Edward and Genja just getting rid of the Wraiths, and we'll see what their next move is. Obviously, top turret hasn't been taken down from their side, so they still got pushing to do in that top lane.
And I don't necessarily think Genja's been that involved after the first few kills. Like, he got the first few kills, but then the 4-man gank that took the turret really threw him off his game a little bit. Like, he should be winning a lot more than 10 minion kills up on Hosan. Hosan got a revenge kill as well on top of that, and now he's off split pushing, so Dragonborns has a bit of a window to try to make something happen, maybe in mid lane, but they're not really taking advantage of it.
So let's have a look down the items here coming out, and honestly, my tongue can't get around the Morellonomicon. There we go.
D-Man both have, that was good.
I don't know if it's an English thing there, but Morellonomicon is somehow just doesn't work with my tongue there.
Morellonomicon just rolls off the tongue for me for some reason. I love that.
It must be an English thing. I don't know. But Shushay has picked that up here at the start set. Obviously, with Yamato cannon after his first blood and that second kill, well on his way now to finishing off that Blade of the Ruined King. Other side, Seeker's Arm Guard for Alex Zevlin. Obviously, that armor is what has been needed probably the whole time along already.
Yeah, and check out Genji. He's actually went for a pickaxe already. He can only turn that into a Last Whisper later on. It doesn't build into any of the other big components, but it gives him that kind of power spike right now. Hosan had to match him because he didn't want to lose out in duels if he was going pickaxe as well. You see some AD carries do this quite often, and it's just a matter of build paths and different strengths. And I want to see if they end up fighting to see whose pickaxe is better.
Well, Alex is just going in down towards his bottom lane. Let's see if he can sneak himself in there and get the damage done. There is the binding landing onto Darian. Laser going to come through. Actually, he repelled away there. They avoided all the damage. Wild Growth put down onto Shushay, and here comes Hosan. He's popped his ultimate. Can they get in there? Another binding lands on towards Darian, but they don't quite have the damage. Alex Ich has done great protection work there.
And during all this, Gambit has 3 people pushing down mid lane. They get a catch on to Dexter.
The box is down. How is he going to get away from this one? Actually, he has managed to get away from it in the end, but crucially, Gambit going to take the turret. But Yamato cannon pushing top as well.
Everybody's been watching the Zed play this weekend, and they always decide to go split push. They shove so hard, they get farmed up, and then they become dueling masters. But Gambit trying to keep the pressure on. They're losing that top turret, but they're trying to get damage in mid. Hosan is in a weird place right now.
Yeah, they've come right through the backside of the jungle here, and I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get away. Actually, in the end, Genja decides not to chase blindly around that corner as Shushay comes across the binding, gonna land on towards Diamond Prox. The lantern is down, and he's actually going kind of forward, kind of back, and then gets onto it finally. That will bring him straight in, but look at Alex Ich looking typical Evelyn style here to mop up inside of the jungle. Move it was very low. Shushay at half HP can probably kill both of them if he just knew it.
Alex just stalking in the night. He does this on everyone but Evelyn, but Evelyn's kind of like the best at it. He'll always flank around the back of team fights and get in those situations. Couldn't quite find it there. And again, these early games for Dragonborns are good. Like, they can play with everyone in the laning phase. They are doing that with Gambit Gaming right now. They got the dragon, they're even in turrets, they're only down 1 kill, and they're up in gold right now at the start of the game. So, like, yes, Gambit Gaming probably has a stronger teamfight just composition as we move into the later game, but Dragonborns, once again, sticking with the top teams early.
We'll have to see how they progress through, though, and whether they'll end up falling foul of things. Actually, if we look down the CS here, just to kind of compare that, Zed, 106 to the 80 of Evelyn. That's 1,000 gold right now that Yamato Cannon has over Alex Ich. Obviously, different scenarios factor into that with the Dragon and the 2 kills and what have you.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind with the Zed lane, as Darian actually goes on to Yamato Cannon, and there's the fight.
Yamato Cannon actually turning it around. He fancies his chances here on towards Darian, but I'm not sure about it. Darian gets the upper hand, and that's the kind of fight that Darian loves to have.
He just loves to brawl in the top lane, and they let him fight so often. Darian gets stuck in those 2v1 situations, and he's managed to get some farm this game. He's got to be super thrilled about being able to go mid lane. He's like, yes, I don't have to deal with the 2v1. I'm going to be victorious, and that's why he's 201. He's actually best scorer on the team.
Well, right now, it looks like Dragonborn's looking to reply here, pushing that middle wave out as the hook is going to land on towards Hosan, and there was very little that happened afterwards.
Yeah, so let's get back to Alex in the bottom lane on Evelyn. Like, he doesn't pick Eve to dominate the laning phase. The fact that he did lose to Yamato Cannon by about 800 gold, as you were saying, isn't the end of the world. Like, that's not that bad for the way he plays Eve. You have to survive the laning phase when you play Evelyn. And even the fact that they put him in the bottom lane and made Elise go mid to get Darian farmed up is the sacrifice Gambit made, and I think they're getting away with it.
Oh, Darian's got to... Yeah, he flashes away from it there. I think he thought he got away, but you've got to be safe, because he would have been dead there if Xushi had caught onto him. The laser would have followed straight up afterwards, and safe play.
He had to be real careful, too, not to give up his 2-kill bounty streak. Plus, he wanted to pick up that Sunfire Cape, what he's already got with the Magic Pen, but because they know they burned his flash and Darian went back, Dragonborn's going for this Dragon. This is a 4v4. Dragonborns has to be super cautious.
Alex actually going to pull himself back in there with the Lantern. The rest of Gambit starting to rotate around. Xushi coming from there. The sheer presence there, the unpredicted presence of, Evelyn's here, has forced Dragonborns to completely back off from Dragon.
Yeah, a lot of teams when they're playing against an Evelyn, at least a mid lane Evelyn, is they like over pink ward their regular spots. They put down more pinks than regular wards. But maybe because Evil's bottom, or maybe because Dragonborns just doesn't want to opt into that playstyle and waste money on the wards, they're letting Alex Ich just kind of go wherever he wants. They have no pink wards on the map, so unless he's within the vision range, the stealth detection radius that Evelyn has, he's completely undetectable for Dragonborn. So that does give Gambit Gaming that extra element of surprise.
That Dragon still lives. Wondering who's going to commit to taking that one down. Actually, both junglers do have Smite available. We are seeing Dexter there just helping Hosan to take that red buff over on the other side. Lots of pings going down here onto Diamond. And as I said, those wards in there. Did Edward actually come back here with an Oracle on? I didn't see if he'd actually bought that there. No, he doesn't.
They have not decided to go for the Oracles yet. He actually hasn't even went for his Ruby Sightstone yet. Like, he's very much about getting the gold pretend going. I think Edward's going towards some big items this game if he's not going for that Ruby Sightstone. But again, Dragon version 2, they saw Gendu was off pushing the top lane, and it looks like Dragonborns wants this. Xuxi's not in position though, and it's the flank danger once again existing.
They're going to try and stall, I think, here, Gambit, until they get the misfortune over there. But that's a big laser over the top of two of them. Here comes Alex Ich from the side. They're going to pop his W. There is the box down. Mover puts Wild Growth on himself to try and save it. There is a knock-up. Alex Ich flashes it away. He's going to turn and run here. He's going straight in for Hosan, who will go down. That's a double kill. Actually, yeah, it was a double kill there. I was missing it coming up on the screen. That is 4 kills. And will Edward now be able to chase on towards
Dexter? Is up. Can he land it?
Going left, going right. Edward still chasing in onto him. Genja coming in from the side. There is the hook through the wall blindly. And an ace coming out of Gambit. The Thresh Prince strikes again.
Full prediction, half-second wind-up. Geometric mastery, he snipes him down at the end of that one. That was huge for Gambit. Alex essentially took on 3 people at the start of that fight and still came out with a double kill. He stalled long enough for Genji to get there as well, and Dragonborns are just too low from the Dragon to make that happen. They are now in dire circumstances. Once again, they've taken their early game stalemate and they've lost it. Gambit Gaming made a big play.
Is that the turning point though here, Jack? Is that the moment that could completely throw things off? We see there going back to buy here. I mean, Evelyn just picking up the blue elixir in there as well. Once that spike of power, we've got the locket with Diamond, we've got Sunfire Cape. plus another Giant's belt for Darian here on Elise. BF Sword, Vamp Scepter, Pickaxes. We are going to see Yamato Cannon completely in trouble here. Actually will get slowed. Can he get away from it? He's going to flash. And wow, another hook coming through the side. This time it doesn't quite land, but Gambit have got what they came here for, and that's the turret.
If Edward had an extendable arm on that Death Sentence, it was completely online. But now, actually, Diamond does have a Zed behind him, but it's a very low health set, and they're pushing mid. This is a bit of a turret trade because Gambit's pushing the other side.
Wow, Diamond actually being focused onto here by Yamato Cannon, will be forced to pop his ultimate, and look at this, Alexic is coming.
Yeah, so this is a 5v3 setup right now. I wonder if Gambit can stall them off because they're giving up a lot of turrets mid for their push bottom lane.
Well, this could be a very interesting turn of events. Alex is going to go in. There's the ultimate. Hosang going low. Wild Growth will save him for now. Laser going to come across. That's half of Alex's HP gone down, and they've not got a kill from it. Diamond having to back away. He finally shut down Yamato Cannon there, and Diamond tries to run away. He's going to get caught in there. Is he going to get finished off, though? He's still running from this one. He is still a tanky dog.
But look at this. While they're stalling, they're getting the inhibitor turrets. Genja and Darien are continuing their push down here, and no one on Dragonborns is getting back. They're all getting harassed.
He actually managed to get the kill there, Diamond, just before he went down, and Gambit are going to be able to take that inhibitor down with them from that top lane. Jack, who came out on top of that one? Surely that's a Gambit win.
Huge Gambit win. So the kills were even, but they do not care about that one because they engaged in a 5v3 and actually got some kills out of it. That is absolutely mental. They only lost that inner middle turret, but they got the top lane inhibitor down for Dragonborns. That opens up so much of the map. That is 6 turrets now that Gambit has taken down. They have also proven that their team fighting is absolutely superior in the fact that that 5v3 didn't even go that badly.
And if you look down Genja's build, he has gone Boots of Swiftness in there as well. He wants that extra pace. Plus, you know, the slow, basically from Mover that's going to come out there.
Genja just likes doing different stuff. He does Boots of Swiftness on a lot of AD carries. He did it on Kog'Maw the other day as well. And he's one of the, I think he's the only AD carry who runs Ghost as well. He just wants to run away from Dexter when he charges in with Xin Zhao. He's not going to really be able to deal with Yamato Cannon if he actually gets on Misfortune, but Genja will be able to maybe avoid like the 3rd Talon of the 3 Talon strike and get out of the knock-up since he has the Boots of Swiftness, reducing the slow effectiveness.
That's very, very true. Alexic coming here from the bottom side of the jungle. Our Gambit going to go really deep on this one and end up going in underneath the turret. Doesn't look like it, but Alexic is stalking off there towards the side.
Yeah, I feel like if Alex wants to get in this fight, he'd actually kind of have to come in through the base and get around the back of him, because unless Dragonborns runs all the way out and engages on Gambit, Alex will never get the flanking position he needs. He will have that potential to flank with this turret though, because that is a great back passageway if Dragonborns decides to defend, and they would be asking for trouble if they push out to this turret.
Turret is going to be taken down here. Dragonborns half came out and then realized that they probably can't hang around there. There's a pink ward down, which is, you know, like the garlic against the vampires, I don't know, against Evelyn there. Sat down, Alex actually is like, oh, I don't want to go near that. Puts himself up then back towards that middle lane, and we'll push that one straight through as well. So Edward comes in, collects all the souls, but super minions are starting to come through, and that's something that Dragonborns have also got to keep their eye on.
And with the super minions, I gotta say, Edward's gotten away with not building a Ruby Sightstone. I think he's broken the biggest possible trend, because I think for like 3 or 4 weeks straight in the European LCS, every single support built the Ruby Sightstone. But this game, Edward got the early kills, he went double goal per 10, he's rushed the Aegis of Legion, and he just bought 5 regular wards. So there's no way he's going for the Ruby Sightstone at this point, and he rushed the Aegis. They've gotten to the point where they don't really need the Sightstone wards anyway, so they're in pretty good situation.
So this is a funny thing with that as well, because if we think back to Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, Edward was the only support not building the Sightstone. Then he came into they won that event, by the way. He came into LCS and he was just building it again. And now he seems to have figured out, well, you know, I'm not going to go that way. And look at his items. He's getting rolling in there and he's looking good.
He's rocking the Doran shield too, because he builds that so early and then skips the wards from that. But they have the control. No Sightstone, but they got 8 or 9 wards down just in 2 side-by-side lines going towards the Baron Pit. Muvera's gonna take about 3 years if he wants to Oracle's Clear all the way up into there. Gambit's probably going for this Dragon, like, unless Shushei takes a ridiculous risk and goes for a steal, which he's not because he's fighting super minions. I think Gambit has this Baron absolutely in the bag, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking Lux a long time to take down Super Minions, that's for sure. And that Baron is going to be finished off there. We saw the smite right at the end. Gambit taking that one without any reply whatsoever. Dragonborns must know that was happening there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they've got a lot of vision around the map, but the fact that Gambit were missing for so long will kind of give that one away. Certainly now as they walk in towards this middle lane. And obviously no inner turrets left, only in the middle and bottom lane do we have inhibitor turrets left for the taking here for Gambit. And there goes the Cocoon, lands it onto Move It. And that's one of the things, I guess, that if they do it again, it could be their go.
At any moment, they're going to be able to go Cocoon to a Thresh Hook. He hooks onto Mover. They just decided not to go with that one. I mean, they're just waiting for the right moment. They've already killed 7 of the turrets. They're getting incremental damage down, and if they're patient, they could be, but maybe there's the fight.
Here we go, Dexter actually getting caught there in the Cocoon. Alex Itcher's right in the middle of him as he gets polymorphed up. There comes the bullet time across them. Dexter going low. He will end up going down, and Gambit are going to keep chasing him for this one. Nice live binding on Darian, but the Spiderling chasing Hosan in there actually manages to somehow survive it, as Darian now might get chased out here as well. 1 man down for Gambit, 1 man down for Dragonborns, and they've got that instant healing that they can get back from the fountain. The Baron buff is what Gambit are going to be relying on.
Yeah, Gambit's got to calm down a little bit because they completely overdove that. They could have gotten that turret inhibitor down, but they're over chasing. Everyone on Dragonborns healed up a little bit. Like Genja, what ran actually through the 2 inner Nexus turrets trying to get kills. I mean, the fact that they only got a 1-for-1 despite the reckless aggression shows how freely they can do what they want in this game. They are way ahead despite that misplay.
And we know that Gambit, we heard it in the interviews before, the KDA leader charts. They seem to mean a lot to Gambit. They've said it before that they'll quite happily prolong a game a little bit so they can mop up a few more kills and get them on the board for that one. But really for them, it's about going 2-1 this weekend and keeping up the chase with Fnatic.
They're tied with Fnatic in the losses. They picked up yet another Dragon, and it's time for them to shop because multiple people on their team have 1,900 gold. Genja's got over 2,000. He's gonna pop back and get, not sure yet. The Warmog's completed onto Darian, so he's full tank Elise. This is gonna be pretty big stuff coming out from Gambit whenever they decide to go in. The middle turret is so low. They have a Runic Bulwark and an Aegis Legion, so they have so many defensive stats coming through as well. They still also have about 115 seconds or so on that Baron buff, so I think another reckless dive could be in the cards.
Why not?
Yep.
If you can do it, if you can afford to pull it off, then why not in the end? As we are going to see the Randuin's Omen, by the looks of things, coming out here for Genja on Misfortune. What else did we have picked up that last time around? Actually, Alex Itch didn't even go back on that one, so I think he's still sat on 1,100 gold, so obviously feeling that's not enough to warrant him going all the way back here as Hosan. Actually eating the Spiderlings with his spell shield, that's actually a pretty cool thing to do.
It's a good counter to that poke, but look at how low the turret is. Darian gets caught by the binding, just decides to repel a little bit, and this turret could go down. If Dragonborns is going to fight, they're going to want to fight on this turret.
There we go, turret goes down. Diamond just comes in there, pretty much just one-shots it with his Q on, and now they focus in onto the inhibitor. Would be the second one to go down, although that top inhibitor has since respawned as well, so that's a bit of relief for Dragonborns, but you have to feel for not very long here as the hook comes out.
Yeah, and once you give up 2 inhibitors, you pretty much give up the 3rd. They've already given up 1. They don't want to fight. They were hoping to land a light binding before this came to be, but they seemingly just have to go.
They've managed to land it in there on towards Edward, but they didn't want to follow up on top of that one here. The inhibitor is going to go down. And all it needs, I feel, is one hook, one cocoon onto the right target, and Gambit are going to get straight in there on top of them. This bottom lane is pushed a little bit out there, so, well, they'll probably just tank it up, I don't know, at this point, as they are going to land the hook there onto Move. It gets hit with a Wither, but they, again, don't quite follow up. They weren't so synced with that one. It will be Darian who goes back to deal with the creep wave, but they're going to be going for it here soon.
And now that the inside of Dragonborn's base is essentially hollowed out, it lets Alex flank however he wants. He's still sitting in the lane, but if they have a bit of an extended siege here, I could see him coming around the inside of the base. Like, Dragonborns will also have to deal with super minions very shortly, so maybe they wanted to fight on a turret and not an exposed inhibitor, but please, if you want to stay in the game, Dragonborns, you have to try a fight at least here.
They are going to have to try a fight, but it's got to be with a light binding, I think, at this stage, which Gambit seem to be great at dodging. There is the lantern off to the side, the hook being thrown through by Edward. Genja just trying out, making sure the lantern's still working at this point. And there we go, light binding lands, but it's on to Diamond. Is that really the target they want? Yamato Cannon is going to get hit with the cocoon, but they back away. He's lost half HP in that one. Gambit get closer in towards the turret. They're going to go for it. Wild Growth comes down. The box is in there from Edward. Bullet Time comes across as well. It's doing a good amount of damage. Yamato Cannon is falling very low. All of Dragonborn's pretty much down to half HP. Diamond the only one that's super low as the laser flashes by him. Doesn't land to do the damage. This is inhibitor number 3 gonna go down. We have super minions in there on the Nexus turrets themselves. And Gambit, they're not ready. Not just yet to finish this game.
Mission accomplished though for Gambit. I mean, Dragonborns at least put up the fight for that one. They had to fight them. If Dragonborns would have stayed in that fight for much longer, Gambit would have cleaned up and that would have been the end of the game. So there's a minuscule chance that Dragonborns can hold this one off, because when all 3 inhibitors are down, you get an extra super minion in every single wave. And these are 3,500 health meat shields in, well, now 3,300 health at this stage in the game. 6 of them coming to the Nexus turrets at exactly the same time. Gambit can elixir up, they can do whatever they want. If they really wanted to, they could wait the 50 seconds and clean up a Baron. That's probably only if they want to dive on top of the Nexus and try to help their KDA, but this game looks like it's in hand.
It certainly looks that way, yeah. They're trying to keep those super minions as far up the lane as they can there when they take them down, to stop them all joining up at once and having to defend them right on top of those of that Nexus. I was going to say inhibitors, but they're of course all gone by now. Randuin's Omen is finished here by Darien, by Genja on his last trip home. And you just think a matter of time here before Gambit and Genja, of course, get themselves into that perfect position. They're already starting to push those super minions straight through this middle line. And there we see the spider link going down, connecting in on towards Hosan. And they are going to start to work in here. They're going to wait for Alex, or will they?
Yeah, they only have 4 people here, but I wonder if they don't want to let him be involved in these fights. They're going for the turrets. They're getting him down, no problem, so this might be the final fight.
First Nexus turret does go down. Alex is like, wait for me, guys. It could be important in this one. The rest of his team saying, nope, you're not getting no kills to get up that leaderboard. Here comes the laser out. Light binding was on Diamond. You hardly saw any health go away from him there. Here comes Alex from the side. There comes the bullet time across. They've not actually picked up a kill from it just yet. There is Yamato Cannon going down. Gambit not focusing the Nexus, or rather, yes they are. They're going to finish the game right here. They take down Dragonborns for our final game here of the European LCS Week 6.
What an awesome weekend. Gambit lost their first, came back strong in games 2 and 3 for them. Almost just a day in the office for them after this, playing in front of a huge crowd here in Lille, France. They had control throughout most of that game, really after the Dragon fight, Joe.
Yeah, really, really strong control that they had on it. And it was always going to be a hard game for Dragonborns, a hard weekend for them, in fact, with these standings coming in there. But we will be seeing more from Dragonborns and from Gambit in the future. For now, we're going to go over to our analysis desk with Jason and Ocelot.
Thank you, Joe and Jet. And yes, we are back on the analysis desk for the last time in week number 6. I am joined here by Ocelot. Ocelot, tell me, what did you think of that game? Just overall, real quick.
I think Dragonborns played better than we expected, and I think Dragonborns took a lot of Drake advantage and this and that. But I think Darien for M5, for Gambit was basically the backbone of it.
Okay, and what do you think of the picks? Because we did have Alex going head-to-head against a Zed on Yamato Cannon. What did you think of that matchup?
I think Zed is supposed to win the matchup, but we have to think about something. Alex was actually, he lost 2 waves because he had to defend the red buff. You remember? So it was a 5-0 situation, so that's why when he came bottom lane, he was level 1 and level almost 3. So it's more than understandable that he loses the lane pretty hard. He managed to somehow come back in the game, so all I can say is, well played, Alex, right there. And of course, Darien. For me, Darien was the backbone right there. Yeah.
And what'd you think of the whole level 1 action? Because we saw Shushay picked up teleport.
That was crazy. That was very good.
Yeah, he teleported into turret, ran over, put a ward by that wraith, well, the red banana bush. I don't even know what they call it these days. And then they went for that first blood. What'd you think of that? And then how did it progress? Explain to us how it progressed after that.
So that was a very good move by Dragonborns. The perfect move they have to do when they know they are worse than the opponent. Like in this case, they almost take actually the game by that. Because if Gambit doesn't really defend that, they lose red buff, they lose the pressure from Nasus. At the end, everything was matter of that red buff. And they knew how to defend it. Very well played. Very good call at all. Like, I don't know who made that call, but it was really perfect.
And then you saw Gambit actually turn that around. They did lose first blood, but they came back in a 4v5 situation, and you were just like amazed. You were telling me like how good of a play that was.
Which one?
When we saw Alex actually come in from the back and turn around that level 1, because they lost first blood, but they turned it into 2 kills.
Yeah, so you mean the level 1, right? Yeah. So that was very good because you normally don't defend it with 5. Nobody expects that. Like, nobody expects you to defend that red buff with 5 level 1, because the bottom lane, the guy that has to go bottom will lose like a lot. Like, he will lose the lane by that, basically. But they said, okay, defend Diamond because we know he's like normally the backbone of the team. So defend this and make him make sure he gets his red buff. And they defended it 5v4 perfectly fine. And they knew they would lose bottom lane by that, but they still trust in Diamond. So actually a very good call and overall very nice play.
And we talked previously about, you mentioned the teams and their play style, where Fnatic, they like to split push and they don't really fight over dragons. You said Gambit, they like to fight over dragons and objectives. But you mentioned something specifically to me that Gambit seemed to be playing like they were Fnatic. Can you kind of explain that?
Yeah, at one point, like when you saw this crazy top lane pushing and mid lane, like they leave mid, they never do that. Like, I don't know, when they do that is because they lost a little bit of the control of the game. So you could give props to Dragonborn because they actually made them play different. Gambit just did a very good call right there because they got the top tower and they fought 3v5 and it was extremely fine. But they never do that. Like, they never do that. That was the first time I see them doing that. So at the end, very good, very well played for Dragonborn. All I can say is that they played better against them than us.
And we actually have a replay to show you guys, and it was the big fight of Dragon. It was the ace for Gambit and the Dragon on top of that. We're going to set up, just to remind you guys what exactly happened here. It was 3-5 in favor of Gambit, but they're only up about 800 gold at this point. So let's get the replay on your screen. You kind of walk us through exactly what happened here and how Gambit took this entire fight.
So here we are in the Drake pit. They get again flanked. This is very important because this is the second game that happens, and I won't be bored of pointing it out. This is really bad for Dragonborns. They get flanked by both sides, but they don't know it because they don't know that Evelyn is actually right there, you know?
Right.
So they actually know that they're on the left side. They make a good Lux ultimate, Lux combo overall, but they don't know that Evelyn is right there, and Evelyn is 1v3 in them, and she's actually winning the trade because there is a Drake. Once you are inside the Dragon Pit, if you are not aware of the fact that you are getting flanked, that fight is going to be over. So very well played by Alex. He came from the side. Very, very well played. And I could say that Shushed is actually pretty good as well because he managed to get 1 kill and a good combo into 2 guys. But overall, Dragonborn's, how is it called? Dragonborn's team play could be a little bit better because they just changed their lineup.
We saw Alex do that a couple of times where he just soaked up so much damage with that ultimate and had the entire enemy team attack him while the rest of the team just kind of cleaned up from right behind him.
Yeah.
And that worked out extremely well for him.
Yeah.
And then we had a crown an MVP for this game, and also I want you to tell us who you gave it to.
I think I was in between Darian and Edward, because his Qs were amazing. But I think Darian won this game. Like, he's extremely good player, and man, you just saw the game. Anywhere he went, he won the lane even 1v2. So props to him.
I remember you mentioned when he was going towards Dragon and he actually flashed in to get
the
kill on his end. You were like, wow, he's got some balls on him.
Yeah, exactly. That guy has some balls. Like, it's actually, I will repeat it again over and over because like it was a 1v3 situation, potentially a 1v4, and the guy just went in like crazy. He was like, I don't care. He could have even got the Dragon. Like, I don't know. Extremely well played, and he just demonstrated right there that he doesn't care.
He got a kill and walked away and said, deal with it.
Yeah.
Kind of like a badass. But,
yeah,
Thank you, merci. Here with Alex Each. 2 quick questions for you. First off, you played Evelyn, you used to play her a lot. Why did you go back to her now, and how was the game for you?
So I really like Evelyn lately because a lot of APs were nerfed and...
Ouch! Good shot.
And that hero is really good at current meta, like swapping the lanes and when every turret is pushed.
All right, now we're at the end of a great weekend. Can you give us some impressions for you of the teams of the LCS and how they did? Someone that stood out for you, some team?
So I think that Fnatic increased a lot. Like, they're playing really good at the moment. Wolves are increasing hard. I think winning like almost every day game, something like 5-2 score lately. So I think that LCS getting like better, teams are getting much better, and it's a really tough competition, and we need to keep our first, second place to get to the next season.
Thank you. Any last words for the awesome fans out here?
Merci.
Et merci à vous, Alex. Okay, we're gonna go over to our casters for one last time for some impressions of the weekend and the standings.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and what a day. In fact, forget that. What a weekend here in Lille. Let's take a look at some of the results that we've had from our 7 games today, and 7 awesome ones. Obviously, one that really stands out we'll come to in a little while.
Yeah, so really at the start of the week was Evil Geniuses beating, the day I believe, beating Ozone Giants against All Authority. Lost to the Copenhagen Wolves. Copenhagen Wolves had an amazing week this week. I think they went 3-0. Fnatic had that amazing game against Dragonborns, and SK Gaming topped against All Authority in the 4th game.
Yeah, then we, of course, moved through a little bit here as the graphic completely threw me off there. Copenhagen Wolves taking down EG, of course. How can I forget that one? The game of the day. One that, honestly, I will probably never forget. A really insane matchup. And then Fnatic taking down the Giants, and Gambit beating Dragonborns here in another real entertaining one. So, with all the results out of the way, it's time to take a look at the standings, because actually after this week, things have changed up just a little bit.
Yeah, we're now past the halfway point in the season. You can see Fnatic at 14-3, a amazing record. Gambit in 2nd place, 11-3. SK Gaming and Evil Geniuses both came out pretty strong here, and you can see a pretty standard top 4, bottom 4 starting to develop here in Europe.
Yeah, but for Copenhagen Wolves, they are now at the top of that bottom 4, I think we can safely say, if that's even a thing. Whereas the entire season long, up until today, actually, they've been rooted to the bottom of that table. So that's a real welcome relief for them. At the bottom, though, we still have Dragonborns and the Giants, who are tied 4-11. All 4 teams in that bottom half have got a big few weeks ahead of them.
And both of those teams at the bottom really have to start picking it up, because losing bound to the Copenhagen Wolves is crazy. I really want to see how Copenhagen Wolves moves in the next coming weeks, because 6-2 in their last 8 games is nothing to laugh about. That is what I believe Gambit Gaming and Evil Genius started the season with. The teams at the top were 6-2 at the start. So that kind of hot streak, you have to be a good team to make something like that happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we've seen here, and we've touched on this before. The Copenhagen Wolves in their first games, they were good in the lane phase. They had a few good team fights, but they were never quite able to really finish things off. There was always something missing, and I think we can safely say that something missing was in fact Björksen. A 17-year-old obviously came straight in the next weekend after turning 17 and has really turned the Danish team completely on its head. Don't forget, guys, if you want to see more information, all the statistics from the League Championship Series so far, as well as all the latest VODs and recaps, then get yourselves over to lolesports.com. That's it from me and from Jack, from Jason, and from all the guests that we've had here this weekend. Jack, it's been a pleasure, as per usual, as always, indeed. We shall be back, of course, next weekend for even more LCS action. But before we go, let's head over to Shocks on the stage one last time.
It is truly a party here in Lille. You guys are amazing. Okay, it's been an amazing weekend here in Lille. Some great matches, and you only have to wait a couple of days for your League of Legends fix. Ouch! That was a good shot. As the North American LCS will be back on a special day. It will be back on Saturday in honor of IPL. Saturday at 1 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. Central European Time from the LA studio. We're gonna have 6 big matches. TSM versus CLG, Curse versus Dignitas, GGU versus Vulcan, Complexity versus Marn, TSM versus Dignitas, and CLG versus Curse. Okay, later that day at 2 p.m. Central European Time, it's going to be week 7 of the European LCS with the Giants taking on Gambit, AAA taking on Fnatic, the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK, and Dragonborns versus AAA. Nous vous remercions, vous êtes spectaculaires, vous êtes magnifiques, vous êtes formidables. I want to thank everybody here, all the players, all the casters. Merci Lille et à la prochaine.
Days of lying, Yeah.